What is to be done? What not? A plea to hold up the course of history with a cosmopolitan purpose. As the 17-year-old Karl Rossman, who had been shipped off to America by his poor parents because a maid had seduced him and had a child with him, introduced himself to New York's harbor on a slowly advancing ship, he caught sight of the Statue of Liberty in a sudden, strong advance of sunlight. Her arm with the sword rose upwards now, and over her figure the free air blew. Franz Kafka, the Stoker. Chapter 1. The Zeitenwende, which is supposed to be a pan-European, but at the same time a specifically German phenomenon, was officially proclaimed in Prague on August 29, 2022, and in its name there are now louder calls for the widespread installation of heat pumps and compliance with extreme weather emergency plans than for military support for Ukraine. On this day, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz gave a speech on the European heritage of Eastern Europe at Charles University in Prague, in which he programmatically sharpened a formulation from his government statement in February of the same year, in which he had called Russia's invasion of Ukraine a Zeitenwende. In Prague, Scholz said, Putin's Russia wants to draw new borders by force, something that we in Europe never wanted to experience again. The brutal attack on Ukraine is therefore also an attack on the European security order. From now on, it is important to provide the right answers to the Zeitenwende across Europe and transnationally. In his speech in Prague, Scholz described this Zeitenwende as an epochal caesura, which highlighted the need to enforce European law against an anachronistic legal order of the great powers. The representative of this outdated great power order is Vladimir Putin. Back in February, Scholz had already said with regard to the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, we are experiencing a Zeitenwende. And that means that the world afterwards is no longer the same as the world before. At the heart of the matter is the question of whether might can break the law, whether we allow Putin to turn the clocks back to the time of the great powers of the 19th century, or whether we have the strength to set limits on warmongers like Putin. Unlike the New Old Peace movement, which has been positioning itself against the alleged warmongering of the German government ever since, Scholz himself justified his appeal entirely in the spirit of a love of peace, which he presented as a German-European mission. However, this mission is not only aimed at containing illegitimate great power claims, but also at the self-enclosure of Western nation-states in general. According to Scholz, a self-restraint of nation-state egoism coordinated by European policy is needed to contain Russian imperialism. In view of the Zeitenwende, our standard is, what is needed to secure peace in Europe will be done. The Zeitenwende is not just affecting our country, it is affecting the whole of Europe. The challenge is to strengthen the sovereignty of the European Union sustainably and permanently. In line with the project of voluntary self-enclosure of the European nation-states in favor of a Europe that stands up to Russian great power claims, Scholz argued in Prague when he sold the delegation of their national sovereignty to the EU as a necessary contribution to the fight against Russian imperialism to the Eastern European states, first and foremost Poland and the Czech Republic, which the German government considers narrow-minded and nationalistic. He did not forget to emphasize that Germany would of course also play its part in this fight and, unspoken but clearly directed against the smaller Eastern European states, pleaded for the dismantling of the unanimity principle in European policy decisions in view of the pressure to act generated by Russia. I have proposed a gradual transition to majority decisions in common foreign policy, but also in other areas such as tax policy, knowing full well that this would also have consequences for Germany. We must be clear about this. Adhering to the principle of unanimity only works as long as the pressure to act is low. However, this is no longer the case at the latest in view of the Zeitenwende. In this invocation of a lack of alternatives, the foreign policy rhetoric of the Zeitenwende is similar to the panic policy pursued by the German government during the coronavirus pandemic and which it is now continuing in the areas of climate protection and the energy transition. There is no longer any effort to formulate comprehensible arguments in defense of its own permanent emergency policy. The pressure to act makes any argument superfluous. According to Scholz, it is not necessary for nation-states to unite under the umbrella of the EU, while retaining national sovereignty, because it would be sensible, but because the common external enemy forces them to do so, which is also indirectly blamed for high electricity prices, food traffic lights, and the consequences of green shrinkage. Putin's Russia defines itself in opposition to the European Union. Putin will exploit every disagreement between us, every weakness. The citizens expect an EU that delivers. Citizens expect very tangible things from the EU, for example more speed in climate protection, healthy food, sustainable supply chains. Nothing in this chain of associations is valid. Germany, and Scholz's party in particular, contributed the most to making it easier for Russia to prepare its attack before the outbreak of Putin's war, which is therefore in some respects a German war. For a long time, hardly anyone in Germany was interested in the situation in Ukraine since the annexation of Crimea. It is only since the all-green federal government has been able to fit in with its own energy policy that Russia has been declared the embodiment of evil by those who previously protected it. And, contrary to what Scholz insinuates, the idea that the EU will deliver, in fulfilling the German government's wish list, gives citizens more unease than hope. Only the sleight of hand, which transforms an unrealistic domestic policy goal, energy transition, rejected by the majority of citizens, into a pretended foreign policy purpose, enables the transition from the war issue to the green and now also social democratic hobbyhorses of climate protection, healthy food, and sustainable supply chains. Annalena Baerbock picked up on these favorite topics when she spoke at the Hamburg Vigoni Forum on July 8, 2022 about European democracy in the Zeitenwende. Here she explained, as if in an echo of the talk of the new normality created by the coronavirus pandemic, there will be no return to the time before this attack. We did not wish for this new reality, but we cannot duck away from it. We can only create security in the 21st century if we think about it in all its dimensions, if we protect our liberal democracies from the hate that troll factories pump into social networks. And if we fight the climate crisis that threatens our livelihoods worldwide. Baerbock's delimitation of the concept of the Zeitenwende, which was previously aimed at Russia in terms of foreign policy, in the sense of a metapolitical caesura affecting people's entire lives, not only in Germany, picks up on a tendency to metaphorize the word, which is promoted by civil society organizations. In February 2022, the German Federation for the Environment and Nature Conservation, Bund, published the following assessment by its managing director Antje von Broek under the headline Zeitenwende im Kampf gegen die Klimakrise. Chancellor Olaf Scholz has spoken of a Zeitenwende with regard to the war in Ukraine. We are also at such a turning point in view of the climate crisis. The effects of climate change are occurring faster than before and are hitting us harder than expected. The climate crisis is also a security threat. In November 2022, the Munich IFO service published a dossier on the topic of climate, coronavirus, war. Is the social market economy facing a Zeitenwende? On May 2, 2023, the Bertelsmann Foundation discussed monetary policy in the Zeitenwende, how to deal with the climate crisis. And the Minister-President of Baden-Württemberg, Winfried Kretschmann, for whom the climate crisis also marks a Zeitenwende, said at the 38th German Protestant Church Congress last June, climate change is the human task of our time. With its consequences, it affects everything. You can't imagine a more complex challenge. If one does not accept the talk of the Zeitenwende as the rhetorical lubricant it is used as and instead asks about its objective function, it becomes recognizable as a propagandistic translation of politics into metapolitics, of nation-state interests into moralizing idealism of humanity, of instrumental reason into world missionary work. The vocabulary of the Zeitenwende is metapolitical instead of political, pseudo-religious instead of pragmatic, and never addresses the individual, the responsible citizen, but an imagined human community. Pressure to act, threat to the foundations of life, turning point, human task, challenge as opportunity, crisis everywhere, such coercive rhetoric, which suggests that the apocalypse is imminent and that every individual is required to decide whether they want to go to paradise after the great purification or burn in hell, has already been part of the invocation of a new normality since Corona, from which the proclamation of the Zeitenwende emerged. Criticism of this metapoliticization of foreign, domestic, economic, infrastructure and health policy, all of which are being subjected to the imperative of the new normal and new era, comes almost exclusively from conservatives instead of ideological critics and political activists, who are making themselves increasingly suspect by clinging to their conservatism. Former FAZ editor Carsten Jermis, for example, projected a portrait of Ludwig-born prize winner Robert Habeck in the summer issue of the quarterly magazine, Tumult, characterizing him as an eloquent Gnostic, in reference to the political scientist Eric Voegelin. According to Voegelin, the modern Gnostic as a specific manifestation of the political theologian is characterized by the fact that for his political actions, the non-recognition of reality is a matter of principle. He imagines himself in an apocalyptic present in which a backward people is to be led to maturity by the historical avant-garde of philosophers. For the Gnostic, empirical reality, people's everyday lives, the conditions under which they live, as well as their individual needs, only come into consideration as the material for the realization of a second reality, which must be peeled out of the disdainful, flawed, imperfect reality. In his essay, The Eclipse of Reality, written at the end of the 1960s, Voegelin described the missionary political activism displayed by the modern Gnostic as a voluntarism let loose, as the complete subjugation of living, finite and imperfect reality to the primacy of a world interior policy that is not intended to shape people's living conditions in a humane way, but to destroy and replace them with a metapolitical ideal. But contrary to what Voegelin suggests, the modern Gnostic, whom Jermis recognizes in the Green philosopher vice-chancellor, is not just a baseless idealist who instrumentalizes society as a plaything for his wishful fantasies. Rather, he is also an unrestrained pragmatist and uninhibited muddler who can leave nothing as it is, who considers nothing that has been handed down as worth preserving, for whom no privacy, no property, no territory, and no custom are sacred, and who therefore tampers no at all in everything that would work much better without his penetrating interventions. This is why the maxims of his political action are neither reform nor revolution, but disruption and sabotage, the willful destruction of the traditional as well as the hoped for. Using a pair of terms coined by the historian Reinhard Koselleck, the consequences of such policies can be described as the destruction of citizens' everyday experiences while at the same time closing off their horizons of expectation. Disruption means that everything people could count on yesterday may be annulled tomorrow, and tradition, empirical knowledge and common sense no longer count for anything, while in the future only ruin or redemption can be expected, but not an improvement in individual living conditions. This is why the policy of the Zeitenwende is a policy of destroying the course of life, of breaking with any comprehensible mediation between the past and the future, experience and hope. It aims to create a world in which everything but nothing better can be expected for the individual at any time, and in which everything that makes up a human life, both good and bad, can be immediately and groundlessly cashed in, the liquidation of normality. This is why anyone who disagrees with this policy is called right-wing, or at least open to the right, regardless of whether they are actually a leftist or a liberal. Anyone who believes that there is still something to be saved and realized, and that life is not exhausted by constantly reacting to new impositions, is out of the game. This is the time that the Zeitenwende is paving the way for and from which people can only really save themselves by pressing the emergency brake. In the 1969 film Portrait of an Enlightenment Philosopher, produced by Helmuth Karasek and Kurt Zimmermann for Hessischer Rundfunk, which shows Max Horkheimer in his living and working environment at the time in Montagnola, Switzerland, and Frankfurt am Main, the co-founder of critical theory notes a growing tendency among people to reduce language to signals. In this context, he predicts, people will learn to react essentially to signs in their lives. As a symbol, I simply like to think of crossing the road. People used to cross the road and look right and left, think, can I cross now, and then make the decision. Today, you wait for the green light and when the red light comes, you stop. As a result of this adaptation process, according to Horkheimer, individuals delegated the previously arbitrary judgment as to whether it was responsible to cross the road to the traffic lights of the road traffic system. This habit, which is useful in terms of efficiency and functionality, threatens to become second nature and merge into the substance of human beings. A rational mode of behavior thus becomes a socially mediated instinct that brings people closer to the animal mode of reaction. A means to the end of ordering everyday bourgeois life itself becomes an end whose meaning is no longer questioned by those who react to the signaling system. 7 years before Horkheimer's diagnosis, his friend and colleague Theodor W. Adorno had already dealt with the abysses of the German traffic regulations. After his secretary was hit and injured on the Senckenbergenlage in Frankfurt, near the Institute for Social Research, in 1962, Adorno called for the installation of traffic lights throughout the university area, in a letter to the editor of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. His reasoning: on the way to the university, you have to run across the road in an undignified manner, as if you were running for your life. Should a student or a professor find himself in the state that is actually appropriate for him, namely in thought, the threat of death is immediate. Of course, someone who is in thought can just as easily overlook a red traffic light as a vehicle turning around a corner. Nevertheless, Adorno's account of his experience complements Horkheimer's remarks. Where the absence of traffic lights forces people to cross the road as if they were running for their lives, this is just as unworthy of them, just as close to the animal reaction as, conversely, the behavior of people who stop like a trained herd of animals at a red light even when there is no car for miles around. In both cases, reflection fails and is replaced by the reflex, the mere reaction to external stimuli. Today, Horkheimer and Adorno's preoccupation with the connection between the traffic system and social psychology appears outdated. Traffic lights seem almost cumbersome in the midst of the signals of contemporary communication systems. However, the reduction of social forms of transportation to stimulus response contexts demonstrated by Horkheimer using the example of traffic lights has been implemented in everyday life to an extent that the critical theorists could never have dreamed of. With the digitalization not only of work communication, but also of leisure communication, which levels the boundaries between the two spheres, social traffic as a whole is being transformed into a standardized setting of icons, abbreviations, signal tones, and colors to which people react unconsciously and yet voluntarily like the proverbial Pavlovian dog. Every bling that reports the receipt of a text message on WhatsApp is followed by a message check with such inveterate naturalness that users have to mute their cell phones so as not to be constantly on guard. The decision, which Horkheimer describes as the reflexive basis of habitualized everyday actions, is taken away from users by the digitally mediated convergence of impulse and feedback. Hardly any hesitation disturbs the prompt succession of stimulus and reaction, so that the gesture of being permanently driven and ready of the communication monads can hardly be distinguished from the rushing of the pedestrian described by Adorno in Anarchic Road Traffic. The means of communication, which are supposed to make people less dependent on the contingencies of everyday life, in turn keep people dependent. It is only on this material and psychodynamic basis that we can understand why, over the past 2 years, traffic lights have advanced largely unopposed from a means of ordering road traffic to an organizing and disciplining principle for almost the entire bourgeois everyday life, which is therefore becoming less and less of one. During these 2 years, the corona traffic lights, presented daily in the media, did not simply serve to inform citizens about current incidences and the associated risks of infection, but functioned as unquestionable appeals for behavior and orders to act. Even the incidences themselves, the numbers, as they were only referred to, never had the status of data material that should have been interpreted like all statistical data, but rather appeared in a general health policy discourse merged with domestic, economic, and security policy exclusively as behavioral commands reinforced by sanctions. Even the instrumentalization of private health data such as information on vaccination status as a means of social exclusion through seemingly abstract combinations of signs, 3G, 2G, 2G+, was smoothly established within a few weeks. The fact that the supposedly objective, because fact-based, signals and codes, which from then on regulated access to the civic public sphere instead of the principles of citizenship and compliance with the law, reflected imperatives of discrimination and social selection, i.e. that they were anything but value-neutral indices, remained unquestioned for 2 years, as did the rhetoric of scientific neutrality, which presented data material in need of interpretation as a conglomerate of pure facts for the purpose of justifying measures. When, at the height of the 2G and 3G regulations in some city centers such as Leipzig, vaccinated and recovered people were allowed to prove their status by wearing colored bands on their wrists to save time, no one even noticed the similarity to the marking of the affiliation of livestock. What worked with coronavirus can also be transferred to the area of climate and energy policy with modified parameters. Individual federal states, such as the dark green state of Baden-Württemberg, have already introduced a climate traffic light as an index of sustainable business and corporate management in various spheres of production, such as in the skilled trades and also in the education sector. And the shirtlessness with which economics and climate minister Robert Habeck is passing on the gas and electricity price increases, which are ostensibly a consequence of Germany's engagement against Russia but are in fact a receipt for a self-destructive energy policy, to the private households of German citizens in advance, who are rewarded for their patience with minimal price reductions, shows that sociality and political publicity could also be replaced by the traffic light principle in the long term. The introduction of the citizen's income, which has been put on hold for the time being, the gifts distributed by the state to support local public transport, the advertising of unpaid social commitment and other forms of community service based on loyalty rather than market mediation fit in with this. The enthusiasm for nudging, empowerment and bogus self-employment camouflage as a startup culture psychotechnically accompanies the transformation of society into a behavioristically controlled social transport system. The fact that the coalition of social democrats, Greens and liberals is now called the traffic light, not only in media jargon but also in its self-presentation, does not just appear to be a coincidence against this backdrop. Rather, the traffic light organizes the self-transformation of the bourgeois public sphere into a digitally controlled, systemically sealed network of autonomous automatons, Jean Baudrillard, for whom personal responsibility, freedom and democratic participation are not something that individuals have to wrest from the state and themselves in coordinated contradiction to each other and to the impositions of the state, but rather effects of optimal use of the infrastructure made available to them by the state and the remaining society. It is not surprising that such pseudo-individualism within the coalition is most purely embodied by the Greens, whose color politically outshines the other traffic light colors. Contrary to popular criticism of the party, the Greens have long since ceased to stand for a return of bourgeois society to autochthonous communities, for the adulation of origin, creatureliness, and the playing off of nature conservation against urbanity. On the contrary, they combine regressive fantasies with optimism about technology and progress, most clearly under the slogan of climate protection. Today's Greens are not a party of dungarees and flowers, but an interest group of digitally savvy ecological system protectors who are not inferior to the FDP in terms of glorifying technological progress, from which they differ in their political objectives. The concepts of climate and ecosystem, which have replaced those of nature and environment since the 1980s, come from cybernetics and follow the concept of the network, which replaces the concept of social organization. Reactionary and modern at the same time, the Greens of the 21st century most radically represent the self-demolition of bourgeois society, which is summarized in the image of the traffic light. From Annalena Baerbock's Zeitenwende to Robert Habeck's Energiewende, in green-red-yellow Germany, there is no longer a boundary between foreign and domestic policy. Morality replaces diplomacy, norms become values. How many repressive fantasies of global happiness can a democracy withstand? When Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock reported on her trip to China in the Bundestag in April and answered questions from MPs on the subject, her diction differed remarkably from the verbal radicalism that the German government and the Green Party in particular are currently cultivating towards Russia. While Vladimir Putin's regime, which was not only economically fed by Germany under Gerhard Schroeder's chancellorship, but also Angela Merkel's, has recently been accurately, but belatedly and therefore implausibly, denounced by Olaf Scholz as an exponent of Russian imperialism, against which the West must stand together under Germany's non-military but moral leadership, China appeared in Baerbock's presentation less as an opponent or even an enemy than as an adversary to be reckoned with at all times. Even before the start of her trip in mid-April, Baerbock had proclaimed not only on behalf of Germany, but of Europe as a whole, partner, competitor, systemic rival, that is the compass of European China policy. After her trip, she added in a half-alarmed, half-fascinated tone, that the aspect of systemic rival is increasing more and more, and not only because China is acting more offensively, one could also say more aggressively, but above all more repressively internally. She described the political situation in China as, in part more than shocking. It is the task of Europe and the West to use the economic partnership with the People's Republic to secure freedom and the rule of law in the long term, and to stand up for freedom, prosperity and security for all of us. How this is supposed to work in the rivalry with a totalitarian state, she remains silent. As is almost always the case when the media public accuses someone of having found clear words, FAZ, about Baerbock, the opposite was in fact true. The foreign minister's words were conspicuously unclear. Anyone who finds the situation of freedom rights in China not simply worrying, but shocking, Baerbock had met with Chinese human rights activists outside of the official program, but in the same breath describes the same country not as a hostile power, but as a systemic rival, is suggesting that China should not be strictly put in its place in terms of foreign policy aggressiveness and domestic repressiveness, but should be surpassed by the West. After all, one state can only be a systemic rival to another within the framework of a common reference system, an overarching compass. In this frame of reference, the character of which Baerbock left remarkably undefined, Russia, unlike in previous years, no longer seems to have a place, while China, in comparison with which Russia is indeed economically and administratively backward, continues to be granted such a place. This contradiction also characterized Baerbock's travel diplomacy. Only AfD politicians were denied travel to China because they are Putin understanders and therefore untrustworthy, while Social Democrats were of course allowed to accompany Baerbock without the SPD's importance as a Putin friend and the warning issued by the SPD's internal Seeheimer Kreis against an anti-China strategy, on the occasion of Baerbock's trip causing major internal party upheavals. Such contradictions indicate that those who believe that the Greens' foreign policy course represents an alternative to the SPD's stalling position in support of Ukraine and a defense of the West could soon be disappointed. Rather than a Western path, the Greens' current foreign policy represents the third way that has traditionally been a unique feature of Germany in contrast to Western liberalism. Its characteristic feature is a mixture of hostility and admiration towards successful totalitarian regimes, in that freedom and the rule of law are demanded of a state that is at the same time attested to be more offensive externally and more repressive internally than ever before, i.e., which is perceived as a competitor that should not be eliminated, but rather beaten down. If the state of China's domestic and foreign policy is shocking, this logic can only be understood as a call for the Western community of values to accept the challenge and transform its own statehood accordingly. In contrast to Russia, which Germany is increasingly acting in a prepotent manner towards despite its realpolitik defensiveness. China functions in the Green Party as a kind of hostile role model for authoritarian domestic political self-armament. The systematic confusion of foreign policy and domestic policy also characterizes Robert Habeck's energy transition, which can be interpreted as part of a transformation of democracy. This is what political scientist Johannes Agnoli called the process in 1968, with reference to the history of Italian fascism and German National Socialism, in which Western states formally transform the institutions they themselves have created, thereby realizing the opposite of what these institutions are supposed to serve. Such transformation demonstrates that totalitarian systems are not simply the opposite of democratic ones, but can also emerge from them under specific conditions. The erosion process that Agnoli calls the transformation of democracy cannot be adequately described with the pair of opposites of democracy and dictatorship. At least one of the characteristics of this transformation outlined by him, which the social philosopher Max Horkheimer similarly noted in the 1940s in his reflections on the authoritarian state, recurs in contemporary green foreign policy, the instrumentalization of nation-state sovereignty as a mere functional element of a transnationally delimited domestic policy. This blurring of boundaries is not only inherent in Habeck's portfolio, insofar as economic policy must, in its own sense, stand up for national interests that are thwarted by the goals of a transnational climate policy. The blurring of internal and external boundaries in the name of a world interior policy that distances itself from realpolitik imperatives is also evident in the rhetoric of change and a new beginning, which Habeck and Baerbock use for both domestic and foreign policy. The energy transition, pushed by Habeck not in the name of national interests but in the name of the global climate, is an echo of the Zeitenwende that Annalena Baerbock proclaimed in July last year in her speech at the Vigoni Forum at the University of Hamburg entitled European Democracy at a Turning Point, on the occasion of the Russian war of aggression. Here, she not only spoke of European democracy, instead of European democracies, as if the whole of Europe were a world sovereign incarnated in Germany, but in the same breath took up the invocation of a new normality that has been common since the corona pandemic by decreeing, "There will be no return to the time before this attack." We did not wish for this new reality, but we cannot duck away from it. 9 months later, at the G7 foreign ministers meeting in Japan last April, she described the war that the West had to wage alongside Ukraine against Russia in terms of climate policy rather than foreign policy when she praised the German government. "With our help, Ukraine has withstood Russia's energy war and winter offensive in recent months." In view of the Zeitenwende, there are no longer any boundaries between domestic, foreign, economic, climate and health policy, but rather that in future all departments should be integrated into one and the same world interior policy, in the sense in which Jürgen Habermas also uses this term in his reflections on European policy. Psychologist Christian Stoker had already formulated this quite unphilosophically in February 2021 when he wrote in Der Spiegel under the headline Corona and Climate, Nature Knows No Compromises, that there were no parties, only thanatos, because death is nonpartisan, disasters are not questions of political alignment. New normality, Zeitenwende, no compromises, such rhetoric, whose ominous undertone stands in clear contrast to the pseudo-objective invocation of facts, evidence-based, and scientific, that the same protagonists otherwise claim for themselves, is in the service of a new holism that no longer respects factual differences between political departments and therefore basically no division of labor. Instead, their dogma is that everything is somehow connected to everything else and that selfish individual interests must therefore take a back seat in the name of the whole, the climate, global health, sustainability. This dogma has always distinguished the concept of climate from the older concept of the environment. The policy of environmental protection, to which the Green Party was still committed until the 1990s, always implied sensible proposals for urban planning and landscape conservation in addition to many wrong things, because environment is a word for civilized and cultivated nature, i.e. nature that is close to man and as humane as possible. In the case of climate, the situation is completely different. It breaks down the boundaries of civic statehood, which is differentiated into nations, tends to disempower any sensible municipal and infrastructure policy and only recognizes citizens as potential enemies of climate protection, which is by definition transnational, rather than as potential beneficiaries of citizen-oriented environmental protection. Since the coronavirus crisis, the tendency to dissolve the boundaries of political departments and the goals assigned to them in Germany has been accompanied by an increasingly aggressive and brazenly enforced policy of constant disruption. In future, it seems, citizens will no longer be able to rely on anything. All economic, political and private action that requires reliable framework conditions in order to develop is to be replaced by blindly reacting to the permanent redefinition of these framework conditions by the state or its civil society organizations. The fact that arbitrariness and capriciousness, anarchy and repression merge in this redefinition is well known from the coronavirus era, when the unmanageable patchwork of measures was sometimes legitimized from week to week on the basis of either incidence figures or the occupancy of hospital beds, the R number or the vaccination rate, and therefore de facto no longer justified at all. Since the Zeitenwende following the new normality, which is an energy turnaround, which in turn is supposed to be part of an energy war, the regime of measures tested in the field of health policy has been further delimited. Economic policy can be decided by foreign policy by climate policy by foreign policy, health policy by climate policy, depending on what the rulers feel like at the time. However, this dissolution of boundaries is also accompanied by an unprecedented tightening of the repressive means of enforcement in the history of the Federal Republic. If Habeck's plans for the forced restructuring of the energy supply become reality, the means used against tenants, landlords, companies and businesses in the event of non-compliance are likely to make the time of the corona measures seem almost harmless. In 1941, the political scientist Ernst Fraenkel published his study, The Dual State, in which he attempted to describe the authoritarian new formation of bourgeois states, especially Germany, which Johannes Agnoli described 25 years later as the transformation of democracy, using the concepts of the normative state and the state of measures. In the mode of the normative state, the liberal moments of bourgeois democracy, equality of all before the law, the correspondence of civil duties and rights and the calculability of the relationship between the violation of norms and punishment, live on in the dual state. However, by reconstituting itself as a state of measures, the normative state simultaneously places the validity of its own norms under permanent reservation and tells its citizens that from now on they are all only temporary citizens. It denormativizes itself and thus undermines its own foundations. As astonishing as it is how precisely Fraenkel's observations can be related to the transformation of the nation-state under Baerbock, Habeck, and their advocates, there is one decisive difference. The transformation of the dual state, which deprived itself of its own civic nature, into open totalitarianism, which Fraenkel was historically aiming at, presupposed a foreign policy constellation in which such a dissolution of borders could become reality because it was only met with a lack of resistance from other nation-states. Today's green world interior policy, however, in all its grandiloquent pomposity, is always at the same time defensive, crazy and naive about realpolitik. Just as the nuclear phase-out would not have been possible without the import of nuclear energy from other countries, which are morally condemned for their adherence to nuclear power, France, Poland, Great Britain, Germany's new war moralism towards Russia depends on other, truly Western countries doing the dirty work, Poland in addition to the USA. However, a country whose government personnel regularly parade and denounce those states on the foreign and European policy stage from which they themselves parasitize and profit will find it difficult to get away with such hypocrisy in the long term. Once this is no longer possible, Habeck and Baerbock's idealistic, repressive fantasies of world happiness could end up where they belong sooner than expected, in the political joke book of the 21st century. The stubborn reasonableness with which almost all Western countries, and especially Germany, have switched to an agenda that has nothing to do with any kind of bourgeois common sense as the new normal, since the last corona measures were lifted last year, is an expression of the generalization of a madness. Even if the cause that unleashed it has now mysteriously disappeared, the delusion still exists and is waiting for a new opportunity to express itself. The climate, which seems suitable as a panic political successor to the virus due to the vague omnipresence that distinguishes it from real-life weather, is clearly unable to fulfill this function adequately. As long as summers are as changeable as the previous one, as long as visits to open-air swimming pools are more likely to cause anxiety due to the violent tendencies of their Muslim clientele than due to a lack of sun protection, as long as the post-bourgeois welfare state can only offer its subjects a citizen's allowance and an energy flat rate instead of peeps and nostril rations, the climate will not be suitable as an outlet for the mixture of voluntary self-subjugation and offensive sadism. Obdurate hatred of fellow human beings and hypochondriacal neurosis care that made COVID-19 so popular with its connoisseurs. Just how great the need is to really get going once again can be seen from the fact that the propaganda phrases used to warn of mass death and declare every skeptic a global pest have remained almost the same. Impenetrable facts, which have little to do with the facts to which they supposedly refer, are used as irrefutable proof of one's own paranoia. Science, which is no longer regarded as a fallible medium of knowledge of the truth, but as an infallible authority in deciding on measures to be prescribed, functions as a nod to the desired status quo. Anyone who wants something different, who asks too many questions or even just holds back from saying yes in advance is a denier, or at least a skeptic. Bourgeois government and the bourgeois state seem to have merged in the eyes of post-bourgeois welfare apologists. Critics of government measures are seen as enemies of the state instead of self-confident citizens as they used to be. Insanity, when it becomes epidemic, is called reason, wrote the psychiatrist and poet Oscar Panizza around the turn of the last century. Not only his diagnosis, but also his metaphorical language precisely captures what is currently taking place. The regression of reason to the self-preserving agency of unreason is taking place in the West itself. Criticizing it can only mean criticizing the West in the name of its own concept. The global South, which supplies the executors of Western self-hatred with politically correct, diverse, culturally sensitive and leftist commensurably polished manifestations of Jew hatred, anti-nationalism, i.e. anti-Zionism, contempt for women and clan glorification, which are the barely concealed model of young green, feminist foreign policy, only knows COVID-19 as a problem of the West. Not only because there are more threatening health hazards in Africa than a flu virus, but above all because the corona measures, unlike the measures to contain the climate crisis and implement the energy transition, are programs for the voluntary self-liquidation of the West. Protect yourself and others, we're staying at home, keep your distance, contactless public transport, green shrinking, ecological footprints, food traffic lights, gender traffic lights, etc. are, for the time being, uncoordinated, anarchic and yet authoritatively fused manifestations of the self-destruction of a civilization, and there is only one, that has had enough of itself, that sees the past as ballast and any thought of an open future as a risk, that therefore finally wants to put an end to itself and whose class spokespeople call themselves the last generation, in megalomaniacal humiliation. None of this is only being done to the West from the outside, and the march of Islamic milieux can only take place because it is not only not being stopped, but because it serves a collective need for voluntary submission that is as deep as it is unrealized. The anti-Semitic mass pogrom of 7. The anti-Semitic mass pogrom of October 7, 2023, which both Israelophiles and anti-Zionists immediately described as Israel's 9/11, and which, in the same breath as it was qualified as a breach of civilization, was made commensurable as a particularly aggressive form of expression of the Middle East conflict, was thus confronted by Western societies that had changed at an alarming rate in the preceding years and had demonstrated to themselves and their citizens that they were prepared to undermine their preconditions without any major discussion or democratic negotiation processes, or to do away with them outright. What was new on October 7 was not the breakthrough of atavistic bestiality communicated to the masses via social media, which has been carried into the heart of Western countries for everyone to see through the attacks and guerrilla actions of IS, at the latest since the terrorist attacks in France on November 13, 2015, as something to be reckoned with at any time. What was certainly not new was that Hamas, Hezbollah and everyday Palestinians, the preferred targets of German European care, were responsible for the slaughter of Israeli and other citizens. What was new was the uncontrolled intrusion of the pioneers of Islamic barbarism into Israeli territory and its at times unmanageable infiltration by Israel's enemies, who cannot be reduced to one or two terrorist organizations, but are identical to everyday Palestinian life. What was new, therefore, was that the anti-Semitic delusion took immediate shape as an Islamic opening of borders and threat to Israel's state territoriality. This demonstrated more clearly than ever the intimate relationship between hatred of Israel, criticism of Israel, hatred of Jews and anti-Western resentment, which is one with the insane desire to tear down all borders, to allow the outdated Western nation-state to diffuse transnationally, and to brand any territorial safeguarding of the principle of citizenship as nationalist, racist, colonialist and right-wing. By waging war to protect its citizens, its borders, and the principle of freedom and equality guaranteed by its own statehood, Israel is fighting vicariously and increasingly desperately for a West that is increasingly carelessly dismantling everything that Israel stands for and must stand up for in the name of self-preservation on its own territories. It is precisely this self-exposure of the West that has taken place in recent years with frightening willingness and participation on the part of the population. Anyone who, after 3 years of senselessly and purposelessly practicing self-masking, medically ineffective permanent disinfection and the mass renaissance of archaic greeting rituals, still finds the idea that there is an objective connection between the everyday behavior of Corona cult members and the progressive Islamization of the West absurd is unresponsive to any criticism for the time being. Nor do we need any evidence to make the idea plausible that a breakthrough of anti-civilization and anti-civilization impulses occurred in Western countries in spring 2020, which has affected everything that has happened in these countries since then. Speaking out in this way does not identify you as an enemy, but as a friend of civilization. Anyone who calls the wretched status quo of bourgeois statehood by its name is not an enemy of the state, but someone who takes the concept of the West seriously instead of instrumentalizing it. The book, the title of which many people are talking about without ever having read it, is not entitled Apology of the Enlightenment, but rather Dialectics of Enlightenment. Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno succinctly outlined the subject matter in 2 sentences. Enlightenment, in the most comprehensive sense of progressive thought, has always pursued the goal of removing fear from people and establishing them as masters. But the fully enlightened earth shines under the sign of triumphant disaster. Those who read the first sentence without the second understand just as little of the history of civilization and of the present as its moment as those who read only the second. Each of the sentences is also two-faced in itself. Is the only way to remove fear from people really to use them as masters, or does this consequence not already contain the intertwining of enlightenment and domination that enlightenment must reflect on in order not to succumb to blind domination? Isn't the identification of enlightenment and progress itself a problem that makes both terms questionable? And what does it mean that the rays of light, the emblem of Enlightenment thought, have become an image for the triumph of evil? Such questions, with which Adorno and Horkheimer began their book, mind you, and did not end it, would, if anyone asked them today, be slandered by the trustees of generalized madness as speculative, obscurantist, convoluted, as an expression of a lack of moral integrity and, ultimately, as right-wing. But the mind is neither left nor right, that is the only reason it is mind. Thinking is the unfolding of the living relationship between the subject and the reality of which it is a part, unregulated and therefore not chaotic experience that remains true to its object and to itself. That is why anyone who disparages anyone who refers to experience disparages thinking. And that is why, in historical constellations in which the possibility of such experience is closed off, thinking shrinks and regresses to forms of mere reaction, of regurgitating pre-stamped phrases, of accusation, rationalization, denial, defense and defamation. Language is no longer worked on because it is a form of expression of knowledge, but only so that it serves the prescribed purpose as efficiently as possible. People do not talk to others in order to contradict each other, to convince, challenge or seduce others, or even to be led astray from the path they believe they are on, but only to assign their own and other opinions to some approved direction. The neutralization of thought and speech through its redirection to digital media, which has taken on coercive traits during the pandemic, online tutorials, online lectures, Zoom meetings, digital learning, meets the need to constantly disseminate about everything without ever having to reckon with consequences, with real answers. Digital communication is anti-communication. Anyone who can mute themselves and others at any time or set them to black screen has made the possibility of annulling others and themselves at any time a constitutive condition of any exchange. I am null and void and you are null and void, and we all know that, which is why we get along. In this respect, the last 4 years have been an era of collectively practiced self-annulment of mind, experience and perception of reality, which has instilled in each individual their own ludicrousness. Much has been unlearned, much forgotten and sold off, almost always the best instead of the worst. At the same time as this mass unlearning of basic civilizational codes, an anti-bourgeois and anti-social form of governance has become established in the West in recent years, and specifically in Germany, in which both real and feigned crises are instrumentalized as an unquestionably acceptable appeal to join in. The ever-new harassments are imposed on individuals, who are addressed by government personnel like underage children and therefore like subjects, and who increasingly address each other as such, not in the name of basic civic duties, but as a blackmailing compulsion for collective care and self-care, i.e. for decivilization. Anyone who hesitates, doubts or even refuses is discredited as immoral, reckless, narcissistic, if not insane, with the help of psychodiagnoses, public vilification and political ostracism. The use of learning from history for the government's current objectives is a practice expressed in everyday anti-fascism that must be criticized as specifically German, even if it has become generalized transnationally. The state and state-outsourced civil society only make the pressure on individuals even more oppressive. The minimization of welfare state interventions is misunderstood as a dismantling of state control, neoliberalism, while at the same time the extortionate care and control procedures are intensified. The state's grip on the most private and intimate aspects of individuals is deepening, while traditional state tasks, education, social welfare, infrastructure, are being shredded. The role model is a model of biopolitical control based on state-compliant voluntarism that has more in common with the totalitarianism of China, which is publicly reviled as authoritarian but at the same time barely concealed envied for its access to its own human material, than its advocates admit. These state-launched transformations within Western states, which are supported by the majority of the population and additionally fueled by left-wingers socialized in solidarity with Israel but now trained in equidistance in various civil society activities, make much of what we have learned to defend as a seemingly self-evident ensemble of Western standards, both self-evident and questionable. Since the West has finally abdicated thanks to Corona, but this time really finally, without any return, people who have seen the West abdicate at every opportunity for over 20 years and who not so secretly hope that the decline will take on the dimension of at least a European civil war, can no longer think of anything about events that occurred after the pandemic, for example the war against Ukraine. And if it does, then it is Russian-infused propaganda, just as the way Russia deals with the common cold must be considered exemplary for real men. Because the example of the suspension of civil rights has now been set, the end of the pandemic is not a return to the previous situation, but merely a temporary lifting of the state of emergency, which could be reinstated at any time. However, it is not wrong to assume that bourgeois normality is fed by the state of exception, which is its permanent, albeit negative, model. However, this assumption is so generally derived from the nature of bourgeois rule that it has to prove itself in each case at the core of time and not at the theoretical premise, which proves to be ideological at the moment when the predicted does not occur. This would be self-evident if one believed what one preached, that the history of the disintegration process of bourgeois societies or the West is a chaotic process. Of the West is a chaotic, contradictory sequence of crises in which governments, regardless of their political affiliation, celebrate the social democratic primacy of practical necessity time and time again, and that in this process, the varnish that represents the necessary appearance of socially enabled individuality has increasingly peeled off, and we can no longer imagine how the democratic emperor can stand even more naked than in the previous crisis. But you don't believe it, you hold on to the fact that the course of history follows a principle, one that was already under discussion before the Second World War. Every eruption of discontent, no matter how reactionary, must, as most recently in France, be transformed into a sign of the coming uprising. The historical teleology of the histomat must not be abandoned at any price, as this would call into question one's own identity as a communist or a critic of ideology. This kind of identity politics is just like the transgender issue, because it is about the self-determined identity of names, designations, and pronouns, not about content that is worth fighting over. The fact that those who warn particularly loudly against the Ukra-Nazis have a contempt for the individual plight of gender-insecure people and their ideological refuge, queer theory, that is reminiscent of Putin himself, gives rise to the suspicion that the contempt for Ukraine's struggle for freedom stems from the same motives. Just like Russian propagandists, we rejoice at the excesses of violence in France, unable to understand that these were by no means spontaneous outbursts of rage, but a miserably failed staging by the Islamoleft, because we should have criteria that go beyond emotion and harshness. Instead, we watch La Haine for the umpteenth time, that socially romantic kitsch film from the 1990s, which was already a lie back then. People are furious that, despite all this, the West still has a charisma that goes beyond being offended by its own inability and allows others to make use of the individual possibilities still available in these societies instead of practically, but more often, theoretically, declaring hatred and envy to be the only permissible motives for interference. They do not dare to take on what they call the system on their own, hence their identification with the Russian aggressor and the outcast suburban rioter, i.e. with the losers who feel like the victors of history. If we believed in a course of events that had some kind of meaning, we would have to perceive this victory as comprehensive destruction, and fear it. The fact that individuals no longer want to or can no longer admit this fear testifies to the fact that they no longer want to differentiate between the real West and the much worse that threatens everyone. Understanding the speed with which social change is taking place as a symptom of crisis is one thing, standing on the sidelines and shouting, "We always knew better," is another. The currently propagated post-ideological, pre-totalitarian worldview, which is intended to prevent any criteria beyond the immediate from being valid at all, disguises indifference in a clay term. Post-ideological describes the discovery, apparently completely new to these ideological critics, of the politics of coercion. Pre-totalitarian, on the other hand, a fear of the formation of a society under state dictate, also something completely new that had never happened before. The fall of 1977 is a good example of how a state of emergency was established and then lifted again without ever returning. You don't need to sympathize with the RAF to realize that the state did not react adequately, but in panic, it was still possible to return to the normal state of affairs, however worthy of criticism. However, the point of the matter is different. The function of selling the old for the new consists in the abolition of the otherworldly that is to be fought against, that which is beyond all discussion. Instead, everything is now equally terrible, face masks and war, and any difference, which is always mediation at the same time, loses its significance. The solidarity with Putin, which was expressed at the beginning of the attempt to completely invade Ukraine, has suddenly turned into the familiar logic that capitalism is war and therefore war always prevails. The camouflaging of one's own admiration for Putin's strong men through an anti-war stance, which was already wrong in 1914, when the British Empire and the French Republic were put on a civilizational level with the German Empire and the Habsburg monarchy with revolutionary intent, had to take place because it was noticed that the war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine does not have the assumed character of a normal capitalist war, but is a colonial war of annihilation. This is all too confusing, which is why they confidently and pompously declare, like every AfD voter, that this war is not our war, instead of showing solidarity with Ukraine in a way that the political leaders of the reviled West are unable or unwilling to do due to their political intimidation by Putin. However, this is not surprising, as the relevant personnel have had nothing to contribute to Israel and anti-Semitism for a long time. The regression to a state of ideological criticism from 1913, such as Rosa Luxemburg's theory of imperialism, helps, under the auspices of pandemic fascization, above all to avoid having to take note of what happened between 1913 and 2023. Not only since 1914, but since then at the latest, the history of the world has been one of successive catastrophes that are better ignored in order to be able to declare the obligation to wear a mask as a sign of final oppression and at the same time to trivialize the catastrophe taking place in Ukraine. The break in history is no longer represented by Auschwitz, but by the corona measures, and that is why there is no need to talk about anything else. You yourself have become a Jew, an object of segregation and oppression. Walser's Our Auschwitz is the pandemic, the association of the persecuted of the COVID regime, as which it now parades through the net, projects itself into a post-1945, as if they were the concentration camp survivors who, with a broken voice, have to conjure up the never again, against the will to build and forget. What really bothers these ideological critics, along with many left-wing, right-wing and other European admirers of Russian imperialism, about Ukraine has nothing to do with its incomparably bloody history, the ethno-nationalism of the Bandera fascists, the widespread corruption or the oligarchs, but rather the opposite, that there is apparently now a majority in Ukraine that does not want the spectacle of gang rule under a leader like Putin and the elimination of even the last relics of the rule of law that goes with it, but is afraid of it and will fight it with all means at its disposal. The fact that Ukraine has no right to exist because of its alleged Nazi affinity and corruption is not only nonsense because there are many states beyond Ukraine, many of which are ruled by Islamists, in which Nazi affinity and corruption are incomparably more stable due to the majority conditions prevailing there. The reality of regional gang rule, as it has apparently existed for decades in many states on the African continent, which apart from their borders and their rulers no longer have much that could distinguish them as states or even republics, is just as much a part of the general crisis of capital as the signs of decay in Western states, such as most recently in France. But this insight is useless in its abstraction. It is much more a question of answering the question of whether one understands this horror as an opportunity in which the self-destruction of the West opens up the option for the association of free people, or as a final rejection of the condition of every opportunity. Seen in this light, Ukraine's defensive struggle has a lot in common with the Iranian women fighting for a little wind in their hair, Taz, November 8, 2022, or with the efforts of African states, however corrupt they may be, to prevent the destruction of their remaining structures by Wagner mercenaries, Islamists and other gangs, or even with those of mayors, firefighters and police officers in small French towns who were left alone by the central state when the mob roamed the streets. Shortly after the start of the full invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, RF, on February 24, 2022, Ukraine Pride, an alliance of sexual minorities formed in 2021 to fight for legislative reforms in Ukraine, received a request from the Azov Regiment. Ukraine Pride had started collecting donations and, due to the success of the campaign, decided to support not only members of sexual minorities who had opposed the Russian invasion, but all territorial defense units as well as the elderly and migrants. Yulia Fedosiuk, a leading member of the Azov Regiment, which by this time had long been subordinated to the Ministry of the Interior as part of the National Guard, asked for money for the communications infrastructure. However, she also wrote that she could understand if Ukraine Pride rejected her request. There had already been contact between the Pride organizers and Azov, Fedosiuk's husband, Arseny, one of the Azov commanders, and Sofia Lipana from Ukraine Pride had exchanged views on political issues. Arseny Fedosiuk, meanwhile, was fighting in Mariupol, where the Azov fighters were to become the epitome of the Ukrainian will to resist. We did not refuse. We never had direct conflicts with representatives of the regiment, Lipana told Vogue Ukraine in April 2022. In previous years, Azov was not among those who attacked LGBTQ people. This was mainly done by RF-sponsored radical groups to prove the pro-Russian propaganda of so-called Ukrainian neo-Nazism. In fact, after 2014, there were increased attacks on events organized by Pride alliances in various cities in Ukraine, where counter-demonstrators with Nazi and Azov symbols were seen. However, there were no direct calls from the battalion or later the regiment. Julia Fedosiuk confirmed Lipana's view in Vogue. We communicated with Sofia long before the full invasion. We exchanged views on the problematic aspects of subcultural ideologies of the left and right. Our views differ significantly, but that hasn't stopped us from exchanging ideas. Now all differences must take a back seat because we are under attack from an enemy against whom we must defend ourselves together. I am grateful for the financial support from the organization, precisely because the reputation of the regiment as it has been built up over the years by Russian propaganda in the Western media is, to put it mildly, untrue. The war that the RF is waging against Ukraine began in 2014, when Russian troops entered the Donbass without identification and, with the help of local collaborators, attempted to secede the eastern districts from Ukraine. Although the Special Military Operation, as it was called at the time, which resulted in Crimea being annexed by the RF in March 2014 was successful, the invasion known as the Liberation only succeeded in parts of Luhansk and Donetsk. The Russians were driven out of Mariupol and other cities. Even then, today's friends of the Russian-speaking population in Ukraine would have noticed that even at that time, most Russian-speaking areas did not want to be liberated at all. Far from taking over the entire Donbass and founding the projected puppet republic of New Russia, the fighting continued for more than 8 years until the full invasion, despite several ceasefire agreements under international mediation. The RF always appeared as an uninvolved third party and as a mediator between the groups, which were divided primarily along linguistic lines, and the West readily believed the fairy tale of a civil war between Russian and Ukrainian-speaking Ukrainians, in which the Russian speakers were only defending themselves against the threat of their language being banned and Ukrainian nationalist paternalism. The West, above all Germany and the USA, wanted to understand the armed conflict as a regional conflict and recognized the Russian desire for linguistically defined imperial spheres of influence with the Minsk agreements. Ukraine, on the other hand, regarded the RF as a party to the war and saw its independence and state sovereignty threatened once again. In the 2 decades since the end of the Soviet Union, the domestic political debate between 1991 and 2014 was dominated by the balancing of the position of independent Ukraine between the West and the RF, which ended with the Russian invasion of Crimea and the Donbass. Even the first president of independent Ukraine, Leonid Kravchuk, an apparatchik born in 1934 in the then Polish west of Ukraine, was able to ally himself with the nationalist opposition on one point: Ukraine should be an independent republic of all its inhabitants, not an ethnocentric state. Kravchuk, who went down in history above all because he acknowledged his election defeat in 1994 and thus made democratic changes of government possible, said in 1992, "We are a peaceful country and want equal relations." But many representatives of Russia, out of habit, regard us as their estate. That must change. Spiegel, March 2, 1992. He said this in Russian. The hope of getting along with Russia really did die last. Ukrainians sometimes voted nationalist, sometimes pro-Russian, and when they couldn't stand it any longer, they demonstrated and went on strike until there were elections again. But none of this helped, not even the pro-Russian President Yanukovych, who was ousted from office in 2014. The fact that the RF wanted to integrate Ukraine into Ruski Mir, the Russian world, at all costs forced an exchange and debate between forces as diverse as the Pride groups, Azov and many other groups on the question of whether Ukraine wants to be a nation and, if so, what kind of nation it wants to be. While the dominant view in the West was that the pro-Russian faction would win the day, a view that may perceive Ukraine as a state but not as a nation, something completely different had long since taken place in Ukraine. How nice it was in the 1980s when Ruski Mir was translated exclusively as peace and one could ignore the fact that the Soviet Union was merely an updated and brutalized facade of Russian imperialism for the 20th century. Ruski Mir, however, means both and was always understood as a threat in the countries bordering Russia. The current version of Russian imperialism, the Russian Federation, is nothing other than a colonial entity with Russia at its center. In the Russian metropolises, the war against Ukraine has so far only played a subordinate role because the cannon fodder comes from the colonized territories, which have had to supply labor and raw materials for centuries. Ukraine was one of these territories, and after independence in 1991, the Russian leadership left no stone unturned to preserve its economic and political hegemony, initially successfully. At the end of 2013, the then Ukrainian government surprisingly suspended an association agreement with the EU, which led to mass protests. However, the Euromaidan was less about rapprochement with Europe and more about anger that the Ukrainian government had allowed itself to be pressured by Putin, who openly threatened to annex Crimea and the Donbass. While Ukrainian society had previously been equally divided between pro-Russian and pro-European forces, with the majority of pro-Russian forces in no way wanting to renounce Ukraine's independence, this balance of power changed rapidly at the beginning of 2014, when it became increasingly clear that the government under then-President Yanukovych was taking orders from Russia. The motives of the protesters at the time were very different, as the current director of the Ukrainian Institute in London, Sasha Dovzik, whose native language is Russian, reports, "Regardless of my love for Russian poets or my Russian friends, I was disgusted by the prospect of Ukraine following in the footsteps of the Russian police state, which was steeped in homophobia and racism. It had only been a year since Moscow banned gay rights advocacy. That's why I joined the pro-European protests on the Maidan." Unlike most Ukrainians, who publicly remember those days as a time of unity, I felt out of place at the protest. I related to the pro-European slogans, but not to the upcoming celebration of Ukrainian national revival. The overlap between a national and nationalist was still unclear in my mind due to my post-Soviet upbringing. The realization that nationalism could be civic rather than ethnic in nature was yet to come. My support for the protest wavered in the first weeks until the peaceful protest camp was brutally dispersed by riot police. On December 1, 2013, Ukrainians made it clear, with a mass demonstration after the assault on the camp on the Maidan, that they would not accept any form of authoritarian rule. This decision defined the nation, and I decided to belong to this nation. Putin had gone too far with his arrogant colonial attitude. When Yanukovych fled from Kiev to Moscow on February 21, 2014, the conflict over Ukraine's independence began, which was largely viewed in the West through the lens of Russian propaganda. The reign of terror by mafia-like gangs in the People's Republics of Luhansk and Donetsk, which was accompanied by the destruction of infrastructure and the flight of a large part of the population, was not only ignored, but the blame for this was placed on Ukraine. In fact, in 2014 the RF was unable to find enough Ukrainian citizens who wanted to break away from Ukraine and go home to Mother Russia, so FSB units were sent in to destroy state structures because they were unable to take them over or build new ones. The result was an arbitrary rule that continues to this day, against which Syria and Chechnya look almost like constitutional states. The resistance against this hostile takeover could have been successful if the West had not forced Ukraine into the extortionate Minsk agreements, which declared Putin and his contract killers to be partners on an equal footing. Putin has successfully created the impression that only a Ukraine under Russian dictation would be able to contain the Ukrainian threat. However, while the aggressive nationalist and fascist groups in Ukraine became increasingly weaker after 2014, the Russian propagandists and their Western paradors, which included not only the Junge Welt but also the liberal press, did not slacken at all. Every incident, no matter how small, was blown up to prove their own anti-fascism. The Ukrainians were one of the German auxiliary peoples. Jews and minorities were persecuted and, in contrast to the RF, where Putin had cleaned them up, oligarchs ruled the thoroughly corrupt country. The Slavs, especially the Ukrainian peasants, according to the racist undertone, were in need of a firm hand. Frustration at this betrayal by the West could have led to aggressive nationalism. The Western reporting of those years reads accordingly, as if they were trying to conjure up Ukrainian fascism. However, the fact that the Ukronazis not only did not become stronger, but were instead pushed to the brink of insignificance, is an expression of a Ukrainian rebirth, as contradictory as this may sound at first. Not only did Kiev succeed in becoming a European party metropolis and Ukraine became a country of immigration, because the comparatively liberal society attracted many young people from the authoritarian neighboring states, not only did Ukraine begin to modernize its economy and infrastructure and codify the rule of law, there were fierce disputes about how to deal with its own history, which on the one hand had been made invisible in the Soviet Union, especially since 1945, and on the other, had been largely usurped in exile by the ethno-nationalists, who were and are by no means exclusively Bandera people. In relation to Russia and Europe, the idea of neutrality gained ground, because it was hoped to profit from it and to find a way to get along with both sides. To this end, Volodymyr Zelensky was elected president in 2019. He personified the generational change not only in the political class and the unity of Ukraine as a nation, as a Russian-speaking Jew from the industrial city of Kryvyi Rih. In a speech on the 30th anniversary of independence in 2021, he named all of Ukraine's ethnic groups for the first time. Today, for the first time in history, I would like to name those who live in Ukraine so that we finally understand that the Ukrainian people are Ukrainians, Crimean Tatars, Karaites, Crimean Shaks, Russians, Belarusians, Moldovans, Bulgarians, Hungarians, Romanians, Poles, Jews, Armenians, Greeks, Roma, Georgians, Gagazians, Azerbaijanis, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, Turkmen, Tajiks, Lithuanians, Estonians, Latvians, Turks, Koreans, Bashkirs, Lesgians, Avars, Mari, Germans, Slovaks, Czechs, Finns, Komi, Albanians, Karelians, Chechens, Ossetians, Abkhazians, Kabardians, Tabasars, Dargins, Arabs and Laks. And we are all citizens of Ukraine. The surprise at Zelensky's landslide victory could not have been greater, as he contradicted the common images of Ukraine as a fascist entity that had already failed to establish state structures, although it is the only country in the former Soviet Union, with the exception of the special case of the Baltic states, in which there is something like democratic normality. In fact, Ukraine is an example of the possibility of escaping the Eurasian subject mentality, not despite but because of the often chaotic developments after 1991. Contrary to all the legends that were created after February 2022, the Zelensky administration was intent on reconciliation and agreed to the dictates of the Minsk agreements, despite much public criticism. In fact, Zelensky seemed to have been surprised by the invasion of his country and considered Putin's threats to be saber-rattling. In the years between 2014 and 2022, largely unnoticed by the Western public, the negotiations on what the Ukrainian nation should be had become a process of integration of very contradictory and opposing segments of Ukrainian society, which was able to counter the February 24, 2022 invasion militarily and politically. The collapse of the Ukrainian army almost meant the end of Ukraine in 2014, and it was militias such as the Azov Battalion that defended Ukrainian sovereignty. After 2014, these militias were integrated into the national defense, which for the leaders of the now regiment was accompanied by the recognition of the Constitution of Ukraine. The liberating 2015 ban of the Communist Party of Ukraine, a Russian agency, encouraged many on the left to redefine their relationship to communism and the nation. Only recently, some Ukrainian leftists demonstrated in front of the Junge Welt editorial office in Berlin against the continued denunciation of the involvement of these post-2015 new groups in the fight against the RF. Ukraine has lost much of its Soviet character in the years since independence, and the events of 2014 necessitated a filling of the resulting void, expressed above all in the dissociation from everything identified with Russia. The bewilderment that Ukraine did not have to capitulate after a few days, as Putin and the majority of Western states had hoped, is due to the fact that the nation-building process had gone largely unnoticed. This ignorance, which persists in the German-speaking world to this day, more has changed in the Anglo-Saxon and Francophone world, has to do with the adoption of historical narratives not in the postmodern sense, but Russian fairy tales that people wanted to believe, especially in Germany. In Gogol's terms, Ukraine was then Little Russia, which could not survive without Great Russia. In Gorky's terms, the Ukrainian language was a dialect of Russian, and in Chekhov's terms, Ukraine was the beautiful but backward province, while the center of the world was Moscow. Putin's absurd lectures on history are only half as absurd when you consider that his view of things is still being seriously discussed in Germany today. In these narratives, Ukraine has a problematic history consisting solely of hatred of Jews and collaboration with the Nazis. Aggressive nationalism should have been contained by the Soviet Union. A strange logical error happens here. Ukraine belonged to the Soviet Union, but today it is pretended that it was not the center of the war of extermination and that it did not pay the highest blood toll. The fact that there were collaborators, as everywhere in the republics of the Soviet Union that were subjected to Russification under Stalin, should be seen as proof that a strong hand was and is needed to keep the Ukra-Nazis under control. Who wants to know today that the Declaration of Independence of the Ukrainian People's Republic was published in January 1918 in 4 languages: Russian, Polish, Ukrainian and Yiddish? The end of the Tsarist Empire was not just a Russian revolution, it was a Ukrainian, Georgian, Latvian, etc. revolution. Ukraine alone, however, gave priority to the nation over the people. The importance of languages became evident. Georgian, for example, was discriminated against in Russian as the language of dogs. The importance of languages became a central aspect of national emancipation from Russian colonization at the end of the First World War. The brief period of independence of the Ukrainian People's Republic ended in a bloodbath. As the new government failed to establish state structures and could not agree on how independent Ukraine should really become, the territory of Ukraine became the scene of a bloody war between competing gangs: the White Legions, who demanded the restoration of the monarchy; Ukrainian nationalists, who also wanted a feudal system based on the old Rus; various green gangs, who consisted mainly of peasants and simply took advantage of the absence of a state monopoly on the use of force. In Addition, there were German and Austrian troops until November 1918, Polish, French and English army units from 1919 onwards and, last but not least, various formations of the Bolshevik factions, who were anything but united at this point. The bourgeois and social democratic forces in Ukraine, who initially had the majority in the Rada, the Ukrainian parliament, were unable to find a common position, because in this mixed situation it was hardly clear who was a suitable ally. As a result, the radical nationalists temporarily took over what was left of state power. The left-wing and bourgeois forces went into exile or joined the Bolsheviks. For years, the population of Ukraine was at the mercy of constant changes of power. In Kiev alone, government power changed 13 times in 1919. However, the Jewish population, already afflicted by pogroms during the years 1914 to 1917, paid the greatest blood toll in the largest mass murder before the Shoah. 150,000 Jews were murdered during the Civil War. In the years following the end of the Civil War in 1921, Ukraine experienced a rebirth that lasted a few years, and with it a renaissance of language, art and literature. For leading Bolsheviks such as Lenin and Trotsky, Ukraine had the same significance as Poland had for the First International in the 19th century. After centuries of division and oppression, national sovereignty was to enable the independent development of class contradiction and the path to socialism, albeit under Soviet conditions. A period of prosperity also began for the Jews and for Yiddish in particular, with Kiev becoming a center of Jewish intellectuals. After the First World War, Ukraine was divided up, with the West largely belonging to Poland. The Polish government under Pilsudski implemented a radical nationalization policy that was directed against everything Ukrainian. The radical nationalism of Stepan Bandera was born here, not in the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Until the end of the 1920s, Ukrainian and Jewish parties ran for office on joint lists. Until 1934, Kharkiv in the east was the capital and the artistic and literary center of Ukraine. The House of Words, the Budynok Slovo, which was built in the 1920s in the style of Soviet modernism, was home to the Ukrainian Renaissance. Not only were there event halls and a publishing house, many artists and writers also lived there. Lenin's Ukrainization, which Putin deplores today, found its place here. Who still knows today about Mykola Kviliovi, Dmytro Zahul, Mykola Zirov, Maxim Rilsky, Mikhaila Drakemara, Hryary Kasinka, Volodymyr Sasiura, Vasil Alan-Blakitny, Mike Johansson, Serhiy Pilipenko, Volodymyr Koryak, Pavlo Tichina, Mikhailo Verikivsky, Boris Antonenko-Davidovich, Hryary Kasinka, Maria Halich, Ivan Plauchnik, Valerian Pidmohilny or Todos Ozmachka. The Renaissance came to a brutal end in the 1930s, when more than 300 artists and writers were murdered in the purges between 1931 and 1937 and more than 50,000 other Ukrainian intellectuals disappeared in the gulags. In 1957, Ukrainian exiles in Paris published an anthology of works by murdered artists under the title La Renaissance Fusillée, the Executed Renaissance, and thus gave this short period of time a name. These artists and writers by no means represented a reactionary or even nationalist line. They were surrealists, futurists, expressionists, but they saw themselves as Ukrainians and their language was Ukrainian. Their persecution and murder was the consequent end point of Stalin's extermination project against Ukraine as a nation. It is debated whether the famine in the early 1930s was a genocide or not, whether it is not presumptuous of the Ukrainians to call it the Holodomor, in reference to the Holocaust. The fact that Kharkiv's inhabitants initially greeted the Wehrmacht with salt and bread could not only be understood as an indication of a pro-German attitude, but above all as anti-Russian resentment. Anyone who does not want to take note of the perverse interplay between the communist and National Socialist murder campaigns against the Eastern European nations during the Second World War should in any case not want to add up the anti-Semitism that united them all. The fact that things have been able to continue so casually in Germany since 1945 is not least due to the fact that the mass graves were located elsewhere. The end of Ukrainian autonomy began in the late 1920s with Stalin's victory in the internal party disputes of the CPSU after Lenin's death. The famines associated with forced collectivization throughout the Soviet Union were deliberately exacerbated in Ukraine, the traditional breadbasket of the Russian Empire. The peasants' freedom of movement was restricted so that they were unable to look for food elsewhere, and at the end of November 1932 the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Ukraine under Molotov decided to impose punishment in kind, as was already known from the times of serfdom in Tsarist Russia. In practice, this meant the targeted plundering not only of harvests, but also of household and everyday items. These measures were explicitly aimed at the assumed resistance of the Ukrainian peasants, the kulaks. The term Holodomor, which was coined in exile in the 1960s and etymologically has nothing to do with the Holocaust, but is a combination of the words holod, Ukrainian for hunger, and moridi, Czech for killing in agony, meaning targeted killing through hunger, is quite accurate. The recognition of the Holodomor as genocide is an important issue for Ukraine, as the collaboration of part of the Ukrainian population with the Germans during the Second World War is to be understood as a reaction to the Russian crimes. It is doubtful whether the recognition of the Holodomor as genocide allows for a differentiated view of history, as even today, Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic countries are still regarded among Eastern European states as areas in which the Germans had to stop the population from acting even more radically than they had already planned. This was the case in Lviv. The Germans marched in together with the Ukrainian nationalists on June 30, 1941 and initially organized a pogrom in which hundreds of Jews fell victim. In the days before, Ukrainian underground fighters had attempted an uprising because the Soviet administration, Lviv had fallen to the Soviet Union as part of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, had initially fled immediately after the invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22. However, the NKVD returned at short notice and put an end to the uprising before they had to withdraw for good. When the Germans and their Ukrainian henchmen arrived, they found around 4,000 corpses in the prisons. The Ukrainians blamed the Jewish Bolsheviks for the mass murder, falling back on the propaganda of the Civil War. Together with the proclamation of a Ukrainian state, the pogrom began, the cruelty of which disgusted even some Germans. Unlike the Croatian Ustasha state, however, this Ukrainian state was to remain a chimera. Under German occupation, almost all of Lviv's 150,000 Jews were murdered. The Ukrainian nationalists soon fell out with the Germans, which did not prevent them from continuing to attack Jews and then preferably Poles, but also Ukrainians who wanted nothing to do with their idea of ethnic purity and Cossack romanticism. In Kiev, the ethno-nationalists were involved in the massacre of Babin Yar, just 2 days after the city was conquered after a battle lasting almost 6 weeks. Following an attack in the city center, the remaining Jewish population, most of whom had fled, were called to appear at assembly points. From there they were led to a ravine near the city, and over 33,000 Jews were shot. The Ukrainians were responsible for propaganda and assistance, but it was of no use to them. Many of those who had previously dreamed of a fascist Ukraine were shot by the Germans a few months later, some even in Babin Yar. Stepan Bandera ended up in Sachsenhausen concentration camp. After the liberation from the Germans, the Jews were not remembered as Jews in the Soviet Union and the real socialist states, but as Soviet citizens, just like the Ukrainians or the members of other Soviet nations. The mass murder of the Poles was concealed. If the collaboration of nationalist Ukrainians became an issue, then only their anti-communism and their proximity to the Nazis. This created a paradoxical situation after the end of the SU, from which Putin and the RF are benefiting today. Suddenly the SU was Russia again, and therefore all Soviet victims of the German mass murder in the East were therefore Russians. And all collaborators were therefore nationalists of their respective countries, which now regained their independence. The RF adopted the good aspects of the Great Patriotic War as its own and blamed the bad aspects on the renegade New Foundations. However, this did not prevent Putin from having the mortal remains of Anton Denikin, the leader of the Whites and responsible for the organized pogroms of the Civil War in Ukraine, transferred from the USA to Moscow in 2005, because the Jews are only talked about when the anti-Semites are the others, Ukrainians, Poles or Latvians, for example. Reducing Ukrainian nationalism to Bandera was successful for a long time, although the majority of the worldwide diaspora, especially in Canada, Quebec, and France, where it was very strong, had a social democratic orientation. Stalin's persecutions, the Holodomor, the German war of extermination and the silence afterwards had buried the traces of other lines. In contrast to Germany and large parts of occupied Europe, a great deal of work had been done. For independence in 1991, Ukraine first had to start digging the mass graves itself, partly in the literal, partly in the metaphorical sense. Only now, in the midst of the war, is research into the Ukrainian Renaissance beginning. Biographies are being compiled, books are being republished, but above all, new books are being written, even if they can currently only be printed abroad. However, the Russian attack is also aimed specifically at these excavations. In Kharkiv, the memorial to the 16,000 Jews murdered in Drobizhky Yar was bombed at the beginning of the war. The House of Books was attacked several times. In Chernihiv, the archives of the NKVD and the KGB, in which the written evidence of the Nazi persecution could be found, were burnt. In all occupied territories, memorial plaques were cut down, books disappeared from libraries, and by no means only those of the Ukronazis. As a result, it is precisely those Russian-speaking cities in the north and east of Ukraine that are becoming anti-Russian centers, even if the people there continue to speak Russian, such as in Kharkiv, even if it is because they do not speak Ukrainian at all. Poland and Ukraine began an understanding about the massacres in Volhynia and Galicia in the middle of the war, and not entirely voluntarily. It had become necessary because this card would otherwise always be played by the Russians, whether to dismiss the Ukrainians as Nazis or to portray the Poles as colonizers and occupiers, as Polish Prime Minister Morawiecki noted. On the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the Great Massacres of 1943, in which Ukrainian nationalists cruelly slaughtered a total of 100,000 Poles, Polish President Duda and Zelensky met in Lutsk at the beginning of July to commemorate the victims. There had never been a clearer distinction from the radical nationalists, who continue to whitewash their collaboration with the Germans, from the Ukrainian government. When around 1,000 people came to the Memorial March for Bandera, whose organization is primarily responsible for the massacres, on January 1, 2021, it not only became clear that this view, which is mainly represented in the Svoboda Party, still exists in Ukraine today, but the small number of participants also showed that this view is not particularly relevant at present. After the end of the Soviet Union, many Jews who lived in Ukraine emigrated to the USA, Israel, or Western Europe. Because Jew was an ethnic designation in passports in the Soviet Union, there were no Ukrainian Jews, only Soviet Jews. There are currently around 70,000 Jews living in Ukraine, much more if you count those who are not organized in the communities, such as the president and his parents. They are nevertheless considered Jews, even if it is not clear whether they see themselves as such. The Soviet legacy still plays a major role here. There was a wave of anti-Semitic propaganda in the years 2006 to 2008, but at that time nobody was interested in anti-Semitism in Ukraine. Most incidents from 2014 onwards are chalked up by representatives of the Jewish communities as Russian false flag actions. Of course, anti-Semitic attacks or assaults trigger memories of the atrocities that were made possible by the German War of Extermination, but to conclude on the basis of their occurrence that the same forces are at work in Ukraine today as they were then not only suppresses the fact that the continuity that one can certainly speak of in relation to Germany, Western Europe, and even Poland does not exist in Ukraine. The War of Extermination was a war of extermination that broke off continuity. Historical references are therefore not proof of any continuity, they are reminiscences, quotations, and sometimes merely costumes. When Zelensky compared the Russian attack to the Holocaust in his speech to the Knesset barely a month after the start of the attempted full-scale invasion of Ukraine, there was much opposition that made his criticism of Israel's neutrality invisible. The fact that many Jews from the Soviet Union, regardless of where they come from, are Russophiles has more to do with the period after 1945, the Russian fairy tale described above. Shortly after the invasion, the Russian chief rabbi emigrated because he didn't want to stand for the lies of the propaganda. Since then, an incessant stream of Russian Jews has been moving to those countries where immigration from Russia is still possible. The Israeli position has to do with precisely this. One cannot afford, despite Russia's close cooperation with Iran, to alienate Russia in order to protect the Jewish population worldwide and especially its own against Hezbollah, Hamas, and the PLO. It is astonishing that no one has yet come up with the idea of linking the rise in anti-Semitic violence in Israel over the last year and a half to the invasion of Ukraine, while conversely, Ukraine's will to resist has certainly been noticed and used by opposition forces in Iran and Syria. Israel is caught in this dilemma, torn between the civilizing mission to which Zelensky appealed and the fight for survival. Nevertheless, the question of which struggle the Republic of Ukraine is waging is an all-embracing one. What one calls it, regional war or colonial war of annihilation, determines, how could it be otherwise, the positioning on Ukraine and the significance that is attributed to this conflict. Those who conjure up the extent of the horror for which Ukrainian nationalism is partly responsible and at the same time emphasize how little they care about national identity, etc., are entangling themselves in a contradiction. By conjuring up nationalism as the work of the devil, they confirm that it exists as a category of collective identity. The commitment to be against all nationalism is cheap and, since it became a German government program, has harmed Israel in particular and is currently harming the Ukrainian nation. Precisely because very fundamental concepts are involved here, there is a danger that judgments will be made on the basis of convictions and historical facts will be instrumentalized for the sake of a higher truth, which sometimes turns out to be Palestinian, sometimes Russian. It has long been no secret that the Soviet stories, which people themselves like to believe, are a lie, that there was no socialism, just as there was no protection of the Jews under Soviet hegemony. The simultaneity with which Putin alternately describes both the founding of the Soviet Union and its downfall as the greatest catastrophe is an indication that historical truths are hard to buy. The fact that the SU once represented a great hope for many, including the author, is one thing. The other is the shame of having believed the Russian fairy tale. Without overcoming this shame, it will not be possible to arrive at a concept of war and solidarity with Ukraine. In fact, since Auschwitz, we have been living in an age of genocide. The Armenian genocide and the pogroms of the civil war in Ukraine were a manifestation of an unfolding escalation of murder for the sake of murder. There were numerous genocides before Auschwitz, as the concept of unprecedentedness is intended to remind us. However, the ideological preconditions recur, as in the case of Rwanda, for example, where the murder was not industrially organized, but is more reminiscent of the slaughter of Jews and Poles in Galicia between 1941 and 1944. Nevertheless, Auschwitz acted as a blueprint for the mass murders of the present and future. The invocation of an after Auschwitz threatens to become a religion whose sole purpose is to maintain a taboo around Auschwitz, because it is zealously guarded that nothing can be like Auschwitz. This is true insofar as it happened, but it is also not true because it could happen and can therefore happen again. Taking the basic condition of thinking that Auschwitz is in the world as a starting point, i.e., that Auschwitz will not be repeated, that nothing similar will happen, means that similarities with other mass murders must be examined and weighed up. The question of whether the Russian war against Ukraine is a genocidal project is bitterly necessary in the face of a force that is not at all post-ideological and is prepared to believe that the last thing is true. For it is not about the identity of Ukrainians, about language or customs, but about the definition of aspirations aimed at the subjugation and annihilation of others. This requires a critique that, in the spirit of negative dialectics, focuses on the fragility of the true, and asks how, what once wanted to overtake dogma and paternalism through self-assurance, could become the social insurance of a knowledge to which nothing should be able to happen. In the case of Ukraine, the historical mass graves are being used to seal off social insurance against Putin's declared intention to wipe out Ukraine as a nation. The actions of the Russian occupiers, who come with pre-prepared lists or shoot people just like that, the looting and raping show how he wants to put this into practice. None of this is Auschwitz, but it could become something similar if Ukraine cannot defend itself. And at the moment it can defend itself because it sees itself as a republican nation. Denying Ukraine's solidarity because it is historically impure is reminiscent of those left-wing friends of Israel who are currently threatening to reconsider their stance on the Jewish state because of the so-called judicial reform and have previously found reason to impose conditions on their solidarity. However, solidarity only has a peripheral connection with those under attack. It is always determined negatively by the goals of the attackers against whom the attacked must be defended. Firstly, Putin has clearly formulated these goals in several speeches. Secondly, they can be found every day in the news, when you can read how military targets such as schools, theaters, or supermarkets are bombed and thousands of children are abducted to Russia. The eloquent silence of many ideological critics on the Russian cult of doom, on the insane fact that Russian propagandists have nothing to offer except the destruction of Ukraine, means consent to a work of destruction that no longer has any positive purpose and produces chaos for the sake of power. People for whom the attribution that someone is an anti-German is synonymous with capitulator, lickspittle, opportunist, the well-known insults from the Stalin organ, everything is convenient, whether it happens in France, Nukoln, Niger, or Ukraine, no matter who is acting there, as long as it contributes to the downfall of the West, which has actually just gone under for good because of Corona, but never mind. Solidarity with Ukraine in its self-image as a multi-ethnic nation that wants to be a republic and adheres to the fated values of the West, on the other hand, requires the realization that this war represents a destructive attack on the already fragile norms of the rule of law worldwide, with the aim of handing over every individual to the arbitrariness of the strongest. Putin's propaganda of a multipolar world order means nothing else. Confronted with such an attack, the thinking individual, who feels no longing for a collective or a gang, cannot remain indifferent. The events that shook the whole of France for a few days from June 28, 2023 were certainly not a civil war. Without downplaying the aggressor's extreme willingness to use violence, which has nothing to do with France's much-vaunted revolutionary tradition in either practical or substantive terms, there was no counterforce that could successfully wrest large parts of the country's territory from the state power. Only when it gets that far will the state, including its leaders and followers, transform itself into a particular power that is no longer distinguishable from its insurgent opponents. France is a long way from such a state of affairs, although the hordes from the suburbs and their supporters from the academic middle class are indeed betting on civil war and striving to provocatively challenge the state power until it reveals itself, stripped to the point of recognizability, as the actual aggressor, which no longer represents society in its overwhelming majority, but only the beneficiaries of vested white class privileges. Nevertheless, the considerable expansion of the combat zone to areas that have remained untouched up to now indicates that liberated areas could emerge in the event of a reprise, even if it is through a mass exodus of the whites living there. Since around 1980, the banlieues, which are now regarded as particularly precarious, have undergone a gradual process of ethnic cleansing, to which the Jews were the first victims, and have regressed from partially socially mixed residential areas with adjoining industrial areas to ethnically largely homogeneous neighborhoods in which the laws of the Republic only apply to a very limited extent. However, only if the state felt compelled by a real threat of civil war to use internal mobilization to transform loyal citizens into activists who did not stop at self-protection, but instead patrolled ideologically charged against an enemy defined as alien to the people, would the border to civil war be reached. However, the occasional small groups of militant right-wing extremists who would have liked to play this role in early July 2023 are as undesirable as they are marginal and not even a manifestation of internal militarization. The majority of French people, regardless of their origin, do not sympathize with Muslim suburban riffraff, even if the white majority of French people form the largest group of those who support the state power. This has little to do with the much-vaunted fraternité. All that remains of it is an acceptance of the general security and order guaranteed by the police in case of doubt, cleansed of any excess potential. This principle, which overarches political camps, social status, and different origins or religious preferences, rests on two pillars that are mutually dependent. Firstly, there is the inviolability of the individual, who wants to be protected at all times in his home and on the street from marauders or harassment that appears to be below the threshold of violence, which definitely includes the joyrides of underage hire car users. And secondly, the similarly strong conviction that personal and communal property should not be touched by means of robbery, looting or pillaging. The slightly older residents of the particularly precarious banlieues know that the destruction of their cars and that of the bus depot, the library, and the branch of a large supermarket chain are connected and that the numerous attacks on town halls give rise to fears of further escalation. Even if the loss of their car causes them the most grief, they are also aware that the restriction of public transport limits their freedom of movement, if only because it lengthens their commute to work or significantly shortens trips to places of entertainment due to the discontinuation of nighttime services. They know the connection between truancy and outbreaks of violence, and they know that if the devastated local intermarché is not rebuilt and reopened, they will have to rely on the lousy and overpriced offerings of the almost universally Arab retail chains. The difference between the private appropriation of other people's property, for example through looting, and the social abolition of private ownership of the means of production is not a gradual one. In the first case, it is the pure opportunity for private enrichment that is seized by those who, by virtue of greater unscrupulousness and formation in small groups, make the bargains, while all others are left with the crumbs that the stronger ones leave behind. Expropriation and robbery are one and the same. The targets are chosen according to the opportunity that presents itself, as are the means, e.g. pyrotechnics used as a weapon of attack, to get at them. No distinction is made between the door of a closed branch of a fashion chain and the front door of the local mayor or simply any resident suspected of wealth, behind which the powerless fear not only for their property. By contrast, activities that are committed to criticism of the still prevailing laws of the capitalist mode of production put an end to the institutionalized right of the strongest, which nevertheless cannot be put on a par with the arbitrary access to the property of private individuals, through planned production in which the fruits of socially organized labor increase the wealth and property of all. Similarly, this would even apply to a reasonable redistribution on the basis of the existing. Here too, expropriation would not have to apply to private enrichment, but to the utilization of real estate and parks in particular for the many. The initial bourgeois consensus on freedom and property, which should not be touched and should be protected by the state, was always more than just the presumption of the privileged to secure for themselves what they or their ancestors had unscrupulously appropriated. As repulsive as the system of privilege that can be identified in every corporate hierarchy along huge differences in income is, which is reflected, for example, in very different forms of housing, it is striking how stubbornly, throughout the bourgeois centuries, craftsmen, small farmers, and even workers have shied away from spontaneously seizing the property of those above them. Initially, it was the experience of civil war with the attacks of feudal lords on each other's property and freedom and, as a permanent side effect, the plundering of those subject to the feudal lords that made peasants and craftsmen in particular rely on the central state and the power it monopolized. But there was more at stake. The need of small property owners to create their own little empire also arose from the desire not to be exposed to the arbitrariness of others and decidedly not to have to vegetate in an empire of imposed equality like Russian peasants under the law of the village community known as Mir or Chinese in the Maoist People's Commune. The call for the police was always also a call from below, against attacks that could come not only from wild-eyed junkers in the transition period, but also from muggers or thieves. The fear of nocturnal raids on belongings went hand in hand with the weariness of having to constantly watch over livestock or even the then valuable laundry on the line. People no longer wanted to have to entrench themselves in their own wagons. The monopolization of power in the absolutist and then fully in the bourgeois state was more than the creation of a large economic area for the establishing capitalist production and trade. It also took place with the approval of the majority, who did not have much to sell, operated at a primitive level and yet did not want to be deprived of the fruits of their labor. The successors of the landed servants in the feudal wars, who stripped the land bare and, when the opportunity presented itself, were beaten to death by peasants, were those who were thrown out of the feudal relationship, which still ensured their survival, by capital in the period of original accumulation and who, due to a lack of demand for labor, only saved themselves in a later step into the wage relationship. After the miserable wanderings of the hopeless, when charity failed and the honest starved to death and the dishonest ended up on the gallows, many were left behind who tried to escape the impositions of the emerging new society by means of robbery. This was initially at the expense of the farmers, craftsmen and small traders who terrorized them. The theft of bread or fruit at the market, touchingly portrayed in the Charlie Chaplin film as harmless theft by mouth, was, although it was often really based on sheer hunger, at the same time a violation of those less affluent classes who knew very well that the first successful tramp would soon be followed by others. It is one thing to want to abolish conditions in which stolen loaves of bread were punishable by severe imprisonment and only 2 centuries before that by the death penalty, but it is not suitable for realizing an idea of freedom and the comprehensive unleashing of wealth to seek a romanticized alliance with outlaws, who only exceptionally took, for example in the figure of the poacher, what everyone was entitled to according to a rural agreement and not exclusively the feudal lord represented by his foresters. Such romanticism clearly glorifies the strongman, who not only mocks his victims with his cheeky mouth, but all those who increase their mostly small property in a less heroic and spectacular way within the framework of the laws, including those of capital. It is only in rhetorical exuberance that the character of Spiegelberg in Schiller's The Robbers, 1780, speaks of the revolutionary. The truth about the tirades of the Spiegelbergs of all times is their arrogance, as evidenced by the real or imagined band of robbers, to set themselves above all legal and moral barriers. A long time ago, there was a consensus about revolution as a means of radically questioning property relations, even by force, and enabling public negotiations about production in the first place, that revolutionaries had to protect public order, including the individual right to property, from the grasp of a rabble that Marx described as the ejectors, refuse, and expropriation of all classes. When a real civil war raged in France 150 years ago, the Parisian revolutionaries did not try to maintain the old order, but set about enforcing a completely different monopoly on the use of force, based on the most decentralized citizens' committees possible, which were accountable to their principal at all times. The police, previously the tool of the state government, were immediately stripped of all their political characteristics and transformed into the responsible and always removable tool of the Commune, page 339, noted Marx in the Civil War in France a few months after the defeat of the Paris Commune. Initially, the National Guard primarily took over the function of the police and developed into the armed agency of the Paris Uprising and thus the Civil War party against the troops loyal to the Versailles Republic, behind which stood the Prussian army. The revolution of 1870-71 presupposed a class compromise, which the rulers were only willing to enter into in the face of impending defeat against the German invaders in order to turn the tide militarily. The more hopeless the situation at the front became, the more rapidly public order deteriorated, especially in Paris. Civil war prevailed regionally, by no means limited to the capital, because not only did some insurgents rebel against the state, which was firmly in the saddle, but the sovereign, who had basically been disempowered and reduced to a particular gang of the ruling class, had called the majority of the population to arms against the usurpers on the other side of the Rhine, who, however, were just as hostile to the old order in the guise of a not very new republic as they were to the Germans. During the 100 days of the Commune, the saturated bourgeoisie, under the protection of the Germans, turned against the continuation of the war just as much as against the new order emerging in Paris. The security faction disgraced itself and went on the attack against the Commune, which was not at all fraternal. With the words, "The Commune," they proclaim, wants to abolish property, the basis of all civilization. Page 342, Marx echoes the core of the propaganda of the supposedly legitimate French Republic sitting in Versailles. However, his answer was more complex than party communists or romantic enemies of the state would have liked. Yes, gentlemen, the Commune wanted to abolish that class property which transforms the labor of the many into the wealth of the few. It intended the expropriation of the expropriators. It wanted to make individual property a truth by transforming the means of production, the soil and capital, now above all the means of the servitude and exploitation of labor, into mere tools of free and associated labor. Ibid. The Civil War in France, from which the cheerful workers' Paris of the Commune, page 357, emerged, arose from weariness with the dictatorship of Napoleon III and hatred of the Germans. What began as a defense of the territory against invaders turned into a war between those who produced wealth through their labor and those who appropriated it according to the laws of the capitalist mode of production. As in the first phase of the February Revolution of 1848, what the bourgeoisie, fearing for its property, propagandistically accused the insurgents of did not happen during the Commune either. There was only sporadic looting, and not only because the National Guard, which was associated with the revolution, stood up for the protection of private property and the maintenance of public safety. As if the communards and their predecessors perceived Paris as their property in the short term, individual despotism against the suddenly unprotected privileged was largely absent, and arson was also non-existent at the time. The dream of a cause was greater than shabby bargain hunting or revenge-driven vandalism, which would have destroyed it. For all his exuberance, Marx was only seemingly contradictorily a friend of public safety. Wonderful indeed was the transformation that the Commune had wrought on Paris. No more corpses in the morgue, no more nocturnal burglaries and almost no more thefts. Since the February days of 1848, the streets of Paris were really safe again for once, and that without any police. S. 348. As in 2005, when the largest, but by no means first, wave of violence raged in the banlieues and also spread to the neighborhoods of the relatively established, there is no potential for civil war in 2023, despite the considerable increase and intensity of the aggression in the perpetrators and their out-of-control hinterland. Today, as then, there is a lack of quantity, equipment and organization among the suburban men, while at the same time state power is not wavering. Although everyone recognizes that all those who reject the degenerate morals of the suburbs are met with nothing but deadly hatred, the lumpen academic propagandists of the revolt still turn against him the fact that the state does not use the brutal methods of the marauders, which is why the high-pressure cleaner that President Sarkozy called for in 2005 has not yet been deployed. Like their Islamic allies, they misinterpret the deliberate and sometimes hesitant use of force as a sign of weakness, as if they were longing for a punitive hand. At home, the enraged act out their freedom on those disenfranchised by their own neighborhood, which includes women who do not submit to Islamic morality, and at the same time, as the younger brothers of the criminal patrons, faithfully accept what the latter dictate to them. The constant control by the alliance of criminal economy and totalitarian ideology with its special jurisdiction, which leaves even a murder unpunished if compensation is paid, the lynch law that can be called up at any time, which repeatedly includes gang rapes of young women and brutal attacks on gays, are the cement of a dehumanized community whose spontaneously assembling avant-garde is capable of anything. Although almost everyone was relieved to see the end of the haunting, the restoration of order by the police is only accepted with reservations. There must not be so much fraternité, although it would be the very prerequisite for changing conditions in the suburbs, even without the use of immediate coercion, in such a way that gifts are not given to an allegedly racialized or even whitewashed working-class youth that look like protection money payments. This is what the ideologues in the Taz or liberation mean when they proclaim, the price for the murders committed by police and made possible by politics in the first place must be driven up. Taz, March 7, 2023, thus serving the logic of the marauders. In academic discourse, the state in the particularly dangerous version of the centralized state is regularly presented as the originator of the recent unrest, precisely as if delegating violence to a now regional police force and administration were the tried and tested means of ultimately taming the marauders from the suburbs without violence. Marx was also an opponent of centralized and hierarchical power, but not in order to pay homage to irrevocably vanished pre-bourgeois conditions, but rather to transform the bourgeois order into an order free of domination. Once the communal order of things had been introduced in Paris and the second-tier centers, the old centralized government would have had to give way to the self-government of the producers in the provinces as well. He was not thinking of the abolition of a consensus uniting the united producers, but rather of the unity of the nation without coercion. The unity of the nation should not be broken, but on the contrary organized through the communal constitution. It should become a reality through the destruction of that state power which claimed to be the embodiment of this unity, but wanted to be independent and superior to the nation, of whose body it was only a parasitic outgrowth. Instead of deciding once in 3 or 6 years which member of the ruling class should represent and crush the people in parliament, the general suffrage should serve the people constituted in communes, just as the individual suffrage serves every other employer to select workers, supervisors and accountants in his business. Page 339. He objected to the regionalists of his time with their cooperative system, who somehow wanted to bypass the capital relationship in order to manage themselves. It is the usual fate of new historical creations to be provided for the side piece of older and even lived forms of social life, to which they look somewhat similar. Thus this new commune, which breaks with modern state power, has been regarded as a revival of the medieval communes which first preceded that state power and then formed its basis. Page 340. Liberationist left-wing regionalism has increasingly lost its appeal in recent decades, without the idea ever being abandoned. The prosperity chauvinist objective is too obvious when entire provinces turn their backs on the declining central state in order to better compete within Europe and avoid transfer payments to less developed parts of the country. This rejection of the central state has long been inherited by an Islamic gang ideology that knows no borders in districts that are as run down as they are marginalized, whose fragile order and miserable economy is only maintained by the promise of land seizure and robbery, which includes the extortion of protection money to be paid by the Republic. Regionalism without a consensus that transcends the respective internal morality of a region, which used to be called fraternity, does not necessarily end in the conditions that have long been a reality in the relevant residential areas of Nanterre. The oppressive conditions in the postmodern Basque country, where ethnic solidarity and brusque hatred of poorer Spaniards in other regions are practically always directed against the central state, give an indication of a new world in which fraternity is a matter of blood. Only the central state, so passionately opposed by the same ideologues, offers protection against the marauders of deed and word, since the abolition of the police and self-administration demanded by Marx, even in matters of order, becomes a perverse reality precisely where terror regularly originates. Instead of a cheerful Paris of the workers, the victory of these regionalists would turn the capital into a wasteland of ruins, of which they served up plenty of samples at the beginning of July, especially in the provinces. In unfree times, the central state not only grants the freedom to move about unmolested. It is also what swears everyone to the same monopolized and, in the Republic, largely controllable power, instead of exposing citizens to particular powers that tend towards barbarism. The current rejection of the central state aims to delegitimize the public order that applies throughout the Republic in favor of the counter-state that is establishing itself in the banlieues as a legitimate power. Its subjects are supposed to organize their affairs according to their collective identity, which is tantamount to their surrender to the fist of the strongest, whether they kiss the fist or abhor it. They are to be handed over forever to forms of rule that are not general and abstract and therefore cold like those of the Republic, but personal and therefore as warm as blood, which stands for the racialization of the banlieues as well as for the very concrete blood of the punished. For the Republic, Mohammed or Francois are not the criterion, but citoyen Mohammed and citoyen Francois, who should pursue their respective private and political goals as long as they conform to the laws of the Republic and not those of clan chiefs and mosque leaders. This promise sounds trite, on its basis, freedom, which is supposed to mean more than protection from the threat of violence and the unequal distribution of income, cannot possibly be realized, not to mention the monads wasting away in desolation and solitude. Following the recent unrest, the Republic has honored mayors, especially those whose communities and, in particular, town halls were severely affected. Adorned with the tricolor, the office holders were honored as patriots by the president and his ministers, with the word fraternité being constantly invoked. This gesture of solidarity, which certainly made sense, also revealed the hollowness of the term, which had become a creed. And yet the realization of a better order of things without the dream of a cause, that the world should be better organized than the grande nation is able to achieve, is only possible on the basis of the Republic. Only citoyen Mohammed and citoyen Francois can do this together by turning against the identitarian violence raging in the banlieues. Otherwise, the necessary criticism of the unfulfilled promises of the Republic, which at least promises individual security and the undisturbed enjoyment of personal property without realizing a rationally organized world, is not possible. The success of the marauders from the banlieues is based on the displeasure of people who, as bourgeois, do not make the cut they hope for, who, as pseudo-citoyens, wish the Republic dead and therefore write the Muslim gangs from the suburbs on its neck. They want to take revenge on their mostly left-wing parents, who will probably leave them nothing, and on a state that no longer provides for them as civil servants, and if it does, then not on the terms it granted the previous generation. The daughters and sons, most of whom come from good families, are certain that they have no choice but to help others set fire to their homes, even if it means they can't get any protection money from the state. A tirade by Spiegelberg in Schiller's Robbers may illustrate this choice. What? You have nothing to choose. Do you want to be stuck in the debtor's prison, and purr together until doomsday? Do you want to struggle with a shovel and a hoe for a morsel of dry bread? Will you extort a meager almazan at people's windows with a ballad? Or will you swear to the calfskin, and there is still the question of whether your faces will be trusted, and there, under the lenient whim of an imperious corporal, earn purgatory in advance? Or go for a walk to the sound of the drum, or grind the whole of Vulcan's iron magazine in the Gaulish paradise? Look, that's your choice, that's what you can choose. The complaint about the less than pleasant future prospects of the German intelligentsia in 1780 was already lamentable and at the same time bigoted at the time, and thus the latest cry among not only materially precarious bourgeois academics in semi-feudal times who, far from preparing a bourgeois revolution, got drunk in student pubs and made a racket in the streets at night in an entirely anti-bourgeois mood. More than 2 centuries later, the motto is, "Hooray hooray, the school is on fire," and the perpetrators are celebrated as victims of the system who do everything they can to ensure that they have no choice but to occasionally work for a criminal patron who employs young people without driving licenses as delivery drivers for a pittance. Instead of branding the mostly juvenile offenders as the common danger they are, accusing their parents of being disempowered but at the same time co-responsible figures who have long since submitted to the laws of parallel society, instead of cooperating with the agencies of the state, which do not primarily include the police but teachers, librarians, and youth welfare workers, the lumpen intelligentsia shows solidarity with terrorists who are eagerly awaiting their next opportunity. They are believed to be committed to a national tradition when they ram a mayor's front door down with a burning car and attack the mayor's wife, who is fleeing with her children, at close range with cannon fire. German Romanticism includes a glorified view of France, which is supposedly always resistant and ready for revolution, which is why barricades and street battles are glorified regardless of their purpose. In Paris and Berlin, everyone agrees, whether it's the yellow vests or months of strikes, windows are always broken, barricades erected, and cars set on fire in France. The police always respond with even more violence. But only in the case of young people in the suburbs is the reaction so horrific. The question arises as to whether some authorities are applying double standards here. Taz, March 7, 2023. It is appalling enough that marginal phenomena during the Yellow Vest protests or recently against the pension reform are put on the same level, quantitatively and even qualitatively, as the murderous activities of the Muslim suburban mob. One reads such atrocity propaganda, which is not only found in the leaflets and brochures of the latest howlers from the radical left, but also discursively polished up in the university script or the lead article of high-circulation daily newspapers, without even being shocked by what one's own milieu is hatching. The equalization of completely different forms of protest is not just a grotesque lie, because strikes and social protests in France do not lead to a woman and her children running for their lives from arsonists who are only simulating a lynching. The fact that the side effects of social protests are placed on the same level as the far more brutal, sole purpose of Muslim land grabbing and transfigured on an equal footing as an essential feature of Republican tradition is an indication of a blunting and brutalization that is not only French and points to an unspoken alliance. The methods used by the Yellow Vests in 2018 mainly included street barricades, which in many cases were also set alight, albeit outside populated areas. The vandalism on the fringes of the protests, reminiscent of the banlieue riots, was mainly carried out by a black bloc that could not count on broad sympathy from those wearing yellow vests. The looting of stores in several city centers during the pension protests in spring 2023, organized by the same spectrum, is also fatally reminiscent of the attacks by suburban gangs. However, these acts of violence were sporadic and did not characterize the image of the respective rallies. As in 2018, the organized groups seemed to belong to a particularly brutalized but marginal part of the radical left, which, in the German tradition of resistance, relies on bombing the fascist state. The decisive factor is that the borrowing by left-wing radicals from the methods of the suburban mobs not only discredits the protests that arose for economic reasons, but also blurs the difference between fundamentally different intentions in the use of violence. In seemingly bygone times, setting fires in Germany was the domain of bourgeois children, and in France it was also regularly the often unhelpful side effect of reasonable protests, committed by people who did not belong to the bourgeoisie. The activists were more or less generously allowed to play with fire, as it was known that no matter how many shop windows were broken, bank branches damaged and stores occasionally looted, all those involved followed a consensus. It was a game in relatively regulated channels. This violence was symbolic. Since the banlieues in France have been getting serious and waging an increasingly brutal war against the citizens, the symbolic level has disappeared even where the suburban boys are not involved. For example, they are not interested in wage earners who do not want to be deprived of the longest and most comfortable life possible after work, which is why Mohammed gave Francois free rein during the pension protests. The French Black Bloc probably did not act any differently in 2023 than in previous years, they probably continue to ensure that bystanders are not harmed, and yet everything has changed since the terror of 2005 and even more so since 2023. The level of symbolic violence by white, left-wing radicals, which didn't count for much whenever police officers had to be incapacitated, disappears when it is no longer possible to distinguish between the original and the alleged fake. What the state has never been able to achieve in France could be accomplished by a radical left whose ideology of revenge, even more than its methods, amounts to cronyism with the Islamic gangs. Their practice is capable of preventing public manifestations for the improvement of living conditions in times of a deepening economic crisis, which are supported by people who still expect something from life. These people were horrified to hear about the massacres in Nice and at the Bataclan in Paris, nor did they fail to notice the enthusiasm with which those from the banlieues approved of the mass murders, especially on social networks. Anyone who loots and attacks mayors today is not only doing something very stupid, they are also revealing their unconscious agreement with the disruptive economic conditions that they want to free from their still civilizing political shell. The same lumpen intellectuals and their practicing allies from the established intellectual middle class can no longer see any contradiction when the revolutionary violence practiced by their comrades is no different from the mass terror of the suburbs. They brutally impose their conviction that there is nothing to vote for and that bourgeois freedom has been abolished on all critics who prevent them from demonstrating, for example. Their motto, "Get your life back," means the destruction of all material and intellectual foundations for a better life and forces them into an alliance with the identitarian representatives of a gang economy that no longer has any scruples, that only follows the law of the strongest and that they admire as much as they fear. In a country whose intelligentsia pays homage to an anti-Semitic but fiercely class-struggling Nobel Prize winner and, like the latter, gives its voice to a revolutionary anti-Semitic popular leader without raising any objections, the call for a repeat of the Shoah, which can be heard again and again from the suburbs between June 28 and July 3, 2023, and which is daubed on the walls of houses, is probably dismissed as a trifle, and not just for the Jews. In a country like this, a pogrom is not out of the question. Among the most disturbing footage of the October 7 massacre, which is also available to the general public, is the murder of a Thai worker by Palestinian civilians. It is a 47-second film sequence from the cell phone of one of the perpetrators. The soundtrack alone tells of incomprehensible barbarity. The voices come from various men grouped around the victim lying on his back on the ground, bleeding and losing consciousness. Excerpts. May history bear witness that this is the first person I have ever killed. Give me a knife. Give me a knife. I swear, I am the one who will kill him. I beg you, let me kill him. I swear, I will cut off his head. I beg you, let me kill him. Allahu Akbar. Now one of the men hits the victim with a spade. Another shouts, give me. Take a picture of it, he's a Jew, take a picture of it, says the next man, before he begins to strike the victim's neck with 8 blows with the spade, accompanying each blow with cries of Allahu Akbar. Then he throws the spade at the victim. Let history be a witness. In fact, the sequence exemplifies a historically new dimension of anti-Semitic murder, moments in which the Islamist work of extermination differs from that of the National Socialists. The first moment is cheerful sadism. The phrase was coined by Lord Weidenfeld. The British journalist, publisher and diplomat of Austrian Jewish origin, who died on January 20, 2016 at the age of 96, had fled from the Nazis to England in the 1930s. In one of his last interviews, for Die Welt am Sonntag, December 13, 2015, in the lowest circle of hell, he said, "The Nazis organized the extermination of their enemies, first and foremost the Jews, as an industrial measure. It was a disgusting, cold murder without much emotion. The Bolsheviks killed millions anonymously in organized famines, murderous resettlements, and executions. Horrific enough. But now these jihadists come along as cheerful sadists and also declare war on the free way of life. What are they doing? They behead and castrate their victims, they ravish women at will, crucify people, systematically mutilate them, and all with obscene sexual pleasure. For me, this is morally the lowest level of humanity." What George Weidenfeld said about IS at the time also applies to October 7. The obscene sexual pleasure, which of course did not play no role at all in the Holocaust, but was not central either, is an essential moment of jihadist horror. The perpetrator enjoys the physical proximity to the victim in the bloodbath, in the literal slaughter. The second moment is the display of the deed. The murderers record themselves and their barbaric actions in photos or videos and disseminate them via social media. In doing so, they not only cause fear and horror, they not only torment the relatives of the victims, they also brag about their deeds and advertise their cause in order to recruit new followers and accomplices. Reporter Douglas Murray recently drew attention to this moment in a much-discussed interview. This is another way in which the Islamists differ from the historical Nazis, who tried to hide the genocide of the Jews from their own people and the world. Perhaps not so much because the Nazis, as Murray said, were ashamed of their deeds, whereas the Hamas terrorists and civilians involved act shamelessly. It is more likely that the Nazis knew, because of their Christian and/or bourgeois socialization, that they were crossing a line, every conscience. This is what is meant when it is said that the Nazis sprang from civilization in both senses of the word. Since the Orient, on the other hand, was largely spared such Christian bourgeois civilization, in the sense of Norbert Elias, the disinhibited barbarism of the jihadists can be described as a regression, if at all, a regression from a lower level of socialization. In any case, the Nazis replaced the traditional pogrom, at least in tendency, with a bureaucratization, industrialization and delegation of extermination, which they camouflaged linguistically and locally, for which they only marginally employed sadists, to the exclusion of the population, who knew little about it and were expressly not supposed to participate in the murder. In the perverse self-image of the National Socialist elite, the extermination of the Jews was also a kind of burden that they took upon themselves for the good of humanity, something that they had to struggle through and overcome. Indeed, the heroism lay precisely in the steadfastness with which they endured the horror they had set in motion. This becomes clear in Himmler's Posen speeches, in the pride of having remained decent in what one had to do. For the jihadist, the ideology of overcoming oneself, great jihad, applies less to the murder of others, which one enjoys and does not endure, than to the desire for one's own death, either immediately in the suicide bombing or indirectly in the deliberately provoked Israeli reaction. The combination of archaism and modernity therefore works differently for the Islamists than for the Nazis. Hamas combines the classic pogrom involving civilians, escalated to the totally bestial, with state-of-the-art technology, cyber know-how to overcome border fences, smartphones, body cams and social media for their monstrous version of propaganda of the deed. The similarities and differences between the Nazis and Hamas do not necessarily lead to the conclusion, as Lord Weidenfeld did in the Welt interview, that the jihadists are worse than the Nazis. Something else should be decisive for the Friends of Israel, if the excuse of the therefore no less false historical appeasement with the Nazis, that one simply could not have imagined the extent of the horror, at least still testifies to something like naive faith in civilization. Today's appeasement with Islamism seems to be an expression of civilization fatigue. What's more, since Hamas and its accomplices, as well as IS, publicly celebrate the anti-Semitic bloodlust, any appeasement, any obstruction of the Israeli military, becomes an act of collaboration through complicity. While there was a great deal of understanding for the allegedly miserable situation of the Palestinians in Gaza and their protest at the border fence at the time of the 2018 protests at the border fence, even in circles that support Israel, today there can no longer be any doubt not only about why it has to happen, but also about what the purpose of the demonstrations, orchestrated by Hamas, has always been: the weakening and delegitimization of Israeli border security and the spying on weak points. These marches must be understood as part of the prehistory of October 7 in that it was the supposedly normal civilians and demonstrators, so desperate by their situation, who, as soon as the border fence was breached, infiltrated Israel en masse to torture and massacre Jews. Fantasies of a peaceful march of tens of thousands of people on the border fence, as they were conjured up at the time in decidedly pro-Israeli media as supposedly being part of these protests, were not only completely disgraced by the events. By questioning the violent border security against so-called civilians, they fell for the propagandistic preparation of the massacre by Hamas and its international allies. Less relevant, on the other hand, are the questions of the operational failure of the Israeli security forces. As with previous surprise attacks, Pearl Harbor, Operation Barbarossa, Yom Kippur, September 11, etc., there will have been no lack of clues, but rather a lack of understanding or wanting to understand them. How information about the enemy is interpreted depends on the basic assumptions about him, and even if it is important to find out who already knew what and when, and why the right conclusions were not drawn and no concrete countermeasures taken, it is those false assumptions that lead to the information not being interpreted correctly, but in the sense of confirming what one mistakenly thought one knew. The usual apportionment of blame between intelligence services, the military and politicians is also of little relevance. What is more important is that the attack shows how precarious Israel's situation and existence still is and that it can afford neither mistakes nor weaknesses. In this respect, the main question is about the deadly illusions that made the worst mass murder of Jews since the end of the Second World War possible and were the prerequisite for the operational mistakes to happen. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, it should be noted that the longing of many Israelis for a life in peace and coexistence with the Palestinians, which is the deeper reason for the strategic errors, is expressly not open to criticism. This longing is that of all civilized people. But to conclude from this either that the same must be possible with the Palestinians, or to assume, trusting in its own strength, that they could have no interest in an open confrontation, is wishful thinking that Israel cannot afford in view of its enemies' will to destroy. The luxury that most Europeans still take for granted today, not having to arm themselves, not militarizing society, not having to do long service and not having to face an unrestrainedly brutalized enemy eye to eye, is something the Israelis should expressly wish for. The fact that this wish has nothing to do with reality can least of all be held against them. This should be directed solely at the Palestinians and their numerous global supporters, including the EU. The overwhelming majority of Israeli society is in any case able and willing to draw the right conclusions, which unfortunately cannot be said of almost all other countries in the world. Those who have prevented Israel from taking the right countermeasures for years should not have limited themselves to condemning the Hamas massacre, which is not a realization but a matter of course. They should radically change their policy towards Iran, Lebanon, and the Palestinians and stand unequivocally on Israel's side. October 7th not only called various political paradigms into question, it destroyed them. First and foremost, one that not only Europeans such as Angela Merkel, Emmanuel Macron, and Barack Obama believed, but also parts of Israeli society, that the Islamic Republic of Iran and its proxies Hamas, Hezbollah, or Houthi could be contained, appeased or somehow otherwise appeased, even though they not only proclaim that all Jews should be killed, but also do so wherever they have the opportunity. Contrary to what some would have you believe, Hamas was by no means satisfied with consolidating its own power base in Gaza and enriching itself with money from Qatar, Europe, the USA, and the rest of the world. The fact that, after a prolonged phase of relative restraint, it managed to convince considerable sections of the security forces in Israel that it was not currently intent on confrontation was decisive for the murderous success of the attack. Although nothing has changed among the Palestinians since the pogrom in Hebron in 1929, the savage brutality of the Al-Aqsa Intifada should still be remembered, and Hamas has never made a secret of its intentions. Goods such as water pipes, concrete, vehicles, etc. have been delivered, the population in Gaza has been bombarded with weapons, and the Palestinians have been supplied with weapons. The population in Gaza was supplied with food, water and electricity, and thousands even had a work permit in Israel, leaving the supposedly largest open-air prison in the world, German media, every day to spy on the enemy and prepare for the attack. The Yom Kippur War is so significant for Israel because the enemy succeeded in striking first and surprisingly. Military superiority, as demonstrated in the offensive Six-Day War, would deter them, was the mindset that almost led to the catastrophe. After October 7th, it must be seen as a mistake that many Israelis adapted this fatal view again exactly 50 years later under international pressure. At least in retrospect, it should be clear that purely defensive measures such as a not particularly stable, alarm-protected fence, the Iron Dome missile defense system, the detection of tunnels into Israeli territory, and the occasional return of rocket fire cannot be relied upon when you are dealing with people who want to kill every Jew they can find. No technical defense system and no intelligence agency is infallible. There will always be days when the manning at the border is weaker than usual due to vacations, Sabbath, other threat situations, etc. The only way to prevent events like the one on October 7th would have been to have no illusions about Hamas and its goals even during a relative hudna and, for example, to liquidate the fighters who were training to storm a kibbutz on the other side of the border under the eyes of the Israelis using a self-made model during such training sessions or the regular military parades before they could even carry out their murderous work. The very expensive Iron Dome defense system in particular has played an extremely ambivalent role in Israeli military strategy. On the one hand, many lives have been saved and major damage to Israel caused by the constant rocket fire from Gaza has been avoided. However, just a few years after its implementation, comparisons were drawn in the Israeli security debate with the Maginot Line on the Suez Canal, which was useless in the Second World War, and the Bar Mev Line on the Suez Canal, which was more of a burden in the Yom Kippur War. These fortifications not only meant that the means of offensive warfare were neglected, as they placed an extraordinary burden on the military budget, above all, they created a sense of security that did not correspond to the real situation. The surprise attack through the Ardennes and the extensive bypassing of the fortifications meant that the French army had to capitulate within 46 days in 1940. For former Israeli General Meir Finkel, the question of whether Iron Dome could be the Israeli Maginot Line was already raised in 2015. All the shortcomings of the Maginot Line, astronomical costs at the expense of offensive means, the creation of false security and the atrophy of the army's offensive thinking, could also occur within the framework of Iron Dome. One of the most obvious points to which this applies is Israel's vulnerability to blackmail in terms of supplies and ammunition, which even in the current emergency situation does not allow the country to carry out the necessary military measures without support from the USA. After the Second Gulf War in 1991 at the latest, when Saddam Hussein fired Scud missiles at Israel, against which the Patriot defense missiles supplied only against massive resistance from the German peace movement proved to be useless, it was clear that Israel had to develop its own defense against missiles, especially those with a long range. The Iron Dome system is only one component of Israel's missile defense, which serves to protect against short-range missiles. And as useful, important and, given the wider threat posed by Iran and Hezbollah, which has by far the largest non-state missile arsenal in the world, a sophisticated missile defense has helped to undermine the core elements of Israel's military strategy. These were based on deterrence, early detection of enemy movements and a robust approach to victory on the battlefield. Iron Dome in the previous confrontations with Gaza meant that Israel was satisfied with destroying a few rocket positions of Hamas and other groups and reducing the rocket attacks to a tolerable level. In fact, there have been no decisive military actions against Hezbollah since the 2006 war. Both Hamas and Hezbollah have been able to use this time to fill their arsenals, expand their positions, recruit fighters, and consolidate their rule in Gaza and Lebanon. This has created a situation in which life is no longer possible in the parts of Israel that the Iron Dome was supposed to protect. This applies not only to the towns, villages, and kibbutzim in the immediate vicinity of Gaza, but also to the towns in northern Israel in the immediate vicinity of the heavily armed Hezbollah, whose threat to invade the Galilee can no longer be dismissed as mere talk. October 7 rendered these defensive strategies largely obsolete, and a war cabinet had to be convened with the participation of opposition leader and former IDF General Gantz, who, with the approval of the broad majority of Israelis, declared the destruction of Hamas to be the objective of the war, thus correcting the misjudgment of the previous Gaza wars. These had also come about under pressure from the world public, out of diplomatic consideration for European and, above all, informally allied states in the region living in peace with Israel, Egypt and Jordan, and the countries from Morocco to Bahrain that had joined them as a result of the Abraham Accords. However, mainly due to a lack of backing from the USA under Obama and to pacify the anti-Semites in the UN and worldwide, Israel had concluded ceasefires despite massive rocket attacks, without having even begun to seriously disarm Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu bears domestic political responsibility for this, even if opposition members in his own country, but above all the world in its hatred of Israel, have pushed him to do so. However, it is also true that his job is one of the most difficult political posts in the world, and that the attempt to reconcile the often extreme domestic political disputes and the various demands of different coalition partners in a heterogeneous country would have catapulted any other politician out of office after a short time. In addition, Israel is under international scrutiny like no other country and is condemned at the UN for every wrong step taken by a soldier, with practically the entire EU agreeing or abstaining. Israel's prioritization of diplomacy and reconciliation, its restraint in the use of military means, which have been the two main pillars of its security policy towards Gaza since 2005, have objectively failed. Those who suddenly emphasized Israel's right to self-defense after October 7, before realizing a few days later that Israel should not exaggerate either, should have realized instead that in a small country that, contrary to what anti-Semites believe, is not omnipotent, this must include forward defense, preemptive strikes, targeted elimination of the enemy before it becomes too strong. This is precisely why the considerable potential for destruction that has been amassed in Gaza after almost 20 years of Palestinian self-government, not least thanks to active support from Iran and Qatar, but also from Europe and the USA, must now be smashed. It can be assumed that, at least in Israeli government and security circles, it was known who the Palestinians were and what their goals were. Nevertheless, the primary diplomatic goal was rather to use gestures of goodwill to convince the world public, or at least interlocutors at international conferences, that Israel was not the aggressor, which also made it possible to achieve significant successes such as the Abraham Accords, whose viability has yet to be proven in the course of the Gaza war. The peace agreements that Israel concluded with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and later with Sudan and Morocco under the mediation of the Trump administration and with the approval of Saudi Arabia, which supplemented the existing peace agreements and cooperation with Egypt and Jordan, were underestimated in Europe in terms of their significance for the region. Even though Trump and his administration deserve credit for actively promoting the agreements, the rapprochement between Israel and the Saudis took place under the Obama presidency and under pressure from the Iran deal. As the Obama administration had no idea about the Middle East and believed that rapprochement with the enemies of the USA and its most important allies in the region would bring peace, the states threatened by Iran's hegemonic ambitions moved closer together. The nuclear agreement with Iran and the associated easing of sanctions as well as the release of frozen foreign finances resulted in billions and billions flowing to the Assad regime, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthi rebels in Yemen, who attacked Saudi Arabia and the regime it supported from there. The prospect of an Iran that de facto controlled Lebanon, Syria, Yemen and the Palestinian territories was a horror not only for Israelis and Saudis, but also for Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates. It was not least this disastrous U.S. policy that led to the bloody Syrian civil war with hundreds of thousands of deaths and over 6 million refugees, because the Arab states also supported the Islamist rebels in Syria in order to weaken the Assad regime, which was allied with Iran. The absence of the USA as a hegemonic power and the promotion of Iran had such catastrophic consequences that it led those Arab states that were primarily interested in maintaining power, stability, and good business to side with the only state that was still resolutely opposed to Iranian expansion. The fact that the Abraham Accords are based on common interests against Iran's quest for hegemony in the Middle East, and that they are primarily concerned with financial, technological, and economic interests, is by no means a disadvantage. Relations based on an external threat may well prove to be stable. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the Abraham Accords, such as the peace with Egypt and above all Jordan, are by no means based on the sympathy of the respective populations with Israel, which is why it was to be expected that Iran would attack precisely this weak point in the Arab-Israeli rapprochement. The regime was probably encouraged by the fact that the anti-Iran Trump administration was followed by one under Biden, which wanted to resume Obama's nuclear deal and showed no interest in extending the Abraham Accords initiated by the hated Trump administration. From the outset, only Hamas came into question for this job, as an attack by the Shia militia Hezbollah, for example, which is ideologically indistinguishable from the Iranian regime and its revolutionary guards, would have been extremely unlikely to arouse sympathy among the Sunni populations of the region, and Hezbollah is much more important to Iran due to its participation in the government in Lebanon and its role in Syria. Moreover, and the immediate deployment of a U.S. aircraft carrier off the Lebanese coast has sent this signal: an attack by Hezbollah could result in U.S. military action in Lebanon and Syria and ultimately against the Iranian regime. Only the military devastation of the Gaza Strip with many deaths was suitable for inciting the Islamic public, which promoted a new edition of the fairy tale of the child murderer, Israel, and solidarity with Hamas not only among Sunnis worldwide, but also among other enemies of Israel. The Abraham Accords, which at least called into question the long-standing premise of Israeli-Palestinian peace as a condition for Israeli-Arab peace, threatened to make the Palestinian question unimportant in global politics, and only a bloody war could put Hamas back on the agenda. Its leaders knew that the anti-Semitic international community, including the UN and the majority of the EU, would question the Israeli response to a massacre of Jews the second there were more dead Palestinians than Jews. The Iranian regime was obviously prepared to accept the destruction of Hamas for this, as there can be no doubt that Tehran and its ally Qatar, where Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, resides in a luxury hotel, were instrumental in the preparations for October 7, even if the USA does not, yet, want to admit this publicly. Should Iran and Hezbollah open a second front, or should this have been the original plan, this would, in view of the U.S. aircraft carrier on the ground and the determined action of the IDF in Gaza, currently entail the considerable risk of the war reaching not only Beirut but also Tehran, and despite all the messianic rhetoric, the Iranian regime has always shied away from existential risks for almost 45 years now. The Biden administration, which often appears hesitant and weak and does not do everything it can to support Israel and Ukraine unconditionally, is at least doing enough with this signal of deterrence to Hezbollah and Iran to prevent the total victory of the enemies of the West. This is more than one could have feared in view of an administration that largely corresponds to the two Obama administrations in terms of personnel. That the same people who engineered the fatal Iran deal under Obama are in a position to completely revise this policy and, now that the means of dialogue have so obviously failed once and for all, are finally actively working towards overthrowing the Mullah regime, can be confidently doubted until proven otherwise. However, it is now more true than ever that for there to be a more peaceful and better future in the Middle East, Hamas must be destroyed, Lebanon must be liberated from Hezbollah, and Iran from the Mullah regime. Without Israel's supposed allies, i.e. the Europeans and the USA under Obama and Biden, who have not only contributed nothing to this, but have diplomatically upgraded Iran and Qatar and provided them with billions to finance war and terror throughout the Middle East, the massacre of October 7 would not have been possible. In addition to the threat posed by Iran, there is a second reason that should make many regimes in the Arab world secretly hope for an Israeli victory in the Gaza war. It is the same reason why they have condemned the Jewish state since the beginning of the military offensive, namely the fact that the majority in most Sunni states, for example the elections in Turkey or those in Egypt after the fall of Mubarak, support one version or another of the Muslim Brotherhood and therefore of course also Hamas. The more successful Hamas is, the more impetus it gives to the domestic opponents of the regimes that have openly or de facto concluded a peace treaty with Israel, whereas the total defeat and destruction of Gaza would cause outrage on the streets but would not fail to have a deterrent effect. Islamists, like other authoritarian characters, always want to be on the side of the victors, which is why October 7 has given them a huge boost, which only a crushing defeat of Hamas could slow down to some extent. The regimes can only prevail if the war devastates Gaza to such an extent that the Muslim Brotherhood's agenda appears dangerous to most Arabs and, at the same time, cooperation with Israel and the USA yields something economically that they could possibly use to score points against the Islamists and perhaps even implement social reforms. However, the approach of merely relying on an economic upswing against Islamic ideology has its limits where there is no military power in sight to suppress the actual and potential jihadists, such as in Gaza, Syria, Yemen and all other Sunni states without a functional central authority. The idea that Hamas will moderate itself when it has to bear responsibility for around 2 million people, their living conditions and their future, was crazy from the outset. Such a technocratic economist approach, which relies on the fact that people generally respond to financial incentives, that those who work in Israel will not cut off the hand that feeds them, is based on an image of humanity that fails to recognize the degree of barbarization of the Arab world and in particular of the murderous collective in Gaza and the West Bank. And this is not despite, but because everything is so obvious, the permanence with which Abbas denies the Holocaust or engages in anti-Semitic racial studies, the way in which children are indoctrinated to hate Jews and trained to commit mass murder in schools named after particularly successful murderers of Jews, the clarity with which Hamas, Hezbollah and Iran constantly call for the destruction of Israel, are all underestimated precisely because this takes place in public. To deal in detail with these repulsive human stumps, their words and, above all, their deeds such as those committed on October 7, triggers more disgust than reasonably sensible people can cope with. In phases of relative calm, there is therefore always the temptation to dismiss the hatred as mere talk or to reassure oneself that even the greatest Jew haters could have no interest in their own destruction. This humanization of inhumanity, this trivialization of evil, which constantly echoes from all media as understanding for the supposedly desperate situation in Gaza, of which nothing could be seen on October 7, must fail to recognize the sadistic anti-Semitism of the Palestinian jihadist collective. Anyone who talks about a solution to the conflict or even a two-state solution against this backdrop must be an out-and-out European. Even if they have been marginalized since October 7, Europeans also exist in Israel and among internationally renowned Jewish intellectuals, especially those who work at or collaborate with North American universities. The prehistory of the Gaza war also includes the bitter dispute over the judicial reform sought by the Netanyahu government, which is largely based on right-wing and religious parties. Although the political issue at stake is certainly relevant, it was conducted by both sides in a way that seems strange in retrospect against the backdrop of the massacre. The question of how the powers of Parliament and the Supreme Court are delineated against each other, whether and if so in which legal decisions the highest judges have the final say, is one that could easily be resolved through political compromise and not one that is about preserving democracy or abolishing the rule of law, as claimed by the respective sides. The mass protests, especially in Tel Aviv, in which the Israeli government was portrayed as the main enemy, which even included calls for conscientious objection, are unlikely to have helped Israel to appear united and ready to defend itself in Tehran, Beirut or Gaza. The reactions of Israeli society after October 7 and the fact that Gantz and Netanyahu were immediately able to form a war cabinet together, incidentally to the exclusion of the right-wing parties in Netanyahu's government, clearly show that the two are much closer on the relevant political issues in which they represent the broad majority of the population than parts of their respective alliance partners in the fight for judicial reform. It is no coincidence that former General Gantz has gained massive popularity through his decision to join the government at the expense of Netanyahu and the outspoken Lapid, who has attracted negative attention in the past as the mouthpiece of liberal America. On August 4, 2023, a short petition entitled "The Elephant in the Room" was published, which was signed by almost 3,000 Jewish academics from all over the world, including notorious anti-Zionists such as Susan Neiman, known in Germany as a supporter of Dirk Moses, as well as renowned figures such as Dan Diner, Benny Morris, Saul Friedlander, and Omer Bartov. Using the metaphor common in English and Russian, they criticized the fact that the protests were not talking about the obvious issue, the Israeli occupation. In doing so, they did not hesitate to speak of apartheid and, in reference to the supremacy of the white race, propagated by the Ku Klux Klan and other anti-Semites in the USA, of Jewish supremacy in Israel. However, since the vast majority of supporters of the most important opposition leaders at the time, Gantz and Lapid, did not share the view of the signatories, it was precisely this extensive refraining from mentioning the peace process, the two-state solution, or similar nonsense that was decisive for the success of the protests against the judicial reform. The restraint or suppression of moderate to rabidly anti-Zionist groups was the prerequisite for mobilizing such broad sections of liberal, secular Israel, with the Israeli national flag as the most important symbol, beyond the usual suspects such as the Meretz Party or breaking the silence and Tselem, for the protests against the Netanyahu government. That this was not just a tactic was shown by the fact that the organizers of the protests stopped them immediately on October 7 and used their infrastructure to support the Israeli government. The last two governments that were formed in Israel before the outbreak of the Gaza War, one including the Arab Ram Party and the left-wing Meretz, the other including all religious parties and the radical right around Smotrich and Ben Gvir, proved to be unsuitable to adequately represent Israeli society and Zionism. It should be added that Zionism has always consisted of a national religious and a secular wing, between which, in view of the horrors of Hamas, no piece of paper fits. The fact that Israeli society therefore appeared to be much more divided than it turned out to be after October 7 may also have contributed to the terrorist attack. The political failure that led to October 7 and the imminent end of the Netanyahu era as a result could open up space for political constellations that are better able to represent the majority of Israelis and that can tackle the tasks that need to be tackled together without providing Israel critics, at home and abroad, with the beloved enemy image of a right-wing extremist religious government, smashing Hamas, finally abandoning the idea of a two-state solution and annexing the settlement blocks, cleansing at least southern Lebanon of Hezbollah, weakening the Iranian regime in cooperation with those Arab states that share this interest. To their eternal shame, the authors did not secretly delete their petition after October 7. Rather, Omer Bartov and Shira Klein followed up with a second one, 3, which was even more perfidious than the first and which was only signed by around a third, i.e. a good 1,000 Jewish academics. While Susan Neiman was of course one of the first signatories, Diner, Morris and Friedlander were absent this time, without it being known that they had withdrawn their signatures from the first petition. The core demands this time were firstly to release the Hamas hostages by exchanging them for murderers in Israeli prisons, secondly to refrain from retaliation in Gaza, as one massacre does not justify a second, thirdly an immediate end to apartheid and the occupation of the West Bank and the siege of the Gaza Strip, and fourthly an appeal to the USA, Israel and the international community to work towards true peace between Israel and the Palestinians. There is no mention of anti-Semitism at American universities, which for the authors of these lines is presumably a legitimate protest against the oppressive Israeli state, or of Israel's right to self-defense, which was instead decidedly denied by equating a war against Hamas with the massacres of October 7. But even Dan Diner went one better in the FAZ of October 25 and, of all the things that could come to mind 18 days after the most devastating massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, the specific nature of which he, unlike Bartov and Klein, explicitly emphasized, called for the revival of the two-state solution. For him, the reason for Hamas' success was that the Israeli government found Hamas more convenient than Fatah, which was willing to compromise. It is as if he did not know that Abbas has been acting as a kind of mayor of Ramallah by Israel's grace for years, who practically always spouts anti-Semitic incitement at official events, even in the presence of a silent German chancellor, and who is in the 20th year of his 4-year term of office for good reason, because he could no longer win an election. In fact, contrary to what Diner says, not all attempts to circumvent the Palestinians have vanished into thin air, but the paradigms of the Oslo process and the two-state solution, which were based on the assumption that the Palestinians would give up or reduce their hatred of Israel and the Jews if they were unilaterally accommodated and concessions made. The lasting result of the failed Oslo process was the Second Intifada with its bestial massacres and terrible suicide attacks, the murderous success of which is still presented to Palestinian children as a shining example today and shapes not only the murderers of October 7, but the Palestinians as a whole. The fact that Ehud Olmert's last offer in 2008 to hand over East Jerusalem and over 90% of the West Bank to the Palestinians was rejected was over 15 years ago. To carry this nonsense, which has been completely obsolete for decades and not just since October 7th, into the anti-Israeli German press or to an academic public is a sad testimony to the extent to which even Jewish academics who have written important works on the Holocaust, genocide research, Arab antisemitism, etc., have conformed to an academic establishment, whether out of conviction or, worse still, out of opportunism, the state of which one can get an idea of since October 7th at Harvard, Stanford, Columbia, and elsewhere. It resembles that of German universities in the years before 1933. The liberal illusion of the end of history, of capitalism and Western democracy as the best of all worlds, has been shattered. It happened and it can happen again. Universities are once again acting as breeding grounds for anti-Semitism, murderers of Jews are roaming the streets and openly displaying their attitudes, and Jews are being hunted down from North America to Dagestan. There is no place for Israel in the world imagined by the representatives of a world interior policy, the genocide researchers, the experts on international law, and other secularists who believe in the Declaration of Human Rights instead of the Ten Commandments. When Jewish academics and left liberal America call for a ceasefire, a two-state solution and the protection of innocent civilians from the Israeli army after just a few weeks of war, it shows where the journey is heading. At the same time, the office of leader of the free world is held by an old man who barely has the strength left to read a speech from a teleprompter and whose mental state is open to considerable doubt. Even if Biden, who was first elected to the Senate when the U.S. president was Richard Nixon, representing the old Democratic Party that stood by Israel, wants to do the right thing in this situation, he can obviously hardly get it through. He has already fallen behind Donald Trump in the polls, and parts of the anti-Semitic left wing of the party are threatening to stay away from the 2024 presidential election. America, represented by a decrepit man, is so war-weary in large parts that today, like a true European, it is only prepared to support the wars of its allies, in which it does not have to send a single soldier, for a few weeks before loudly calling for negotiations and peace. As this attitude is gaining ground in the USA, and politicians and mouthpieces of the right are also massively questioning aid for Israel and Ukraine under the Trump slogan, America First, Israel, which can rely on Europe even less than Ukraine, must be prepared to wage the war against its enemies alone and possibly under massive pressure, including from the USA. This bleak but real prospect is currently only mitigated by the fact that President Biden and his administration have clearly positioned themselves in both wars, at least verbally, and thus their political fate also depends on the success of the two allies on the battlefield. However, it is highly doubtful that the old white man Biden will be able to withstand the pressure from his party even if the war against Gaza and possibly Lebanon enters the decisive phase and the number of casualties increases significantly. On the other hand, the only hope that remains is for Israel itself, which in its reaction to the massacre on October 7th has shown itself to be what one would expect from a country that has not the slightest doubt about its purpose, its history, and its mission. The incredible morality of the Israelis is not based on moralism, but on the morality of the State of Israel as the homeland of the Jews. The vast majority of the Israeli population, but also the Jewish diaspora, realize that they can no more give a damn about those who are called liberal, woke, etc. today than they can about Europeans who do not understand what happened before their eyes on October 7th and do not want to see the parallel to their history. The willingness to volunteer for the army and to defy the existential threat to Israel that October 7th poses, especially if the perpetrators and those behind it are not brought to justice and finally eliminated, and a repetition on a larger scale can be expected at any time on the border to Gaza, in northern Israel or even in Jerusalem, even exceeded the expectations of politicians and the army. Even if Israel is once again quite alone in its ongoing struggle for existence, the country has enormous strength, which is fed by the fact that, unlike Europeans and an increasing number of Americans, it still knows exactly why and for what it is worth fighting. On September 9, 2016, Benjamin Netanyahu sent his usual pointed video message to the Western public, particularly in the USA, in which he clearly distanced himself from a cornerstone of the two-state solution. All previous initiatives had been based on the assumption that the establishment of a Palestinian state would have to be preceded by the removal of all settlements or at least the exchange of territories. With his statement that this would amount to ethnic cleansing, which would be absurd to assume would bring peace, Netanyahu not only dismissed the Oslo process, which was already considered a failure in Israel, but also fundamentally called into question the two-state solution in the form most commonly discussed, along the 1949 borders. One day before the publication of the video, which did not fail to make an impact as a clear criticism of the main demands of notorious professional Palestinians, the Palestinian Supreme Court in Ramallah decided to postpone the Palestinian elections scheduled for October 8, the first in 10 years. This decision was taken against the background that Abbas and the completely ailing Palestinian Authority, which he leads and which is largely kept alive by Israel, Western states, and NGOs, had largely lost control of the areas it governs and that Hamas was expected to win the elections. Until the very end, Abbas was probably still hoping that Israel would provide him with an excuse to cancel the planned election in order to keep him in office as a lesser evil. However, the Israeli government has obviously decided against Abbas and in favor of other political priorities in dealing with the Palestinians. In future, the focus will be on promoting development projects in peaceful areas and cooperating directly with Palestinians on the ground, bypassing the Palestinian Authority, while taking a hard line in areas where terror cells are up to mischief. There are three main reasons why Israel is prepared to drop Abbas. Firstly, his fall is inevitable in the medium term due to his advanced age, his lack of support in his own ranks and the impossibility of continually postponing elections. Secondly, Israel has long since lost patience with Abbas, whose transparent strategy is to rely on cooperation with anti-Israeli organizations and movements from the UN to BDS instead of de-escalating negotiations with Israel, with the intention that Israel will make further concessions under pressure from the global community of Israel haters. Thirdly, the Israeli right, which has been in charge since the collapse of the Camp David negotiations in 2000 and the subsequent intifada in alternating occupation, has largely abandoned the two-state solution along the 1949 armistice lines, while the political center adheres to it in principle, but currently considers it unrealistic in view of the malicious tactics of the Palestinians. Their refusal to agree to a compromise solution, which corresponds to their inability to establish a reasonably functional and reliable government, means that other solutions are now being openly discussed in Israel. For example, responsibility for Gaza, including supplying the population, is to be transferred completely to Egypt and the Palestinians and, depending on the proposal, large parts of the West Bank, Education Minister Bennett, or the entire West Bank, journalist Caroline Glick, are to be annexed and placed under Israeli law, which would mean that the Palestinians living there would be entitled to Israeli citizenship. Without going into the dispute over the actual population figures, birth rates, immigration and emigration, the willingness to accept at least as many more people into the state, which is largely hostile to them, in addition to the approximately 1.7 million Arabs, who make up around 20% of the Israeli population, demonstrates an optimism that makes even Merkel's temporary welcome euphoria look pale. Nevertheless, this solution would be the only realistic chance of a bearable life, at least for the Palestinians, who are exposed to the terror of the majority of their compatriots and wish to live in peace with Israel, and who would therefore face dark times if a Palestinian state were established. Of course, the Western states and pro-Palestinian NGOs want nothing to do with Israel's new political thrust. Instead, Israel's self-appointed advisors and friends of the Palestinians insist on the two-state solution or even back a multi-ethnic state including Gaza in the hope that an Arab majority will usher in the end of Israel. The U.S. State Department, for example, hastened to announce through its spokesperson Elizabeth Trudeau that Netanyahu's choice of words was inappropriate and unhelpful. It must be difficult for the Obama administration and the European states to understand why Netanyahu succeeds in doing what they repeatedly fail to do despite numerous efforts, such as the Cairo speech, namely to be taken seriously as a political actor and to achieve considerable success in the diplomatic arena. Netanyahu's most recent speech to the UN, in which he insisted on Israel's interests while reconciling the demands of his coalition partners with the demands of the international community and the offer of dialogue, is an example of how this can be done. Israel's relations with numerous countries in Africa and the Middle East have improved and not despite, but because of his clear stance, while the West is increasingly seen as toothless, fickle and unreliable through its own fault. When Netanyahu speaks in his video message of otherwise enlightened countries that support demands in relation to Israel that they reject elsewhere, he hits the blind spot of these bourgeois societies not only in relation to anti-Semitism, but also on the issue of universalism. This is precisely the dilemma of liberal Jews in the USA, the majority of whom are politically close to Israel, but also to the Democratic Party. In 8 years under Obama, the climate for Jews in left-wing and liberal movements and parties has deteriorated dramatically. Explicitly or implicitly anti-Israeli groups such as BDS and J Street have seen massive growth. Alan Dershowitz makes this clear for the so-called progressive wing of the Democratic Party, which has gained considerable weight as a result of Bernie Sanders' success in the primaries. There is no room for Jews who do not distance themselves from Israel in anticipatory obedience or who are even agitators on an anti-Israeli mission in Move On, Code Pink, Occupy Wall Street, the LGBTQ community or Black Lives Matter, which is reflected in particular in resolutions at universities not to allow pro-Israeli speakers. In line with this, Obama emphasized in his farewell speech to the UN that Israel is an occupying power that should not be allowed to permanently oppress the Palestinian population. Whether this would change significantly under a President Clinton remains doubtful due to the numerous anti-Israeli figures around her. This development is reflected in pro-Israeli lobby groups such as AIPAC, which watered down their resolutions in such a way that they can also be supported by Democratic senators who are critical of Israel, going so far as to fully recognize the paradigm of the two-state solution and not naming the fact that it is the Palestinians who are currently rejecting any negotiations. One effect of this is that prominent pro-Israel Republican senators such as former presidential candidates Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio refused to sign the recent text calling on the president to veto anti-Israel resolutions. And the Anti-Defamation League, through its new chairman Jonathan Greenblatt, a former Obama staffer, also jumped to the president's side and criticized Netanyahu's video message instead of supporting it. It was no coincidence that the Israeli prime minister appealed for diversity, peace, and human coexistence and formulated a rejection of hatred and bigotry. He is not interested in the Israel question, increasingly becoming the object of partisan political disputes in the USA. Instead, he is trying to ensure bipartisan support for Israel, which is why he concluded a long-term security agreement with Obama that does not fully meet his expectations, despite harsh criticism from some Republican senators, and thanked Obama with kind words for his support for Israel. The fact that the Republicans at their party convention in Cleveland abandoned the two states for two peoples formula in their sensible resolution on the Middle East conflict, reaffirmed Jerusalem as the undivided capital of the Israeli state, described the final peace solution as a result of negotiations between the parties, rejected the false portrayal of Israel as an occupier and categorized BDS as anti-Semitic, was promptly commented on by CNN as a step to the right. Liberal ideology is increasingly characterized by viewing Western democracy and global capitalism as lucky breaks after which nothing better can come. The more the eternally valid ideal is disgraced by reality, the more irritated contemporary liberals become. Threats lurk everywhere, and where things don't go according to the textbook of economics, they feel compelled to enforce this order. When people like Ulrich Speck, who is not at all critical of Israel, explain the world to you, you don't recognize it. After 1989, in the post-Cold War era, the liberal order that had been established in the West since 1945 developed into the global norm. Globalization, a term that shaped the 1990s, essentially means nothing other than the expansion of the West's liberal order into the global dimension. The vision was the expansion of the transnational space, through cooperation rather than competition between states, in which people, goods, capital and information could move freely. Of course, the post-Cold War era was characterized by an expansion of the international movement of goods and capital, but the open borders for goods were also accompanied by the sealing off of immigration and refugees. Anyone who tried to emigrate to classically liberal immigration countries such as Australia or Canada in the golden age of globalization quickly discovered that these countries operated and still operate a strict selection process, which could be summarized in Gunter Beckstein's words as follows: "We need fewer foreigners who exploit us and more who benefit us." Speck contrasts his ideal image of liberalism and the generalization of European development to the rest of the world with the offerings of right-wing parties, which he sees primarily as a threat to liberalism. The liberal vision is being attacked not in the name of a different universalism, but in the name of particularism. It is once again about nation, state, borders. If the new populists win the competition, then the liberal era will come to an end. Speck continues, states would then become more authoritarian, ruled by populist, anti-establishment politicians who often govern with the help of referendums and regularly scapegoat minorities when problems arise. Borders would massively impede the flow of people, goods, capital and information, resulting in economic decline. Internal social conflicts would increase considerably in the long multicultural societies of the West, with regular outbreaks of violence and probably also more terrorism. Instead of moving closer to Kant's perpetual peace, we would move closer to Darwin's survival of the fittest or Hobbes' war of all against all. NZZ, September 13, 2016. As a liberal, Speck must split off the constitutive components of the existing order that he dislikes: state, nation, borders, populism, economic decline, conflicts and violence, and regard them as external, which includes a high degree of reality suppression, because anyone who is reasonably sane should recognize that the world has been quite far from perpetual peace even in the last 25 years. Even within the cooperating states of the West, competition continued to be brutal in some cases, with Southern Europe as the loser, which was then subjected to disastrous austerity programs, resulting in further economic decline, the impoverishment of large sections of the population and the exclusion of young people in particular from the exploitation of their labor. The claim that it is now once again about nation, state and border suggests that things have ever been different. The fact that Germany no longer has an external EU border since the eastward expansion apparently obscures the awareness that the opening of the EU to the inside went hand in hand with isolation, that the transfer of central elements of national sovereignty to a higher level does not mean that the power and violence of the state disappear. Inconsistency has always been the Achilles heel of liberal thought. It is only because liberalism has never been so careful about thinking through its own theories that it could afford to cling to the idea of progress without accepting the historical categories of Marx and Hegel. Hannah Arendt, Power and Violence. Speck's misjudgments and distortions are based on the false juxtaposition of particularism and universalism, whereby he quite immodestly claims universalism for himself and liberalism, while assigning particularism to the right-wing populists. At the same time, the liberal order has carried within it the contradiction of being able to realize the universal claim in a particular way at best, starting with the Declaration of Independence in 1776 and the Declaration of Human Rights in 1789. The emerging populist parties are not the other side of liberalism. They hardly have a single program item that has been missing from the arsenal of the liberal state, or what is considered to be the liberal state, in the last 25 years. Their particularism can be attributed to the fact that they have grasped the falsity of liberal ideology insofar as the universal promise of a rationally organized society remains and must remain unfulfilled for a significant proportion of the population. It is the imminent revenge on Hitler that he, the executioner of liberal society, was too liberal in his own state of consciousness to recognize how the irresistible rule of industrial potential was forming outside under the cloak of liberalism. He, who saw through the untruth in liberalism like no other citizen, did not quite see through the power behind it, the social tendency that really only had its drummer in Hitler. His consciousness reverted to the standpoint of the inferior and short-sighted competitor, from whom he started in order to rehabilitate him in an abbreviated procedure. Adorno, Minima Moralia. If we look at the development of the real incomes of the lower and middle classes in the golden age of globalization, it becomes clear where the anger and fear of decline, which left-wing or liberal ideologues are used to dismissing as irrational, if not outright racist, have their origins. However, if one assumes that Western democracy is universal and the best of all worlds, the rise of right-wing populist parties can only be explained with difficulty or immediately as a conspiracy, for example when Richard Herzinger describes Donald Trump as an agent of influence of the Kremlin. And the axis of good also finds it difficult to contradict its intimate enemy Annetta Kahane when she proclaims that Western democracy remains the best form of rule. Universality, on the other hand, would mean holding on to the idea of a liberated society under the given circumstances against the existing order, without forgetting which particular measures are necessary to defend the remnants of freedom, at least in parts of the world. The state that is rarely well liked by liberals precisely because it enforces its universal program in a very particular way and, if necessary, by means of military force, is called Israel. To make matters worse for many on the left, the political right has now been in power there for 15 years, including politicians such as Bennett or Lieberman, whose statements are at least partly reminiscent of the program of right-wing populists in Europe and the USA. And interestingly enough, it is precisely the right-wing populists in Europe who are trying to make advances to Israel. The fact that there are now pro-Israeli Jews who support Trump or are involved in right-wing populist parties in Europe, such as the Front National, gives pro-Israeli left-wingers and liberals a stomach ache. It is no longer just the notorious Clemens Henny who is demanding that Israel's solidarity groups and individuals distance themselves from the new right axis of good or condemn Netanyahu for the racist tone of his statements. The questions thus raised about what kind of Israel and with which Jews one wants to show solidarity point to the life lie of those who find strict border controls, racial profiling, police shootings of terrorists, i.e. the partial militarization of society, terrible, racist and fascist everywhere, except in the case of Israel. The correct approval of Israeli pragmatism does not go so far as to recognize that this so necessary state is neither a paradise nor substantially different from a bourgeois state, but rather must always strive to adapt its policies to the sad reality. The fact that it was Geert Wilders who reached the largest audience in Germany in 2015 with a decidedly pro-Israeli speech would also be likely to cause confusion in a left-liberal pro-Israeli milieu that identifies the growing right-wing populism as the new National Socialism. The willingness to give a positive connotation to the anti-Semitic delusions of a former Maoist like Wolfgang Gedeon or statements by AfD party chairwoman Frauke Petry that the term, folkish, ethnic, should be used again, The fact that the right-wing populist party is fundamentally different from the insane hatred of Israel expressed by the Mavi Marmara warriors of the Left Party and the unanimous anti-Israeli Bundestag resolution they brought about guarantees its ability to connect with the anti-Israeli mainstream, for which right-wing populism is the ideal opponent as a projection surface. Those who fixate on the right-wing populists as the evil par excellence, such as the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, are promoting the other parties, whether intentionally or not. But these are the very people who support all the messes that lead to the refugee crisis, in addition to the devastating influence of political Islam, and who have relied on the fact that the problems of integration and Islam will solve themselves. They either rely on the immigrants leaving one day, or on the fact that integration will somehow work out if only they do not interfere and unconditionally respect the culture and customs of the immigrants. Speck's misjudgments and distortions are based on the false juxtaposition of particularism and universalism, whereby he quite immodestly claims universalism for himself and liberalism, while assigning particularism to the right-wing populists. At the same time, the liberal order has carried within it the contradiction of being able to realize the universal claim in a particular way at best, starting with the Declaration of Independence in 1776 and the Declaration of Human Rights in 1789. The emerging populist parties are not the other side of liberalism. They hardly have a single program item that has been missing from the arsenal of the liberal state, or what is considered to be the liberal state, in the last 25 years. Their particularism can be attributed to the fact that they have grasped the falsity of liberal ideology insofar as the universal promise of a rationally organized society remains and must remain unfulfilled for a significant proportion of the population. It is the imminent revenge on Hitler that he, the executioner of liberal society, was too liberal in his own state of consciousness to recognize how the irresistible rule of industrial potential was forming outside under the cloak of liberalism. He, who saw through the untruth in liberalism like no other citizen, did not quite see through the power behind it, the social tendency that really only had its drummer in Hitler. His consciousness reverted to the standpoint of the inferior and short-sighted competitor, from whom he started in order to rehabilitate him in an abbreviated procedure. Adorno, Minima Moralia. If we look at the development of the real incomes of the lower and middle classes in the golden age of globalization, it becomes clear where the anger and fear of decline, which left-wing or liberal ideologues are used to dismissing as irrational, if not outright racist, have their origins. However, if one assumes that Western democracy is universal and the best of all worlds, the rise of right-wing populist parties can only be explained with difficulty or immediately as a conspiracy, for example when Richard Herzinger describes Donald Trump as an agent of influence of the Kremlin. And the Axis of Good also finds it difficult to contradict its intimate enemy Annetta Kahane when she proclaims that Western democracy remains the best form of rule. Universality, on the other hand, would mean holding on to the idea of a liberated society under the given circumstances against the existing order, without forgetting which particular measures are necessary to defend the remnants of freedom, at least in parts of the world. The state that is rarely well liked by liberals precisely because it enforces its universal program in a very particular way and, if necessary, by means of military force, is called Israel. To make matters worse for many on the left, the political right has now been in power there for 15 years, including politicians such as Bennett or Lieberman, whose statements are at least partly reminiscent of the program of right-wing populists in Europe and the USA. And interestingly enough, it is precisely the right-wing populists in Europe who are trying to make advances to Israel. The fact that there are now pro-Israeli Jews who support Trump or are involved in right-wing populist parties in Europe, such as the Front National, gives pro-Israeli left-wingers and liberals a stomach ache. It is no longer just the notorious Clemens Henny who is demanding that Israel solidarity groups and individuals distance themselves from the new right axis of good or condemn Netanyahu for the racist tone of his statements. The questions thus raised about what kind of Israel and with which Jews one wants to show solidarity point to the life lie of those who find strict border controls, racial profiling, police shootings of terrorists, i.e. the partial militarization of society, terrible, racist and fascist everywhere, except in the case of Israel. The correct approval of Israeli pragmatism does not go so far as to recognize that this so necessary state is neither a paradise nor substantially different from a bourgeois state, but rather must always strive to adapt its policies to the sad reality. The fact that it was Geert Wilders who reached the largest audience in Germany in 2015 with a decidedly pro-Israeli speech would also be likely to cause confusion in a left-liberal pro-Israeli milieu that identifies the growing right-wing populism as the new National Socialism. The willingness to give a positive connotation to the anti-Semitic delusions of a former Maoist like Wolfgang Gedeon or statements by AfD party chairwoman Frauke Petry that the term folkish, ethnic, should be used again, The fact that the right-wing populist party is fundamentally different from the insane hatred of Israel expressed by the Mavi Marmara warriors of the Left Party and the unanimous anti-Israeli Bundestag resolution they brought about guarantees its ability to connect with the anti-Israeli mainstream, for which right-wing populism is the ideal opponent as a projection surface. Those who fixate on the right-wing populists as the evil par excellence, such as the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, are promoting the other parties, whether intentionally or not. But these are the very people who support all the messes that lead to the refugee crisis, in addition to the devastating influence of political Islam, and who have relied on the fact that the problems of integration and Islam will solve themselves. They either rely on the immigrants leaving one day, or on the fact that integration will somehow work out if only they do not interfere and unconditionally respect the culture and customs of the immigrants. In other words, the fatal strategies that made the success of right-wing populists on a broad front possible in the first place are being used. This is precisely why it is impossible today to discuss the unquestionable humanitarian necessity of taking in refugees and slogans such as, "We can do it," in isolation from this failure. After all the experience of this year alone, taking into account the phrases of the majority of society about burqas and burkinis, the trivialization of the incidents in Cologne, the suppression of the dead and injured by Islamist attacks in Germany and Europe, in view of the courting of Muslim Brotherhood propagandists from Maziek to the feminists without exception, the conclusion can only be this: we can't do it. Neither can we manage to deal with the blatant problems with Islam, nor can a country like Germany continue to integrate millions of Muslims at will, because there is neither a political concept nor the ability to define what these people should be integrated into in the first place. Rather, the reluctance to establish rules of the game for integration shows that this society, which is characterized by civilization fatigue and self-hatred, is far from representing a model of civilization that can serve as an example and benchmark for immigrants. The pre-programmed social conflicts are also exacerbated by the fact that control over who enters the country has temporarily been completely suspended, and it can be assumed that a significant number of Islamists have entered the country during this period and will carry out attacks. In times of an increasingly pro-Islamic left, just think of Jeremy Corbyn in Great Britain, the danger of a polarization between right-wing and Islamic parties described by Huelebek is becoming increasingly real. The central moment of any solidarity with Israel would be the recognition that what Israel does and must do to remain a civil state in the face of the deadly threat of Islam will soon no longer distinguish Israel from Western Europe, in which at least the theoretical possibility of rapprochement exists, as Netanyahu emphasizes when he offers Israeli know-how in the fight against terror to the rest of the world. The decisive difference that prevents this, however, is that in Israel people still have an idea of their state, what it stands for and against, i.e. of particularist universalism, whereas in Europe they invoke the end of liberal democracy at every little thing and insist on the human right to Islamism. When Jacob Augstein attributes Israel to the political right, he is unintentionally and in a negative sense even right. Anyone who is not on the side of Israel and against political Islam is standing side by side with a global left that always has Israel in its sights as well as its own state. For all their justified dislike of right-wing populists, they sometimes seem to have a more realistic and emphatic view of Israel than the Israel Solidarity left. For example, when Wilders says that Israel is a beacon of freedom and democracy surrounded by Islamic darkness, he is highlighting the difference between the Western and Islamic way of life, which is all about the whole. In contrast to self-confessed anti-Semitism experts, who are always at pains not to lose touch with the European left, NGOs such as the Amadeo Antonio Foundation and the Red-Green parties, right-wing populists can certainly think of good reasons beyond the Shoah and anti-Semitism to refer to the Jewish state as a positive example of a civil society that goes beyond border controls and isolation. The right-wing populist enthusiasm for Israel's military and intelligence strength, the loss of which is lamented with a view to one's own country, suppresses the fact that it is by no means positive for Israel to have to be better than its enemies in economic and, above all, military terms. Nevertheless, despite the ugliness of right-wing movements, much of what they have to say about Israeli society and its optimism about the future, inventiveness, and its basis in clear values or rules of the game is more in solidarity with Israel than the invectives of critics who remain stuck in false universalism and are struggling to get out of the reformist trap with all manner of youth movement pseudo-radicalism. As if the rather desperate attempt to hold on to the rule of law, including its repressive possibilities, in times of Islamization and the threat to civil liberties in order to ward off worse, were not an imperative of reason, narcissistic terms such as empathy are being peddled instead, which already lose everything that could be meant by them in a positive sense. Interestingly, Islam only appears in these statements in the form of the Islamist Gaddafi as a barrier to the European Union and as IS supported by Turkey, because the particular interest of the citizen in not wanting to be killed by an Islamic terrorist is not so unreasonable. Israel is not mentioned at all because it does not want to be forced into the discussion of borders, unreasonable states, and the particular interests of citizens. In order to hold the argument together and continue to be seen as an ideological critic in solidarity with Israel, Thomas von der Osten-Sacken, for example, resorts to absurd constructions such as the claim that the refugee crisis is also a cross-examination of Zionism. It is telling that the metaphor fails precisely at the point where the argumentation slips completely into ideology. According to common understanding, a cross-check is the verification of a calculation or voting result by reversal, so in principle one could describe Zionism, symbolically for the surviving Jews, as a cross-check on the Holocaust. However, refugees from Syria or another war zone have nothing to do with Zionism and certainly nothing to do with the Holocaust. Nobody can know whether von der Osten-Sacken at least wanted to suggest something similar in Broder's sense, because instead of a clear thought, he has produced a pure brain fog. However, the analogy between war refugees and Jews persecuted as Jews blurs the difference between war and extermination, which is perfectly compatible with the German certainty that Silesians, Sudeten Germans, Palestinians, and Jews are all somehow the same. But he cannot leave it at that. He also has to pull something out of his hair in order to lie away the following simple equation: Islamic immigration plus European non-integration policy plus Islam appeasement equals an increase in terror, Islamization, hostility towards Israel. Thomas von der Osten-Sacken's entire construction stands or falls with the assertion that jihadists in the Middle East, and especially in Syria, who are limited to anti-Semitism, pose a greater danger to Israel and the Jews than in Europe. In view of the fact that IS would hardly be able to do anything against the IDF and that Jews in Europe are regularly targeted by terrorists, this is more than questionable. The greatest threat to Israel comes from Palestinian terrorists and Hezbollah, whose immigration to Europe is not up for debate. What von der Osten-Sacken is calling for would essentially amount to the liquidation of the remnants of civic statehood in Europe, whose primary goal must always be the protection of all its citizens, especially the Jewish ones, who have regularly become targets of jihadism in recent years. But this can by no means be reduced to anti-Semitism as a unifying factor. The Jews stand pars pro toto for the unbelievers who must be converted or at least subjugated, as the attacks in Nice and Orlando have emphatically demonstrated. Christians, atheists, Yazidis, other non-believers and women suspected of sin are not only at the top of IS's hit list, but are also regularly harassed in European refugee camps. Recognizing the refugee as an individual would also mean making a clear distinction between the persecuted and the cause of flight and not suddenly remaining silent about Islam when talking about refugees. However, the great danger that the increasing Islamization of Europe poses to Israel is only partly due to terrorism, which has found an ideal breeding ground in the toppling of numerous districts in Belgium, France, and Sweden. Rather, the growing importance of Islamic immigrants and their descendants in European societies and their increasing influence, particularly on left-wing parties, is central, which further promotes the Swedishization of European local and foreign policy and the willingness to take an even more openly anti-Israeli stance. The consequences for Europe and Israel reveal the common ground between those who cite the moral depravity of European sovereignty and publicly celebrate the desire for destruction as justification for the need to dismantle it, and those who see Israel and the Jews, of all things, as justification for failing to defend the remnants of the bourgeois state as a prerequisite for a better world. No sooner had the gunshots of the night of the Paris murders on November 13, 2015 died away, no sooner had the first condolences dripping with pathos been made, then Germany's top Antifa activists showed that they had clearly recognized the seriousness of the hour. Although almost all political leaders, almost all ticker operators, almost all political commentators had initially avoided even mentioning the word Islam in connection with the mass murder, sometimes with contortions, they soon warned of the real danger posed by the second major bloodbath caused by Islamic perpetrators in the French capital within a year, namely that Islam critical, as the new German term for supposed right-wing extremism goes, forces could draw their nectar from the attacks, which, as Federal Justice Minister Heiko Maas had already made clear after the Charlie Hebdo massacre, were primarily directed against Islam. NRW Minister President Hannelore Kraft pulled the ripcord less than 16 hours after the executions at the Bataclan. I will oppose terror and ensure that right-wing propaganda does not use the attack for its own purposes, she announced on WDR's Actuel Stund. The right-wing propaganda that Kraft was ostensibly referring to was, of course, initially what Marcus Soter and his followers concluded from the Paris massacre, namely that the admission of refugees from Syria had to stop immediately. Which, of course, is really wrong, because the Islamic State does not need covert terrorists to enter Europe disguised as refugees, because, even if it could possibly use smuggling opportunities, the problem is a different one. Its hitmen have long been there, have French, Belgian or German passports and places of birth. A recent and thoroughly conservative study by the French Ministry of the Interior estimates the strength of this potential occupying army in France's major cities at around 11,000 violent Islamists. Le Figaro, November 15, 2015. Their members do not have to be smuggled in or even paid, they recruit themselves, they join the ganglands they control in Paris, but also in Brussels or London, without being asked, because the Islamic State, on a large scale and in the desert, is constitutionally similar to the micro-territories controlled by young Islamic men in the European suburbs, the same motivation, the same world of ideas, the same character. And this is precisely what the crafts do not want to make an issue of, because political and economic investment in these suburbs and the service proletariat vegetating in them should not be up for debate. Furthermore, the idea prevails that the communities of those deported domestically, so to speak, should be left to their own devices, whereby Islam is seen both as an important internal cement and as a border guard to the outside, vis-a-vis the surrounding Belgian, French or German society. What should not be talked about, and what the Soders consequently do not talk about either, is once again Islam, or more precisely, the obvious consequences that arise when the late industrial hearts for society and its political management leave the Islamic milieus to their own devices, even helping to restore them. And so, to pick just one of countless examples, the chairman of the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag, Hubertus Heil, followed up on November 15 and tweeted to the world, Europe's right-wing extremists and the IS are working towards the same goal, clash of civilizations. We are defending freedom against both, which logically means, the freedom of cultures, not that of individuals. The Crafts and Heils thus set the line that all the hastily arranged talk shows from Maybrit Illner to Gunter Joch then transported into living rooms. It was now necessary to keep calm, carry on as before, cuddle up to Islam and regard defiant champagne drinking as the only permissible measure against terror. It was precisely this kind of quietist chatter, which dominated the radio and feature pages for weeks, which hasty television reporters had equally hasty good citizens say into the microphones at Christmas markets, that Charlie Hebdo had already dismantled on the cover of the November 17 issue. There, a grinning bon vivant empties his glass with the words, "They have the guns, we have the champagne," while this very champagne is already pouring out of his body through several bullet holes, and thus hit on exactly what can no longer be denied despite all propagandistic efforts and what distinguishes the butcheries of November 13 from their predecessors in the Western metropolises. They were all anti-Semitic, from the attack on the financial metropolis of New York to the slaughter in the kosher supermarket in January and the mass execution in the Bataclan, the Paris club that has always been a thorn in the side of anti-Zionists. Killing as many unsuspecting people as possible was also the aim of the train bomb in Madrid and the rampage in the London subway. Punishing particularly conspicuous non-believers was already the motive behind the murder of Theo van Gogh and the terrorist actions in Denmark. What was new in Paris was that the terrorists acted as public Sharia police, claiming to enforce the Islamic way of life on the streets against everyone and to execute the punishments for unbelieving misconduct, such as drinking alcohol, soccer, and rock music, on the spot. What happened in Paris was the self-confident appearance of a counter-sovereign whose aim was to demonstrate that its territorial sphere of power can no longer be limited to Syria and the Parisian suburbs, that its unrestricted claim to regulation is in direct competition with that of the existing state monopoly on violence, that its unmediated, physical right of the fist replaces all legal and social mediations that still regulate everyday life in post-civil society by monopolizing and limiting physical violence. It is precisely in this appearance that contemporary Islam becomes recognizable. The massacres of Paris are its authentic expression as a religion that knows no saturation, that must export its inner constitutive contradiction, namely not to sublimate instincts, but always only to repress them, until there is no other kind of outside. The vague talk of an attack on our way of life, which journalists and politicians have been unable to avoid since Paris, registers this forcefully and reluctantly. Reluctantly, because this could already be the realization that the brutality of the means alone distinguishes the Parisian night of murder from the terror of virtue in the classroom or the Islamic border regime at the subway entrances to the banlieues, but the motivation and purpose are identical. So the question that must not be asked, let alone answered, is, why are there hundreds of Muhammad Attas and Abdulhamid Abouds for every Breivik? Why is it that millions and millions of people, not only in the Western world, who only come from a small proportion of Islamic families, are pushed down into the service proletariat and even lower, experiencing the complete social superfluousness of their own existence? Why is not every Muslim almost automatically a suicide bomber, But why is every suicide bomber almost automatically a Muslim? In other words, what distinguishes the Islamic racket from all others? What makes it so boundlessly aggressive and so insatiably expansive? Why does it celebrate self-destruction and, paradoxically, want nothing less than global domination? Out of necessity, under the fresh impression of the recent massacres, the Berlin Congress of the German Society for Psychiatry and Psychotherapy ventured at least one step onto the forbidden terrain. But only one step. Psychiatrist Mazda Adley, an expert in affective disorders, quite rightly identified fundamental experiences of exclusion and processes of disintegration of social authorities as the conditions, but not the causes, for the radicalization processes in question. But what transforms these experiences into terror are certain social climatic conditions, such as an encounter with a hate preacher, Adley on Deutschlandfunk, January 12, 2015. Of course, it remains unclear who and why listens to a preacher of hate, who and why is willing to eagerly subscribe to his message with skin and hair, and yet the nebulous talk of the triggering climate already contains a hint of the specifically Islamic character genesis or its necessary failure, a hint of how postmodern living conditions revitalize pre-modern death regulations and thus bring them to full recognition. For that which has always characterized Islam and at the same time distinguishes it from the other great monotheistic religions, despite all the similarities in mythology, is an archaic relic whose literal explosive power is only now becoming apparent, the conflict of the individual with his body and his drives, which remains unresolved in a godly life and therefore drives towards an end that is as murderous as it is suicidal. Even in its oldest traditions, Islam has a very clear relationship to these, that of war. They are not civilized with the utmost consistency, not transformed into the commandment of love, but humiliated and fought to the proverbial knife. Jihad and nafs, the holy war against physical desire, the lower self, is at the center of a religion whose name does not mean submission, in translation for nothing, which thus also prevents psychological differentiation, in which it is not an ego that wrestles with its individual conflicts, but a fixed collective that defends and subjugates the individual libe. This war is a total one, for it excludes all instances of sublimation, it outlaws play, it forbids the limited disinhibition of intoxication, it knows no humble internalization and spiritualization, it abhors music, aesthetics in the broadest sense, all those realms in which desire can find fulfillment and yet at the same time renounces its uninhibited acting out, which would consequently make human coexistence impossible. Of course, despite this total self-abnegation, desire lives on in the Islamic clan, but it is split off, projected and in a particularly crude sexualized form, which must meticulously register and combat every form of physical attraction or unrestrained sexual behavior. The ID returns in the terror of virtue, in the prohibition of sensual experience. Through this primitive repression, however, the repressive collective offers the individual an equally primitive compensation that cannot be described as anything other than narcissism on the part of the subjugated. Renunciation brings them closer to an avenging and punishing God, elevating them to executors of his will. In the name of purity, the subjugated are allowed to approach the filth in order to remove it in blood. This is one of the reasons why Islam can neither find peace nor give peace, because no prohibition can ever be strict enough as long as the dynamic of militant repression constantly demands new sinners and victims. Redemption, indeed, mere relief can only be found in annihilation, in the transformation of the individual into a living corpse and the outside world into a large cemetery. Such is the momentum inherent in Islamic socialization, its clumsy immediacy, its brutal positivity, which Horkheimer disgustedly attested to Islam, corresponds to social ensembles that do not deserve the name society in the empathic sense. Every everyday emotion is prescribed. There is no outside that cannot be reached by war. Familial power relations are not up for discussion. But again, it was the unchallenged position of the family tyrant, whose merely enlarged image the clan leaders, including the prophet, were, whom the sons emulated while wives and daughters submitted to, that kept the place running at all. This position ensured time and again that this social ensemble, which was so full of unresolved conflicts and unsublimated aggression and remained in the pre-Oedipal, i.e. pre-individual state, did not fly apart and that a necessary minimum of social and cooperative ability was maintained. However, this minimum, which the patriarchal Islamic society has historically made possible, from the supposedly medically induced drinking of wine to concessions to the Western style of dress and the toleration of popular music, is always tainted with the stigma of deviation and can therefore potentially be confiscated and branded at any time. And this is precisely what has been happening with increasing radicalism in recent decades. The collision with modernity marked the beginning of the fall of these patriarchs, which also marked the birth of Islamism, everywhere in the Islamic world, first on the outskirts of colonial metropolises such as Cairo, then at the kitchen tables of major Western cities, and more recently in the post-colonial palaces of the Middle East. Islamism and its appeal to young, mostly, but not only, male Muslims is fed precisely by this decline in authority, both traditional family and spiritual authority. This is revealed by the life stories of Islamist terrorists, which always appear to be identical and which are no different from those of their predecessors, even in the case of the current Paris killers. Always, the Western life that lured them and that they tried to lead during their physical puberty was at the same time a narcissistic affront, in other words, held quite not unusual frustrations and irritations in store, against which that narcissism of the subjugated then served as an antidote. The resulting extreme radicalization, often initiated via word of mouth and the internet and beyond the family, is then always so conspicuously rapid because this narcissism satisfies the psychological and mental preconceptions already present in nous and the unsettling experience of individual failure, be it due to circumstances or one's own desires, is once again incorporated into the grand plan of God and His Ummah. What previously plagued one is exterritorialized in the traditional manner of jihad and NAF. What one did not get was bad and corrupt anyway. Kufr, i.e. unbelieving and impure, devaluing the outside world valorizes the offended self. The weakness of the fathers, whose nimbus was and is severely tarnished because they had hired themselves out to the unbelievers and were ruled by them instead of ruling over them themselves, as the believer believes he should, generally accelerated this development, albeit often unintentionally. They want to overcome their weakness, to take back their supposed apostasy, i.e. the at least external adaptation to the living conditions of Western societies, to their colleagues, to their neighbors and to the more secularized than Christian environment in general. Thus, everywhere in this milieu, hordes of brothers of a special kind are formed, which are neither endangered by the individualizing forces of sexuality and love. The feminine is likewise exterritorialized or hidden and silenced, nor can they inherit the patriarch, who in this sense is powerless and without means. What remains for the brothers is to phantasmagorically take the place that the patriarch should have taken, but never did, and to rise up to become tyrants of their external world, whose almost unbreakable superiority must ultimately be defeated by the ultimate sacrifice, the suicide bombing, in which Narcissus' personal apocalypse becomes the apocalypse of the abhorred world. It is anything but a coincidence that Islam has come into its own in recent decades in such a way that its brutal core has been able to emerge so uninhibitedly, in pure culture so to speak, that Islam has become the everyday religion of suicide bombing, skite. For in times of precarization, it is alone with itself, regardless of the necessities of selling labor or social intercourse, which for 2, perhaps even 3 decades now has been limited for many after school to contact with the employment agency, petty crime and sporadic jobs in sweat lodges. The mechanism, already murderous in its original construction, spins freely. The connection between terror and precarity exists solely in this free spinning. That is why the terrorist always has the same creed, Allahu Akbar. No special theology or the emergence of the figure of the preacher of hate therefore leads to radicalization, because Islam has always provided its ingredients. What has changed in recent decades is its social and generational composition. It is only through this that the propaganda of the jihadists has an immediate effect, and it is only through this that a knowing brother, as the Wolfsburg jihadist and Syria returnee Ayub characteristically describes his terror mentor, can gather a young community around him in the local Daitib mosque, bypassing the old top dogs. And these, knowing brothers, are legion. Of course, the uprising of the brotherly horde is by no means limited to the Islamic diaspora. It has long since spread to the interior of the Ummah. Since the 1970s, jihadist organizations from Mali to Malaysia have been multiplying like cancer cells, receiving a decisive boost from the victorious war in Afghanistan and, as is becoming increasingly clear, forming the only effective counterpart to the old hierarchies and despotisms in the Islamic world to date. The process of trumping the fathers, uncles and dictators in the true faith is thus similar on a large scale to the process that has turned living conditions in the banlieues upside down on a small scale in the same period. It is the true motor of the Arab Spring, and the contemporary form of Islamic socialization that has thrown off its traditional barriers without opening up and changing one iota as a result. Quite the opposite, the reform idea that is currently most popular is once again the one from the 18th century, that of Muhammad. On the contrary, the reform idea that is currently most popular is once again the one from the 18th century, that of Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, the progenitor of Wahhabism, who at the time attributed every impending cultural and social upheaval to apostasy from true Islam and in turn preached this as a universal remedy against the modern age. The fact that Islam only knows one direction, namely back to itself, is the terrible experience that the urban elites of Algeria, Egypt and Syria in particular and first and foremost made when these at least tentatively westernized social strata had to learn in a bloody and cruel way what they were really dealing with, what they had previously spoken of so carelessly as their people. This inner Islamic revolt, which feeds on the trumping of the fathers by the sons in the true faith, is now also affecting jihadism itself, in the form of IS, which within a few years has made Al-Qaeda look old in the truest sense of the word. Although Al-Qaeda was certainly the most powerful harbinger of the internal Islamic patriarchal overthrow, the organization still remained a matter for the Saudi or Arab upper class, embodied in the wealthy entrepreneur's son bin Laden. Its connection to traditional Islam was strong, and its images of the enemy and self-portrayal were still comparatively traditional. The fixation of the early Al-Qaeda in particular on overthrowing the supposedly apostate Saudi royal family and capturing the traditionally holy cities of Mecca and Medina remained just as alien to the growing diaspora Islamists as the organization's cooperation with the particularly ancient-looking tribal Islam in remote regions of Afghanistan and Pakistan. And Al-Qaeda had not completely cut its theological ties with the old establishment either. Ayman Aziz Zawahiri, for example, the current emir of Al-Qaeda and, like bin Laden, a veteran of the Afghan jihad, comes from a respected clan of high-ranking imams and Cairo University professors. As a young man he witnessed the execution of Sayyid Qutb and has remained attached to the Muslim Brotherhood milieu ever since. So although the beacon of Al-Qaeda terror was certainly effective, despite the unconvincingly produced shaky videos of elderly-looking terror princes, it was only a beacon. Al-Qaeda was fighting a battle that only scattered, isolated groups in the West could ever join purely symbolically. The cultural barrier between the lives of young Islamists in western suburbs and those in the caves and huts of Afghanistan and Pakistan remained almost insurmountable. In comparison, IS seems like flesh from the flesh of the brother hordes in the banlieues. It resembles their practice in the way it voluntaristically and ruthlessly seizes land and also in the way of its, in Islamic eyes half-educated, theological presumption, which breaks with the traditional principle of seniority, of subordination to the guardians of tradition, in order to surpass it in unrestrained second-hand archaism. IS thus follows the pattern of the uprising of the brotherly horde and borrows its self-presentation from the preferences of young Muslims from the First and Second Worlds. As soon as the Islamic State was established, terror tourism from Europe and the former Soviet Union began to flourish, especially as these diaspora Muslims, such as the Frenchman Salim Benhalim, can not only reach the organization's leadership level, but also deliberately shape IS propaganda, as demonstrated by the former Berlin rapper Dennis Kuspert, alias Dezo Dog, who was killed in Syria in 2015. A UN study from November 2014 unsurprisingly estimated the number of foreign fighters in the IS forces at 15,000 from over 80 countries. In February 2015, US intelligence services even estimated 20,000. The Islamic State offers them all a unique playground for murder, a place to live out all their jihadist fantasies unrestricted by external resistance, the fulfillment of all the destructive desires of the offended narcissist without measure or consequence. A unique gangland as a real-life adventure park, a banlieue in the desert where, unlike in Paris, it is not only possible to torture people to death in secret and in basements, as was the case with the young Jew Ihan Alami in spring 2010, but also to do so brazenly, openly, and with a selfie. The almost breathtaking, by Islamic standards, arrogance of the proclamation of the caliphate fits in with this, when an upstart like the son of a farmer and theology student Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was made the direct successor to Muhammad and called Amir al-Mu'minin, leader of the believers. The chief ideologue of IS, Turki al-Ben Ali, is also using this claim against the old grandees of jihad. In the summer of 2014, he took aim at the al-Qaeda leaders Ayman Aziz Zawahiri, Abu Qatada al-Filistini and Abu Muhammad al-Makdisi, his former teacher, and rejected the Islamic concept of seniority, asbaqiya, which is actually also unheard of. The sixth issue of the English-language IS magazine Dabik described Makdisi and Qatada as spreaders of false teachings, who were more dangerous than the devil himself, and the two were also insulted on IS social media accounts as puppets of the West, who had conspired against the caliphate. However, the proclamation of the caliphate not only follows the horde's self-empowerment strategy because of this megalomania, but also because it establishes an equally excessive claim to conquest. The caliphate is by definition already the core of world domination. It describes a territory from which permanent war must emanate until it is achieved. Accordingly, it has no borders, only fronts, as IS itself never tires of emphasizing, and fronts everywhere in the world where there are Muslims. Including of course in the middle of Paris, Malmö, Brussels or London. And so the Syrian-Iraqi IS cannot be separated from the IS of the suburbs. Attacking and destroying its Arab center militarily is absolutely necessary, but it is by no means enough. The seizure of the land by the usurped caliphate must also be fought back in the banlieues, public transportation, schools and kindergartens. This is because the informal state of emergency of the Islamic counter-sovereign prevailed there long before President Hollande imposed the official state of emergency on the whole of France. Only if the Republican state's monopoly on the use of force were to be reimposed across the board in the suburbs could there be a safe prospect of dropping out for those who have grown up in Islam, if this were desired from a socio-political perspective. Unfortunately, even after the recent massacres in Paris, this is doubtful. There are no signs that the dominant political classes in old Europe will stop relying at least on a pseudo-institutionalized Islam, which, however, fails to achieve precisely what is expected of it, every so-called moderate, and that really doesn't mean much now, preacher in no way prevents the Islamist revolt against him and his ilk. But he helps to consolidate and pass on this ideology of denial of life and the senses and thus to raise the next generation of Islamists, which is already making itself felt in the mixed kindergartens of Kreuzberg, where little children tell girls who have painted their fingernails with felt-tip pens that Allah will burn their hands, a threat that cannot be taken seriously and literally enough, as the IS torture videos should show. So if we really wanted to learn anything from the Paris massacres, it would be this: Islam as a religion of conquest should only be permitted as a private confession. Any public recognition, any participation in public education, especially in religious education, should therefore be strictly denied, because this does not appease Islamism, it fires it up. It would therefore finally have to be recognized that Islam is fundamentally different from the major Christian denominations, for example, because unlike them it is not compatible with formal law, self-restraint, and the minimum requirements of enlightenment. Islam should not be granted any kind of social vacuum. There should be an end to cherishing and demanding any kind of cultural indulgence for Islamic-motivated non-adaptation. These would be the minimum conditions for the possibility that the suburbs could be reconquered from the hands of IS in the long term, not least because people who grow up in Islamic social associations could finally free themselves from them. The fact that Thomas von der Osten-Sacken, who elsewhere rightly criticizes the disastrous influence of a left that tries to delegitimize the necessary security measures to prevent terrorism and the necessary cooperation with Israel, has produced an air number with his idea of Islamic immigration for Israel is shown not least by the fact that Israel has not the slightest interest in it. Contrary to what state-critical ideologues would like, Israel is primarily interested in economic, political, military, and intelligence cooperation with sovereign, preferably Western states that are concerned with the security of their borders and citizens in their own interests. The then Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Yaalon summed up this attitude in his reaction to European security policy: when it comes to security and human rights, the first choice in Europe is always human rights. But this choice no longer exists. From now on, security must come first in order to defend democracy. Because we are all in the same boat when it comes to protecting Western civilization. Dan Schueften, director of the Center for National Security Studies at the University of Haifa, believes that European policy is a disaster. The Europeans are risking their values with the current policy. Of course, it sounds good to say, we are so open and accept everyone who wants to come here. But it's certainly not good for Europe. For all their differences, Israeli politicians like Yaalon and Netanyahu are aware that Israel only has a chance of survival as part of a Western civilization that knows exactly what the rules of the game are for living together and that knows its limits. Obama's disastrous presidency, from the Cairo speech to the nuclear deal, from the withdrawal from Iraq and Afghanistan to the drawing of red lines that meant nothing after all, has helped to suppress the realization, long taken for granted in Israel, that we are dealing with societies in the Arab world that are structurally incapable of positive development and that cannot be overcome, even within a reasonably manageable framework, by military measures. Because it was also an anti-German fantasy that Dan Schueften describes, the Europeans are unrealistic in their assessment of the situation. Their assessment of the revolution in the Arab world clearly showed this. They thought that after the fall of the totalitarian regimes, wonderful democracies would rise from the ruins. But there were disasters everywhere because the Arab societies are not capable of building a democracy. It was a European fantasy. Over the past 8 years, Obama and the West have made every effort to do nothing to counter the misery, but it is surprising how little even ideological critics have been able to understand the conclusions to be drawn from the Arab uprising. Re-education and democratization, integration and resistance to Islamization in Europe are failing not only because of the utter failure of Western policy, but also because of the resistance of the counter-movement, the total penetration of Arab societies and their European enclaves by the ideology and ruling practices of Islam. The analysis or even critique of the constitution of the subject trained on Freud and Adorno, the recourse to authoritarian character formation, for example, no longer occurs at all when anti-German Middle East experts assert the Arab majority's desire for freedom. Israeli realism, which has to come to terms with the fact that the Arab world will remain a battleground for the various factions of radical Islam in the long term, does not contradict this, but is the source of the unshakable optimism not only of Netanyahu, but of Israeli society as a whole. The prerequisite for Israel's strength in turbulent circumstances is to know exactly what the threat is and to be able to sovereignly dispose of and decide on the means and measures necessary to defy it. It should come as no surprise that Israeli politicians and security advisors do not expect Europe to solve the plight of the Middle East, especially not by means of migration policy, but would like to see a Europe that adopts its views and policies. Because here too, if the proportion of the Islamic population, especially among the young male population, continues to rise and the proportion of fundamentalists among them cannot be decisively reduced, the only way out will be sovereign state measures, also in Israel's interests. A left in solidarity with Israel, whose greatest concern is to be able to present itself as a radical critic of the state, is extremely ill-prepared for this and thus promotes, even if contre cœur, a disastrous policy that not only poses a threat in Europe to particular remnants of freedom and reason that were defended at great sacrifice during the Second World War, but also has serious consequences for Israel, which rightly sees itself as an integral part of European and Western civilization. Israel needs, at least in this respect, enlightened countries that not only abandon the question of Israel and the idea of an ethnically pure Palestinian state, but also perceive the danger of Islamization not only against the background of a threat to the Jews and their state, but also to the West as a whole with its established and at the same time massively questioned rules and values, and counter this threat accordingly. Chapter 2, Leviathan Act. Or, the Constituting of the West. What is to be done? What not? 35 years ago, the United States of America had won the Cold War against the Soviet Union and thus remained the only superpower on the globe. Its defense politicians and military strategists apparently only had to answer the question of how the armed forces of a superpower that no longer had an equal opponent should be structured. In 1990, the USA had around 2 million soldiers, 23,000 nuclear weapons, around half of them intercontinental missiles, and 15 aircraft carriers, as well as a threatening number of fighter planes, warships, submarines, artillery pieces, tanks, etc., which cannot be broken down in detail here. During Ronald Reagan's presidency in the 1980s, the entire arsenal of weapons was generously modernized and medium-range missiles and cruise missiles equipped with nuclear warheads were stationed in Germany along the Iron Curtain. A force of this size no longer seemed necessary after the imminent collapse of the Soviet Union and the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact. America, however, still had national interests and enemies around the globe. Nowhere could the Allies feel secure without the military backing of the USA. The U.S. armed forces could therefore not only be reduced in number, but their technological superiority had to be maintained and they had to be regrouped for deployment on future battlefields, although at that time it was not yet possible to know exactly where these battlefields would be and what battle scenarios could be expected there. In view of the incalculable reorganization of the world after the Cold War, those responsible assumed, in short, that considerable new threats were to be expected and that disarmament should therefore not be overdone. This consideration was at least to some extent forward-looking, because at the time nobody could really imagine what state the world would be in a quarter of a century later. On August 2, 1990, U.S. President George H. W. Bush gave a speech to a select audience of military officers, military scientists, and members of his administration's defense policy staff, with British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in attendance as a surprise guest. The U.S. President had peppered his speech with Kantian idealism, hoping to convince his audience of the correctness of his decision to reduce the American armed forces by a quarter in the coming years. The decades-long division of Europe is coming to an end and the era of democracy has begun. We are entering a new era. The defense strategy and military structure necessary to secure peace can and must be different. The threat of a Soviet invasion of Western Europe, carried out with little or no warning, is now more remote than at any time in the post-war period, and the spread of democracy in Eastern Europe has made the Warsaw Pact less relevant militarily. And after 4 decades of dominance, Soviet troops are withdrawing from Central and Eastern Europe. In a world no longer defined by an immediate threat to Europe and that of global war, in a world where the size of our armed forces is increasingly determined by the demands of regional conflicts and peacetime presence, we know that our forces can be smaller. Secretary of Defense Cheney and General Powell are working hard right now to determine the exact combination of forces we need. But I can tell you this much, we calculate that by 1995 our security requirements can be met with a force 25% smaller than we have today. Quote, end. The night before, a force of 100,000 Iraqi soldiers had invaded the militarily hopelessly inferior Emirate of Kuwait. On the afternoon when the American president gave his speech on the reduction of U.S. forces in the age of democracy and peace, which was obviously largely conceived before this invasion, the Kuwaiti emir had already fled to Saudi Arabia and the Iraqi troops had long since conquered Kuwait City. At the time, Iraq had around 1 million soldiers, battle-hardened by the war against Iran that had lasted almost the entire 1980s. In addition, there were 500,000 paramilitary troops and a considerable arsenal of relatively modern, mainly Russian, partly Chinese weapons, over 700 fighter planes and helicopters, 5,000 tanks, 3,000 artillery pieces, a powerful air defense system and a large number of Scud missiles that could be equipped with chemical or biological warheads. At that time, the Iraqi armed forces were considered to be the fourth strongest armed force in the world. In contrast, the USA did not yet have sufficient military resources on the ground to protect Kuwait from such an enemy. Similarly, its allies in the region, above all Saudi Arabia, Egypt and Turkey, would have been unable to push Iraq back without the help of the USA. In fact, if this aggression could not be repelled, it was to be expected that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would be the next victim of Iraqi expansionism. An armed force capable of defeating Iraq first had to be brought in at great expense, partly from the American military bases in Western Europe, but mostly across the Atlantic. The deployment began immediately. When Saddam Hussein declared Kuwait to be Iraq's 19th province on August 8 and appointed one of his cousins as its military governor, the first American soldiers and fighter planes had already arrived in Saudi Arabia, from where the counterattack was to be launched. The first 2 American aircraft carriers had positioned themselves in the Persian Gulf, to be joined later by 4 more. The entire deployment took around 5 months. The USA used this time for diplomatic maneuvers and managed to get the planned military operation covered by the United Nations Security Council. The USA also succeeded in gathering an international coalition of 34 countries behind it, so that in January 1991 almost 1 million soldiers equipped with the most modern weapons were ready to attack in Saudi Arabia and on warships in the Persian Gulf, including over 500,000 Americans, 100,000 Saudis, 50,000 British, 20,000 Egyptians and 20,000 French, 15,000 Syrians and 15,000 Moroccans, 10,000 Kuwaitis, to list just the larger troop contributors. On January 16, the UN Security Council's ultimatum demanding the withdrawal of the Iraqi army from Kuwait expired. On January 17, the coalition attack began with a week-long aerial bombardment that destroyed large parts of the Iraqi armed forces, before the ground offensive from Saudi Arabia began on February 24, which ended after just 4 days with the liberation of Kuwait and the surrender of Iraq. Thus, Secretary of Defense Cheney and General Powell finally had a real scenario after they were able to determine the exact combination of forces that the U.S. would need to defend its national interests after the Cold War, i.e. the global interests of a superpower that had to be able to lead the West and protect its allies. From then on, Operation Desert Storm served as a template for measuring the size of the American armed forces. But a superpower could not be content with being able to defeat a single opponent of this magnitude. What if a second crisis of a similar magnitude had escalated elsewhere during the Iraq crisis, which had lasted 6 months, in a way that would have necessitated U.S. military intervention? For example, an invasion of South Korea by North Korea, whose armed forces were hardly less dangerous than those of Iraq. Or even a successful coup d'état by the old party apparatus in the Soviet Union, which had not yet been wound up, combined with an attempt to prevent the reunification of Germany, which had also not yet been formally completed, by force of arms. In such a case, the USA could hardly have relied on its allies, the Western Europeans or South Korea, being able and willing to overcome such a crisis on their own. The Pentagon therefore developed the military strategic formula that the USA would have to have an armed force that could, if necessary, win 2 wars simultaneously in different places according to the Iraq template. However, such a trial of strength did not initially materialize. The Soviet coup attempt of 1991 unfolded not as a tragedy, but as a farce. At the time, North Korea was concentrating on developing a nuclear missile program, the realization of which U.S. President Bill Clinton was able to delay long enough with the help of a deal in 1994 so that the issue no longer bothered him during his term of office, similar to what U.S. President Barack Obama intended to do with the Iranian nuclear missile program. The Yugoslav War of Secession, in turn, which was politically fomented by Germany and could no longer be stopped by the UK and France, required 2 further U.S. military interventions, in Bosnia in 1995 and in Kosovo in 1999. But the scale of these did not come close to the Iraq scenario, as Serbia capitulated in both cases after a comparatively restrained aerial bombardment. Thus, by and large, the 1990s seemed to justify the idealism with which George H.W. Bush had justified the reduction of U.S. forces at the beginning of the decade. However, during the presidency of Bill Clinton, 1993 to 2001, who wanted to reward his voters with an extra peace dividend, the American defense budget shrank to such an extent, from over $550 billion towards the end of the Cold War to under $400 billion in 1995, a level at which it remained until 2001, that the modernization of the armed forces was also neglected. The European NATO allies reduced their military spending even more significantly, most drastically the reunified Germany. After losing 2 world wars, Germany had learned to loathe all war and unabashedly claimed that the Cold War had been won thanks to the social liberal policy of détente in the 1970s and the demonstrations of the peace movement in the 1980s. General Colin Powell, then chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, joked at a hearing in the U.S. Congress in 1991, "I'm running out of demons. I'm running out of enemies. I've come down to Castro and Kim Il-sung." Quote, end. Dick Cheney, then Secretary of Defense, had justified the decision in 1991 not to press ahead with Operation Desert Storm until the fall of Saddam Hussein by saying that it was not worth sacrificing the lives of even more American soldiers. Around 150 U.S. soldiers died during the liberation of Kuwait. It was only 10 years after the end of the Cold War that the New World Order, which had been talked about so much at the beginning, showed its real, hostile face. When Islamic terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center on September 11, they also overturned the strategy papers that had been piled up in the Pentagon over the previous decade. In January 2001, the new U.S. President, George W. Bush, appointed Colin Powell as Secretary of State and Dick Cheney as Vice President. Colin Powell now had his demons back and Dick Cheney a second opportunity to bring the conflict with Iraq to a consequent conclusion, but the strategic tasks that the U.S. armed forces had to master after September 11 had not been considered in the previous threat scenarios. To be more precise, the previous template for measuring the required size of the U.S. armed forces, i.e. being able to win 2 wars on the scale of Operation Desert Storm simultaneously in different locations, proved to be no longer realistic, not because such a challenge had become unrealistic, but because this threat scenario only represented part of reality. With the war against international Islamic terrorism, the previously identified trouble spots did not disappear from the surface of the earth, they were merely overshadowed by the new threat. This became clear when, after the military interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq, a regime change was enforced in a short space of time, but then another unforeseen problem arose. Without massive military support from America, the new regimes were unable to hold their ground against the armed resistance of large sections of the population. But how to prevail in Afghanistan against well-organized Islamic gangs supported by powerful tribes, or how to end the civil war between Sunni and Shiite militias in Iraq, was not in any of the scripts written in the Pentagon up to that point. As a result, the U.S. forces were tied to the theaters of war for much longer than had been envisaged when the respective operation was planned. In 2006, when the inter-Islamic religious war caused by al-Qaeda in hack through terrorist attacks reached its first climax and the Taliban in southern Afghanistan reorganized themselves into counteroffensives threatening the pacification of the country, one of the old demons made its presence felt again. North Korea's first nuclear bomb test took place in October 2006. In 2002, when the USA was already militarily involved in Afghanistan and preparing for war in Iraq, Kim Jong-il had already terminated the nuclear deal negotiated by his father with Bill Clinton in 1994. The USA only reacted at a diplomatic level, as 3 wars at the same time were not part of the Pentagon strategy games. In Iran, where the nuclear missile program began in August 2002 with the construction of a uranium enrichment plant, these events were undoubtedly followed with the greatest attention and satisfaction. The restraint shown by the U.S. government here was certainly not based on an incomplete threat analysis. In his famous State of the Union address on January 29, 2002, George W. Bush explicitly named North Korea and Iran, in addition to Iraq, as states that formed an axis of evil, and clearly pointed out that America would not tolerate them being equipped with weapons of mass destruction. Some of these regimes have been conspicuously silent since September 11. But we know their true nature. North Korea is a regime that arms itself with missiles and weapons of mass destruction while starving its people. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror while a small unelected group suppresses the people's hope for freedom. Iraq flaunts its hostility to America and support for terror. The Iraqi regime has spent over a decade trying to manufacture anthrax, nerve gas, and nuclear weapons. States like these and their terrorist allies form an axis of evil and arm themselves to threaten world peace. In each of these cases, the price of indifference would be catastrophic. We will work closely with our coalition to deny terrorists and their state sponsors access to the materials, technology, and know-how to produce and deploy weapons of mass destruction, and all nations should know, America will do what is necessary to ensure our nation's security. We will not stand by while the danger draws closer and closer. The United States of America will not allow the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most dangerous weapons. Quote, end. This was certainly not idle chatter, as was soon to be realized in Baghdad. For the regime change in Iraq, Operation Iraqi Freedom from March 19 to April 18, 2003, the USA once again mobilized a force roughly the size of Operation Desert Storm 10 years earlier, almost 500,000 American soldiers, a third of the military personnel still available after the reduction in the 1990s, plus 40,000 Allied troops, mainly from Great Britain. The Alliance's air force consisted of almost 2,000 fighter planes, bombers, transports and tankers. The U.S. Navy participated in the operation with 5, at times even 6 aircraft carriers, more than half of the remaining stock of this type of weapon, warships and submarines. It can be assumed that the deployment in Tehran and Pyongyang was carefully studied in 2 respects. Firstly, they realized how dangerous it could be for a regime to take on a superpower, and secondly, they wondered about the U.S.'s ability to carry out a second operation of this magnitude at the same time in another location while U.S. forces were still deployed in the war or were engaged in nation-building in Afghanistan, in the war in China and in the war in China. Nation-building in Afghanistan, hunting terrorists in Pakistan and Somalia, maneuvering with allies, acting as military advisors or carrying out day-to-day routine work on American military bases around the globe? This question was also on the minds of strategists at the Pentagon. After the regime changes, the majority of U.S. soldiers could be withdrawn from both countries for the time being, but with the fatal consequence that the remaining occupation troops were not sufficient to enforce law and order in either Iraq or Afghanistan. In order to do this job as well, an increase in troops was later necessary in both cases. As a result, after the conclusion of the actual wars, around 150,000 U.S. soldiers were deployed in Afghanistan and Iraq alongside the Allied troops and the national military and police forces that were still being established. A long-term active deployment of this magnitude over several years also means that considerably more personnel are tied up than are actually on the ground, because the armed forces have to be regularly refreshed with new personnel after a certain period of time on the front, around 6 months. In addition, there was another factor limiting the military capabilities of the USA, which was well known not only to Dick Cheney, but also to America's enemies. The willingness of the American public to accept casualties in the ranks of its soldiers is extremely limited. It was not only Al-Qaeda-style terrorists who did what they could to drive up the number of American casualties. The Iranian regime, for example, equipped its allied Shiite militias in Iraq and even its enemy Sunni Taliban in Afghanistan with the most suitable weapons, in particular IEDs, improvised explosive devices, mostly remotely triggered roadside mines, a weapon responsible for almost 2/3 of the U.S. soldiers killed and wounded. In total, more than 8,000 U.S. soldiers were killed and more than 50,000 wounded in Afghanistan and Iraq. Meanwhile, the increase in casualties on both sides of the front has become a characteristic of hybrid warfare, which combines military operations carried out with modern conventional weapons and asymmetric forms of combat. For example, by firing rockets at civilian targets from residential areas and exploiting the civilian casualties resulting from a counterattack for propaganda purposes in the associated media battle. The moral outrage of the Western public, which is touched by the number of victims on both sides, is used by the warlords of the asymmetric war as an asset in their military calculations. Modern hybrid warfare was first practiced in a professional and systematic manner by Hezbollah against the IDF in the summer of 2006. Currently, IS offensives demonstrate even more impressively the progress that terrorist organizations have made in carrying out complex conventional military operations. IS has also perfected the use of IEDs, previously used mostly as roadside booby traps, by using trucks loaded with enormous quantities of explosives, vehicle-borne BB IEDs, or the suicide variant of these, suicide SB IEDs, in large numbers for warfare. Meanwhile, a new confrontation was already brewing along the old front line of the Cold War. After Islamic gangs took control of Chechnya and Russia was hit by a series of terrorist attacks, Russian troops invaded Chechnya in October 1999. At this time, Vladimir Putin, director of the Russian Secret Service until August 1999, was already prime minister under President Boris Yeltsin, who resigned in December of that year to pass the office on to the prime minister. A year later, Vladimir Putin won the presidential elections in Russia. However, the war in Chechnya, which was intended to quell an inner Russian flashpoint that had been smoldering throughout the 1990s and was closely linked to Vladimir Putin's political rise, could not yet be clearly understood as an anti-Western maneuver by Russia, as it could also have been interpreted as an indication of an overlap between Russian and Western interests in the fight against international Islamic terrorism. Just consider that a not insignificant number of important IS commanders come from the Caucasus and that IS supporters proclaimed a province of the Caliphate in the Caucasus in June of this year. On the other hand, the Chechen War was a first step towards restoring Russia's self-confidence, which had been damaged after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Years later, the internal consolidation following the successful conclusion of the war in Chechnya was to lead to the serious threat of using military means to restore the lost sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. By the time of the Georgian crisis at the latest, there could no longer be any question of an ambiguous Russian stance. The military intervention in Georgia in August 2008 had to and should be understood as a clear demonstration of power directed against the West. It was planned after the NATO meeting in Bucharest in April 2008, where George W. Bush had invited Georgia and Ukraine to participate in the so-called NATO Membership Action Plan. Participation in this program would usually lead to NATO membership within a few years, as shown by the examples of Albania and Croatia, which joined NATO in 2009. In Bucharest, Germany and France were opposed to inviting Georgia and Ukraine to join the program at that time, but in December of the same year, the issue would have been on the agenda again and the admission of the two states would have been only a matter of the foreseeable future, if the war in Georgia had not postponed it to a now unforeseeable time. Moscow was able to draw far-reaching conclusions from the fact that the USA had only reacted to the crisis at a diplomatic level. The short war in Georgia thus became a prelude to the long-lasting war in Ukraine, which was taking place right on Europe's borders. It was probably no coincidence that Vladimir Putin dared to conduct the showdown in 2008, at a time when the U.S. forces in both Iraq and Afghanistan were struggling with the greatest difficulties since regime change. In November of the same year, 2008, Barack Obama won the U.S. presidential election. In his first State of the Union address in February 2009, he said of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, "We are in the process of carefully rethinking our policies in both wars, and we will soon chart a path forward to return Iraq to its people and end the war responsibly. And together with our friends and allies, we will develop a new comprehensive strategy for Afghanistan and Pakistan to defeat Al-Qaeda and fight extremism. We will show the world in words and deeds that a new era of engagement has begun." Quote, end. That should probably mean something like, "Dear Iraqis, dear Afghans, please mind your own business in future." Such an attitude was understandable after years of never-ending war, but for the commander of the armed forces of a superpower it was conspicuously weak and despondent. Certainly, not so many U.S. soldiers were needed in Iraq, because America had won the war against Al-Qaeda and the Shiite militias supported by Iran at this point, after almost 6 years of bitter fighting. This was made possible by the troop reinforcements ordered by George W. Bush in 2007 and the alliance forged by General David Petraeus on the ground with the Sunni tribes in Anbar province, who had driven the Al-Qaeda gangs out of their towns with American weapons and the help of American Marines. Barack Obama later sent David Petraeus with a troop reinforcement to the south and east of Afghanistan to try something similar again in the Taliban strongholds. Here, too, they were initially successful. But a U.S. president who elevates his country's understandable war weariness to a guiding ideology instead of counteracting it can only bring about a disaster that he thinks he can talk away, a disaster that will sooner or later force the superpower to act. This is what happened in Iraq after the last U.S. combat troops left the country in December 2011. Barack Obama cannot be held responsible for the Arab Revolution, even if it will have been entirely to his liking, but leaving 25,000 or 50,000 American soldiers in Iraq could perhaps have prevented IS from undoing what 150,000 U.S. soldiers had already secured. Compared to the revolutionary idealism with which the wars were initially justified, this was already a bitterly low number. However, in the age of IS, it can no longer be seriously claimed that more could be achieved with fewer soldiers. After the withdrawal from Afghanistan, 10,000 to 15,000 U.S. soldiers should therefore remain in the country from 2016. In this way, every U.S. military disengagement, the Obama engagement, is bought with a widening and deepening of the fronts between the West and its enemies. But this did not all begin with Barack Obama's presidency, because the fact that North Korea is now a nuclear power and Georgia is not a NATO member is undoubtedly due to earlier failures. In the case of Ukraine, it is above all the weakness of the Western European leading powers that is encouraging Russia to launch ever new offensives. And as far as the Iranian nuclear missile program is concerned, the current US administration with its nuclear deal may succeed in getting out of the affair by the time it is replaced. The next US president will then be the fifth in a row to decide whether the only superpower in the world will bomb Iran after all, or accept that the Iranian regime, like the North Korean regime once did, will take what it wants with impunity. The war against IS in Iraq, Syria, and North Africa, on the other hand, cannot be put on the back burner and will once again require the involvement of the USA if at least that minimum of peace within society is to be restored that could once before be enforced against the divergent interests of Sunni, Shiite, and Kurdish tribes under American occupation. While the current dangers in the Middle East and North Africa, where the Europeans should actually feel compelled to act, are less a military problem than a challenge to political will, Russia's offensives in Ukraine are once again bringing the question of the limits of the military capabilities of the USA, and therefore of the West as a whole, to the fore. States such as those in the Baltic states and Poland appear to have the political will to defend themselves against a Russian attack, but lack the military means to do so, while Western Europe seems to lack both. However, its nuclear weapons also make Russia an enemy for the USA that is much more dangerous than an opponent constructed according to the old Iraq template. The prospects would become completely uncanny if one were to come up with the seemingly ludicrous idea of testing the viability of the military doctrine, so fundamental for a superpower, of being able to win at least two wars simultaneously in different places, against Russia and China. However, China's provocations in the South China Sea in the summer of 2015, which coincided with the IS offensives in Iraq and Syria and the Russian offensives in Ukraine, suggest that such a horror scenario may not be so unworldly after all. China, whose armed forces today can be roughly compared to Russia's, has been pursuing an armament program for several years that exceeds anything the USA is used to from any of its other enemies, including Russia. While Russia is currently spending around $100 billion a year on the extensive rearmament of its armed forces, China is currently financing the modernization of the People's Liberation Army, PLA, with $250 billion a year, which means that the Chinese military budget is already half that of the US. If this comprehensive modernization of the VBA continues and at the same time American military spending tends to stagnate or even decrease, as is the case under the current US administration, China will have caught up with the USA in 5 to 10 years. At present, there is not much to suggest that the United States of America and the United States of Europe will react to this threat situation with anything more than worried diplomatic notes. There is little enthusiasm for war among the Western public, which is just further evidence of the moral superiority of the West. But there is also little understanding of the need to win a war that can no longer be avoided. In the Obama era, the idea that wars can be prevented by being prepared for them and, if necessary, seriously threatening them seems like a wild imperialist threat, even in the USA, until it is once again too late on another front. Minimum demands for March 2022 would have been, NATO certainly had the opportunity to take targeted military action against Russia, and to do so for days without having to fear serious conflict. This would even have been a compromise that could justifiably be described as too harmless, but it would have been something. It would have been easy to draw a red line provided by the country itself, called the Dnieper. NATO soldiers could have been stationed on that very river with the clear message that crossing the Rubicon would be a declaration of war, or all crossings could have been closed. In addition, an explicitly announced stationing of NATO soldiers in western Ukrainian cities, especially in the central infrastructure, which are targets for Russian missiles, and a no-fly zone west of the Dnieper. The only problematic part of this would have been the Russian invasion northwest of Kiev. But even this, I maintain, could have been organized by some professional strategists/tacticians. All this would be of little benefit to Sumy, Kharkiv etc., but would have been of considerable importance for Kherson, Kiev, and of course Lviv, Lutsk etc., especially to secure supply/escape routes. Ukraine would have been able to concentrate fully on the east of the country, and so this move would probably also have been useful with regard to Melitopol, Kharkiv, and Sumy. Above all, as a compromise or minimal intervention, this should have reassured those who think that the Third World War or even a nuclear war is just around the corner. I think it is extremely to completely unlikely that Putin or his generals would dare to attack NATO. Of course, there is still a residual risk, but anyone who is not even prepared to take this risk would be better off calling for the dissolution of NATO or handing over the keys to Putin and Xi. NATO's refusal to intervene in order to avoid provoking a nuclear world war only postpones this decision to a later date, by which time it will either be in a better position or, in the optimistic but also realistic scenario, Russia will be so economically, politically and morally ruined after the debacle so far that there will be no question of further military action as soon as possible. In any case, we should not give in to the threats. I hardly believe that the Russians will let the world come to an end because of Ukraine. And, after the military victory over Russia, Ukraine must be immunized against a renewed Russian attack. There are two options for this: joining NATO or taking the hard route, which demands a lot from the entire population, i.e. an independent military build-up along the lines of Israel. Jacob Hayner wrote in Die Welt. As a cynical Marxist, Port knew that politics is not a lesson in moral philosophy. In a discussion, he explained it like this: you can use violence to defend yourself against someone who wants to steal from you. But you can't declare him a monster, because he wants the money for the same reasons you don't want to give it away. Port did not believe that there could be non-violent politics. But that obliges us to limit its use. Because there are reasons for the use of violence in politics, we must not take the easy way out or play dumb when discussing it. Or to put it another way, those who declare the thief to be a monster will not stop the beatings even if the theft has been averted. Quote, end. The occasion is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as the article begins with the words, "It is popular to denounce the call for negotiations as Putinism or open to the right." I don't know the lines in question from Port, but I'd be happy to receive any comments. But I do want to say a few words, less about Port than about Hayner's borrowing. It is not so easy to defend oneself against theft, because theft is not necessarily, but more often than not, characterized by the fact that it is not noticed or is noticed too late. Theft under threat of violence, on the other hand, is robbery, and this would be a more appropriate parallel in the case in question, Ukraine. Beyond that, however, the thief or robber against whom you have defended yourself would simply try again elsewhere, despite the black eye you might have caught, if you identified the mere defense with the punishment. At that point, and this is where the parallel from the small circle of individuals to whom criminal law applies ends, the state comes into play in reality, however, as you would generally report a robbery/theft that you had defended yourself against, whereby the perpetrator, in the event of a conviction mediated by the state, would still receive a good deal of violence, fine or prison sentence. That would then be the deterrent function of the law or of punishment, and it is precisely this that links self-defense with appropriateness and, unlike blood, revenge, releases it from deterrence. The problem, which Hayner is of course aware of, but which he blithely conceals here, is that none of this applies between states. There is no world sovereign that could impose a punishment. And that is why the call for negotiations, which did not become louder for nothing at the point when Ukraine was able to slowly turn the tide for the time being, generally means precisely, Putin tried, failed, now it's all right again. The fronts look almost the same as they have since 2014 anyway, so back to business as usual, then heating will be cheaper again, etc. pp. In addition, of course, he reveals in his article what it is actually about, the danger of nuclear escalation of the war, that favorite object of post-measures fear-mongering. If this danger were as great as implied, the demand for heavy weapons for Ukraine would ultimately no longer be gratuitous at all, as it would literally be challenging one's own death by bomb. Ultimately, it is simply pathetic if the moral fanaticism of an Anton Hofreiter, who is intoxicated by a Ukrainian queer company with a rainbow-colored unicorn on the patch, is a bigger problem than the war itself, indeed as its specifically bestial form, which is evident in Bucha and countless other places, a bigger problem than Putin and his regime. As if the main reason for the lack of arms deliveries is the fear of further escalation, Hayner's key phrase, the danger of a nuclear escalation of the war, and the fear, particularly in Germany, that a return to business as usual could become more difficult if Putin is too vindictive. The initial German reaction was obviously characterized by the pure hope that the war would end as quickly as possible in Russia's favor. And I would dispute that Hayner gives pacifism the same rebuff as bellicism, if only because he more or less declares pacifism to be finished, and in doing so almost paints a new 1914 of the feuilleton. Morality is not something that is subjectively grafted onto the truth, but is itself objective. Every scoundrel, every despot, every barbarian knows this and exploits it against a world public addicted to subjugation in order to get his shit through. Man has to protect human lives, conduct dialogue, etc. I don't have to, because I'm just a fucking barbarian and that's why I'm the master of you. In his intellectual outpourings, Perfort objectively represents the Russian cause, the partisanship for a betrayal of Ukraine, and he probably also knows this, in his heart. He himself is such a seasoned discourse crook that he couldn't even spout something like that if he didn't know it. He himself denies that the major part of Western solidarity with Ukraine, even where it is at its most loud-mouthed and overly enthusiastic about Putin's friends, is itself based on a concession to Putin, that the agreement in the entire Western world is that neither Ukraine nor Russia must win the war. That's what this scoundrel is spinning, the West is so megalomaniacal to believe that Ukraine can only win by supplying weapons, NATO intervention would bring the danger of a world conflagration. Russia is overpowering and above all territorially so huge, oh wow, so you have to find a diplomatic solution. Perford is just as geopolitically clueless as I am. Not even smart and sensible geostrategists have an answer as to whether Ukraine's territorial sovereignty can be restored, since the West's decision was to give Putin a free hand and support Ukraine so that it doesn't lose the war. What you have as a layman is reason and judgment, and perhaps more specialized knowledge here and there, but that is secondary. What Perford is doing is actively betraying both. His position is no different from that of Kripala, Kickel, Wagenknecht, LaFontaine. Everything that looks like a fundamental difference is a rhetorical maneuver. Even this fundamentally false distinction between morality and descriptiveness, the way he makes it, is exactly the position of the Russia faction. While some in Berlin are propagating the logic of Minsk III, they are flexibly wriggling their way through to the European nuclear umbrella complementary to NATO. However, if, possibly, Trump develops a strongly divergent position to Putin, the European part of NATO will not be able to decide autonomously which nuclear deterrent it considers appropriate. In this case, deterrence would be based entirely on feet of clay. There have been many years, since 2017 at the latest or already since the Gates speech and Obama's pivot speech in 2011, to rethink deterrence and act accordingly. But the credibility of those who are making nuclear statements today is very limited. Nor is it well thought out. The Bundeswehr has 5 to 8 years to reconstitute itself, is the grandiose claim in Berlin. What a house of cards that could collapse by the end of this year. And then? Then there will be no answer because time will have been wasted. Will we then have Jena and our state 2.0? After all, Putin will not miss the opportunity to finally loosen the iron grip of the USA after 33 years. If you look at Plotner's and Mutzenich's statements in 2023, both will seek negotiations on a peace order with Russia in the event of Ukraine's defeat. What this would mean for the cohesion of the rest of NATO is obvious. Germany is Europe's weakest link. Putin knows that. How long can Europe hold out? As in the past, Germany is using its economic weight to deny Europe strategic leadership. It does this by ruling out decisions that might outweigh its moderate mindset, which in reality only masks its pacifist leanings. This is the crux of the matter. Neither the UK nor France have the capacity to put Europe in a position to win the war. They do, however, have the necessary strategic mindset. Berlin, on the other hand, has these capacities, but torpedoes all strategic plans to win the war, because it can do so financially. Europe is not, yet, moving against Berlin. Rolf Mutzenich knows that. My proposal, as long as Biden is president, by around 1,000 to 1,500 non-active, strategic nuclear weapons from the USA, in smaller numbers also from Israel. Force the dissolution of Germany and the handover of the German industry. This would finally settle the German question, and the majority of the national parliamentary bourgeoisies and majorities abroad would probably have an interest in this. France, together with Poland and Great Britain, should take the lead here. Europe, led by Paris, London and Warsaw, must switch to the war mode of governance. 1. War economy. 2. Conscription. Rifle clubs should be encouraged, including training of members in basic infantry tactics. Police forces should also receive training in house-to-house combat, as they will be among the first to encounter paratroopers or saboteurs. Veterans of the uniformed forces should keep their weapons after service, as in Switzerland. 3. Buy stockpiled strategic nuclear weapons from USA plus ISR. 4. Make sanctions watertight. 5. All states committed to the West should withdraw from the UN immediately. What does Israel actually gain from membership in the UN, apart from harassment by the Anti-Semitic International? I ask seriously. 6. Federal integration of the states in Europe into the USA, including dollarization under the monetary sovereignty of the Fed, which would make it possible to make reasonable decisions about Western security and military policy, burden sharing, etc. in the first place. I believe that the only thing that could have stopped Putin from launching this invasion would have been, firstly, the most severe sanctions and the breaking off of diplomacy weeks before, when the plan became apparent, and secondly, the concrete and credible threat that for every airstrike or missile towards Kiev, one would be flown to Moscow, for every one towards Kharkov, one to St. Petersburg, and for every one towards Odessa, one to Ekaterinburg. As far as a credible deterrent is concerned, Russia has a very large army. Countries like Great Britain or France, on the other hand, have fewer but very good troops. The Russian recruits who are now being used up in Ukraine are obviously not having a quick success either. Much of the equipment is outdated, and young men in Russia are not an inexhaustible reservoir. I don't believe in any way that Russia should be militarily stronger than a powerful alliance of countries such as Ukraine, the Baltic states, Poland, the Czech Republic, Georgia, Moldova, Romania, Germany, Slovakia, France, and Great Britain. Furthermore, I believe that American opponents of war like Gabbard, who know nothing about realpolitik foreign policy, are making a fundamental mistake that people like Pompeo would not make. Namely that even if Russia and Ukraine are not the core interest, a country like America has to show states like Russia or China its limits. And these, where real politicians instead of moral politicians would have acted, would have been crossed weeks ago. Why did Putin wait when the deployment was complete? Let Macron and Scholz show up. He wanted to know what the price would be. And it was called too late and set too low to deter him. The fact that America is now being forced to become more involved in Eastern Europe to reassure and secure its allies weakens rather than strengthens its capabilities against China. That is, the reasoning that we must not be too tough on Russia because we need to be ready against China is merely specious. Kissinger and Brzezinski also misjudged China and Afghanistan and, moreover, did not call for the Finlandization of Ukraine in this acute situation, which is why Gabbard cannot refer to them and also does not have their caliber. Finland does, however, want to join NATO. The Russian approach of having Russian troops on the territory of former Soviet republics, in Transnistria, in South Ossetia and Abkhazia, in Crimea and in eastern Ukraine as occupiers, has made the Finnish solution obsolete. For former Soviet republics, if they want to remain independent and democratic, only the Baltic solution will work and nothing else. For me, a frontal war of aggression against one of the largest European countries is already a case of war. We are still talking about what Russia would not accept after it annexed Crimea 8 years ago and started a war in eastern Ukraine without the corresponding consequences. This means that this war must also be answered militarily. At yesterday's demonstration in Vienna, the Ukrainian demonstrators called for a no-fly zone over their country. That would be the right measure. It is specific to some Central European countries that understanding the Russian position or the demand for understanding is anti-Western. It is not to the same extent in the US or UK, but in Italy I would be skeptical. But I think that a very important mistake they are making is to think in terms of the Cold War. The fact that millions, almost 1 billion people were trapped behind the Iron Curtain after the Second World War was not because of an understanding or because politicians like Churchill or Truman had illusions. It was due to the situation after the war against Germany and Japan that this was accepted. But it was still wrong. But Russia is not and never has been a world power. The Soviet Union was only a world power to the extent that it could rely on the Warsaw Pact. Russia today is a country that is slightly smaller than Germany and France in terms of population, but economically only half of France, somewhere halfway between Spain and Italy. The army, consisting of quite a few old soldiers and young recruits, is no longer the Red Army, but it is the last thing that is somehow still of world standard. Otherwise, the country is a remnant that is only economically relevant as a supplier of raw materials and has no idea how it should arrive or behave in the modern world. Such a country cannot be offered the same level as the USA, or even Germany or France. It has nothing to offer the countries that want to develop, modernize, and westernize. And it certainly has nothing to demand from the big boys. It is a complete joke that Europe is allowing itself to be walked all over by such a state. It is not necessary. And all the respect for the country, its supposedly great power, that you could only have a peace policy with it, that a military conflict would immediately lead to some kind of apocalypse, etc., that's all left over from the time when the Soviet bloc was clearly the world's number 2. The deal that Ukraine would not join NATO was already the basis of the previous negotiations. As a result, Ukraine's admission has always been rejected and Ukraine remains a Russian pawn. Now that Russia is waging war there, weapons and soldiers have to be brought in. The war against Ukraine cannot be won by Russia if the West supports Ukraine accordingly, and then Putin must either go down or turn tail. We are currently witnessing the beginning of the end of the Putin regime. I would call his bluff. I'm convinced of that, even if the West lets him get away with it and even if he manages to bring Ukraine to its knees. It would be a classic, one more victory and we're doomed moment. Which doesn't mean, of course, that something better will automatically follow Putin. TASS can make a lot of claims. Like the entire official Russian media, it is basically a realm of lies. Maybe it's true, maybe not, but ultimately that's not the point. What matters is that a dead or presumed dead Prigozhin now suits the Russians just fine. This is the only thing that can be said with certainty, and this is the only fact that Ukraine supporters should be guided by in the first instance, and, given these Russian circumstances, one should certainly think about a Morgenthau plan with the division of Russia into occupation zones between Ukraine, Georgia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Great Britain and the USA. It is not a question of Russia also being attacked in Vladivostok, St. Petersburg and Kaliningrad in order to open up new fronts, but of providing justified assistance to a country under attack. As far as nuclear options are concerned, both sides still have them, and everyone has to think very carefully about whether to use them, which in my view would change little. If his regime is in danger or Western troops invade Russia, then I certainly wouldn't rule out Putin using nuclear weapons, but I can't accept the idea that trying to stop Russian aggression means nuclear missiles. Mutual deterrence still applies. Or to quote Reagan, now let's set the record straight. There's no argument over the choice between peace and war, but there's only one guaranteed way you can have peace, and you can have it in the next second: surrender. Admittedly, there's a risk in any course we follow other than this, but every lesson of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement, and this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse to face, that their policy of accommodation is appeasement, and it gives no choice between peace and war, only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then, when Nikita Khrushchev has told his people he knows what our answer will be? He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of the Cold War, and someday when the time comes to deliver the final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because by that time we will have been weakened from within spiritually, morally, and economically. He believes this because from our side he's heard voices pleading for peace at any price, or better red than dead, or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees than die on his feet. And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin, just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shot heard round the world? The martyrs of history were not fools, and our honored dead who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis didn't die in vain. Where, then, is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all. You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance. Quote, end. The German political personnel are of course completely rotten and will not lift a finger for Ukraine. So far so clear. They will also stick to the Iran deal, although it is clear to everyone that no one will do anything if Iran continues to wage war and build nuclear weapons. But I am not fatalistic. The fact that things can't go on like this with dependence on Russian raw materials and Chinese production is at least an inkling that can no longer be suppressed. In this respect, we must also get on the nerves of politicians with the corresponding demands. 1. Stop the nuclear phase-out and coal phase-out immediately. 2. Relocate as many production facilities as possible back from China to Europe, North America and allied Asian countries. 3. Closer military cooperation with Taiwan, Finland, Sweden, Georgia, Ukraine. 4. Abandon the Iran deal and shut down Nord Stream 1 and 2 immediately. As unequivocal as the partisanship for Ukraine towards Putin's regime must be, if the minimum of freedom is to retain the whole meaning for which Franz Neumann coined the phrase, this war, too, cannot be judged independently of a practical imperative after Auschwitz, an imperative which, different from the categorical one, but inseparable from it, has to do with the relationship between means and ends or ends in themselves, enforcement and defense of the forms of mediation, as they always take into account the capital relationship, basic civil rights, rule of law, separation of powers. Never to be understood only as an end that prevents the worse of barbaric, pre-capitalist coercion, but at the same time at all times as a means to fight the anti-Semites, the enemies of Israel. In this context, the Jewish sovereign, as the individual, empirically given, takes on categorical significance vis-a-vis the general political forms such as democracy and international law, which, understood as the universals of the political today, nevertheless want to claim the highest validity. For these forms, in which capital reproduces itself in the most diverse states and for which state institutions ideally only create the preconditions for its circulation, including access to the world market, i.e., do not replace circulation by their own hierarchical bureaucratic or racketeering command structures as in states without elections, separation of powers and independent central bank, these forms, for their part, can neither logically, i.e., in themselves, nor historically, i.e., after Auschwitz, b. subsume or replace the particular from which, in the sense of the categorical imperative after Auschwitz, one must proceed. For it is to be assumed in order to find a guiding principle in the first place and to link this particular with the general of lawfulness. The imperative thus challenges the reflective power of judgment, while the Kantian concept of duty, considered in such a context, seems to be virtually invented to cover up or suppress this challenge in the individual, as if the imperative itself could already suffice, and not every individual, for the sake of his maturity, would have to consider how then, on the basis of the imperative, the relationship between means and ends is to be understood in the respective situation. In the course of the most recent Gaza war, triggered by the largest anti-Semitic massacre since the founding of the Israeli state committed by Hamas, allied terror groups and Palestinian civilians on October 7, 2023. In the course of the most recent Gaza war, triggered by the largest anti-Semitic massacre since the founding of the Israeli state, committed by Hamas, allied terrorist groups and Palestinian civilians on October 7, 2023, it was repeatedly said not only by the Arabs and the UN, but also in the West, that the two-state solution must finally be implemented as quickly as possible, as if it were a matter of course that the Palestinians should be rewarded with their own state for the massacre so that both sides could finally find peace. But it is also clear that the future of the Palestinians must be better than their present and past, the German foreign minister told the Palestinian head of government Mohammed Shtaja, on November 12, 2023, according to Stern. Less than 2 weeks after the bloodbath, Baerbock and her Jordanian counterpart al-Safadi were already calling for a negotiated solution to the Gaza war, at the end of which there must be a two-state solution, according to NTV.de on October 19. Even in the statements of the officially most pro-Israel states, the USA and Germany, the idea has always resonated that the Palestinians have been deprived of territories to which they have any legitimate claim or even a right for decades, even since 1947, that either, in the eyes of undisguised Palestinian solidarity, Israel alone or at best, in equidistant understanding for the Jews, the radical forces on both sides, are responsible for the failure of the two-state solution to date. By which is meant right-wing to right-wing radical governments and fanatical settlers in Israel and open supporters of anti-Semitic terror among Palestinians. Even in circles that are decidedly in solidarity with Israel, the historical lies are cultivated that Israel has occupied Palestinian territories, West Bank, Gaza Strip, and that Jewish settlers, supported by right-wing religious governments and parties, are settling in Palestinian territories. The matter-of-factness with which the term Palestinian territories is wrongly used corresponds to the talk of a Palestinian people, with Arab connotations, as if this had not been invented at the end of the 1960s with the aim of destroying Israel. The banal truth, however, is that the international community and Israel have offered the Arabs of the originally Ottoman province, then the British Mandate territory of Palestine, their own state several times, without necessity and without any moral or legal obligation, but rather generously. But the Arabs and the Palestinians have not only rejected such offers each time, but have responded with violence against Israel and the Jews. After every violent rejection of the two-state solution, and thus a state of their own, by the Arabs and Palestinians, it would have been normal to bury the idea of a two-state solution once and for all, and to proactively represent to the Arabs that with their own behavior they have simply forfeited forever a right to Palestinian statehood that never existed anyway. The world historical anomaly of repeatedly offering the Palestinians instead what they deserve all the less the more often they turn it down, the only people on earth who have ever been granted this honor, can only be explained by Israeli philanthropy and a world community obsession with Arabs and Islam and, difficult to distinguish from this, anti-Semitism. A look at the history of the so-called Middle East conflict and Israeli peace diplomacy may shed some light on this. Even the common term Middle East conflict is by no means an attempt at neutrality or objectivity. The word conflict is a trivialization, the mere emphasis on geography. Middle East eschematizes the real events, namely a permanent struggle for survival of Israeli Jews against anti-Semitic Arab murder collectives since the founding of the state. In the West, too, it is already beginning to take the existence of the Arab nation-states in the Middle East, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraq, Syria and Lebanon, for granted, almost as a matter of course, while with regard to Israel, an ominous right to exist is defended at best. Excluding Egypt and Saudi Arabia, to which it only partially applies, the Arab states are the results of British-French nation-building after the First World War. It is the reward or quid pro quo for mobilizing the Arab tribes to fight against the Ottoman Empire, i.e. a promise kept by the West to the Arabs. They might have preferred a greater Arab empire consisting of Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Greater Jordan and parts of Saudi Arabia, but were never able to speak with one voice because far too many tribes and families, enemies to the death, claimed rule over Arabia. Until then, the territories in question had been provinces or administrative districts under Turkish rule for centuries. Palestine, 1516 to 1918. In the territory of Palestine, which in pre-biblical and biblical times was ruled by Greeks, Egyptians, Persians, Romans and partly by Jews, later by Byzantines, Arabs and Muslims have lived and ruled only since the Islamic conquests from today's Saudi Arabia in the 7th century at the earliest, until the Turks took over. As is well known, the founding of Israel goes back to the UN Partition Plan of 1947 for the British Mandate of Palestine, which had existed since the 1920s. The British had also promised the Jews a Jewish homeland in the region on several occasions. However, this is not the decisive factor in the question of the moral legitimacy of a Jewish state in the Middle East. Zionism, the Jewish national movement, emerged at the end of the 19th century and sees itself as a reaction to the never-ending anti-Semitism in the history of Europe. For centuries, the Jews were repeatedly the victims of pogroms and systematic expulsions, for example from England and France from the end of the 13th century, from German cities and from Spain from the 15th century, then the persecution-induced mass exodus of Jews from Eastern Europe from 1880. The Jews were always dependent on the favor and protection of non-Jewish local authorities, rulers, churches, or the willingness of neighboring societies to take in the fleeing Jews. In the Arabo-Islamic region, the story was similar. The idea of Jewish statehood and defensiveness therefore consisted of taking the protection of Jewish life into one's own hands and no longer having to rely on the goodwill of non-Jews for defense against anti-Semitism. In view of the Holocaust, the Nazi German attempt to completely annihilate the European Jews, which turned the Second World War into a world war against the Jews due to the involvement of Eastern European populations, the more or less inactive turning away of the Western powers, their refusal to accept more Jewish refugees from Germany and Austria, Evian Conference 1938, etc., the establishment of Jewish sovereignty for the Holocaust survivors and those who had become homeless, namely in Palestine, was a matter of course. Jews all over the world have a religious and national connection to this land. Jews have always lived there, even after the expulsion by the Romans. In the course of the European expulsions of Jews and the Holocaust, there have always been emigrations to Palestine. The country was the destination of many displaced persons held in reception camps. For a brief historical moment, the idea of finally doing justice to the Jews found a majority among the states of the world. Even if it has been suppressed ever since, Jewish sovereignty and the ability to defend oneself always require a clear Jewish majority in a bourgeois democratic society. Israel is not simply about a state that bears this name and is also inhabited by Jews, it is about the potential refuge for all Jews persecuted by anti-Semitism, in which Jews, exclusively Jews, have the say, despite all differences of opinion among themselves. Only very few people want to know that the UN Partition Plan of 1947 was preceded by the first partition of Palestine. Transjordan, later Jordan, was formed from 75% of the area, the entire territory east of the Jordan River. This created the first Arab Palestinian state, the existence of which has not been called into question by anyone to this day. Against the backdrop of the talk of a two-state solution for the British Mandate of Palestine, there would have been nothing at all to prevent the remaining 25% west of the Jordan River from being allocated entirely to a Jewish Palestinian state, i.e. Israel, in the interests of historical justice. Especially since the Palestinian Arabs, under the leadership of the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, organized anti-Semitic pogroms in the 1930s and fought on the side of Nazi Germany in the Second World War, as did the Arabs as a whole, and it is actually a good practice for the winners of wars to dictate the terms of peace to the losers. If the Arabs of the rest of Palestine had been given the choice of either living under Israeli rule or resettling in Syria, Egypt, or the Arab Palestinian state of Jordan, this would not have been a scandal. Instead, the UN Partition Plan provided, roughly half and half, 12.5% of the original Palestine for the Jews and 12.5% for a second Arab Palestinian state, rewarding the Arab Palestinians for their Nazi collaboration in defeat and punishing the Jews without reason or need. Moreover, both groups were to establish their state on three barely connected regions spread across the land, with Jerusalem and its environs as a UN-administered zone. Despite the obvious, grossly unjust discrimination against the Jews and favoritism towards the Arabs, the Jews accepted this partition plan and founded their state. The Arabs, on the other hand, rejected and have rejected the two-state solution, and thus also their own state, ever since, and have tried and continue to try to destroy the Jewish state. Against the UN partition plan and unhindered by the UN or any Western power, the Arab Palestinians and the regular armies of Syria, Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon and Jordan attacked the Jewish state one day after its declaration of independence on May 14, 1948, once again with the participation of German Nazis, whom they offered refuge from persecution by the Allies. Due to the arms embargo imposed by the USA, Great Britain and France, which again unilaterally disadvantaged the Jews, Israel almost lost. Thanks to the supply of weapons from Czechoslovakia, which was tolerated by the Soviet Union, Israel was not only able to hold its ground, but later, equipped with fighter planes, was even able to win. The Israelis increased their territory by a third compared to the UN partition plan by conquering not only West Jerusalem, but also areas originally allocated to the Arab Palestinians, in the north on the border with Lebanon and northeast of the Gaza Strip and south of the Gaza Strip on the border with Egypt, resulting in a territory that was now also contiguous. The remaining Palestinian territories, rejected by the Arab Palestinians and surrounding Arab states according to the partition plan, were occupied by Egypt, Gaza Strip, and Jordan, West Bank, with the Jordanians also taking East Jerusalem. In the course of this first attempted war of extermination against the Jews and their state, there was a kind of population exchange, refugee movements, expulsions and relocations. Around 750,000 Jews from the Arab world went, voluntarily or by force, to Israel and were integrated there. The Arab world purified itself of Jews. Many Palestinian Arabs, on the other hand, remained in Israel to live there as Israeli citizens. Today, these are around 2 million, i.e. around 20% of the Israeli population. However, around 750,000 Arab Palestinians fled, voluntarily, encouraged by Arab leaders, or forced, from Israeli territories, to Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Although these figures are not exact, they do indicate an order of magnitude and that there were roughly the same number of refugees on both sides. Until 1967, the sole responsibility for Palestinian refugees will therefore lie with the Arab states in which they reside and which started and lost the war, as well as with the UN and the Western powers, which at best watched the developments against the partition plan, insofar as they did not even indirectly or directly support Arab action against Israel. For 2 decades, the Palestinian refugees were not integrated and did not become citizens of Lebanon, Egypt, Syria or Jordan. Nor were there any efforts on the part of the Palestinians, Egypt or Jordan to establish any preliminary forms of Palestinian statehood in Gaza and the West Bank. Rather, the refugee status was cemented and inherited. The people were supposed to live in refugee camps and serve as political momentum against Israel in the form of some kind of right of return. A program not only tolerated by the West to this day, but also co-financed by it. In 1949, the UN even created a temporary relief organization, UNRWA, exclusively for Arab Palestinian refugees, which has been extended every 3 years since then, a program that is still unique today. With the Six-Day War of 1967 provoked by Israel's Arab neighbors, the situation changes once again to a large extent and with far-reaching consequences. Israel now enjoys minimal support from the West, above all the USA, while the Soviet Union is more in line with the Arabs. In any case, there is the Israeli occupation of the Sinai Peninsula, which Israel returns for peace with Egypt, in the 1970s and 1980s, the Israeli occupation of the Syrian Golan Heights, which Israel annexes in 1981 due to the strategic advantage for future military defenses and which Trump, against the rest of the world, recognizes as part of Israeli territory in 2019, as well as the occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank including East Jerusalem annexed in 1980. With the West Bank and Gaza, Israel henceforth occupied ownerless, and not Palestinian, territories. When the British and the UN gave up their sovereignty claims, the Palestinians turned down the offer. After peace with Israel, Jordan and Egypt renounced their claims. Israel cannot annex the territories and make the Arabs and Muslims living there citizens, because this would jeopardize the Jewish majority and thus Israel's sovereignty. From Israel's perspective, there are therefore only 3 options. One is to rule over a foreign population as an occupying power, which Israel has no long-term interest in doing. The second option is to annex the territories without an Arab population, which would mean resettling the Arab Palestinians in Jordan and Egypt. Against the will of the Palestinians and the Arab states, this would only be possible through concerted action by Western powers. So far, however, there has never been a majority for this, not even in Israeli society itself, although population transfers are historically often universally recognized side effects of post-war orders, accepting the notion of ethnic cleansing. The third option is a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza that coexists peacefully with Israel. Israel has an objective and therefore honest interest in this solution, while the Palestinian side has always lacked partners for its implementation. Palestinian national consciousness did not emerge in the 1930s or in 1948, but only against the Israeli occupiers, and only now is a new ethnicity or nation being born. Arabs whose ancestors once lived permanently or temporarily in the southern Syrian province of the Ottoman Empire, which applies equally to Jews and others, are now called Palestinians. Their political representation, headed by Arafat since 1969 and recognized as such by the UN in 1974, is called the PLO. Until then, Palestinians tended to mean Jews. However, if Arabs were referred to as Palestinians back then, writes Gerd Berman in the Jüdisch Rundschau, October 2021, they were offended and declared, "We are not Palestinians. We are Arabs. Jews are the Palestinians." Berman quotes PLO leader Zouhair Mohsen, who stated in an interview with the Dutch newspaper Trouw in March 1977, "The Palestinian people does not exist. The creation of a Palestinian state is only a means to continue our struggle against the state of Israel for our Arab unity." In reality, today there is no difference between Jordanians, Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese. It is only for political and tactical reasons that we speak today of the existence of a Palestinian people, because Arab national interests demand that we postulate the existence of a separate Palestinian people as an antithesis to Zionism. For tactical reasons, Jordan, a sovereign state with defined borders, cannot make demands on Haifa and Jaffa, while I, as a Palestinian, can undoubtedly demand Haifa, Jaffa, Beersheba, and Jerusalem. But the moment we reclaim our right to all of Palestine, we will not wait a minute to unite Palestine and Jordan. So here the leadership of the Palestinian Arabs has confidently and openly admitted that the Palestinian people is merely an invention to destroy Israel. Incidentally, the Palestinian national flag is also exactly the same as that of Jordan, except for the absence of a star, a red triangle rising in black, white and green stripes, and is identical to that of Transjordan, which did not yet have a star. Consequently, the PLO writes the destruction of Israel as its main goal in its own founding charter. In the 1970s and 1980s, various Palestinian organizations would carry out terrorist attacks against Israeli soldiers and Jewish civilians all over the world. The murder of the Israeli Olympic team on September 5, 1972 in Munich is just one example of many. With the Yom Kippur War from October 6 to 25, 1973, the Arab states also underlined their disinterest in peaceful coexistence with Israel. After the War of Independence, 1948-49, the Suez Crisis, 1956, the Six-Day War of 1967 and the War of Attrition, 1968-1970, it was the fifth war that the state of the Holocaust survivors and their descendants had to wage for its existence. Once again, the warlike and terrorist aggression of the Arabs against Israel and the Jews is not about border demarcations and territorial disputes, but about the destruction of the Jewish state. So between 1948 and the 1990s, there were no interlocutors on the Arab side for a two-state solution, neither among the Arab states nor among the Palestinians or their leaders, who have nothing in common beyond their enmity towards Israel. Jordan expelled the PLO in the 1970s, Lebanon in the 1980s with the support of Syria and Iran's Hezbollah. Egypt keeps its borders tight against Gaza Palestinians, especially during the Gaza wars. And the world community? Ukrainians fleeing the war are taken in, Syrians are allowed to flee through arrangements with Turkey, but evacuating Gaza Palestinians to Cyprus during the war and from there distributing them among the Arab states or, if necessary, shipping them to France and Ireland is something that none of Israel's humanist admonishers want to think about when civilians also fall victim to a war against Hamas, which is entrenched behind civilians. Everyone needs and coddles the Palestinians in order to find any reason to criticize Israel, but nobody wants to have them. Since the end of the 1980s, the PLO has pretended to be interested in a two-state solution, removing the destruction of Israel from its program and declaring its willingness to recognize Israel's existence. In return, a PLO-led self-administration of Palestinian territories, a Palestinian Authority, was established. At the same time, concrete peace negotiations on a two-state solution are initiated, Oslo I and Oslo II. On the one hand, however, the PLO repeatedly allowed these to fail, primarily due to the demand for a right of return for Palestinians, expelled, in 1948 and their descendants to the Israeli heartland, which would undermine Jewish sovereignty, and, as in the context of the unsuccessful Camp David and Taba negotiations, culminated in an intifada, 2000 to 2005. On the other hand, the Islamist Hamas emerged towards the end of the 1980s to compete with the PLO against any form of Jewish-Palestinian rapprochement, again openly calling for the destruction of Israel and adding suicide attacks to the repertoire of Palestinian terror against Israeli civilians since the 1990s. It is gaining increasing influence. Since 2006 and armed conflicts with the PLO, it has ruled over the Gaza Strip. Since 2005, Israel had unilaterally withdrawn from the Gaza Strip under Sharon, including the dismantling of all Jewish settlements and the evacuation of all Israeli citizens, resulting in permanent rocket fire on Israel by Hamas, several Gaza wars and, currently, October 7, 2023, the most brutal massacre of Jews since the founding of the state, according to which Hamas is also more popular than the PLO among Palestinians in the West Bank, according to polls. Whenever there is currently talk of peace and a two-state solution, it always comes across as an appeal to Israel to finally return to the 1990s, to the policies of Rabin and Peres. As if Israel's last offers were from that time. Yet Israeli Prime Minister Olmert had made a far-reaching proposal to the Palestinians and the PLO, which was now led by Abbas, as recently as 2008. Abbas rejected it. Saeb Erekat, the chief Palestinian negotiator, said in an interview with the Jordanian daily Al-Dastur on June 25, 2009, "First, Israel allowed us to run our own schools and hospitals. Then they offered us 66% of the occupied territories. At Camp David, in 2000, they offered us 90% and just recently 100%. So why should we hurry after all the injustice we suffered?" Most recently in 2020, the Trump plan attracted attention as an offer of a two-state solution with Netanyahu's support. The Palestinians and the Arab League ignored it as completely unacceptable. Trump himself spoke of a plan of the century and a realistic two-state solution. This is factually correct insofar as the realities on the ground changed in the decades after 1948 and 1967 in a way that cannot simply be reversed and must therefore be taken into account in peace solutions. This includes Jewish settlements in the West Bank, especially in the Jordan Valley on the border with Jordan, which Trump is in favor of Israel annexing. And why not? It was never Israel's task to reserve Jew-free places in areas controlled by Israel for the Arabs for decades in the event that the Arabs would at some point in the indefinite future feel comfortable accepting them within the framework of mutual recognition, and this despite all warlike and terrorist aggression by the Arabs. Like Olmert, whose plan still provided for the evacuation of many Jewish settlements, Trump's plan also offered the Palestinians territorial compensation, south of Rafah, for annexed areas in the West Bank. However, the Trump plan also openly demonstrated to the Arab world that a Palestinian state coexisting with Israel, if at all, could only realistically emerge in enclave form, with two bridge roads to Jordan and a tunnel, or bridge, between the West Bank and Gaza through Israeli territory for the internal connection, which, however, has been completely unrealistic since October 7, 2023. However, this may have become completely unrealistic for the time being since October 7, 2023. Just as offering the Palestinians their own state again may be a concern for the UN, the Europeans, the Biden USA, and many anti-Semites, but it is really not the first concern for Israel, and all those who stand in solidarity with it, in the near future. Even in the West, it is thought that the Israeli occupation and the establishment of Jewish settlements in the West Bank and Gaza have played their part in the Arabs' hatred of Israel and would create facts that would make a future, two-state solution, in the spirit of the UN partition plan more difficult. Both are nonsense. The living and legal conditions of the Arab Palestinians have improved considerably under Israeli rule compared to those in Jordan or Egypt. And Jewish settlements in future Arab territories according to the outdated partition plan can only be a problem for those who take Arab statehood for granted as being Judenrein. Nevertheless, Arab anti-Semitism has made maintaining the occupation expensive for Israel, protecting the settlers, fighting terror, social and humanitarian responsibility for a hostile population, administrative costs. A unilateral withdrawal as in Gaza is probably out of the question for the West Bank. In terms of security and self-defense, the West Bank is of greater strategic military importance than the Gaza Strip, and evacuating the settlements would meet with greater resistance within society. Annexation is also out of the question, as this would turn the Arab Palestinians of the West Bank into residents of Israel. There is therefore no political solution to the anti-Semitic problem in the near future. the state of the Holocaust survivors and their descendants seems doomed to continue to merely administer it in a sacrificial manner and to have to defend itself militarily at regular intervals. If one would not only defend Israel's so-called right to exist or the survival of the Jewish state, but also allow Israeli society, which has been incessantly warred against and terrorized by Arabs since its creation with the aim of annihilation, to actually live in peace and take it seriously that Israel's security is an obligation of Western states, then a real and long-term pacification of the so-called Middle East conflict would consist solely of doing what should have been done from the outset, and which is entirely fair to the Arabs, given their actions over the last 100 years, the resettlement of the Gaza Palestinians to Egypt, the West Bank Palestinians to Jordan. Why not finally establish an Israeli one-state solution when the Arabs have long had a first Palestinian state in Jordan and have repeatedly rejected the second, most recently in the form of the Trump Plan, because they categorically cannot come to terms with the existence of Jewish sovereignty in Palestine? Why shouldn't the Arabs finally pay for permanent anti-Jewish aggression, especially in the context of defeats, as is the usual law of war or any post-war order? Why shouldn't Jordan and Egypt be forced to accept their brothers, or be persuaded to do so with contributions? The fact that this only historically plausible and morally evident solution is not considered or is defamed as ultra-right only shows how pro-Arab, and at the same time anti-Jewish, the global discourse on the Middle East conflict is in reality, despite all assurances to the contrary, pre-structured. On a colossal banner carried through the streets of Tel Aviv by numerous participants during the protest demonstration against the new Israeli government on February 25, 2023, you can see the faces of Khomeini, Erdogan, Netanyahu, Putin and Orban, in this order from left to right, lined up cheek by jowl, so to speak, emerging from the dark background larger than life. Netanyahu is thus not only equated with Khomeini, but his likeness stands in the center as that of the Supreme Prince of Darkness. Compared to this message of the picture, which would have had a very good chance of being exhibited at Documenta 15, the text of the banner seems almost harmless, from startup nation to shutdown nation. But this harmlessness trivializes above all the Ayatollah and his successors who declared Israel a mortal enemy in 1979. And why is Xi Jinping missing? Because then Netanyahu would have had to share the center of the picture with Putin. Or even because the Chinese Communist Party is the better or most harmless, left-wing alternative to the abolition of the separation of powers in Israel? As serious as the issue of judicial reform really is, the delusion of these demonstrators regarding the foreign policy constellations that Israel has to live with seems unreal and grotesque. This became immediately apparent a little later when reservists threatened not to show up for duty to demonstrate their oppositional stance. 37 of the 40 active reservist pilots of the 69th Elite Squadron of the Israeli Air Force announced that they would not take part in a planned exercise of the F-15I jets in protest against the judicial reform and other government measures. These are aircraft that are particularly important for missions beyond Israel's borders. It is about a balance in the separation of powers, in which both sides, in this specific case the government or parliament and the Supreme Court, restrict each other, but each from a different point of view. Although in countries such as the UK there is a similar relationship between Parliament and the Supreme Court to that currently envisaged by the judicial reform in Israel, some critics of this reform in Israel see good reasons to believe that it risks reducing too much the counterbalance that the Supreme Court and independent judiciary have to maintain vis-a-vis the government, given Likud's current coalition partners. The good reasons relate primarily to women's and LGBTQ rights. However, the extent to which such a restriction is also necessary for this court, which these critics like to ignore, is particularly evident when, as in Israel, there is no more comprehensively developed constitution on the basis of which, for example, legal standing must be granted, which presupposes a direct and personal interest in the outcome of the dispute. In Israel, since the judicial revolution, Aaron Barak, anyone can file a lawsuit on any issue, so to speak, which means that matters of an immediate political nature, such as the appointment of a minister when forming a government, and even operational decisions by the Ministry of Defense and the IDF, can be made the subject of the Supreme Court. Instead of deciding to which set of laws a case is to be subsumed according to the basic laws, political appropriateness, e.g. of a person for an office, has been made an issue. E.g. of a person for an office, became the criterion. Not only because the court is mainly approached by NGOs, which in a way have taken over the vacant role of a strong opposition party such as MAPM, but also because of the rather closed left-liberal orientation of the Supreme Judges, it itself now appears like a party or a super NGO. This alignment has been reinforced by the fact that the majority of votes in the Judicial Election Committee can be formed by the representatives of the court itself and the Bar Association. See Michael B. Mukasey, Netanyahu's judicial reform doesn't go far enough. Israel should establish rules of standing and recognize the distinction between policy and law. Wall Street Journal, February 26, 2023. Those who criticize this naivety must take a closer look at the constellations that the protesters are trying to ignore in order to equate Netanyahu with Putin and Khomeini, and ask themselves, for example, whether the defense capacities in Israel will not be more diminished in the longer term by the effects of the war of aggression that Russia has been waging against Ukraine for a year now than by reserve pilots who refuse to take part in an exercise. The editor-in-chief of the Jewish News Syndicate, JNS, Jonathan S. Tobin, published an article at the beginning of 2023 in which he warned that the war in Ukraine was beginning to jeopardize Israel's security. This was prompted by the news first published by the New York Times that the USA, in order to continue supporting Ukraine, had now begun to draw on the strategic reserves of weapons and ammunition that it stores in Israel for emergencies in the Middle East, not unlike in some other regions, but in this case the Jewish state would also have access in the event of an attack. For the time being, there is talk of 300,000 artillery shells. According to a congressional report from last year, Israel drew on ammunition from this stockpile during the 2006 Lebanon war against Hezbollah and in the fight against terrorists in the Gaza Strip in 2014. The U.S. stockpiles in Israel date back to the 1973 Yom Kippur War. Since then, U.S. tanks and armored personnel carriers have been stored in the Negev Desert in case the American armed forces in the Middle East needed them. Later, in the 2000s, ammunition for several branches of the U.S. military was stored in Israel in various locations accessible to U.S. personnel. In 2022, unofficial discussions began under the Biden administration to supply Ukraine from these stockpiles. According to an Israeli official, the U.S. Secretary of Defense informed then-Israeli Defense Minister Benny Gantz that the U.S. wanted to draw on the stockpiles. Gantz discussed the request with the cabinet, which in turn asked security officials for their opinion. The result was that the plan was accepted in order to avoid friction with Washington. The USA and Israel had agreed to deliver around 300,000 artillery shells to Ukraine, and the USA had committed to replenishing its stocks in Israel and to deliver ammunition immediately in an emergency. Tobin, who makes as little mention of this promise in his article as he does of the agreement and coordination with Israel, sees the detour of weapons as a worrying fact with regard to the near future. If, for example, in a strategic nightmare scenario, a conflict breaks out with Hamas in the Gaza Strip and at the same time with Hezbollah in Lebanon at the behest of Iran, a lack of such reserves could have serious consequences for the Israeli Defense Forces. In addition, Biden is also depriving the American military of weapons and ammunition supplies in order to meet the needs of the Ukrainian military. As a result, the U.S. armed forces are already in a dangerously low state of readiness, which also reduces the ability to come to Taiwan's aid should it be invaded by China, the power that poses the greatest threat to American security and global influence in the longer term. According to Tobin, sacrificing the ability to respond immediately to military aggression against American allies in the Middle East in order to support Ukraine would be too high a price to pay, higher than the gain of sending the message that the West will not tolerate wars of aggression in the future. At the same time, Tobin sets out his assessment of the Ukraine war as an endless and unwinnable war and speaks of exaggerated U.S. fears of Russia. He accuses the Biden administration and the Ukrainian government of making no effort to bring about a negotiated solution. Apart from this, he insists on the irritating and basically scandalous fact that Ukraine has notoriously voted against Israel's interests in the UN for some time, and also that Ukrainian President Zelensky seems to be blind to the special situation in which Israel finds itself, as even his remarks about the Holocaust testify, for the purpose of pushing all the more unscrupulously to obtain weapon systems from Israel. Tobin rightly criticizes this harshly, but in his argumentation he encourages Putin's demonization of today's Ukraine as a Nazi state, insofar as he ascribes a leading role to the Ukrainians during the Second World War, which they in fact shared with other peoples who aided the extermination. Quote, during his address, he falsely claimed that Ukrainians had stood in solidarity with Jews during the genocide, when, in fact, they were the most enthusiastic of Nazi collaborators. Quote, end. In an article published a few weeks later, Tobin once again poses the question more emphatically as to whether the foreign and security policy priority given by the Biden administration to supporting Ukraine, the territorial integrity of this country, really corresponds to the interests of the USA and can be seen as the only way to prevent further acts of Russian aggression and make a decisive contribution to deterring China. Above all, it is unclear how recourse to armaments from the U.S. armed forces in order to satisfy Kiev's need for supplies for the further fight against Russia will be possible in the long term without serious efforts being made to increase military spending or to start a new American arms buildup. Assuming it is true that under Biden, In order to meet the needs of the Ukrainian military, the U.S. military is now being deprived of weapons and ammunition supplies to an extent that weakens the U.S. armed forces as a whole and puts them in a dangerously low state of readiness, which also reduces the possibilities of coming to Taiwan's aid. And assuming that the U.S. weapons and ammunition stockpiles in Israel are not, as promised, replenished as soon as possible, but emptied even further, then one would indeed have to speak of an overextension of the hegemon. A few weeks after Tobin's article, however, the USA decided to supply Taiwan with weapons worth $619 million to deter China and to send more soldiers than it had for a long time. Even before Tobin's second article on this topic appeared, however, the major military exercise Juniper Oak revealed completely new dimensions of military cooperation between the USA and Israel. As was also reported on Jewish News Syndicate, the exercise saw unprecedented levels of cooperation between the U.S. Military Central Command, CENTCOM, which is responsible for the Middle East, and the Israel Defense Forces. Juniper Oak tested Israeli-American readiness and boosted the operational connection between the two militaries to enable them to deal with regional threats, according to the IDF spokesperson's unit, but the intended target audience for this message seems to have been Iran. Some 6,500 U.S. commanders and soldiers took part, as did missile ships and fighter jets from both militaries, which fired on simulated naval threats. The two air forces also practiced a range of scenarios, including the use of transport and mid-air refueling aircraft, unmanned aerial vehicles, search and rescue helicopters and B-52 bombers, which dropped munitions on targets in southern Israel. Yaakov Lapin, Israel, U.S. signal unprecedented cooperation in military preparations against Iran. In Jewish News Syndicate, February 16, 2023. And it would be due to the fact that the U.S. is ultimately not willing or able to expand its capacities to such an extent as to supply Ukraine, Israel and Taiwan at the same time, and certainly not, if it were to intervene immediately in the Ukraine war, to think of waging war on several fronts at the same time, as it did in the Second World War. In such a situation, an administration such as the Biden administration, which can no longer easily back out of continued support for Ukraine without losing face, as they say so nicely in the language of character masks, would certainly mean a weakening for Israel, while the sensible ones among the Republicans under the same conditions, if they, think of presidential candidate Nikki Haley, followed up on the better part of Trump's policy, Abraham Accords, withdrawal from the JCPOA. Then they could do more than the Democrats to ensure that Israel in particular continues to receive reliable support. In this case, but only in this case, what Tobin paints on the wall as a portent would apply. The Ukraine war would harm Taiwan and Israel in the long term, and the situation would be incomparably more dangerous for Israel, as Iran would be strengthened by the increasingly close cooperation with Russia and China in the course of the Ukraine war. Just as a stronger Iran was ultimately an unintended consequence of the American invasion of Iraq, something similar could now threaten if the defensive war that Ukraine is waging against Russia continues to be a top priority for the USA. For the reverse scenario, in which Iran loses some of its power due to its closer relations with Russia, presupposes, as Tobin rightly points out, the conviction that the West's involvement in Ukraine will lead to Russia's complete defeat and collapse and could only strike a blow against China's growing influence. It should be added here that, on the contrary, the Iraq War could also have led to better control of the Islamic Republic of Iran at close quarters, so to speak, and to curb its devastating influence on the Iraqi Shiites and conditions in the neighboring country, provided that the occupation of the country was not ended so soon and longer-term measures of re-education and an economic strategy similar to the Marshall Plan were introduced. This conviction appears all the less trustworthy as some senior officials in Washington are apparently still unwilling to take the threat from Tehran seriously, let alone join the Israelis and vote in favor of preparing the U.S. armed forces themselves for military strikes in Iran. So if the U.S. population is prepared to bear the burdens of the war effort, which could take on even greater dimensions, in the longer term, or if Democrats and, as it currently looks, Republicans in particular do too little to do so, and this possibility is unfortunately obvious in the case of a long war of attrition in Ukraine, we can speak of an excess of hegemonic functions. It should be noted that such a failure is not so much due to immediate economic factors, i.e. a given level of production capacities, but rather to whether a mood of appeasement sabotages the multiplication of these capacities, which is in itself quite possible for the USA in a state of war. However, what appears as a dangerous overextension of hegemony in one scenario appears as its necessary expansion in the other, which Tobin does not take into consideration. Israel, in the shadow of this war as it is currently being waged, and in view of the never-ending protest movement in Iran, would be less than ever prevented and more urgently than ever compelled to carry out those military strikes on the most dangerous production sites and bases in the Islamic Republic, and could possibly even thereby persuade the US to expand its capacities further than planned after all. The new Israeli government has repeatedly stated that it is now considering supplying defensive weapons to Ukraine after all. This was often interpreted as a delaying tactic in the face of demands from the Biden administration. At some point, however, and perhaps even soon, it may in fact no longer be so important and urgent for Israel to show consideration for Moscow because of its previously tolerated strategy of flying attacks on Iranian facilities in Syria, namely when attacks on the missile and nuclear program facilities in Iran have become most important and urgent. What changed after September 11 was jihadism, which has since become so radicalized that it only recognizes national borders in order to eliminate them. Its pop factor makes the Taliban, who are still struggling with the infidels' modern means of communication instead of using them to their full advantage as the IS does, look old. Joe Biden's statements from August 2021, when he emphasized that it was about the threats of today, not the threats of yesterday, and talked about the fact that we live in a new world in which the terrorist threat has spread around the world, reflect at least a hint of the division of the jihadist scene and its consequences. Biden, who was merely following up on what Obama and Trump had launched as an exit strategy, also posed the rhetorical question in his August 31 speech of whether anyone would have ever gone to Afghanistan if we had been attacked from Yemen on September 11, 2001. His hardly surprising no, however, includes a yes in the case of Iraq. Because in Iraq, under the influence of the neocons, it was really about nation building in an entire region, at least according to their own claim, so that one must logically speak of a failure here. Against the background of the different objectives for Afghanistan and Iraq, especially in the event of a not at all unlikely anti-terrorist alliance between the Americans and the Taliban, the question of the purpose of the Afghanistan venture arises quite fundamentally. In 2001, the Taliban were the friends of the once most important terrorist group called Al-Qaeda. Today they are opponents of the most important terrorist group called IS. And that's all after 20 years? The Taliban were at least as surprised by their march through to Kabul as the rest of the world. This is closely linked to the fact that large parts of the Afghan security forces willing to fight did not lay down their arms before the Taliban, but simply gave up in the face of the self-fulfilling prophecy of Western politics. Whether the Taliban will really be able to hold on to power in the long term is irrelevant, because there will hardly be any Western support for those Afghans who want to remain in the country to fight against the Taliban. This is not only due to the fact that, after the experiences of the last 20 years, the priority in the USA is to prevent a second Afghanistan from happening again, but even more so to realign its own interests. In his two speeches in August on the occasion of the hasty withdrawal of U.S. troops, Joe Biden clearly emphasized why the era of major military operations to transform other countries must end. According to Biden, the real strategic competitors are China and Russia, with serious competition with China, while Russia is confronted on several fronts. Obviously, they do not want to seriously compete with the Chinese for spheres of influence in Afghanistan. However, given the disastrous investment conditions in Afghanistan, the Chinese crackdown on the Uyghurs on the border with Afghanistan and the huge opium problem that Afghanistan is causing China, it is not at all unlikely that even the Chinese, who are known for their unscrupulousness, will ultimately prefer to keep their hands off the country and bypass the Silk Road. The fact that China has now been identified by consensus in the USA as the major competitor, whose containment and suppression must be subordinated to all strategic considerations, also has to do with the devastating American misjudgment of the country's development, which has decisively favored China's rise. Relying on the invisible hand of liberalism, the 2002 national security strategy dictated by the neocons, for example, which laid down preventive interventionism for the Iraq War, states that China is well on the way to social and political freedom under the power of market principles and the requirements of the WTO. The fact that the Americans, unlike the Europeans with the Germans in the lead, are now prepared to prevent the possible hell of Chinese world domination, as Max Horkheimer once described the threat on the occasion of his support for the Americans in the Vietnam War, has probably also persuaded the Australians to trust the reconstruction of an old Western Antifa alliance with Great Britain and the USA more than the submarines of Cantonese France, which has always proven to be insecure when it comes to anti-fascism. For Afghanistan, the conclusion, to borrow a phrase from the SWP, is that for 20 years, Afghanistan has not been caught up in a networked approach, but has constantly operated in a state of lack of strategy. The main reason for this was that if Afghanistan had been serious about building a civil society or nation building, the main issue should have been how to create the conditions that would make both possible in the first place. This would have meant defeating not only the Taliban, but an entire society, which would then not have had to be rebuilt, but completely recreated, among other things by not re-educating, but but educating for the first time, so that the local forces of all shades would get an idea of what they would actually have to fight against if something better were to emerge than choosing between an Islamic republic and an Islamic emirate. It would be a mistake to imply, in the manner of Peter Scholl-Latour, that too little was known about Afghanistan, which is why they failed. Instead, they refused to acknowledge the abundant knowledge about the role of Islam in society and talked it up like Ahmad Milad Karimi, for example, a man with the title of professor who is considered one of the formative minds of Islam in Germany, Deutschland Radio, and is therefore supposed to say what everyone wants to hear. The Taliban engaged in massive abuse of the religion and had perverted Islam beyond recognition. Deutschlandfunk, August 25, 2021. Not only did no one want to see the need to radically push back Islam in Afghanistan, it was also difficult to do so thanks to an exuberant production of morals and ideology that has made the refugee its civil society fetish for years, on which contempt for the Western bourgeois nation-state and, as a result, aversion to any form of genuine nation-building is acted out as an object. This fetish of cosmopolitanism is proof of how literally finished with the world those are who no longer want to waste any thought on effectively combating the causes of flight and certainly do not ask themselves whether perhaps not everything was bad about the once left-wing idea of national liberation. What remains is a view of the world that only extends as far as the Libyan Mediterranean coast and the necessary sea rescue there, combined with the one devastating message that anyone who fights for a better life on the ground instead of becoming a refugee is to blame for their own fate. With such enemies of humanity, there is no need to argue about whether the Americans should be blamed for apparently not even considering the possibility of establishing an American protectorate in Kabul, well secured behind walls, a civilizational enclave of freedom, in whose schools only non-GIZ trained teachers would be on duty, no Islam-compliant textbooks would be used, no networked approaches would be allowed to do their destructive work, and an American ideology of feasibility would be followed quite apolitically and ahistorically, which would enable all Kabul residents and those seeking refuge there to lead a reasonably good individual life. If you want to make such an accusation against the Americans, then you should always bear this warning in mind. It can lead to serious errors, if the promise of the USA is put into one with the reality of the USA, if the promise of civilization is confused with the reality of civilization. It is to be feared that the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon come into possession of the atomic bomb. With this goal, it has long been preparing the escalation in the Middle East, and that is why Hamas and Islamic Jihad, possibly soon also Hezbollah, have just started doing what they always wanted to do since October 7, 2023, Itzhak Herzog. Not since the Holocaust have so many Jews been killed in one day. The Israeli army is forced to take action against this in what is likely to be a long war, in memory of the victims as well as the kidnapped hostages, while at the same time something else is equally unavoidable. Only US-led military strikes against the nuclear and military facilities in Iran could relieve Israel of this burden. When, if not now? If something could be done by the states of Europe for the hegemony of the USA in the sense described above, it would be to form a kind of glacis in the war against jihad, although this would run counter to the advice that Trump is so keen to give the Europeans. Instead of welcome culture, deportation and appeasement, this would mean, in Cold War terms, re-education, containment and rollback. Their possibilities depend, on the one hand, on the consistency with which Islam is confronted as an anti-Semitic ideology that sabotages enlightenment and, on the other, on how willing people from Muslim countries are to free themselves from it. It is by no means and nowhere clear whether Islamization or re-education, rackets or rule of law will prevail. If there is a tiny chance of realizing the old US-American idea, first formulated by Churchill, and turning the continent into a real state beyond customs and monetary union, a state in which the German ideology of autarky and disaster policy would be banished, to keep Germany down, was once said of NATO, then it is probably to be seen in the successful fight against jihad just mentioned, as it can in principle be waged on European soil, but under the patronage of the American hegemon. First and foremost, we must ensure that the propagandists of the Palestinian ethnic struggle are shut up here, that Jews can finally send their children to school again without having to worry, that Jews can walk the streets and go to synagogue unmolested. A first contribution to this would be an immediate ban on immigration from all Muslim countries. Then the expulsion of all immigrants from Muslim countries who have not sought protection here for reasons of political persecution and have been recognized as political refugees. Stopping all money flows from abroad to the mosque associations operating here would also be an effective measure, as would a ban on all Palestinian organizations and NGOs operating here in Germany. In particular, an absolute entry ban should be imposed from relevant states and Arab Muslim nations, and the necessary individualization of the right of asylum, necessary clear criteria and requirements for regular migration strictly separated from asylum. Asylum applies exclusively to selected individuals whose persecution for political, religious, racist, various barbaric motives has been proven and for whom integration prospects are good, such as Christians persecuted in Muslim-dominated countries, women, gays, or, in exceptional cases such as the threat of a war of aggression as in Ukraine, a also clearly defined, larger group of people who are not likely to cause any trouble and for whom education, gainful employment and civilian normality are a matter of course, which is why isolated cases of integration deficits are not significant. It is decided in advance that they can come, they have the blessing to stay in the country before they come, and when they arrive, they are supported unconditionally. The well-integrated people who are deported usually simply have no grounds for asylum. They, or their parents, have only managed to postpone their deportation for a long time in order to then speculate on a humanitarian right to stay or whatever this grace title is called. To argue with good integration in such cases is wrong and dishonest in several respects. Asylum cannot be a bonus for good integration, but asylum must be linked to clear preconditions, firstly proven individual persecution, and secondly a good integration prognosis, but these are apples and oranges. Incidentally, this is also often argued by people who are otherwise of the opinion that everyone should come without preconditions anyway. The well-integrated asylum seekers are just a pawn in the promotion of no borders, no nations. Obviously, we should also deport obvious scum who are not entitled to asylum, but the one does not exclude the other. In any case, the right thing to do would be, anyone who is not entitled to asylum has no chance of entering the country. There is nothing wrong with taking in so and so many people every year and giving them prospects on the labor market. The current situation is that the basic right to asylum is used to gain a foothold in Europe and is not, or hardly ever, used to grant protection to politically persecuted people. What is particularly perfidious about the whole affair is that the current implementation of immigration regulations in connection with the right of asylum means that thousands are drowning in the Mediterranean or are being plundered, raped and murdered on the way there, and all those calling for open borders are miming the kind-hearted saviors in the Mediterranean, keeping this deadly system going. However, the Leviathan must be taken at its word, and this means not least mistrusting the assurances that the Jewish fellow citizens addressed in holiday and commemorative speeches need not feel threatened. In this sense, i.e. never without this sense, it is precisely the Western secular and liberal type of state that should be advocated. It should even be appealed to its actors, and considerations should be made as to how the conditions can be maintained so that these actors can fulfill the task they claim to fulfill at all. This also includes the question of reception capacities for refugees, i.e. the question of the suddenly so famous upper limits that exist unspoken in every state, albeit always variable. However, while the Geneva Refugee Convention and European asylum law merely conceal them, the Israeli law of return actually excludes them, by restricting them to Jews, i.e. to those refugees for whom it has been proven that their existence as refugees means annihilation. A textbook example of the concept of the state, in purely legal terms, there can be no such upper limits, but the sovereign ensures that they exist. The modern state is based on the national consensus on the size of the industrial reserve army, to which class society must constantly adjust within the framework of the separation of powers and freedom of opinion. If the consensus fails to materialize, the sovereign decides on a state of emergency. However, the lesson to be learned from the National Socialist past was that asylum law should not have any upper limits. In the current refugee policy, the two successor states of the Third Reich initially demonstrated how the associated repression can function in a spontaneous division of labor. The German government was only able to insist on that doctrine in the longer term because the Austrian government jumped into the fray at a certain point as a kind of European Middle East marker and had the Balkan route of refugees closed. In the meantime, the deal with the Turkish regime has also taken on such functions. Time and again, the precondition of the right to asylum, as of any right, is suppressed, that the state is based on exclusion. Together with this precondition, and here lies the most dangerous consequence of the new German European ideology of the disappearance of the sovereign, the necessity is also indirectly denied, which was the only lesson to be learned by the Jews after the Shoah. There must be a state of their own, whose basic law is that every person of Jewish origin can immigrate at any time. It is precisely for this reason, however, that the commitment to the unity of the nation-state, which is directed against the ideology of borderless, world interior policy, as well as against the anti-Semitism it favors, reaches the limits it has set for itself. Anti-Semites ultimately seek the lives of Jews everywhere in the world. The region's refugee camps in the Middle East are thus proving to be a breeding ground for anti-Zionist forces, unhindered, and often supported by Western contributions, Islamist NGO rackets can operate here and, together with food supplies and orphan care, implement their educational program, which essentially consists of hatred of Israel and Jews. But the indirect and direct reinforcement of these forces by no means only affects the refugee camps themselves, as demonstrated by the change in European policy towards Turkey. The more efforts are made to stem the flow of refugees through new concessions, the less importance is attached to the policies that this power actually pursues. Dealing with the European refugee crisis through the Turkey deal of March 2016 is not only a blank check for the worst conceivable ambitions of the Erdogan regime within the country, this agreement is also a major step towards dismantling the barriers against jihad made in Turkey in the EU. As far as Israel specifically is concerned, the fact, virtually concealed in the German press, that since the beginning of February 2016 the IHH, an organization that is banned in Germany for supporting Hamas and which already organized the Gaza flotilla of 2010, has opened a refugee camp on the Syrian-Turkish border, of course with the exclusive permission of the Turkish regime, is just the tip of the iceberg. Only when the state of the Jews is seen as a priority, after Western foreign policy has allowed it to come this far in the first place, does the problem of the refugee crisis and sovereignty in Europe really present itself in a different light to that of Elsasser, Sellner and Hock. However, the unwillingness to take Israel as a role model when it comes to security measures shows above all the disastrous influence of a left that regularly fantasizes about a nationalist or even fascist state of emergency as soon as the most urgent steps are taken to prevent the next attacks. Regardless of how many refugees are granted asylum, the obvious thing to do would be not only to prosecute religiously motivated perpetrators of violence and hate preachers in the country of immigration with special legal powers, but also to ensure that jihadists are put out of action locally, since, horrible dictu, there is no European Guantanamo available, and that those who might want to become jihadists are perhaps persuaded to re-education or rather, to education, through deterrence and educational measures. To this end, the penal system in prisons, which up to now have mostly contributed to the training of jihadists like the worst mosques, would have to be completely reorganized. What to do with former members of the Islamic State, IS, who are willing to return? The German government recently announced a legal regulation. IS terrorists of legal age who have dual citizenship could have their German citizenship revoked. This could prevent their return to Germany. The decision was made in response to pressure from Kurdish forces to accept captured Europeans in their countries of origin, as well as US President Donald Trump's call to bring back prisoners with European citizenship and put them on trial. In fact, there is a lot to criticize about the project. It could be pointed out that the decision is rather symbolic in nature, as the so-called prohibition of retroactivity will also apply to such a law. The terror tourists in Syria and Iraq who have left the country and have since been arrested cannot be prosecuted in this way. This would invalidate one argument put forward by the supporters of withdrawal: the security situation in Germany would not improve. Above all, however, it is a typical defense of responsibility, which includes the admission that the Federal Republic neither wants to nor can convict these people, as it has failed to create laws that would even begin to do justice to this terror and its executors. In addition, Germany would tend to leave the dirty work to the Kurds or the USA by withdrawing citizenship in this way. The Frankfurt-based and Frank Educational Center has formulated its own criticism. The institution posted on social media, according to a projection by the Grand Coalition, German IS fighters who have been captured and should actually be returned to Germany are now to have their passports revoked, provided they are of legal age and are not rendered stateless by the revocation of their citizenship. There has been a lot of protest against this, with reference to the Third Reich, among other things. In fact, the Nazis made generous use of the means of denaturalization. In several waves, a total of over 39,000 people were expatriated, especially Jews. From November 1941, they automatically lost their citizenship if they crossed the Reich border, regardless of whether they emigrated voluntarily or were deported. Their assets were confiscated. The educational institution refers to Albert Einstein and Hannah Arendt as victims of National Socialist expatriation and goes on to write that the withdrawal of citizenship was a means of directly depriving citizens of the opportunity to participate. Lawyers pleaded for a cautious approach to this means. In conclusion, the educational institution quotes Frankfurt lawyer Astrid Wallrabenstein as saying, "The police and prosecutors are responsible for security, not the passport authorities." The analogy suggested in the short text struck a number of readers. The imprisoned supporters and enforcers of the Islamic terror militia are potentially being ascribed the role of the new Jews. After clear criticism, the educational institution published a supposed apology and a corrected version of the text, from which it only deleted the Jews as a group and the specific names, i.e. the treacherous points at which the analogy between jihadists and Jews became obvious. However, the argument remained. The educational institution thus proved that it had meant it fundamentally exactly as it had been understood. In a way, this fits in with the institution's self-image. The aim is to develop innovative concepts and methods, in order to strengthen and empower young people and adults for active participation in an open and democratic society, according to the self-description. The educational institution supports and networks, among other things, self-organizations of marginalized groups. It sees it as its task to support them in making their voices, positions, and concerns heard and visible. It may seem quite innovative to support the marginalized group of IS terrorists in making their concerns heard, especially as the educational institution claims that it does not shy away from taking up controversial and conflict-laden social debates in its educational and advisory work. In the original announcement, the institution had also quoted Hannah Arendt's dictum, "The expatriate loses the right to have rights." Further reading of their own reference might well have helped the staff responsible. The starting point of Arendt's theses, which are by no means simply correct but worthy of discussion, is the absolute innocence of the persecuted and expatriated. From this basic assumption, she regarded the Jews as a minorite par excellence and not just any minority. It is precisely this innocence that should be regarded as a minimum condition. Arendt almost equates the right to have rights with citizenship. The restriction of the announced new regulation, according to which a passport may not be withdrawn if the person concerned is threatened with statelessness, which the educational institution could have inferred from its own contribution, in which it noted the requirement of dual citizenship, is a reaction to precisely this. However, in the supposed criticism of the educational institution of the federal government's decision, even applying this restriction to IS members would violate restrained treatment, a formulation which, after all, removes the fact that there is no absolute taboo on the withdrawal of citizenship. At the same time, this proves the partial falsity of Arendt's thesis: citizenship is the necessary, but by no means sufficient condition for the protection of human rights. The federal government's plan does have a parallel in German history, or in the words of the educational institution, a historical context. The reference points are obviously not Albert Einstein, Hannah Arendt and the Frank family, but Adolf Eichmann, Alois Brunner, Aribert Ferdinand Heim, Soren Kamm, Jakob Palage and Klaus Karel Faber. The Federal Republic did not treat these old comrades uniformly. While it was sometimes glad that they were in South America or the Middle East, that the Federal Intelligence Service was generally well informed about their whereabouts and that these Nazi perpetrators were beyond the reach of German courts, in other cases extraditions requested by other states were refused with reference to Führer decrees, according to which Dutch SS members, for example, had been granted German citizenship. The list of such partisanship could be continued. Only on this basis would it be possible to debate the topic at all, and this would mean criticizing the fact that Germany does not necessarily want to bring its own Islamic fascists back into the country and hold them legally accountable, especially in view of the name of the educational institution. Most objections to the withdrawal of passports relate to the legal protection that should be granted to the terrorists, which, in good German tradition, should mean the prospect of acquittal or very short prison sentences, as it could be difficult to prove individual former IS members' individual involvement in murders, for example. The punishment of perpetrators and accomplices in the case of crimes against humanity once again appears to be, if at all, only a highly onerous duty that the Federal Republic of Germany would be only too happy to shirk. However, such measures would require the European countries as a whole to be prepared to act together as a power that, comparable to the USA in its better days, possesses or would like to achieve hegemony and as such intervenes in the Middle East in a regulatory manner. However, this is precisely not the case. France's policy is a significant exception here due to its colonial past. However, this legacy in turn makes it largely blind to Israel's situation. Whether re-education succeeds is always questionable, and the jihadists, to the extent that they can be apprehended at all, eventually leave prison again. One of the mechanisms of anti-Semitism in the age of anti-Zionism is that even such constitutional measures, which indirectly exonerate Israel, must pose a dilemma for the Jews in Europe themselves, subspecies of anti-Semitism. They are affected in no comparable way by the terrorist threat as well as everyday physical threats from Muslims who are not necessarily jihadist-minded, both of which will intensify in the course of further immigration, and the delusional welcome culture can be interpreted against this background as a compromise. Members of Jewish communities therefore often feel compelled to develop their own concept of upper limits for refugee policy, it is an expression of skepticism as to whether the constitutional state in which they live can adequately protect them, a skepticism that must grow exponentially with the increase in refugee numbers if the sense of reality, which applies precisely to the prevailing tendencies, is not to be lost in the indispensable empathy for those fleeing, which, however, can only ever apply to the individual. But the upper limits for the fight against anti-Semitism do exist. The sovereign itself consists of these upper limits, and it was only thanks to pressure from the USA after 1945 that they could be raised somewhat and re-education could be practiced a little. While empathy with the refugees, where it becomes ideological, can therefore pretend to also lead the fight against anti-Semitism, anyone who sees this fight under the primacy of solidarity with Israel knows at least one thing, that the political aporia between the Jewish diaspora and the Jewish state cannot be resolved even under such a primacy. In an emergency, this is the case. What contributes to the security of Israel does not necessarily contribute to the security of Jews in Europe. Just as military intervention against the jihad in the Middle East usually fuels the jihad at home, i.e. in those countries that are actively involved in the intervention, the more successes against IS in Syria and Iraq, the more difficult the security situation in France and Belgium. The large-scale suicide attacks in the Western metropolis are followed, if their sovereign can still be vouched for with some consistency and politically located, by the proclamation of the war on terrorism. Unlike in the USA, however, the attacks in Europe strike at the heart of European ideology, which can be most accurately characterized as the repression of political violence. Any appropriately Western reaction of state authority to jihadist activities, i.e. ultimately oriented towards the rule of law, can only take place as a break with this ideology. And it is even one of the chances of the current situation that the various right-wing populist movements, which are not aligned with the rule of law but with the racket state, will have their water cut off. The fact that the NSA scandal now hardly interests anyone, apart from German moralizers and green politicians, of course, speaks for itself. On the other hand, Israel's measures to protect itself from omnipresent terrorism are arousing a new, completely non-ideological interest and are becoming more and more comprehensible to Europeans. The fact that IS is, objectively and deliberately working into the hands of anti-democratic forces, racists and fascists, is therefore not as self-evident as Bernhard Schmid believes. The reflexive nature of this assumption reveals all the more clearly the repression of violence when the author, in view of François Hollande's special powers, already believes he must harbor the worst fears, since the next French head of state will probably not be a social democrat, but a conservative or even a right-wing extremist. In this way, the assassinations themselves can be topped as the worst thing that can happen. But why does Hollande's pathos still sound more hollow than that of George W. Bush? Not only because the intervention in Afghanistan, where the leadership of al-Qaeda was entrenched, took place immediately, and now there is merely an intensification of airstrikes against IS and there is no serious talk of ground troops. The main difference is that this half-hearted war also serves to appease the Islamic Republic of Iran in an almost spooky way. When the USA and its allies intervened in Afghanistan, Iran could hardly benefit from the war on terror, but now the Islamic Republic is the great beneficiary. Even the war of the coalition of the willing against Saddam Hussein's regime would not necessarily have led to Iran benefiting and expanding its sphere of influence, which could have happened in Iraq, for example, through civil war in the course of the Arab Spring. On the contrary, the Mullah's Republic might have been weakened if the US government had pursued a different, more sustainable and prudent occupation policy. The almost mindless withdrawal and thus the abandonment of the primacy of foreign policy, with which Barack Obama wanted to cultivate his image as a bringer of peace, and not war and occupation per se, created essential conditions for the emergence of IS, but did not cause it as such, as the anti-American ideologues of all stripes never tire of claiming. However, IS is now the best thing that could have happened to the power that the USA still officially regards as the biggest financier of terrorism, even though it has already allowed itself to be ripped off. This power, which poses the greatest danger to Israelis and Jews for the unforeseeable future because it is far superior to al-Qaeda and IS in terms of political and strategic competence, almost has an entree ticket to the new coalition of the willing with the growing chaos in Syria, which is due not least to the strategic deficit of IS, which remains at the level of guerrilla warfare. Today, Western policy has taken on the shape of a Janus-faced head. It combines war and appeasement. When British Prime Minister David Cameron recently associated the fight against Islamist terrorism with the fight against Hitler's Germany in a speech and recalled Churchill, who swore never to negotiate with Hitler, this reminiscence, which is correct in itself, becomes ambiguous because he remains stubbornly silent about the power of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Cameron thus embodies Churchill and Chamberlain in one person. The further development of the West will determine whether or not this dichotomy comes to light at some point. In other words, whether the much-vaunted war on terrorism ultimately only functions as a pretext for being prepared to sacrifice Israel. In other words, appeasement is never just a misjudgment or short-sightedness, but arises from within bourgeois society, just as no absolute, metaphysical separation of the rule of law and the racist state or capitalist normality in the crisis process is possible. Russia's intervention in Syria exacerbates this Western paradox to the extreme. On the one hand, there is the threat of a Khamenei-Putin pact, probably the worst geopolitical constellation currently imaginable. On the other hand, especially from Israel's perspective, this intervention could also mean a certain counterweight within the pro-Assad forces, which could prevent a situation that must be considered the immediate worst case, the sole rule of Hezbollah and the Revolutionary Guards among Assad's accomplices, whose army has been almost completely eroded in favor of those troops operating from Iran, which can now approach Israel more inconspicuously than ever. Putin is also trying to act as a kind of patron of this state, in which so many former Russian citizens live. The fact that his willingness to cooperate with Iran is growing at the same rate perhaps most clearly demonstrates the chaotic, anarchic nature of his foreign policy primacy, with which he seeks to preserve the unity of the Russian racket state. The French line in 2015 of including Russia in the Common Front, even though its airstrikes have so far hardly targeted IS but only served to support Assad, now appears as a direct geopolitical result of the Paris attacks. Israel's foreign policy, which is neutral in the Ukraine conflict for good reasons, will be able to shed light on the darkest side on both flanks of this front under such conditions. It is only the Jewish state that still makes its appeasement of the war, as it is justified and waged here, visible, which is also an indicator of its threat. And the question inevitably arises as to whether the West or Putin's Russia would be more willing to risk its existence in the respective situation. Geopolitics is always an expression of the constellation within society. As far as the EU is concerned, the more reluctant it is to take note of the situation of Jews in its own country, the more hollow the pathos following the attacks sounds. Even after the Paris attacks in January, when the anti-Semitic nature of the attack on the kosher supermarket was emphasized by officials and the general public, it did not take long for the situation to be relativized. In front of the National Assembly, the French Prime Minister told the touching story that one of his closest friends was a devout Muslim and had tearfully told him that he was ashamed of the murders that had been committed here in the name of Islam. The politician immediately affirmed that he neither wanted Muslims to be ashamed nor Jews to be afraid. The sovereign, however, insofar as one can still speak of such a sovereign, at least in the sense of Hobbes, is only concerned that citizens of his state are afraid, but not of whatever anyone may be ashamed of. This corresponds to the resistance to making the anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist background of the attack on the Bataclan an issue at all. One would prefer to classify it as one of the crazy conspiracy theories that have been spreading almost as abundantly as after September 11th. However, it was certainly not a conspiracy but, as Andreas Benl wrote in reference to Le Point, merely a finger-pointing that gave anti-Zionist movements such as BDS the terror rackets to target this particular venue. Jihad and Jew hatred do not need a plot. All they need are tips and suggestions that can come from the entire anti-Israel spectrum. The EU, on the other hand, knows how to follow such finger-pointing in its own special, peaceful way. A few days before the attacks in Paris, a final decision was made in Brussels to make the labeling of fruit, vegetables, wine and cosmetic products produced in the West Bank or East Jerusalem mandatory. This is the only way to enable responsible EU citizens to start their own little consumer intifada and mentally assist the knife attackers lying in wait. Anti-Zionist rabulism thrives on this. When the Israeli Prime Minister calls on the Jews of France to immigrate to Israel in light of the attack on a Jewish supermarket in Paris, it reverses cause and effect and accuses Zionist politics of instrumentalizing anti-Semitism. Israel knows how to profit from the growing number of Muslim anti-Semites and thus the threat to Jews in Europe, as it is itself, as Alain Badiou insinuates, the greatest threat that can weigh on the name of the Jews. However, a sense of reality also includes the well-founded assumption that the sovereign cannot be willing to make this primacy its own, that the assertion that Israel is part of the German reason of state must remain lip service, not so much because the sovereignty of a foreign state can only be part of the reason of state in phases and only when hegemonic policies are pursued, but rather because experience has shown that the German reason of state as such consists of overriding itself in favor of another principle, that of the potential counter-sovereign, which is called the German people and whose benefit the politicians take their oath to increase and from which harm is to be averted. He is least concerned with hegemony in the classical sense. The threat is therefore not that Germany, according to the popular anti-German view, is striving for hegemony, as the USA did and to some extent still does, then the United States of Europe, in Churchill's sense, or even political integration into the US Leviathan, would probably already exist, but that Germany is not striving for it, and is thus expanding and getting involved everywhere. Two Western-oriented geostrategists, Maximilian Terhalle from the University of Winchester and Bastian Gigerich from the Institute for Strategy Studies in London, attempt to recommend such a classic hegemony to Germany in a guest article for the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung on April 25, 2016. It is always strange to observe that in the case of German ideology, Western thinking becomes pure wishful thinking. In economic terms, the EU's state of limbo between an alliance of states and a state of the nation can be described as follows. What is an advantage for Germany and Austria in the financial crisis, expressed in low unemployment rates and high export rates, becomes a disadvantage in the refugee crisis. That there is no state common to all citizens of the Eurozone or the EU, and yet the states are half and half losing their sovereignty. Under these conditions, Greece can be treated by Brussels institutions and the ECB as if it had no state of its own, as if it were an insolvent company or a bankrupt private individual. Politicians must strive for national sovereignty, for increasing the wealth of their state, also and especially at the expense of others, otherwise they have failed in their profession. German politicians are demonstrating the special opportunities offered by a monetary union in connection with the Greek state crisis. Although Germany is not able to provide a European sovereign and rule over the whole of Europe, it is instead expanding its hegemonic position in the ranks of European states. Refugee policy is part of national sovereignty and the increase in wealth. If the state were the ideal total capitalist, as Friedrich Engels believed, this policy would look different. The states would compete with each other to bring as many workers as possible into the country, both expensive and cheap, in order to drive down wages. The sovereign is therefore better described as the politically real side of total capital, real in that it is bound to a specific territory as an organized coercive power and thus only exists at all in at least a potential state of war with other states. In other words, it is based on exclusion. The difficulty faced by its representatives is therefore always to find the point where the ideal total capitalist and the ideal total proletarian can shake hands like Fridolin and Grot in Fritz Lang's Metropolis, or more precisely, where the most important factions of society, the various owners and intermediaries of means of production and labor, agree on the question of how large the industrial reserve army should be in a country. In other words, in the words of Carl Schmitt, who is allowed to identify with the people of the state and who is not, quite apart from the fact that the way in which this identification differs between nations is itself identity-forming. Although there is a monetary union within the EU that makes Germany the beneficiary of the financial crisis, a union on regulated immigration and asylum policy that keeps Germany out of the refugee crisis, even and especially at the expense of other states, does not seem possible. For although the Germans, including their vassals, for example the Austrians, have fairly reliable means of financing exports and thus keeping unemployment low in their own country to the detriment of the southern countries, namely the Euro and the ECB, there is no effective means of preventing the refugees who are arriving in these countries from traveling on to Germany in order to participate more in the wealth there and increase the industrial reserve army more than is in line with the national consensus. As a result, the momentum of the German sovereign is once again gaining momentum and the mob is marching against the refugees as it did in the early 1990s. But European integration, i.e. disintegration, has now progressed. The mob remains the same, the politics is changing. This can be seen in the European Asylum Code that Frank-Walter Steinmeier and Sigmar Gabriel are calling for in their recently published 10-point plan. As more refugees than ever before are seeking protection with us in Europe, a new, much more ambitious integration of European asylum policy is needed. And this brings the two SPD politicians to the central point of their 10-point plan. A fair distribution of refugees in Europe. Gabriel and Steinmeier are a good example of how sensitively we in Europe can deal with the crudest mob threats. The attacks on refugee homes do not even have to be mentioned. On the contrary, like never before, citizens in our country are getting involved in the reception and integration of refugees. However, this solidarity will only last in the long term if everyone can see that things are fair in Europe. A situation in which, as is the case today, only a few member states bear the entire responsibility is just as unsustainable as a system that unilaterally distributes the burden to the countries that happen to form the EU's external border. For the German politician, it is even more unsustainable that burdens are distributed unilaterally to the countries that happen to be the most powerful and richest. We need binding and objectively comprehensible criteria for the admission quotas of all member states according to their capacity. However, the direction of refugee flows is objective enough as far as the performance of the member states is concerned. it always points to where wealth is concentrated in Europe and is still best distributed in terms of the welfare state. The reference to the difficult geographical situation of Italy and Greece on the refugee front is merely a pretext for doing something politically about the fact that over 40% of refugees come to Germany, similar to the way in which the reference to the poverty of large parts of the population in Slovakia, for example, was used to reject Greek claims in the negotiations with Greece on the aid packages. But how can Germany exert pressure on other EU countries? That is the real problem for German politicians here in Europe. Interior Minister Thomas de Maizière, CDU, has already taken inspiration from Pegida and Jürgen Elsässer and is threatening to close the borders. Control-free borders cannot exist without a real European asylum policy. In addition to the redistribution of migrants, the main issue is their readmission to countries of origin that are not considered persecuting states. This is where the importance of the candidate countries becomes clear. The Germans in Europe always need such candidates in order to have a binding criterion as to which refugees are not to be classified as asylum seekers, and to impose it on all other EU states. But what if the countries of origin are not prepared to take the refugees back? How can such an obligation to take back be dictated outside the EU, apart from calling accession into question? To achieve this, we must make readmission a central concern in our relations with the countries of origin and also be prepared to make technical and financial support for these countries dependent on constructive cooperation. Existing incentives such as visa facilitation could be expanded, the 10-point plan states. The specific situation of the Roma in southeastern Europe is naturally not addressed in the European Asylum Code. However, de Maizière had already considered the countries that are not, yet, EU accession candidates. In order for countries such as Tunisia, Morocco, or Senegal, where there is no persecution, to take back their compatriots, the willingness must be linked to other policy areas, such as development aid. This would then mean aid only for readmission. What is typically left-wing about Gabriel and Steinmeier's proposals, however, is their eminent hypocrisy. Not only do they speak of a European view of humanity, when the real issue is the redistribution and readmission of refugees, and when Austria's Foreign Minister Sebastian Kurz, for example, calls for a fast-track procedure for deportation, but above all the fact that not a word is said about the central ideological issue of refugee policy. For just as the disintegration of Europe has progressed, so too has the disintegration of refugees. The cause of flight often travels with them, and among the asylum seekers, those who are threatened and persecuted by other refugees for religious or political reasons are particularly in need of asylum. There are an unknown number of Islamic zealots and veritable jihadists among them, and the mob that threatens everyone from the outside is joined by a mob that is up to mischief in the refugee accommodation itself. In the initial reception center in Seoul, a refugee from Afghanistan courageously practiced religious criticism and tore out pages from the Quran. He almost became the victim of a jihadist lynching. If there were still a sense of the minimum of freedom, Franz Neumann, that a Western-style sovereign can grant, in any case only for the limited number of people who are given the chance of asylum and immigration in a particular state, the religious critic would not have been saved at the last second and the incident would not have been dismissed as a mass brawl afterwards. Taking action against such barbarism in the asylum accommodation centers with the means available and adapting the organizational conditions of the asylum procedure so that those immediately threatened by it can be protected would be both a prerequisite and the first measure for re-education in terms of civil equality. But what is a German politician like the Thuringian Prime Minister Bodo Ramelow, Die Linke, who, when immediately confronted with the situation in Seoul, is apparently not as good at hypocrisy as Gabriel and Steinmeier, planning? He equates religion with ethnicity and proposes a separation of refugees according to this criterion. Those within the same ethnic group who are terrorized by their own religious guardians of virtue are out of luck. Ramelow adds apologetically, they are all victims. In this specific case, however, he has to confess what should be considered the actual culpable act among Germans in Europe. He does not tolerate at all that people tear up a Quran and throw it in a toilet. The well-integrated people who are deported usually simply have no grounds for asylum. They, or their parents, have only managed to postpone their deportation for a long time in order to then speculate on a humanitarian right to stay or whatever this grace title is called. To argue with good integration in such cases is wrong and dishonest in several respects. Asylum cannot be a bonus for good integration, but asylum must be linked to clear preconditions, firstly proven individual persecution, and secondly a good integration prognosis. But these are apples and oranges. Incidentally, this is also often argued by people who are otherwise of the opinion that everyone should come without preconditions anyway. The well-integrated asylum seekers are just a pawn in the promotion of no borders, no nations. Obviously, we should also deport obvious scum who are not entitled to asylum, but the one does not exclude the other. In any case, the right thing to do would be, anyone who is not entitled to asylum has no chance of entering the country. There is nothing wrong with taking in as many people as possible every year and giving them prospects on the labor market. The current situation is that the basic right to asylum is used to gain a foothold in Europe and is not, or hardly ever, used to grant protection to politically persecuted people. What is particularly perfidious about the whole affair is that the current implementation of immigration regulations in connection with the right of asylum means that thousands are drowning in the Mediterranean or are being plundered, raped and murdered on the way there, and all those calling for open borders are miming the good-hearted saviors in the Mediterranean to keep this deadly system going. However, if we speak of a capacity to absorb, which always reminds us of a saturated state, then this must also be negated in some justified way, i.e. the former must be conveyed as an absolute with reality. So if we want to talk about a reference to reality, Riedel puts it as follows. So taking in 2 billion in the event of an extreme crisis, meteorite, nuclear disaster, earthquake, climate change, is not a problem. Fewer resources will simply be put into luxury cars, lawnmower robots, or handbags, but buses, homes and food will be produced. And you have to let sentences like that roll off your tongue. Without going into this incredibly old left decadent hostility, Riedel says nothing other than, the more refugees you take in, the closer you automatically get to communism or at least socialism. It is all no problem and would work without lifting a finger. You even have to defend Merkel against this, whose phrase, we can do it. And not, it'll be fine. Did not say what, but at least indicated that something had to be done, or sat out, which in turn does not mean that enough or the right thing would be done. So the alleged departure of the Bahamas editorial team from humanism as well as from the reality principle is first and foremost merely a departure from Mr. Riedel's humanism and reality principle, without wanting to imply that anyone had ever been there. The refugees thus turn out to be revolutionary, perhaps not subjects, but objects, on which Germany and Europe can move towards communism. Although Riedel imagines this more as a state commune. Quote, but what you do, even in the economic world power Germany, with its vacancy of entire city districts and full employment, people are already moaning about a few 100,000 refugees. Sometimes it's about alleged costs that supposedly can't be found anywhere, sometimes about the space that supposedly isn't there. In the end, it all boils down to the fact that those who come here are not from here. And that's reason enough to let them run to their deaths, to torture the survivors in triple overcrowded camps and to nail those who still manage to do so at some point with permanent larmoyance about their alleged lack of enlightenment, while you yourself haven't even had your religious education or title of nobility abolished. Quote, end. Now the aristocratic titles in surnames have been abolished and thus effectively abolished. Also, until a few years ago, there was still a time in Berlin when religious instruction for the 3 people who attended it took place in the 10th hour or so. If this is the only evidence of a lack of enlightenment among Europeans, Europe would be doing pretty well. Above all, however, costs are actually incurred. One can debate whether one has them, meaning rather the means to cope with the costs, at one's disposal, which one does not if one simply denies them. There is of course no question that the German fetish of a black zero should be heavily criticized, even without refugees. And yet it would be fatal to ignore the fact that there has been no open and transparent discussion in politics about what the cost increases mean, how they are to be absorbed, and so on. In this sense, it is and remains latently macabre to accuse people of this who are dependent on social benefits and, from a certain amount of experience, suspect that it will be at their massive expense. To counter the popular objection that AfD voters are not that much worse off economically than the average, it is worth recalling the simple insight of critical theory that fears of decline are more important than, or at least just as important as, the current personal economic situation. In Germany, far more people are virtually and potentially dependent on these benefits than the figures for ALG2 recipients suggest, as can be seen from a glance at net assets. For years, the average net wealth of Germans has been at the lower end of the European scale, far behind Greece, Spain and Italy. This means that Germans are, potentially, more dependent on the welfare state than many other Europeans, as they have no major private reserves for old age or similar. If pension entitlements were included, Germans would have considerably higher assets, but these are only entitlements that hardly anyone believes can actually be earned in the foreseeable future. Added to this is the unusually high ratio of rented apartments to owner-occupied homes in Europe. None of this makes Germans poor and pitiable creatures, but it does make them dependent on their welfare state to a rare degree. If the admission of refugees goes hand in hand with the increasing or feared rigidity of Hearts 4, it should hardly come as a surprise if certain people make a connection there, with some people mentally anticipating their future heart status. It is certainly not my intention to defend this approach. As I wrote in Riedel, money does indeed seem to me to be an object that makes it very easy to distinguish the chauvinists from those who bring other concerns into the debate. However, neither Riedel, who pretends that the costs are merely, allegedly, incurred, nor the federal government, which has not exactly covered itself in transparency when calculating the costs, are working against the concerns expressed in this financial issue. The assurances that taxes would not be increased to ensure the financing of the refugees was and is not exactly confidence building, because the money has to be reallocated somewhere, and numerous financial experts are certain that tax increases or cuts in benefits would be unavoidable, both for those who have fled to Germany so far and for the increasing numbers of refugees who would make it to Germany. Of course, there are also forecasts that end in financial disaster scenarios. In fact, some municipalities increase taxes. This would be much less adding fuel to the fire of the right-wing populists, as has been repeatedly and immediately claimed, than the ideological assurances that it can all be managed without anything changing. One municipality, which justified a tax increase with the higher number of asylum seekers, quickly added, "The administration admits that it would have been better and more prudent not to provide detailed reasons in the letter accompanying the new tax assessment." In other words, it would have been better to work less transparently. Ultimately, Merkel's assurances that there would be no tax increases or cuts to benefits already hinted at the border closures that have been in place for some time. Otherwise, it would probably have been necessary to disclose how many refugees could be financed with the current budget and for how long, and when more funds would be needed. However, once the doctor's irritation protection has been penetrated, Torsch articulates pure rage as identification with the attacker. This pettiness is such a small-minded island mentality that one can only wish the Islamists good luck. Europe has nothing left to oppose them in terms of intellect or morals. It has merely become a little richer through centuries of slavery and exploitation. Lebanon has taken in more Syrian refugees than Germany. Even the Islamofascist Hezbollah apparently has a higher ethic of life than this country. Quote, end. It is a little surprising how quickly one can identify with Hezbollah, one of Israel's enemies, which is also directly and tangibly responsible for a considerable proportion of the refugees, when it is only against the AfD and CSU, instead of recognizing that both Hezbollah's limited willingness to accept refugees and the AfD's rejection are in various ways the results of an objective change in the concept of asylum, the onset of which Horkheimer already registered in Dämmerung. Sooner or later, the right of asylum for political refugees will be abolished in practice. It does not fit into the present. When bourgeois ideology still took freedom and equality seriously and the uninhibited development of all individuals still appeared to be the purpose of politics, the political refugee may also have been considered untouchable. The more recent right of asylum was part of the struggle of the Third Estate against absolutism. It was based on the solidarity of the Western European bourgeoisie and its peers in backward states. Today, when capital, concentrated in a few hands, is divided within itself but has become a solidary and reactionary world power against the proletariat, the right of asylum is becoming more and more disruptive. It is outdated. Quote, end. In fact, it turns out that the right of asylum has not been completely abolished for the time being, but has changed in relation to what is looking for its own kind, as well as, of course, what that its own kind is derived from. First of all, this would mean that with the people's state there was a shift from class solidarity to a kind of solidarity that seeks its equal along the lines of religion, skin color, race, or ethnic categories. Horkheimer also hinted at this with a reference to folkish terrorists. The shift in the forms of solidarity can be seen in the fact that Poland has also taken in tens of thousands of refugees from Ukraine. The AfD has at least proclaimed its willingness, and this may or may not be instrumental or ideological, like its partial defense of Israel, to take in Arab Christians. Bangladesh has taken in Rohingya, etc. pages. There is no question that this new form of post-bourgeois solidarity, partly based on pre-bourgeois group definitions, is a more than questionable development. However, it is only partially in conflict with asylum and the right to asylum. The editors of Polmos should also be reminded of this, who wrote in their Critique of the Right of Asylum, politically persecuted persons enjoy the right of asylum, is stated in Section 16A of the Basic Law, a fundamental right to enjoy. You have to come up with something like that first. Quote, end. First of all, this is a completely correct observation, as people do not enjoy basic rights, but privileges. You can also scandalize this, but you do yourself no favors if you register the lack of validity, but never confront this with the genesis of the right itself. Quote, what is erased in the formulation is that fundamental rights, at least in their bourgeois idea, are a restriction of the state's power of disposal and not a benefit granted by the state. The fact that the discussion on the so-called refugee crisis primarily revolves around the question of whether or not politicians are morally obliged to continue accepting refugees makes it clear that even the well-meaning have adopted asylum as a fundamental right, i.e. as a legal entitlement that has just been removed from the discussion. The ease with which the fundamental right to asylum was suspended in 1993 and the matter-of-factness with which it is negotiated today as a moral matter of politics should be frightening, not only for humanitarian reasons towards refugees, but also because political freedoms in this country, security and integrity, indeed life, are no less dependent on the validity of fundamental rights. Quote, end. In fact, if one treats the right to asylum as a fundamental right and confronts the former with the bourgeois idea of fundamental rights, one would have to ask since when and where the fundamental right to asylum existed at all. The French Constitution of 1793 included the right to asylum in almost the last article. It grants refuge to foreigners expelled from their fatherland for the cause of liberty. It denies it to tyrants. Art. 120, as part of the passage on the relations of the French Republic with foreign nations, and thus truly not as a fundamental right. Thus, the realization of Polmos could also be turned around into the realization that the fundamental right to asylum in the Basic Law was already written unconsciously as a privilege that one actually enjoys, something that was well known and debated in the discussion at the time it was written. In this context, one could have come up with the idea that the right to asylum, as a completely universal right, not only no longer has a reason, but never had one before 1948. It should be mentioned that the GDR introduced the can formulation as early as 1968, and that the abolition of the right of asylum as a fundamental right has been debated for some time, or even a long time, and that the dear comrades of Polmos do not seem to fully realize that when they emphasize that fundamental rights, at least in their bourgeois idea, are a restriction of state power of disposal and not a benefit granted by the state, they are simultaneously saying that the state does not have the slightest obligation to pay for the accommodation and food of refugees. One may well be unsure whether this is in their interest. However, it was precisely this benefit that gave rise to concerns as early as 1948. One proposal, in addition to the one that it should only apply to Germans, was that the right of asylum should apply to foreigners who are politically persecuted because of their commitment to freedom, democracy, social justice, and world peace. In other words, it emphasized a qualitative restriction that was primarily motivated by cost concerns. The Geneva Refugee Convention originally linked the status of refugees to the fact that the flight had taken place or been caused before 1951, and only applied to Europe. The history of asylum law shows quite openly that asylum law in general is more of a mosaic of reactions to global changes, which sometimes expands and sometimes restricts. It should now be noted that Riedel, with reference to a humanism that no one but he seems to know what it entails, attempts to cast himself not only against this change, but also against the origins of asylum law. This may seem laudable, but in refusing to deal with the most banal problems, the whole thing actually becomes a bit confused. Take his Texas example, with which he presumably wanted to prove what utopian thinking he is capable of, but which he simultaneously endows with an aura or consecration of the factually possible, which doesn't have to worry about the fact that in these absurd concepts of space, which only care about population density, the questions of water, food or the like don't even arise, especially in the Texas example. You don't have to play this out. It is his example, not mine, but it shows how one-dimensional his construction of absorption capacity is. As much as Riedel rightly emphasizes that the anti-refugee ideology includes the suggestion that everyone will soon be coming, he nevertheless makes things too easy for himself when he continues, this unbounded maximalism conceals the opposite wish, that no one should actually come at all. Quote, end. This is not even to say that this does not apply to some or many positions, and the debate should indeed always be referred back to the actual figures. However, this does not change the fact that the right to asylum as a fundamental right is, and has been since 1949, de facto one on reservation, which depends more on the development of these numbers than on any other justification or any other factor, which is why it was restricted in the 1990s and will probably be abolished in the not-too-distant future. Dublin, apart from the restriction, was above all a geographical shift of an illusion. To be honest, you have to admit it, it was an idealistic ideological luxury that was maintained as long as reality did not conflict with it. Of course, this sounds cold, but a right, and especially a fundamental right, must apply equally to everyone. Riedel is now calling for the active acceptance of 15 million refugees, a figure that he calculated on the one hand using a percentage in relation to the EU's capacity to accept refugees and on the other hand using a percentage in relation to global refugee numbers. The 15 million is 3% of the EU population and 2% of the European population. That's how I came up with it once. At the same time, 15 million is 25% of the global refugee movement. It is fundamentally difficult to speak of a lower or upper limit, in the style of Riedel, if you don't even know which variable it depends on. X corresponds to EU population, and how much can be taken in. Y corresponds to worldwide flight movement, how much must be taken in. Riedel's harmonic equation is 3% of X equals 15 million equals 25% of Y, which unfortunately is not a solvable equation, unless I am mistaken. Again, these figures do not come from me. But, I generally don't think you should make fun of such suggestions. If it were a serious proposal, you could talk about whether and, above all, how you could take in 15 million refugees in Europe, you could calculate the costs and necessary jobs, you could calculate any necessary cuts or tax increases and try to communicate this by pointing out that it would save lives. But the question remains, what then? To what extent is this not just a quantitative shift of blame that soothes the conscience in the short term? If the global refugee movement doubles, we would have to take in 30 million, which would suddenly correspond to 6% of the EU population, or we could stick with the 3% and reduce the intake to 12.5%. So the numerical examples remain pseudo-realism, and cursedly specific at that, which is only intended to conceal the fact that we are capitulating, and the latter is not an accusation, at least not one that does not apply to me to the same extent. As true as it may be that a certain and potentially even determinable number of people want to and will come at the moment, it is highly likely or even foreseeable that this will change in the near future. This was emphasized by Wolfram Eilenberger. In view of the sheer number of people already willing to migrate today, the distinction between war, economic or climate refugees will be of academic value at best in the coming decades. And secondly, the head of the BND, Bruno Kahl, who emphasized in 2017, well over 1 billion people will have a rational reason to migrate in the future. With reference to a PEW study, Die Welt reports on flight requests and plans that are in the double-digit, sometimes mid-double-digit percentage range in some sub-Saharan countries. In this sense, one could say that the panic of Europeans has its rational reason in the fact that these numbers are encountering a right that was never intended for this in principle. If we now consider Europe to be the welfare state of the world, and rightly so and not too difficult to justify, we cannot abstract from the fact that a welfare state usually collapses in actual crises, i.e. at the moment when it is most urgently needed. This would be the second fundamental right that is subject to reservation, as it fundamentally contradicts the principle of fundamental rights, as noted by the editors of Polmos, namely that the state should not be a benefactor. The fact that Austria, for example, is massively attacking this in anticipatory obedience shows a direction that we should all be prepared for. We cannot ignore the fact of immigration into the social systems, as much as this is a political slogan of the right. Otherwise, we ignore the fact that there are plans to build a wall around the welfare state, which in this case would mean making it more difficult or, to a limited extent, impossible for refugees and immigrants to access social benefits, but continuing to allow immigration. Furthermore, the abolition of the minimum wage in general or only for refugees is up for debate. The latter would almost be an appeal to racism. But Riedel, clearly taking the moral high ground, asks, how many are you prepared to kill by sealing yourselves off? 200,000? 2 million? 20 million? 200 million? When is enough and you let people in? So really significant numbers that take into account the state of the world and not just a few tens of thousands, who you then have to thank for the rest of their lives? What kind of concept do you have there? Quote, end. It is quite interesting how much power people are granted when it comes to distributing responsibility and blame, and how much one can block the simple realization that the only thing that would do justice to the state of the world would be to change the state of the world. Mili Kiak has expressed herself in similar terms to Riedel. We must force all politicians on a massive scale and make a colossal effort to define the exact number of people they no longer want to let across the border in future. They should name the exact number of deaths they are prepared to accept. They should no longer hide behind the number of people rescued, but take responsibility for the number of people killed, injured, and left alone. Quote, end. She continued, we have decided to protect borders and not people. Reducing refugee numbers and closing borders means not granting people their human rights. Not to regard human rights as universal, in the sense that they are valid for all people and through all times. Quote, end. And such sentences actually seem as if Arendt had never written about the aporias of human rights, as if human rights as a concrete concept had not been completely and offensively suspended in the majority of the world, in which the West also participates. What becomes clearer with Kiak than with Riedel, however, is how the demand for linguistic clarity betrays precisely this in turn when she writes, "We are not protecting the external borders when we build wire mesh fences in Bulgaria or elsewhere on the periphery of the European Union, but we are turning away people who are fleeing." As if this were a contradiction, as if it were not the only true thing to write, we protect the external borders by turning away people who are fleeing. What happens in both Riedel and Kiak, however, is the shift from complicity to guilt, in the hope that this will discursively encourage people to act. However, despite all the actual dubiousness associated with the phrase, fighting the causes of flight, this really removes the causes of flight from the discussion. Instead of a serious concept, I can only offer a prognosis, and one should always be skeptical of such prognoses. This said that it will be horrible, and once again, this is a forecast, not a recommendation or anything like that. I suspect and fear that if the number of refugees rises in the coming years, and if the European countries change their social policy or rather the appearance of it, as well as their sovereignty. I suspect and fear that if the number of refugees increases in the coming years, and if European countries want to maintain their social policy or the appearance of it and their sovereignty, the right of asylum will be abolished, that Europe will support more dictatorships than before so that they will keep refugees, which will make Europe even more dependent on them than before, that refugees will thus become one of the political/diplomatic means par excellence, and that, macabrely, any intervention in any rogue state will be even more blocked than its own appeasement pacifism has done so far. States such as, or above all, China will benefit doubly from this, as they are increasingly exploiting African resources, while sending the victims of this Chinese Western exploitation to Europe, as long as Europe still has to feel halfway morally obliged to accept them. However, admission is likely to be more of a lottery, perhaps with very narrow categories. None of this is entirely new, but it will probably increase to such an extent that a qualitative shift will also become apparent. I also think it is realistic to probable that Europe's borders will be massively militarized and expanded at the same time, so that the dying will take place out of sight, and that Europe, on the premise that the European countries intend to continue to exist in their current form, and in my opinion there is little prospect of there being any progressive alternative in the good sense of the word, will accept so many deaths at the border until it is safer for those affected by war and persecution to somehow defend themselves against this persecution, i.e. until it is safer to do exactly what is already being thrown at the refugees by unsympathetic people today, namely, fight on the ground. The only thing that Europe might be able to wring out of them is massively increased cash payments, benefits in kind and the like as part of expanded or restructured development aid. I also think that it is a faint to deceptive hope that Europeans will be softened by rising numbers of refugees and deaths, but that more Europeans are likely to recognize the need for isolation in relation to themselves and their social situation, or to link the two together. What I freely admit is that I do not yet have or would not have an answer to the situation as a reaction, and that it is quite exasperating, but I will not take the word of anyone who thinks that a sentence like, taking in 2 billion is not a problem, does not convince them, and perhaps even causes fear in their naivety. So I would argue that Riedel also has no answer that points beyond a guilt-shifting skimming off the top of the world's end. What one can do, in my view, is criticize past mistakes in order to try to understand certain developments. In fact, I believe that those who, according to the studies on authoritarian character, cultivate a surface resentment should have been convinced with arguments that focus on the rational, i.e. material, content of their resentment. Politicians and the media failed to do this for long periods of time, which in turn massively benefited the AfD, at least that's what the figures on AfD voters and their attitudes suggest, while the NPD would have been a political wet dream for this situation a few years earlier and was unable to take advantage of the refugee crisis at all. When Wagenknecht calls for a left-wing coalition movement, she is merely awkwardly expressing the idea that the CDU could in all likelihood be the only left-wing party above 15% that would have the AfD as its only serious counterpart, i.e. the only possible coalition partner in Germany. This would also have included the defense of Western values, as platitudinous as it sounds, and this would certainly include a forward-looking approach, particularly with regard to the issue of religion. In my opinion, it would have to be argued in a secular or, in case of doubt, deliberately vulgar atheistic manner that in Western opposition to Islam, the role of religion in general must be curtailed due to the equality of religions before the law, without claiming that those religions are equal even in the slightest, i.e. beyond abstract law. This, in turn, would by no means mean that one could not at the same time relate to the Christian tradition in such a way that, for example, the religiously motivated but largely secularized holidays are strengthened. So in this sense, would tend to disagree with Thomas More, for example, but only in terms of the very pragmatic implementation, not in the judgment itself, and this is exactly how it should be communicated, that Islam forces the West to treat other religions like it, despite better knowledge. I would even think that one could find reasonable grounds for even actively privileging Judaism, even if only because of its non-missionary character. Of course, there also needs to be a resident status and benefits for those who are forced to marry and children who are trapped in child marriages with a radical ban and annulment of those forms of marriage. Furthermore, under certain circumstances, residence would also have to be clarified locally in such a way that the formation or maintenance of clan structures is prevented. These are largely authoritarian measures that have long been omitted and in many cases still are, but for Riedel, these too are presumably only symptoms of the temptation exerted by the dirt, allegedly enforced by the state of emergency, i.e. the alliance with the violent authority. It is not fear but desire that underlies such expressions. Quote, end. It is a little ironic, however, as someone who emphasizes, it alienates me to still have to discuss basic elements of humanist thought in 2018 with people who have read Marx. It keeps me from working for the Enlightenment and Israel, can only object to quiet doubts that he doesn't give a shit about the German economy. I assume that it would somehow benefit even from 8 million immigrants within 2 years and that investing in the refugee industry would be a similar economic stimulus program to the scrappage scheme or similar measures. But I don't give a shit. You have to take in refugees or openly declare your intention to kill them. There is no other choice, and any rationalization of the latter must be made aware of its consequences, whereby the rationalization of the former is as follows. 3 years of German classes, 1 to 2 years is often enough for children, and most people function. It's a lie that everything won't work out. The fact is, everything works with the Germans. Expensive schools, elite universities, and yet the majority of Saxons vote AfD and Bavarians CSU. What is integration into the global society supposed to look like? Quote, end. Now a German course, unlike an English course, does little for integration into world society, just as an elite university is unlikely to be the place of education for the majority of Saxons, which would actually be blurted out in the term elite. This is not to say that there isn't a real problem with the Germans in particular, which in turn would be the best proof that the German language, if you allow the Saxons to speak it, really doesn't automatically absorb Western values or work, whatever that means. The very best way out of the dilemma, however, is if you can not give a shit about the German economy because you have a very good chance of finding a job in the refugee industry. Riedel writes, a country that scraps roadworthy cars for a scrappage bonus and produces restaurants where competitions are held for 30 centimeters giant burgers, a country where you have no speed limit and yet one of the lowest accident rates, a country that affords multi-billionaires like Aldi brothers, a country that above all constantly moans about the need for new blood and cheap labor and harvest workers. Such a country can easily tolerate 15 million people. Then a few more people will become social workers or Islamism experts instead of profilers or academics that nobody needs. Quote, end. There is simply no better way to describe the class character of Riedel's commitment. With that long sentence, he proves himself to be an exemplary representative of that middle class that would prefer to see the Aldi brothers, both of whom I believe are already dead, dangling from a lamppost, and for whom refugees would be best off working in the fields. This also shows the relationship between tolerate and need, when suddenly the jobs that the refugees bring with them come into play. Riedel is likely to belong to the first group. In other words, he finally wants to be needed, because so far he belongs to the second group of academics that nobody needs, which is not a reproach as long as you don't let it drive you crazy. The only practical thing about the whole constellation is that Riedel will not be affected by competition in the low-wage sector, undeclared work, etc., otherwise he would also know that apartments are not manufactured. It is more likely that the refugees would provide him with a fairly reliable job that would emancipate him from the welfare state, which is why he doesn't have to worry about it. Riedel's emancipation from the welfare state would therefore hardly be affected by a general and possible emancipation from the welfare state. Ultimately, certain studies even point to the class character of morality. In a study in which school education was considered in relation to the population as a whole, first figure, total engagement, second figure, An engagement in refugee aid, third figure, the following figures were obtained. Basic, 36%, 31% and 20%. Medium, 31%, 31% and 23%. And higher, 33%, 38% and 57%. The authors summarize, significant differences to the population structure only arise in the social class affiliation of those actively involved in refugee aid, and emphasize the disproportionately high level of involvement of more highly educated citizens. At the same time, however, it states the following about concerns. The most widespread concerns relate to growing extremism, a lack of integration opportunities, and the financial disadvantage of locals. The respondents who express concerns are, with a few exceptions, older and formally less educated than the average. Quote, end. As if Riedel suspected this character, he embarks on a pathological defense of the refugee helpers, who are divided into bourgeois profiteers who were able to sell their apartments to the man, and people like me who, regardless of their ideological background, have simply internalized what Adorno demands as a moral imperative, not to show a refugee the way at the door under the pretext of necessary reflection. Of course, the defense only applies to the second group, who would never see themselves as potential profiteers, even in psychological terms, and of course does not mention at all that Adorno explicitly wrote about the political refugee. What studies now say in turn about motivation would be, among other things, over 90% state that they want to set an example against racism with their commitment, as well as show that, alongside right-wing propaganda and violence, there is also a welcoming culture, with agreement with these statements increasing slightly with age. Furthermore, a full 94.3% also cite learning new things about the world and other cultures as a motivation. In another study, in which, among other things, people were asked about the positive aspects that taking in refugees would bring for helpers, with help and existential need being by far the highest priority, there were 56.7% who are of the opinion, this is also an opportunity to discover new and enriching things for your own everyday life. 61.4% who think, these people also enrich Germany culturally. 69.1% who note, Germany gains prestige in the world as a result. Quote, end. That, in turn, is almost 70%, which, according to Riedel, does not exist at all. Take a quote in which notable refugee aid organizations boast about saving Europe's honor. This is devoid of any polemic, it is simply very, very lousy agitation against those who have worked their asses off to get a few people through the system, who have been fighting against this Europe of walls and barbed wire for years and have wrested a few survivors from it, in Lesbos, in Lampedusa, in the communities. You can dismiss all this as openness, or you can remember that the studies on authoritarian character, which made it clear that many types of unprejudiced people are not the most reliable characters in resistance to authoritarian processes. Without imputing base motives to all of them, one would nevertheless be more cautious, especially when one looks at the ideological production that this openness, which should be enjoyed with caution, encounters. Just two examples. The Council for Migration, RFM, recommends the book by Werner Schiffauer and Eilert, Marlene Rudloff, eds, So schaffen wir das, eine Zivilgesellschaft im Aufbruch 90 Wegweisen Projekt mit Geflüchten, in which projects and initiatives of Islamic communities and organizations are also considered groundbreaking projects. The refugee work of Islamic communities and organizations in Germany builds on structures and networks that have grown over decades. It is based on the close cultural, ethnic and biographical ties between migrants and refugees and the local Islamic communities. Since 2015, the communities have launched a variety of new aid initiatives for refugees. 7 outstanding civil society initiatives by Islamic actors are presented in the following chapter. They highlight 2 particular strengths of their profile. Firstly, many of the Muslim volunteers have language skills and intercultural competencies that enable personal access to refugees with similar backgrounds. For Muslim refugees, their shared religion can also make it easier to establish a relationship and trust with people in their new environment. On the other hand, German Muslims are familiar with the workings, peculiarities and difficulties of life in Germany. Their second strength is therefore to build bridges and establish points of contact between the long-established and the new arrivals. Quote, end. The Nukol meeting place, or Dar es Salaam Mosque, on whose door Abdul Hakim Argi posted his thesis, is then listed and advertised. A lot could be found out about the Imam, about whom the book says, the Imam also dealt intensively with the topics of divorce, mediation and reconciliation between spouses. Quote, end. At least Felix Riedel should have an idea of what this means when translated into reality. Another example is Salam EV, which sells pastoral care as culturally sensitive trauma therapy, there is a need in our society for pastoral care workers who not only look at Islam from the outside, but also live within this religion themselves. Only then will it be possible to understand the other person sufficiently and be sensitive enough. On the one hand, a Muslim counselor should have sufficient knowledge of the Islamic religion and be able to apply this in concrete situations. On the other hand, it is also important to understand the values of the person concerned and to be able to see the situation from the eyes of the person concerned. Quote, end. It was precisely against this idea that Jacques Kunstreich gave a lecture, the text of which appeared in the current Bahamas, which, who is still surprised, immediately brought him announcements of disruption and the whole program of accusations of racism. Insan EV is praiseworthy and further advertises the project to build structures and support volunteers in the mosque communities for refugee aid through the associations of the German Islam Conference, short title, Mosques Support Refugees, and briefly notes, the project is supported by the Turkish Islamic Union of the Institute for Religion, DITIB. Quote, end. The same Council for Migration promotes the study, Islamic Community Life in Berlin, by Reem Spielhaus and Nina Mühl, whose introduction states, the seizure of power by the National Socialists in 1933 put an abrupt end to the spiritually extremely diverse life in the Reich capital. Even converts from Judaism to Islam, from the perspective of the Islamic community simply Muslims, fell under the National Socialist racial laws and were subject to persecution. The history of Islamic associations in Germany at this time is still little researched, but this much is clear. Some Islamic associations such as the Islam Institute Berlin were dissolved and publications such as the Moslemish Review, a magazine of the Ahmadiyya movement, were discontinued. Not everything about this is wrong, just most of it, and even that is more of a suggestion. First of all, the story is not nearly as poorly researched as claimed, it just doesn't fit so well into the Spielhausen discourse. The Moslemish Review really was discontinued, but not until 1940 and not for ideological reasons, but due to a lack of paper and a lack of subscribers, as you could see from the last issue itself if you took a look inside. Before that, it had published such illustrious articles as Hitler is the Appointed Man. In 1939, its editor produced the first Muslim translation of the Quran. The Islam Institute Berlin was not dissolved, but fell out internally due to financial disputes, which even led to a court case, whereupon two new institutions were founded. In 1939, the Islam Institute, Ma'had al-Islam, zu Berlin e.V. was founded as a spin-off, and in 1941 the Islamisches Zentralinstitut zu Berlin e.V. was founded, which was the direct successor to the Islam Institute allegedly closed by the Nazis and was therefore more of a renaming. On October 31, 1932, the Association Islamischer Weltkongress/Zweigstelle Berlin was founded, which was entered in the Register of Associations at the Berlin-Lichterfeld District Court on May 31, 1933. The Islamic Central Institute in Berlin e.V. was effectively closed by the Allies and was only re-established in 1962 under the name Zentralinstitut Islamarchiv Deutschland Stiftung e.V. But while even the director of this new institute, Salim Abdullah, admitted quite unequivocally, the vast majority of domestic and foreign Muslims who lived in Germany in the 1930s sympathized more or less openly with National Socialism, the authors of the study suggestively model Muslims as victims of National Socialism. In fact, they were already the Jews back then that they have turned out to be today. As far as the Ahmadiyya movement is concerned, the Second World War destroyed the missionary work in Berlin, as Islam researcher Gerdian Jonker shows in her historical work. The community disbanded, she continues in the introduction. In fact, it had disbanded because its hardcore had died on the front for Germany, and in this sense the sentence should also be read, some Muslims survived the Second World War in Berlin. Quote, end. Exemplified by the particularly active group Tariqa, the Tariqa was founded in the late fall of 1942. The first bad news came on January 16, 1943. Brother Herbert Muhammad Richter sent me the sad news that our dear brother Ahmed said Novak has fallen in the East. Blessings and peace on him, he went ahead of us fighting. May he be an example to us. Let us hope that the genocide will soon come to an end and that we can get on with our real work of fighting for Islam. Only a few months later, he too was no longer alive, killed by the enemy. And then, on June 14, 1944, came the laconic message from Brother Amin Wolf, particularly shocking because of its brevity and sobriety. The Tariqa consists only of you, Hassan and me, out. But he and Hassan were not to survive the war either. In the end, only I remained. It was only years later that Ahmed Mosler finally returned home after an adventurous odyssey in the Balkans and years of imprisonment in the notorious Soviet concentration camps of Sachsenhausen and Botzen. Just like our little brotherhood, the Tariqa, the Muslim communities and their institutions in the shattered Reich were in the same state. Quote, end. The Berlin Mosque and Mission of the Ahmadiyya Movement for the Propagation of Islam, Lahore, History and Present of an International Islamic Community in Berlin, by Nasir Ahmad. The mixture of such an ideological armament of a study by Reem Spielhaus, financed by the Berlin Senate and promoted by it and the Council for Migration, and the motives of the helpers, which are completely beyond criticism, is pretty much exactly what some people consider worthy of criticism. It could also be shown that the role of the media was demonstrably fatal. Riedel, for example, refuses to admit that the optimism about the hooray anticipates and criticizes the turnaround. And yes, it is certainly possible to criticize the idealistic overall refugee supporter who is happy about new cultures and/or career prospects. The former harbors the immense danger of a disappointed counter-movement, and the latter is the reason why Port quite rightly warned against social critics, as they would always be afraid of losing the only thing they have ever dealt with, which is why full-time Islamism experts can of course have no interest in the fact that what puts bread on their table could really disappear from the world one day. In exactly this sense, an insanely disgusting and certainly just as disgustingly meant comment under a blog entry by Riedel, in which he applied for ASTA funds in a criticism of Thomas Mall, has a moment of truth. Why don't you finally find a job? This applies, I'll add this right away, to all those who still think you can make a living from criticism. Riedel writes in all seriousness, among other things, he rejects the actors, Die Falken and Naderfreund, as boring and dull. Meeting the accusation of boredom with suspicion should be the first exercise in critical theory, which recognizes the anti-intellectualism in such racket in the service of defending against criticism. Not as an equation, but as a friendly reminder of the company such bleeding, instrumental mockery of boredom keeps, this quote, crude humor became a sharp weapon of the Nazis in their struggle with the Republic. We mocked an entire system with resounding laughter, summed up the young editor-in-chief of the SS Central Organ, Das Schwarzkorps, Gunter Dialquin, in 1937. Goebbels' motto was, Klamauk is a must. At the screening of the pacifist feature film Nothing New in the West, on December 5, 1930 in the Mozartsaal, on Nollendorfplatz, SA men set out white mice in the audience. Female members of the audience screamed until the screening was broken off amid booming laughter from the SA men. Goebbels was sitting in the audience. He justified his strategy of provocation by saying that the Nazis could be accused of many things, but not of being boring. Quote, end. It is a little ironic that he throws an example at someone whose lecture was to be prevented by an indignant alliance, in which an event was actually prevented in a not entirely dissimilar way by open Nazis, without noticing in which company he thereby quite rightly places all those attempts to prevent lectures, which are apparently quite acceptable to him. After all, it was Felix Riedel who said, "You can only find the prevention bad if you assume that they are ours." With such an explicit manner of a narrowly defined own group, in no way part of any particular tradition, which is why you might as well take part in any disinvitation campaigns. Riedel goes on to write, Mall did not experience opposition this time, however, because he correctly took the Quran as the basis for a critique of Islam. He experienced opposition from groups and individuals who are certainly no strangers to criticism of Islam and solidarity with Israel, which is why he was invited, in defense of a group that introduced its rejection with the following statement, Mall has been known for years for his unhistorical, racist discourses and attempts to explain Islamism solely through the interpretation of the Quran. Nevertheless, would tend to disagree with the term boring, in view of a group that is organizing the following workshop. In this workshop, feelings are recognized, named, and negotiated, radical softness. Inspired by the ideas of the artist and blogger Laura Mathis, we would like to deal with radical softness. What does radical softness actually stand for? What can the concept mean for you personally? How does it affect your everyday life or relationships if you accept your own vulnerabilities more and also allow so-called unpleasant feelings? Why is softness actually radical? And how do gender roles and other social power relations influence our access to it? Quote, end. Riedel would also have to prove, or at least explain, how the expression that someone belongs in a dock is compatible with the mob's authoritarian desire for punishment. Perhaps he should be reminded that one is not punished in the dock, but that it is decided there whether one is punished, in a process in which, unlike in the context of #MeToo, one is and will be forced to present evidence, circumstantial evidence, or the like. Of course, Riedel reveals how this spin is really only achieved on Facebook, where the investment bank suddenly becomes this. Thomas Mall wants women in jail for talking about sexual harassment. If you don't value your own language, you could at least allow others to do so and respect them by rendering it correctly. I must confess to being a little embarrassed when, after this was written, I saw that Mr. Riedel had actually offered himself as an alternative. What the refugee crisis proved first and foremost is that the EU has failed as a project, which was sad in some ways, but above all foreseeable. But for Riedel, it seems that whoever merely decides on subsidies is already sovereign, but anyone who then portrays European sovereignty as a failure has obviously never seen the inside of a farm. The EU is largely a very effective apparatus, and large parts of the production chains are dependent on standardization, subsidization, and channeling by the EU. Without actually having had much, post-childhood, insight into a farm, I think that even if you see it from the inside, you still don't see where the money comes from. I also think that sovereignty and subsidies have a very inferior relationship. This, in turn, cannot be accepted by a state-critical statism, which would be at peace if it received subsidies itself, whereby the power on which the sovereignty of the state and confederation of states is based and which at the same time constitutes it is no longer regarded as a condition of sovereignty. Sovereignty is thus turned on its head. But Riedel needs the idea of a European sovereign in order to be able to write. At present, however, the Europeans are making every effort to unleash this power. The sheer fascism that has infiltrated deep into the parties is gnawing away at their civilizational achievements. Europe is already driving Jews and critical intellectuals into exile. Sinti and Roma are condemned to internal flight. Quote, end. Once again, Europe is already driving Jews and critical intellectuals into exile, i.e. out of the whole of Europe, because only the Sinti and Roma are fleeing Europe. He does not mean Ian Hersey, for example, who was really forced to leave Europe for the USA. He does not mean Theo van Gogh, who considered himself too old to flee to the USA and paid with his life. He does not mean the French Jews who are emigrating to Israel, and generally not because of the Front National, which they are voting for more often than ever before. This can only be seen as an act of desperation, but he is right in that the FN is by no means the greatest current threat to Jews in France. Nor does he mean the Swedish Jews. In short, fascism is not to be found in Islamic communities whose executors actually murder and expel Jews and critics. This is also the questionable nature of the identification of the right to asylum with the other fundamental rights, as the editors of Polmo suggest or, rather, propose. In order to promote, this should be obvious, an abstract identification of Germans with asylum seekers that goes beyond a motivation for humanitarian reasons towards refugees. You will be next, they want to say, which sounds a bit trite so openly. What shines through to Riedel, however, is that the fact that the Islamic expulsion of French Jews means the rights of citizens are being relinquished is far less offensive to him than the violation of foreigners' human rights. As disgusting as such a division sounds, no criticism of the state can do without it, as the dropping of citizenship is a clear sign that Europe will no longer be a place to flee from political, or rather Islamic, persecution. And this is where the fight against anti-Semitism combined with a crude solidarity with Israel becomes a farce, as in certain cases it seems to be based on the assumption that European Jews could go to Israel, in which case one can focus exclusively on Iran or even support Israel's struggle for survival by taking in refugees from the Levant. The biggest difference in this question between Sans phrase and the Bahamas is ultimately that the former, knowing that the foreign minister is usually the most popular, retreats to the primacy of foreign policy, while the latter has not yet declared Germany a Jew-free country like Concrete. In the anti-racist ideological battle, Israel is increasingly being used as an excuse for not daring to fight for the Jews living here. It all began, if I am not mistaken, with a clear partisanship on the part of the Bahamas editorial team for Schuster's call for help and an energetic solidarity with him in the face of the accusations of racism that he faced at the time. However, if you search Felix Riedel's blog for the name Schuster, you are told, "I'm sorry, but nothing could be found for your search term. Please try again with other keywords." But then, to put it just as harshly, Riedel and his comrades should openly admit that they condone the emigration and expulsion of European Jews to Israel. Riedel is abstractly forcing a mass re-education that always has the hint of a humanistic counter-missionary approach, and yet one must not criticize the refugee aid that does not even do that. One must not criticize those who not only do not confront refugees with their values and extremely questionable behavior, but even encourage them to do so for long stretches out of completely misguided tolerance. Riedel's plan, however, is to build an atheist global army of salvation, we have the material and means to theoretically educate all 60 million anti-Semites in Germany, and we have even more material and means to spread education against anti-Semitism around the world. The best way to do this is with enlightened ex-anti-Semites from the respective language regions, who must first be accepted and educated in large numbers. In this way, the completely ideology-free reception of refugees, which is purely due to the refugees' need, is suddenly endowed with the consecration of an enlightened cadre school. But there are hardly any effective means of preventing those who are fleeing war and extreme misery from wanting to participate in the wealth where it is concentrated, in Germany and Austria. As the EU is not a state, they cannot be distributed evenly, and what has been done or not done in European foreign policy, for the same reason, is now having an immediate impact on the German-Austrian core Europe. In February 2016, for example, Austrian police officers were deployed in the non-EU state of Macedonia in order to use Greece as a kind of EU refugee camp. This threat has found its new external form in the shape of the EU, in which the German state, at the head of the ephemerally contradictory European co-rulers, is pursuing appeasement towards the Islamic Republic of Iran or the strategy of non-intervention in Syria. It is pushing disaster policy more continuously than anyone else in the Western world, in which the urge to annihilate, which is decided in the people as the epitome of mediationlessness, once again finds nourishment, and in the USA, the tendency to give in to such policies has become clearer than ever since Obama. This voluntary withdrawal of sovereignty from the other state, which argues as if Germany and Turkey were united under one government, i.e. under one world sovereign, has caused not just astonishment but concern in the USA. So much political instinct for fair sovereignty is still present there, even among Obama's people, that at least at this point they see certain consequential damage to their own hegemony. However, it is merely a continuation of the refugee policy of fall 2015 by other means. Because in the Pluralis Majestatis, the Chancellor says, "We are convinced of the strength of the rule of law, and that is why we will continue to remind Turkey of the postulates of the rule of law, separation of powers and pluralism at all levels in the future. We admonish them performatively by simultaneously undermining their preconditions." By agreeing with the older ideology of standing up for people and community, the newer German ideology can only ever distance itself from it and insist on humanity and the rule of law to the extent that it fantasizes a world sovereign that allows the Volksgemeinschaft to merge into a community of nations, behind which the same barbarism threatens in the final instance. The pure unleashing of violence for its own sake that threatens is not least due to the fact that such an entity of rule, whatever role this goal plays in the consciousness of salafists, for example, is no longer possible under modern conditions. It functions as a mere cover not only for many small criminal caliphates in the midst of constitutional states, such as no-go areas in the cities or mitigating circumstances in court when crimes are motivated by Sharia law, but above all for continued and increased terrorist activities, which find the ideal environment to flourish in an everyday life shaped by Islam. However, this general chaos in the countries of Europe is itself providing more and more succor for the wars of the terror rackets in the Middle East, where the future nuclear power of the Islamic Republic of Iran only has to wait for the best opportunity to strike the final blow against the Zionist cancer. Such a development is not supported by a unified Islamization movement, as suggested by the term Eurabia, but is rather driven by various Islamic rackets fighting each other to the death. The trivialization, however, always comes from the fact that in Europe, National Socialism is only talked about to adulate post-Nazi statehood or the EU, but when it comes to the extermination mania of the present, this past is erased, as if to deceive oneself into thinking that after Auschwitz, Islam should also be understood differently, from the point of view of the very anti-Semitic mania that has become the only possible unity for it. Islamism, fundamentalism, archaic tribalism, these are the buzzwords that the prevailing opinion uses to try to counter the global jihad of Muslims against women and homosexuals, against Jews and the West, in order to hold on to the illusion of an actually peaceful religion with a human face against all evidence, which should have nothing to do with the crimes that are undoubtedly committed in its name. Accordingly, the Islamic war against the self-determined individual is reduced to its spectacular and monstrous excesses, an approach that must be rejected. For Islamic anti-Semitism does not begin with the terrorist attacks by radical groups such as Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad and agitated individual perpetrators on Jews and Jewish institutions or with the acute threat of nuclear annihilation against the Jewish state on the part of Iran. Islamic misogyny does not begin with the state-organized stoning of adulteresses or with the murder of virtueless wives, daughters and sisters in order to preserve family honor. Islamic homophobia does not begin with the executions of gay youths in Islamist states or gay gossip as a pastime of migrant Muslim street gangs. Rather, hatred of women, gays and Jews has already been successfully sown in mosques, Quran schools and families, when hooker, faggot, and Jew become the most popular swear words among Muslims in Kreuzberg schoolyards, for example. The Shariaization of societies does not only begin when gangs or states have enforced traditional Islamic criminal law in a certain territory, but already where headscarves are compulsory, where Muslim schoolgirls can be excluded from coeducational classes, where the right to freedom of expression is voluntarily or enforcedly restricted with reference to the alleged emotional state of Muslims. The ideal of subordinating every expression of life, every individual action, to the repressive requirements of the collective or, which is the same thing, to the prohibitions and commandments of Sharia law is by no means fundamentalist or Islamist, let alone attributable to a pre-Islamic tribalism, but rather the genuine core of the hegemonic Islamic self-image. And yet the connection between Islam and Islamism, if one sticks to this conceptual distinction, goes beyond quantitative questions of dosage. It is more compelling than, for example, that between alcohol and alcoholism. The view that is now quite common among critics of Islamism, according to which political Islam is a, more or less pathological, reaction to the crisis of Muslim societies, should also be clarified, whereby the factuality of the crisis itself needs no further explanation. After all, no one, not even the regimes of the Orient or the Muslim associations in the West, makes a secret of crisis indicators such as mass unemployment, impoverishment, illiteracy, particularly among women in the Middle East, or the poor social position of Muslims in the diaspora compared to the majority society and other migration collectives. However, the pathological implications and consequences of an ideology, and this is where the Islamist ideology overlaps with traditionalist and postmodern worldviews, that blames capitalism, colonialism and racism for Muslim misery and propagates a return to Islam as a solution, even as an identity-forming emancipatory resistance, can only be critically appreciated if it is recognized that ordinary everyday Islam itself was and is the cause of the crisis or a decisive obstacle to development. This is why Muslims, if they follow the Islamists, postmodernists, and leftists, will become increasingly impoverished by trying to cast out the devil with the Beelzebub, until they are left with only one alternative: turn away from Islam or go on a suicidal rampage in its name. If, on the other hand, the pathological nature of Islamic barbarisms cannot always be clearly defined as a form of reaction to the crisis of tradition, but sometimes just as well as an anachronistic continuation of the same in modern times, then this analytical blurring has at least one fixed condition: the categorically irreconcilable enmity between modern Western life and the precepts of traditional legal Islam. This is most evident in Islam's relationship to sexuality, not least because the organization of gender relations has always been at the heart of Sharia, Muslim jurisprudence, and theology. However, the significance of Islam's classical sexual politics for a critique of contemporary suicide and virtue terror has not yet been sufficiently grasped. This requires a detailed description of traditional gender relations, taking into account 5 different but interrelated dimensions of the same, thus the general basic structure of patriarchalism, with whose introduction Muhammad civilized the Arab world according to myth, is shaped in particular religiously by eschatology and ritual practice as well as politically by jihadism, especially in its forms that go beyond armed struggle as the 6th pillar of Islam, and despotism, which has permeated the Islamic relationship to the law in a very peculiar way from the very beginning. Beyond the purely sexual, the essence of the Islamic ideology of socialization, which fundamentally distinguishes it from Judaism, Christianity, and the secular West, can be found above all in this symbiosis of patriarchy, eschatology, ritual, jihad, and despotism. The term phallocentrism is intended to put it in critical terms. For this traditional phallocentrism, or rather its crisis in modernity, according to the central idea to be developed below, establishes the connection between hatred of Jews, women, and gays, or rather forms the common ground underlying the most diverse Islamic attacks on the self-determined individual, whereby critical reason must insist on an inexplicable remainder when comprehending pathologies if it does not want to abandon itself as moral and humane. I believe that, despite and because of all reason, one has no idea how much the accusatory finding that Hamas abuses civilian facilities for military purposes and civilians as human shields falls on deaf ears and fundamental incomprehension among Palestinians, that is, among almost the entire population considered to be Palestinian, whether in Gaza or in the so-called West Bank, including those who would be abused and exposed to danger from Israeli attacks. The distinction between military and civilian, as well as that between freedom and oppression, individual and collective, war and peace, reason and insanity, as we, including every pacifist rag and cultural relativist, understand it, is a child of Judeo-Christian Greek-Roman intellectual and social history, ultimately a child of the Enlightenment. The realization that warlike units abuse civilians fundamentally presupposes this enlightenment. From the point of view of Palestinian mania and Islamic totality, however, the following should apply quite naturally: a civilian is a fighter is a civilian is a fighter, etc. Every fighter is a civilian, because he is part of the Palestinian people, who only want to live in peace, just as Islam also means peace. And every civilian is also a fighter. If he were not, he would betray the fundamentally peaceful Palestinian cause, to the Jews, to the infidels. Nothing and no one will be able to shed any light here. One can only bomb this plague away, one can only teach those caught up in it fear and terror. The impossible alternative would be to let them continually blackmail us. The condition of possibility for enlightenment can only be to teach them that this blackmail, a tendency and ability that requires a certain tactical strategic intelligence, but no reason, does not work, can only be to make the Palestinians feel weak and powerless. The Muslims and, supposedly, secularists in question have not yet learned. They have to, but there you go, and they need a hard lesson. This is how seemingly cynical and technical it must be seen in terms of enlightenment and civilization. So if cultural relativism has a valid point, which it exploits in the manner of enlightened sophistry in conjunction with the unenlightened and probably difficult to enlighten longing to see subjugation as a kind of sporting challenge, which probably really has to do with the dialectic of enlightenment and especially a disturbed drive economy, it is that you cannot talk to people from certain non-Western societies and especially Arab Islamic societies in the same way as you can, largely, with our own kind. It should not be left to the Israelis, not to the defensive Jews, to draw the truly enlightened consequences from this. The amusement that Islam claims the invention or establishment of this and that, usually pleasant and useful things, for itself, which demonstrably did not grow on its own or was enforced against it, such as the Islamic heyday, in medieval Andalusia, misses the joke or the absolute witlessness of this totalitarian movement, erroneously, once again according to Eurocentrist standards, misunderstood as a religion. The point of Islam is precisely, however tortuously and carefully formulated, that every historical and social development, and indeed every religion, has always been compatible with Islam anyway, and even more, is nothing but one of its derivatives. Just as, according to the ontological proof of God, a non-existent God is a contradiction in terms, according to Islam a non-Islamic world is a contradiction in terms. To claim that everything unpleasant that Muslims do has nothing to do with Islam does not contradict this at all, on the contrary. Precisely because they profess Islam anyway, they may and must have nothing to do with Islam. As far as Islamic anti-Semitism is concerned, it should be noted at the outset that it does not actually exist. There is only modern anti-Semitism, not genuine Islamic anti-Semitism, and there are modern Muslim anti-Semites, although they do have some special features that do indeed have something to do with Islam and its history, which we will come back to. For now, however, let us turn to modern anti-Semitism as such. Modern anti-Semitism, as is well known, is essentially not anti-Jewish racism, but a conspiracy theory, a world explanation that makes the Jews the masterminds and beneficiaries of all evil, and therefore amounts to tying the redemption of the world to the final solution of the Jewish question, i.e. the annihilation of the Jews. Anti-Semitism is a pathological crisis reaction of individual subjects and/or entire societies that promises to resolve difficult-to-bear contradictions, logical as well as social, and psychological ambivalences in thought and practice. This is why we can speak of an anti-Semitism of redemption. With Freud, one could say if a culture does not succeed in ensuring that the negatively experienced, prime costs of the civilization process, which always also means a denial of instinct, can be compensated for by the subjects by means of sublimation and material facilitation of life, an initially diffuse discomfort with and in civilization arises, which under certain psychosocial conditions turns into anti-civilizational frenzy, in the case of anti-Semitism in the form that the abstract, superpersonal negative processes of change are given a concrete Jewish face. Elements of this can already be found in Christian anti-Judaism, which National Socialist anti-Semitism, without being absorbed into it, was therefore able to draw on. However, it, i.e. Christian anti-Judaism, still lacked the unity of an all-explanatory worldview and thus also the claim to grasp the negative totality of a society. This in turn could be related to the fact that there was no such thing as social totality in the narrower sense. Only capitalism, which replaced the feudal era, would install a central and, to a certain extent, total, imperial, globalizing principle of socialization, value, which appears as money that rules the world impersonally and abstractly. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels write, The bourgeoisie, where it has come to rule, has destroyed all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has ruthlessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties which bound man to his natural superior, and has left no other bond between man and man than naked interest, than unfeeling cash payment. As soon as the Jews are unrealistically identified with the real social synthesis, anti-Semitism becomes anti-capitalism, staging itself as fundamental social criticism. The anti-Semitic movement can be characterized as the negative abolition of the capital relationship on its own basis. The almost super-historical persistence with which anti-civilizational unease has clung to the Jews since antiquity certainly has points of reference in reality that do not rationally justify it, but explain that and why it is not historically coincidental that the Jews are repeatedly used as an object of resentment. If the classic Nazi not only persecutes the external Jew, but also always fights the Jew within, the Judaization of his own self, then this is a cranky reaction to the fact that the process of the civilization of Europe is in many respects actually a Judaization, a generalization of Judaism, which is why Freud also understood Christian anti-Judaism as a pagan defense against Christianization. And Christianity comes from Judaism, i.e. Christian Jew haters as badly baptized pagans who, under a thin veneer of Christianity, remained what their ancestors were, polytheistic barbarians. The problem is therefore not the identification of Jews and Judaism with civilization or modernity per se, against which, unlike Marx, Freud and Adorno, critics of anti-Semitism would then have to deny the Jews their special and decisive contribution to civilization. The problem is the hostility to civilization, which in turn is based on the failure of civilization, which in turn is necessarily decided in capitalism insofar as capitalism, as a specific form of domination and exploitation, must categorically deny the happiness that it promises after all. Adorno was therefore extremely skeptical when it came to combating anti-Semitism. Not with regard to the necessity of waging the fight, but with regard to its prospects of success. On the one hand, the only reasonable hope of eradicating anti-Semitism once and for all would be to eliminate its condition, its cause, i.e. the communist overcoming of capitalist society, which would fulfill the bourgeois promise of happiness, a reconciled society in which everyone could live well and be different without fear, a society which, according to Freud, did not demand more renunciations of instinct from people than were absolutely necessary and rewarded the remaining necessary ones, making them practically experienceable as worthwhile. On the one hand, practice in this direction is obstructed, which is not only due to the state of the left, including its Israel Solidarity section, and on the other hand, the wrongness of the current whole should not become an excuse not to stand in the way of anti-Semitism in the here and now. For the here and now, Adorno proposes two essentially pedagogical strategies, one short-term and one long-term. In the short term, manifest anti-Semitic characters, whose personal development has only just begun, where they come out in public with words and deeds, must be countered with all state or other violence, i.e. authoritarian and repressive, not, as Adorno says, out of a need for punishment, but because authoritarian violence is the only language that the authoritarian understands and, albeit reluctantly, respects. In the long term, quasi-anti-authoritarian education would prevent or counteract the development of authoritarian characters in early childhood. The limits of both strategies lie in the fact that, as Marx would say, the educator would have to be educated himself, that, in other words, those who educate in an anti-authoritarian way and set authoritarian boundaries are themselves socialized within the wrong hole. They too experience and execute the social coldness, acquire the mental and physical hardening that is necessary on the one hand to survive in the competitive struggle of all against all, and on the other hand brings with it a certain indifference to the fate of others. The success of the work of extermination carried out by a minority of authoritarian sadists, torturers, and bureaucrats is based precisely on this practiced indifference and the ability of the majority to look the other way. Which is why Auschwitz can always be repeated and similar things can happen. Indeed, similar things have already happened after Auschwitz, the genocides in Rwanda and Sudan, for example, and similar things had happened before, just as the Oriental genocide of the Armenians was explicitly regarded by Hitler as a blueprint for the extermination of the Jews. This is one of the reasons why it is a complete mystery to me what is so scandalous about describing National Socialism as the Orientalization of the West. It is certainly not original. Klaus Mann already summarized its emergence as a contemporary with the three words, "The Persians are coming." Which certainly does the pre-Islamic and non-Islamic Persians an injustice, but generally means the right thing. With the State of Israel, the Jews have at any rate made their security independent of the good or bad will of others, drawing the consequence from the fact that the annihilation of the Jews will be the eternal crisis solution of capitalist socialization. That is why the Jews will protect their state and its borders even if this is considered politically right-wing, because leftists do not like the state, borders, the nation, and nationalism. In view of the international anti-Semitic hostility to Israel on the part of Brown, Red or Eco and Islam Green parties and the appeasement of cowards or do-gooders, it is to be welcomed that Israel is in possession of nuclear bombs. After all, this at least theoretically rules out the possibility of the world being able to watch a second Holocaust without being affected by it itself. Yes, in this sense, the idea of humanity hangs on Israel's possession of the atomic bomb. So much for modern anti-Semitism and the State of Israel as a safe haven for persecuted Jews, whose foundation would have been more than legitimate even before the Holocaust. It doesn't take long to talk about pre-modern Islamic anti-Semitism. The early Muslims privileged Jews and Christians, where they ruled, over polytheists in the institution of dhimmitud and humiliated them in relation to Islam, with special taxes, special clothing, a ban on carrying weapons and defending themselves. There have also been anti-Jewish pogroms from time to time in the history of the Caliphate. Jews appear in classical Islamic literature as falsifiers of scripture and sometimes as monkeys and pigs, and a few Jewish tribes are said to have been destroyed during the constitutional phase of Islam. By and large, Islamic hostility towards Jews was therefore fed for centuries by a feeling of superiority, as a hatred of master race towards social minorities humiliated and weakened by them. If conspiracy theories existed at all, they were of little importance to the Islamic consciousness in the so-called Islamic heyday. This changed with modernity, or in fact with its invasion of the Orient. It is important to know that Islam, like no other religion and as a central social ideology or cultural authority, has linked the question of its own truth to the question of power, military successes, expansive power, the size of the area of influence and political empire. Islam is true because and insofar as it triumphs. Modernity, however, has brought it defeat across the board. With the end of the Ottoman Empire, the last caliphate, itself no longer Arab, but Turkish, collapsed, and even before that it was militarily inferior to the European colonizers. Even since their withdrawal, they have been able to get virtually nothing together, proving to be impotent in every respect, militarily, economically, intellectually and culturally, with poverty and illiteracy, misery, wasteland and racist and misogynist slavery prevailing almost everywhere beyond thin layers of rich and halfway educated clan leaders. This could have led to the conclusion that Islam and its claim to permeate social life politically had run its course, meaning that a restructuring of the traditional way of life was imminent. In its liberal form, this conclusion always had too few followers among Muslims to take root, and was ultimately unsuccessful even in its authoritarian version, i.e. Ataturk in Turkey and the Shah in Persia. Islamism responds to the Islamic identity crisis differently. The obvious decline of Islamic societies is due to the apostasy of the faithful from Islam, the loosening and decay of traditional customs, which is why their re-Islamization is presented as the solution. As this, viewed from the outside, means casting out the devil with Beelzebub, we are dealing with a successively escalating spiral of crisis, at the consequent end of which are terror of virtue and suicide attacks. Moreover, the crisis, or rather the modernity that mediated it, was not just imagined, but actually came to the Islamic world from outside, and its success could not have been achieved in the right way. Islam, which was actually superior, could only be defeated afterwards because overpowering, otherworldly forces such as the devil, later, the little and the great Satan, must have had a hand in it. In other words, the contradiction between presumed omnipotence and real impotence is the breeding ground for conspiracy theory thinking in purely formal terms, and in terms of content for the quasi-import of modern European anti-Semitism in the Orient. These processes developed before, during, but initially completely independently of Zionist activities in Palestine. It is true that at some point there was a real moment when the Jews in Palestine appeared to the Arabs as the bearers of modernity and modernization or civilization, as the cultivators of previously useless and worthless areas of land, but it is precisely the rejection of these processes as anti-civilization resentment that is the problem. What I mean to say is that it is not the case that two equally legitimate opposing interests initially faced each other as a conflict over land and that at some point the conflict was transformed into an anti-Semitic one. The Arab rejection of Zionism, which was not a given from the outset and was not hegemonic anyway, was the anti-Semitic, anti-modern alternative to the reasonable, relatively conflict-free cooperation between Jews and Arabs that still existed at the beginning. The anti-Jewish Arabs were not even concerned with overly aggressive nation-building, but with the prevention of modern nationality in any form, i.e. nothing but anti-modern and anti-civil anti-nationalism, for which they sought an alliance with National Socialism. In the beginning, a Palestinian state was not only instrumentally rejected by the Arabs in order to prevent an Israeli state, whose territory should have been part of their own state, but also because they did not think of themselves in terms of a modern nation-state, the political form of which the surrounding Arabs still cannot quite come to terms with, and which Turkey has also been democratically dismantling for years. I would now like to briefly outline a few peculiarities of the crisis of Islamic subjects in Islamic societies. Capitalism and even the most superficial integration of Islamic societies into the world market mean and threaten at least the disintegration of patriarchal, idyllic relations, as Marx and Engels already said. The specific nature of the course of the crisis of Islamic patriarchy or the specific nature of the pathological crisis reaction based on this patriarchy now has something to do with the particularities of this very patriarchy itself. The question of how a society regulates gender relations and deroots them through forms of drive regulation, alienating them from the state of nature, is not a secondary contradiction, but central and decisive for the reproduction of the respective society as such. Typical of patriarchies in general is the tabooing of sexual relations outside the institution of marriage, because the obligation of women to chastity outside marriage guarantees the male line of inheritance. What is special about Islamic patriarchy is that women, not men, are responsible for the denial of male libido. Within marriage, this means that the wife must permanently serve the husband as the object of his urges, because this one helps to prevent him from acting out his urges out of wedlock, 2. Makes him free and balanced for the interests of spirituality, and 3. Produces offspring that increase the power of the ummah. Outside of marriage, it means that the woman must make herself invisible to all other men as a social and sexual being, i.e., if she is allowed to participate in public life at all, she can only do so in disguise. Conversely, women who are not veiled tempt men to rape them and have sex outside of marriage, and such behavior threatens to bring unrest into the ummah, which is prevented by honor killings if they are even rumored. This logic does not, as I am often accused of by leftists, arise from a generalized Quranic exegesis carried out by me, but is executed, practically effective, by material institutions and discourses, i.e. dispositives. The Quran and its exegesis only have to do with this insofar as Islamic law, the Sharia, which forms the basis of the concrete family law that prevails in almost all states with an Islamic majority population, refers to it. Marriage law, divorce law, multiple marriages, short and hourly marriages, child marriage, state official or family state tolerated or promoted clothing regulations for women, genital mutilation, virginity cages, corporal punishment for fornication, honor killings, these are practices, quite material ones, that come into play and, where they come into play, are justified by the Quran and Sunnah. This cultural imperative, this cultural dispositive, which I call patriarchal phallocentrism, in the sense that everything revolves around the promotion of male potency, that is, the responsibility for the Islam-compliant relationship between the denial of male drive and the rejection of male drive is placed on women, a power, which in turn can be desired by women as a gratification in oppression and, incidentally, also sexually, making them not only victims but also perpetrators of crimes. Against daughters and sons, this phallocentrism rests on the marital barter of female obedience for male maintenance. It should therefore be obvious and easy to understand that this system comes into crisis at the latest when young men, for example, no longer have the material means to afford marriage due to mass unemployment, but at the same time the traditional sexual morality is clung to all the more doggedly. This means that even the slightest deviation from the norm is punished much more severely, and norms are enforced much more rigorously and consequent than in times when the conventional regulation of sexual drive was not fundamentally questioned in and through practice. Every woman who is insufficiently or not at all veiled and desexualized now becomes a threat to male conformity to the rules, a temptress to transgression, an ally of Satan, a threat to the ummah incited by the Jews. In the process, the male body with its natural needs and its seductiveness also becomes a problem. This is why in the rampages against unruly women, gays, Jews, Christians or simply Westerners, i.e. the seductive decadence, the sexual nonconformity that they live and propagate from the perspective of the pious Muslim, their own death is always taken into account or even explicitly sought from the outset. If martyrdom, the disembodiment of the impure body, is rewarded for many in the end by being able to have unlimited sex with 72 virgins who renew themselves after each act, this stands on the one hand for the negative abolition of traditional phallocentrism on its own basis, and on the other hand for the perverse sexual dimension of the delusion that the otherworldly reward of the earthly struggle should consist in the distortion of that which is fought against on earth. Without wishing to establish a ranking of evil in the following, it is only by reflecting on the archaic traditional gender relationship that one can grasp that and to what extent the frenzy of the Islamists is much more openly, i.e. without mediation and attempts at concealment, committed to sadistic bestiality than the National Socialist model. The National Socialist orientalization of the West was a leap in civilization from civilization and in the midst of civilization. Since that level of civilization had never been climbed in and by the Orient, the inhibition thresholds for immediate and rawest violence are much lower in the masses, which is why bloodthirstiness can be successfully advertised among them. It is downright ridiculous when the excessive killings in the most recent cases of honor killings that have come to light are received as dramas of jealousy and relationships. An individual psychotic murder and bloodlust may have been at work in one or the other perpetrator, but one should never forget that the perpetrators often see themselves as publicly punishing judges who want to signal to other unruly women what is in store for them. There are three very specific groups of people who have been increasingly attacked by Muslim men in recent years by means of physical violence, up to and including violent excess and bestial murder, sometimes in public: Jews, women and gays. More abstractly, Christians or Western civilians in general are also the target of terrorists. As a problem of Islam and integration, a substantial challenge to civic life had long been on the rise before Merkel's refugee policy exacerbated the situation. And not mainly because terrorists were able to cross borders unchecked or because a few 100,000 people who are hostile to the society they are migrating to would be a major unsolvable problem in themselves. Rather, it is because, as Hannah Arendt already pointed out, refugees can in principle have a disintegrating effect on only half-integrated or poorly integrated migrants from previous years and decades who come from the same cultural background. Thus, the Islamic counter-society grows not only through Islamist refugees themselves, but also through migrants of Arab and Turkish origin who break away from the majority society in the course of self-ethnization and self-Islamization. A misguided refugee policy is thus reinforcing a misguided integration policy that has been in place for almost an eternity, in which a clear idea of what integration should actually involve has become increasingly lost. Although I am of the opinion that measures such as more restrictive border controls, deportation of certain groups of people, a return to individual asylum rights in combination with immigration based on criteria, video surveillance, border bollards at Christmas markets, making Secret Service and police work more effective and so on, let's say, right-wing populist topics could also be discussed soberly without automatically serving so-called Nazi discourses, I would like to emphasize this. Realpolitik proposal in particular, the headscarf ban for schoolgirls or a headscarf ban in all schools. A ban on headscarves in all state authorities. My arguments for this have always been anti-racist and feminist in a sensible sense, because this is about the civil rights of migrant women, which are violated by the headscarf in a practical, individual and socially symbolic, aggressive and promotional way. Because it undermines and counteracts any education of native and migrant girls and boys to become sexually self-determined citizens, the headscarf on girls is tolerated during this instruction. Since the Islamist racket puts pressure not only on girls and women, but also on liberal fathers and mothers, my argument goes, a state ban would also support the right people in intra-Islamic struggles and not the wrong ones, as is the case now. Since the entire Islamic sexuality dispositive, including the concept of honor, is symbolically and practically condensed in the headscarf ban would be a first and decisive step towards dissolving the fatal connection between honor and shame, and thus also towards avoiding a specific identity crisis that manifests itself in specific crisis resolution strategies. I am not saying that this would solve all the problems overnight in one fell swoop. I am just saying that this would be the beginning of a long-term non-Islamist socialization, the dismantling of a counter-society, and making it clear where the local society sees its own essential achievements. At least in Austria, this turnaround has now been initiated. In May of this year, Parliament passed a ban on headscarves for primary school children, making an anti-racist and feminist demand for the emancipation of migrant girls and women, which Terre des Femmes has been petitioning for in Germany since 2018, a political reality. However, it was not the political left, which once claimed to be fighting against patriarchy and for the liberation of women, for the sexual self-determination of the individual and against discrimination against people on the basis of their migration background, that pushed through this law against the resistance of reactionary, old, white men. It was a right-wing governing coalition of VP and FP. The left-wing opposition, with the exception of 2 MPs, voted unanimously against it. This upside-down world, measured by the traditional political compass, also exists in Germany. However, Terre des Femmes will not only fail for the time being due to the resistance of a still hegemonic postmodern left, which subordinates the old feminism to the new anti-racism and exposes women to the barbarism of noble savages, but also due to liberalist doubts in the CDU and FDP. Does it not contradict religious freedom to prohibit the wearing of a religious symbol by those who, unlike teachers, are not subject to the state's duty of neutrality in religious matters? And wouldn't a general ban be an unacceptable encroachment on the civil liberties of those who wear the headscarf voluntarily? Wouldn't a blanket ban also affect the wrong people? It is therefore apparently of no use that Terra Defems, as a precautionary measure, commissioned the constitutional law expert Martin Nettesheim to produce an expert opinion stating that such a ban would not be a violation of the basic law, i.e. would not conflict with religious freedom or parents' right to education, when the family policy spokesman for the CDU/CSU parliamentary group, Marcus Weinberg, CDU, justifies his rejection of the headscarf ban as follows. The blanket ban on headscarves, as in Austria, also discriminates against girls who have voluntarily chosen to wear a headscarf as a sign of their religion. If the postmodern left is lost to the cause of feminist and migrant-friendly emancipation due to its unresponsiveness in principle, it may still make sense to demonstrate that the liberal fear that a headscarf ban could also affect the wrong people is unfounded or a misunderstanding of oneself by proving that the headscarf is anything but a sign of religion, and that the undeniable voluntary nature of some wearers is precisely and even more so the legitimization of its ban. Instead of getting lost in the confusion of the allegedly diverse motives of headscarf wearers, it would be important to develop a critical understanding of both the objective meaning of the headscarf and the Islamic orthopraxy that creates this meaning. Then the issue of individual motives is no longer particularly complicated. In human history, patriarchy emerged at the moment of transition from nomadism to sedentarism and from tribal property to individual private property, with the aim of preserving the continuity of male rule over women. In order to ensure the patrilineal line of inheritance, women were obligated to monogamy, i.e. extramarital chastity, and rape was criminalized for the first time, not because of a still unknown right to sexual self-determination for women, but as an illegitimate encroachment on the patriarch's property, the first forms of social regulation of sexual drive and thus also a comparative de-threatening of that unnatural gender relationship. From the very beginning, the still prevailing Islamic patriarchy differs from the Western patriarchy, which has since been overcome, in its phallocentric imperative, whose material implementation in ideology and institution is impressive in terms of its internal consistency, ruthless consistency, and rigorosity. While the Western patriarchal regulation of drives, from the siren episode of Odysseus to Matthew's Sermon on the Mount to the modern processes described by Norbert Elias, has always demanded that men also renounce their drives, Islamic phallocentrism places the responsibility for male renunciation of drives solely on women. Within marriage, the woman must be permanently sexually available to her husband, even if she were on the back of a camel. Sunnah. This is because the rejection of the urge within marriage, as soon as it arises, firstly frees the man for the ritual commandments of the religion, secondly protects him from the desire for other women and thus from the capital offense of extramarital fornication or adultery, and thirdly aims at male offspring in order to increase the power of the ummah, earth jihad. Outside of marriage, it is her task not to arouse the instincts of other men in the first place. She does this by erasing herself in public as a sexual being, as a woman, and dehumanizing herself into a ghost. By concealing physical features, lowering her gaze, avoiding noises such as the clattering of heels or speaking. She has to be invisible and inaudible, whereby the concept of publicity for her is defined by the presence of men who are not immediate relatives, grandpa, father, brother. The extramarital desexualization rules that correspond to intramarital oversexualization therefore also apply at home as soon as male visitors are received, and not in public as soon as women are among themselves, as in baths. The headscarf therefore has nothing to do with an individual relationship between believers and God. It does not fulfill a ritual function in gender relations, but exclusively a sexual political one. Since female misconduct threatens the cohesion of the entire ummah with the social regulation of sexual drive, the honor of the family depends on no rumors spreading about non-compliant actions of the responsible women, whereby fathers, brothers and husbands become guardians of virtue for their daughters, sisters and wives, who erect a virginity and then chastity cage of surveillance and punishment around them until marriage. If there is therefore no unsupervised premarital and extramarital contact with the opposite sex, love marriages are just as impossible as lifelong non-sexual friendships between men and women. In principle, however, one's own subjugation can always be libidinized, for example by abstractly translating real powerlessness into the fantasy of being able to drive all men crazy and bring down the entire ummah by taking off the headscarf. If I remember correctly, Ayaan Hirsi Ali once ironically reported on her disappointment in this respect when taking off the headscarf caused nothing at all in the Dutch public. Conformist Islamic behavior is also rewarded in concrete terms. Chaste virtue and bearing sons allow women to rise in the female internal hierarchy. they are allowed to give orders to the weaker women of the extended family household and have them serve them. In this respect, patriarchy lures women into collaboration. Women desire the headscarf and their sons as surrogate penises, their phallic power. They become accomplices, in that mothers in particular raise their sons to be pashas and help turn their daughters into second-class human beings. In Western bourgeois sexual morality, there is not only legal equality of the sexes, even female promiscuity and body-hugging clothing are legitimate ways of developing one's personality without indicating sexual availability. If a collective tries to live according to Islamic codes of morality even when it is surrounded as a minority by a majority society with diametrically opposed sexual morals, then the repressive pressure on its own members and the aggression against an environment and its representatives that tempt them to misstep increases almost automatically. If the majority society then also signals to the Islamic collective that it is under anti-racist minority protection and that its culture is worth preserving, then it exposes those individuals in the majority and minority who want to make use of Western guaranteed freedoms as a matter of course to the increasingly unrestrained repression of a counter-justice system. In language schools and integration courses, of all places, informal alliances between young Islamic men and teaching staff against women fighting for their freedom are systematically formed. In headscarf debates, which in any case have only been conducted on the headscarf ban for female teachers, in this country, the garment is always understood as a religious symbol by both opponents and supporters, whereby the reduction to the symbolic alone misunderstands the headscarf as an object that is merely a carrier of meaning for something different from itself, regardless of its material composition. But this is only half the truth. To stay with half the truth for the time being, a few words on the objective symbolic meaning. In comparatively abstract terms, the headscarf does not indicate affiliation to a particular religion understood as a private quirk, but functions politically as the flag of the jihadists, an identifying mark with whose constant spread Salafists and the pinstripe Islamists of Orthodox Associational Islam mark their seizure of public space. In this sense, it is a symbolic hinge for the core elements of Islamism and orthopraxy, and thus also stands not least for self-sacrifice in suicidal terror, antisemitism, Sharia law, hatred of women and gays and the corresponding terror of virtue. In comparatively concrete terms, the headscarf is a symbol of a threefold segregation. Gender apartheid separates men and women within Islam along the boundaries of Islamically understood public and private spheres. The theological political apartheid also separates the good Muslim women, headscarf wearers, from the bad Muslim women, or sluts, non-wearers, within Islam. This dichotomy is maintained even in places where headscarves are compulsory by the state, for example in Iran, as Fathia Nagibzadeh has pointed out, where a distinction is made between ba hijab and bad hijab. Ba hijab refers to the chaste wearing of the headscarf and thus stately Muslim women, bad hijab to indecent wearing that does not cover the hair on the forehead and thus bad, westernized Muslim women. In the sense of cultural apartheid, the headscarf demonstrates, not only in the diaspora, the ostentatious separation of the Ummah from and its contempt for the secular, individualistic, hedonistic culture of Western societies. However, to get to the whole truth, the headscarf is not just a mere symbol or sign of patriarchal Islamic rule and oppression, it is this itself, or rather one of its preferred media/means/techniques, which, as Chador Javan puts it, leaves indelible traces in the psyche, sexuality and social identity of those on whom it is imposed from puberty onwards at the latest, and in this sense constitutes mental and physical abuse. Nothing is therefore more inappropriate than declaring the headscarf a religious symbol and either wanting to allow it with a cross and kippah in public spaces or wanting to ban it with a cross and kippah. If one understands the headscarf, in contrast to the kippah and cross, in its double form as firstly an essential tool of oppression of the patriarchal chastity cage, materially inscribing itself into the affected body under the threat and exercise of violence, and secondly as a concrete symbol for the entire misogynistic apparatus of surveillance and punishment, which includes forced and short marriages, genital mutilation, stoning of adulteresses and honor killings, as well as an abstract political symbol of modern hostility and Islamism, then it is not only unacceptable for female teachers and civil servants, but even more so for female pupils. Pupils, girls and boys alike, cannot be successfully educated to become self-confident citizens with equal rights in a classroom in which the means of domination and symbol of lived patriarchy and misogyny is simultaneously permitted, especially as the social pressure on non-wearers and their parents increases with the growing number of headscarves worn. Javan says, Ibid, the majority of Muslim women do not want to wear headscarves, and they do not want to be confused with this symbol of alienation. Unfortunately, journalists do not report on this. I have met schoolgirls in France who beg their teachers, please don't let the headscarf into school. If you allow it, our parents will force it on us too. The bourgeois state's duty of neutrality towards religion is not called for here, because this would be identical to taking sides with the anti-bourgeois clan. Solidarity with young migrant women and liberal parents in the name of their civil rights would be the order of the day, even and especially if they and girls who do not want to wear a headscarf were a minority within the Islamic community, because it is precisely these parents and girls that civil society should be concerned with. The headscarf ban for schoolgirls would therefore be the long overdue state, social and educational support for these girls and their emancipatory struggle for rights that are taken for granted by non-migrant women. By initially providing girls with limited headscarf-free public spaces and times, it makes the headscarf potentially superfluous, as the fabric can only unfold its sexual, political, and ideological effect in the total claim to public time and space. By eroding this claim, the ban made an important and unavoidable contribution to removing the foundations of the Islamic concept of honor and the dynamics of violence associated with it as the main obstacle to liberation. The state compulsion, ostensibly limited to its space and time, for general unveiling would remove girls and liberal parents from individual responsibility and thus from the line of fire of the clan. In summary, the headscarf-free school would not just be one of many necessary measures, but the decisive integration and women's policy measure of our time, which would also have a meaningful effect on security and immigration policy internally and send a political signal in the fight against Islamism externally. There is no reason to design the conditions in Germany in such a way that Islamists can feel at home in them and are therefore virtually attracted to them. At the same time, there are concerns about the ban, particularly among those critics of Islam who focus on the image of the illiterate Muslim victim, as soon as they are confronted with self-confident and educated women wearing the headscarf who claim to wear it voluntarily, from which it can then be learned that it is all rather complicated and confusing with the headscarf and that we don't even know how large the proportion of voluntary and forced wearers is, as if that were relevant. On the one hand, it is nothing new at all that authoritarian characters are attracted by authoritarian ideologies and therefore many individuals prefer to voluntarily submit and give up for a fixed place in the collective rather than take on personal responsibility and live with the ambivalences and uncertainties that freedom in modern societies entails. The fellow campaigners and perpetrators of the Islamic patriarchy would rightly see the headscarf ban for schoolgirls as repression against their free decision to submit and propaganda, sometimes by spitting on non-wearers, for Islam, but stopping them, at least at school, is precisely its purpose. The second type of voluntary headscarf wearer is the favorite child of the postmodern left and its projections. The assumed fashionable Muslim woman has a folkloristic relationship to the piece of fabric. This is then brought into play either as a chic accessory or as an identity-affirming protest against the racism of the majority society. However, such a headscarf could easily be taken off at school, provided it has nothing to do with Islamic sexual morality, i.e. the presence of foreign men, as claimed. In addition, these headscarf wearers could certainly be expected to criticize their voluntarism. For as long as women around the world are systematically forced to wear the Islamic headscarf and terrorized, for example with hydrochloric acid attacks, in the event of insubordination, it is simply not suitable for fashionable gimmicks or even as a sign of protest against racism. The headscarf ban for schoolgirls therefore affects the right people without exception, regardless of who votes for it and for what reasons. It certainly cannot be denied that some racists or xenophobes, in petitions, or right-wing populists, in the Bundestag, would vote in favor of a headscarf ban, for example, because the headscarf offends them as foreign or un-German clothing. However, this should not deter people from making common cause. On the contrary, it should make them happy. After all, the social effects of a ban on headscarves would in any case be beneficial to women and migrants, and there aren't that many occasions when racists and xenophobes could be good for something. The important points. 1. Anti-Semitism is an attack which, on the one hand, refers quite specifically and exclusively to Jews, but in this it also simultaneously targets the foundations of civilization, which is Judeo-Christian, and thus has every citizen or their order in its sights, which is why the fight against anti-Semitism is. 2. Is not to be waged solely paternalistically to protect Jews as a minority alongside others who have special problems, but is the task of every citizen, also for their own sake. 3. The greatest potential for anti-Jewish violence is not represented by autochthonous right-wing radicals, with whom anti-Israeli left-wing radicals are on a par anyway, but by Muslims. 80% of those who were physically attacked stated that the perpetrators were presumably Muslim. 4. Anti-Semitic and pro-Israeli lip service, all forms of fatalism and hypocrisy should finally be put to an end, and this is possible if the appropriate political consequences and actions are taken, which of course requires a corresponding will. On the last point, I am of course aware that Hungary and Orbán are not really good examples. It is doubtful that the Hungarian stance on the refugee issue is primarily based on a defense against antisemitism. However, pointing out that Judaism is lived much more openly and visibly in Eastern European countries than in Germany, and that, unlike in Germany, Jewish institutions do not have to be under permanent police protection is in any case correct and especially important in Germany, because the need for police protection for Jewish institutions is fatalistically accepted here as a reality that cannot be changed, i.e., it is no longer pursued as a goal, and it is discussed that this could be different in the future and how it could be made to be different, while at the same time acting as moralizers towards Eastern Europe. Following Trump's example with regard to Israel, i.e. freezing all funding for UNRWA or moving the embassy to Jerusalem, would indeed be the least that could be demanded if statements of solidarity with Israel are to be taken seriously by politicians who have the power to take such measures. Anyone who was in favor of the League of Nations was in favor of appeasement. The word means pacification. In the 1920s, Winston Churchill also literally spoke of appeasement as the goal that Great Britain should strive for in international relations. Today, the term can no longer be used by anyone without also recalling the shameful behavior of the West in the face of Nazi aggression and Churchill's fundamental break with this policy. The word itself is thus historically inscribed with the idea that lasting peace is only possible within the state, if a recognized monopoly on the use of force guarantees compliance with the treaties between its citizens. Demanding it between states is a pious wish, as Kant already remarked, but he did not mean the pious aspect as sarcastically as it must be understood after the experience of appeasement policy. Here there is no monopoly of force superior to all, i.e., sovereign, there can be none per se, but only conventions, treaties, compliance with which depends solely on the respective balance of power between the individual states. It is precisely this latent or manifest state of war on the outside that is the necessary, albeit not sufficient, condition for the state to enable peace on the inside, at least as long as it does not itself disintegrate due to the crisis of capitalist exploitation, as in the National Socialist, unstate, Franz Neumann, which, to the same extent that state unity disintegrated into rackets called SA, SS, Wehrmacht etc., was able to create unity as annihilation for the sake of annihilation, and spread it across the world. The UN, like the League of Nations before it, embodies this pious wish, but that says little at first. For if behind the World Organization, which mimics the world sovereign, there is an alliance of states which, having emerged from a victorious war, is strong enough to influence the other states, then pacification can be more than just adapting to the disaster policy that the West once pursued towards Nazi Germany. Then international law may serve to resolve conflicts more or less peacefully and settle conflicts of interest. To this end, Churchill and Roosevelt met on a battleship as early as 1941 and projected the Atlantic Charter, which clearly aimed to prevent the rearmament of states such as Nazi Germany in the future. The UN Charter of 1945, on the other hand, seems to project a civil code for states. Article 2, for example, prohibits in principle any interference in other sovereign states, including, in other words, interference in those that rearm in the name of new disaster policies. All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against territorial integrity or political independence. This is followed, of course, by the chapters that take account of the Atlantic Charter and in which the institutional continuation of the war alliance is laid down in the form of the Security Council, which, completely detached from the General Assembly, in which each state has one vote, decides autonomously when the threat and use of force against territorial integrity or political independence is necessary. See Chapter 7 on the threat to world peace. This dual structure of victorious alliance and world parliament means that the history of the UN did not simply repeat the disaster of the League of Nations, whose demise coincided with the campaign of extermination against the Jews. This downfall was heralded by the fact that the new great power of the West, the USA, stayed away from the outset, and the largest anti-Western power, Germany, left in the 1930s. On the contrary, the disaster of the UN, which now makes it possible to prepare the campaign of annihilation against Israel, can be seen in the fact that joining it has become a kind of national sport. Originally there were 51 members, today there are 192. The mass rush was linked to the emergence of new states in the process of decolonization and was reflected beyond the Security Council in the possibility of a fascist bloc, as Max Horkheimer saw it emerging as early as 1960. There was a plan to form a strong third power, powerful against both Russia and America, a fascist bloc that unites states of the Old World with the so-called underdeveloped peoples. This resulted in a special situation for Israel. The fact that the Jews are emphasized only means that the Germans still have an old prerogative in the house before the slogan to liquidate Israel, and how many movements in other countries would not cheer their allies under such signs. Horkheimer lived to see Kurt Waldheim take office as UN Secretary General. As a former member of the SA Cavalry Squadron and former Wehrmacht officer, he was able to represent the formation of the new fascist bloc like no other. The infamous resolutions condemning Israel's military aggression against Lebanon, the Israeli settlement policy and Zionism in general as racism were passed during his term of office. Waldheim himself consequentially avoided criticizing the attack by Syria and Egypt during the Yom Kippur War, and only after the war had turned in Israel's favor did he suddenly call for peace. In 1974, this UN Secretary General ostentatiously endorsed Yasser Arafat's appearance before the United Nations. For the first time, the leader of a political gang, an Arab Free Corps, Jean Amery, was recognized as the representative of a state. The UN General Assembly thus opened a new phase, in addition to state-organized anti-Zionism, which was originally supported by the USSR. New Free Corps are constantly emerging from the internal disintegration of Islamic states, which are no longer striving for the annihilation of Israel as socialism, but as jihad. The only question is whether or not they place this common ground above their boundless rivalry. Certain institutions of the General Assembly, which are dominated by Islamic and non-aligned countries, supported by the veto powers Russia and China, are in any case directly or indirectly promoting these terrorist rackets. UNRWA, a refugee relief agency that has meanwhile specialized entirely in the fight against Israel, and the UN Human Rights Council, which is called upon to legitimize this fight, can thus ideally complement each other. In contrast, the Security Council still appears to be the guardian of the old hegemonic order. The US veto can prevent the worst anti-Israeli resolutions if its government still wants it. However, in addition to the transparent internal reform efforts of certain actors, who ultimately have the integration of the Security Council into the General Assembly in mind, it can be seen externally that the Security Council as such is losing importance and that whatever is or could be done against the jihadist appeasement, like the US war on terror 10 years ago, must be organized largely outside of it through its own alliance policy. The history of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty demonstrates this loss of significance in a fatal way. Created in 1967, it is not a UN institution in the true sense of the word, but the nuclear powers that created it were identical to the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, and the treaty community itself has no sanctions instruments of its own and is therefore dependent on the Security Council. However, the flaw in the construction, which has yet to become apparent in the balance of the superpowers, lies in the fact that the acceding states have the option of terminating the treaty, provided that they give some kind of justification and give notice in good time, like a tenancy agreement, 3 months in advance. The veto powers have thus denied themselves the possibility of a veto precisely where the final steps towards the procurement of nuclear weapons are concerned. If one enters into negotiations under such conditions with a non-state such as the Islamic Republic of Iran, which has long been the greatest threat to Israel's existence, and disregards, so to speak, the UN sanctions imposed on Iran following its breach of the treaty, as determined by the IAEA, a horror scenario is looming for all to see, for which North Korea has already made an example. Membership of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty allows it to officially stock up on all the important components of nuclear weapons and then, perfectly legally, to terminate the treaty again and then complete the bomb in a short space of time. The willingness of the West to get involved in this scenario, as was the case in Munich in 1938, cannot be explained by mere convenience on the path of least resistance. It is either an open death instinct or a hidden hatred of Israel and the Jews, which ultimately amounts to the same pacification. Again, the difference to the much-cited failure of the League of Nations is striking. Germany withdrew from the League of Nations with propagandistic aplomb as early as 1933 in order to push ahead with its rearmament program undisturbed by international treaties. The non-state, which is the most dangerous today because it has the unrestrained rivalry of its rackets under control, can, on the other hand, continue to prepare for annihilation within the UN and the treaty communities interwoven with it with no less propaganda effectiveness. Moreover, the League of Nations did not yet have the possibility of media-effective substitute actions. Today, however, the unanimous display of concern for the global climate can be a consolation for the increasing chaos of international relations, and the environmental experts who calculate CO2 emissions are clearly the new role model for the international experts. They, too, merely want to calculate how much the UN lacks in terms of resources and its own troops, because such a lack is claimed to be the reason why it cannot develop into a world state that is supposed to achieve peace, as can be read in the new book by Taz author Andreas Zumak, Global's Chaos, Maklos Uno. If you look for culprits, the quantity of bean counters turns into the quality of conspiracy theories. The first obvious choice is to name the richest state, which gives too little money and uses a veto too often, in order to suspect a de facto less rich state behind it, but which, with the help of its well-organized lobby in the USA and other countries, knows how to prevent the UN from becoming a real-world state committed to perpetual peace, as evidenced by the fact that it itself refuses to cooperate with the UN Human Rights Council and orchestrates smear campaigns. Thus, the protocols of those wise men of Tel Aviv are fabricated from the delusion of the world sovereign, who control the Security Council just as secretly as their nuclear weapons program and condemn the peoples of the General Assembly to powerlessness. The International Criminal Court in The Hague, ICC, which began its work in 2002, is now making it its mission, and in doing so is finding itself. The anti-Semitic riots in Europe during the Gaza War in the summer of 2014 are still fresh in people's minds, and the aim is already to bring the Jew among the states, Leon Poliakov, before the International Criminal Court, in addition to a commission that is due to present its report on war crimes in this conflict to the UN Human Rights Council in March. The chief prosecutor in The Hague, Fatou Bensouda, has launched preliminary investigations against Israel in the same matter shortly after Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas applied for his state to become a member of this institution in order to initiate just such investigations. Previously, similar attempts failed because the Palestinian Authority was not recognized as a state, but now the status of permanent observer granted by the UN General Assembly is apparently sufficient. Abbas has Hamas behind him and membership was applied for with retroactive effect from June 13, 2014. On June 12, 3 Israeli teenagers were kidnapped and murdered in the West Bank, triggering Israeli action against Hamas. The fact that such an application is taken seriously at all says a lot about the brazenness with which the ICC seeks to transform international law into anti-Zionist ideology. Apparently, they want to see Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu put on the same level as African gang leaders or Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir, whose deeds have so far occupied the court, at all costs. Unlike the Human Rights Council, this criminal court is not a sub-organization of the UN General Assembly. It is therefore able to claim something like neutrality for itself, as if it really were an independent world court based on the separation of the judiciary and the executive, as in the separation of powers within the state. In reality, however, the ICC is the result of an alliance of states that agreed on a statute in Rome in 1998, hence the so-called Rome Statute, i.e. it was created by treaty. As such, the International Criminal Court in The Hague should not be confused with the temporary tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda set up by the Security Council, nor with the International Court of Justice in The Hague. The latter was founded by the UN in 1945 to regulate international law between states in individual cases, so only states can be parties to it. Everything is constantly mixed up in the reporting, but even the logo of the ICC, which imitates the logos of the other courts and arbitrarily borrows from the UN symbol, already contributes to this. The new criminal court, on the other hand, sits permanently and knows no national borders in terms of its jurisdiction, and it sits in judgment of individuals, usually people who have had or still have political, administrative or military functions. In a way, this suggests that there is now an authority to which all individuals in the world are in a position of imperial immediacy, as it were, beyond the states in which the states can each have functions and civil rights. Yet it is these states and no one else who hand them over to the International Criminal Court, depending on whether they have signed and ratified the statute in which they undertake to do so. Israel, wisely and in full awareness of its sovereignty, has not signed the statute. But even its greatest enemies, including the Islamic Republic of Iran, have so far refrained from doing so, as it could restrict their room for maneuver. Although the US government initially initialed the statute at the time, presumably in order to exert influence in the negotiations, it withdrew its signature just 2 years later. Instead, the USA seeks to protect its citizens from possible extradition through special bilateral treaties. Should this fail, the American Service Members Protection Act authorizes the president to order their military release, so if all else fails, U.S. Marines may parachute over The Hague on a special mission. The U.S. authorities are also prohibited from cooperating directly with the court. In this way, the USA is trying to defend its hegemonic position, which so far still contains something of residual political rationality that emerged from the fight against National Socialist Germany. If, on the other hand, they were to ratify the ICC treaty, they would actually be giving up this position. Even Barack Obama's government shies away from this. Whenever Congolese gang leaders or al-Bashir have been investigated in the past, the court's practice has also shown itself to be a compromise with U.S. interests. In the majority of cases, the situation of failed states was taken into account, i.e. states that are unable or unwilling to bring their own political criminals to justice, for example after a civil war. If the ICC limited itself to this, it could fulfill a useful task to a certain extent, as an instrument for coordinating certain steps against leaders and members of terrorist groups and against the worst signs of state disintegration in general. In reality, however, it only limits itself to such cases if it is urged to do so by the pressure exerted by the hegemonic power of the USA, in agreement with the UN Security Council or even without it. But if preliminary investigations against Israel are now taking place, this shows not least the weakening of that power, or a change in its priorities. Meanwhile, the public, especially the European public, seems to be obsessed with the fixed idea of seeing in the continuous activity of such jurisdiction proof that law could apply internationally as well as within a state, as if it were possible to establish a single rule of law throughout the world. The fantastic nature of this idea, in which theories such as those of Jürgen Habermas and Judith Butler excel and against which the possibility of a classless and stateless world society still appears as the easy thing to do, is already laid bare by the simple realization that there is and can be no monopoly on the use of force outside the states that would guarantee the execution of this law. Between the states, which each have a monopoly on the use of force on their territories, the stronger of them may at times emerge as a hegemon, but it can by no means rule over them as a sovereign. Even within the Eurozone, today's Germany can only act as a hegemon in relation to the other states, although their sovereignty has been considerably curtailed, including that of Germany, of course, so that this state must exercise its hegemonic power via the EU institutions. Part of the nature of international law is that its principles, like all treaties between states, ultimately remain conventions that are either observed or not, depending on the respective balance of power between states. This law ultimately consists of agreements and alliances. It is not a law that is backed by a superior and adequately armed power. As a system of conventions, it is of no small importance, and there can be no question of denying this importance, as it basically offers formal opportunities to settle conflicts peacefully or to steer them into more reasonable channels. But only if the balance of power between states allows it, for example if a hegemon or a hegemonic alliance is committed to enforcing it in a particular case. The ideology of international law, however, involves identifying it with the law that applies within the constitutional states in order to ascribe more significance to its institutions than they can have. This is done by ignoring the relationship of force between states, which the theories of Hobbes and Hegel, for example, but also Marx and Freud, still had in mind, by suppressing the fact that the form of the state as a monopoly of force and organized coercion, which guarantees the accumulation of capital, is based on this relationship of force. In one form or another, such repression may appear sympathetic as a utopia, like Kant's idea of eternal peace, but, despite Kant's own hesitation on this issue, concealing the preconditions of state power and applicable law poses a great danger for the Jewish state in particular, as demonstrated by the recent policies of the ICC. Those who recommend international treaties to Israel as an alternative to its own military potential are, with this new, particularly opaque offer of assimilation to the Jews, essentially seeking to deprive their state of the sovereignty that alone protects them in an emergency. But Israel is not Ukraine, and all its leading political forces will be wary of acting as the Ukrainian government did when it agreed to give up its nuclear weapons in 1994 in the Budapest Memorandum in exchange for independence. For Israel's sovereignty always means more than mere sovereignty, just as the loss of independence here means annihilation. Its law of return of 1950 is aimed at the case of emergency for every Jew, and that means not least that the law actually in force within the other constitutional states can by no means provide sufficient protection against global anti-Semitism, even if they should not deprive their much-cited Jewish fellow citizens of their civic rights in a crisis and state of emergency. Unlike Israel, but in accordance with the general constitution of state rule and civil society, these states do not have a special immigration law that would be directed at every Jew. Although the special mention of Jewish fellow citizens has become a common attitude in the constitutional state after the Shoah, nothing has changed in their legal status within and between states, and nothing can change, except that there is now a separate Jewish state with a special immigration law for all those affected by anti-Semitism. And this exposes every anti-Zionist ideology. It wants Jews to be as defenseless as the people in the kosher supermarket in Paris were in front of the assassin's assault rifle on January 9, 2015. Chapter 3. To what extent should one participate in self-preservation and to what extent is it madness? In 1946, Horkheimer ended his conversation with Adorno about a possible continuation of their joint work on the dialectic of enlightenment with the question, to what extent does one have to participate in self-preservation and to what extent is it madness? It is the question of how the critique of political economy could be developed as an existential judgment after Auschwitz. Marx had still been able to dissolve the delusional in an ironic and religiously critical allusion to the universality controversy. After analyzing the value form in Capital, he uses the Apocalypse of John to explain the social action of commodities, which turns a commodity into a universal equivalent, as if they were the 10 rulers who give their strength and power to a beast, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark or name of the beast or the number of its name. In any case, the animal must really exist for society like a universal for the universal realist, but commodities are not mythological kings who could feed it fat for this purpose, and it is precisely here that Marx proves to be a universal realist against his will, perhaps just as intuitively connected to the logic of a Bayard as to the negative theology of Judaism. Although this will emerged immediately from the early young Hegelian critique of the state, only the critique of political economy is able to make a decisive contribution to its function. Arising from the continuing relationship of force between states, the sovereign must constantly ensure that money not only functions as a means of exchange, but that it is precisely in this that the measure of an average time necessary to produce what is exchanged is simultaneously recognized, that with money, therefore, the opposition between the respective concrete living private labors, which can only be nominalistically juxtaposed, and the abstract universal social labor sans phrase, appears as abolished. This is the prerequisite affirmed in exchange. They don't know it, but they do it, for the endless negotiation of a just wage. And such justice is claimed either with regard to the sovereignty of the individual state or to the world market that spans the national economies, on the one hand, the sovereignists or nationalists, to use the appropriate buzzwords, and on the other, the globalists or neoliberals who hate them so much. However, from their inner connection, which Marx uncovered as a modification of the law of value, it follows: no sovereignty without a world market, no world market without sovereignty. Only reflection on the world market makes a radical concept of abstract labor possible, with which no one can delude themselves that concrete labor could somehow be preserved in the substance of value and therefore exchanged for each other in a just way, if only the greed for profit were not so great, or there were no finance capital or no digitalization, or at least their corporations were nationalized. A critique that develops this radical concept is thus by no means directed against the commitment to higher wages, shorter working hours, better working conditions, health system services, etc. But it is all the more critical of an ideology that would like to see this generalized politically, namely as a rescue or restoration of the welfare state, which could triumph over the world market. It is obvious that such programs would have required neither proof of the origin and logic of money nor a fundamental critique of the labor theory of value. Nor is the problem that every small reform, by strengthening the system, prevents the necessary revolution aimed at the whole, especially in view of what today's coming uprisings promise to bring. For even where bourgeois socialization and with it the real socialist societies are only negatively negotiated and rejected, the demand for self-consciously organized production and distribution, which has been so heavily discredited, necessarily resonates, not as a revolutionary program and certainly not as an instruction for action to convince the masses, but rather in the constant, thoroughly negative insistence that the conditions hold nothing more in store than, at best, their continuation. Under constantly more unpleasant conditions. This also applies to the proof that the globalization critical or otherwise authoritarian ideologue of the revolution and the apologists of the existing conditions are preparing programs for the future in which the threatening call for community and cohesion with corresponding enemy declarations aim to exclude elements lacking solidarity, which, significantly, are always called Ackermann and Zumwinkel. The people concerned should be defended against such declarations of hostility because they reveal why they go to work in the first place, namely to become as rich as possible and not to serve the community. This is what the apparent critics, who have long since returned to the socialism of Deutsche Post, as it was before the Zumwinkel era and which once inspired Lenin, if not to Kim Il-sung's Jewish ideology, have in mind. Of course, it is not anti-Semitic per se, not even structurally, to speak out about the madness and insanity of today's stock market and betting in its fatal repercussions on the real economy, as such, at least as long as it is not suggested that the capitalist real economy and, allegedly solely, creating, production could also manage without the, allegedly solely, gathering, financial economy. What is highly problematic, however, is that any focus on the excesses of the monetary sector conceals the madness and insanity that firstly lies in the crazy forms of capital, state and money themselves, and secondly has historically been potentiated in the anti-Semitic reconciliation of capital and labor to form a Volksgemeinschaft. If we think we have to explore real political possibilities of how the little people can make their lives a little more bearable within the system, we should, instead of ennobling Occupy, the Tobin tax and the like, leave it at the class struggle for a reduction in working hours and wage increases, with the state at best demanding an increase in social benefits. Under Agenda 2010, the basic orientation of Germany's social system was changed, away from a focus on social and consumer status towards a focus on generalizing resident status. Whereas previously the focus was on maintaining an achieved social status, as reflected in the previous separation of the poor and working population and the distinction between workers, employees, and the self-employed, the unity of the social and territorial principle is now being elevated to the defining criterion of the welfare state. Social policy should no longer serve to prevent class struggle, ensure social peace and the self-assurance of social classes, but rather to bind everyone to the state, country, and location. This is not a change of direction due to the currently empty social security coffers. Rather, this turnaround follows an overarching development of the health and social security systems, in which the principle of the people state unfolds and is realized. Bismarck once installed a system of class compromise that wanted to integrate, but recognized that it was certainly difficult to reconcile particular interests, i.e. class interests, that were to be brought to compromise. This integration of the working class, symbolized in the social security contributions based on wage levels, which have been paid jointly by workers and companies since the Bismarckian reforms, lost its object after its successful implementation. Incidentally, it was the anti-plutocratic Nazi state as the organizer of German labor that decreed equal contributions to the insurance scheme. Since the Führer's decree of 1943, health insurance contributions were split equally between the company and the employee. In the Weimar Republic, the companies only contributed 25%, which also secured the representatives of the insured a majority in the so-called self-governing bodies and made them a driving force behind the expansion of the welfare state. This is why today the proportion of employer payments is not simply being reduced, but the overall contribution rate is to be lowered. The fact that half of the costs are paid in each case is a result of the end of the class struggle and its celebration in the company and Volksgemeinschaft. This principle, continued in the social partnership of the FRG, promised one thing above all else, as it did during the war and the Golden Years, expansion. Today, what the Nazis still enforced by decree is the subject of a public debate, free of domination. It is precisely this difference that reflects the perfect fusion of citizen and state that the Nazis set in motion. The public consensus, which settles down without domineering intervention, forces the individual to integrate and, if the situation is right, to agree to its gentle disposal. At most, the how and when are up for negotiation. The healthcare system turns against the individual at an indeterminable point and becomes a death industry. Although the word industry is misleading, the consensus also enables the delegation of controlled death to grassroots initiatives to the same extent that the particularistic democracy of associations is replaced by one of generalized public opinion. Such initiatives, which mobilize ethically for the common good, have long since set the tone as NGOs or citizens' associations, even beyond the healthcare system when it comes to negotiating who is allowed to do what and when, such as a member of the Central Council of Jews in Germany in 2003, or who may be considered fit for the future when appointing the new IG Metall leadership. For social insurance schemes, this development means a change in their basic principles. Status protection is being replaced by basic security, and the duty of solidarity of dependent employees is being replaced by mandatory national solidarity. Although the scope and form of this is still being negotiated, it is becoming apparent that the dependence of Social Security contributions on wage costs will be reduced in the future. This orientation has become questionable in view of the simultaneous economic expansion and permanent crisis on the labor market. The social costs at the respective location are being paid less and less via the wages included in the price of the goods, but increasingly through direct collection from the insured and through state tax revenue. Even if the nominal percentage of Social Security contributions remains the same, the declining wage ratio, as a proportion of production costs, means that companies are spending less. Only apparently, for example through the increase in company pension schemes, is the parity-based collection of contributions maintained. These voluntary cover-linked reserves, quite wrongly called company pensions, stand for the transformation of wages into capital components as part of company collective bargaining policy. They are fed by funds that are exempt from taxes and Social Security contributions for this purpose. Like state compensation payments, they are intended to counteract the cuts in statutory pensions. Even before the latest healthcare reform resolutions in July 2003, the parity-based contribution revenue in the healthcare system was discontinued in favor of sole financing by the insured parties for the long-term care insurance introduced in 1995. Although the parity-based collection of contributions nominally applies here, a public holiday was abolished so that companies can recoup their costs. Even in the case of the mini-jobs introduced on April 1, for which a 25% flat rate for taxes and Social Security contributions must be paid, the employees bear these alone if, as is often the case, the employer imposes this, cf. Tagesspiegel July 28, 03. Reducing the company's share of social costs is intended to improve the competitive position of the economy in Germany. If there are no trade unions to defend the real wage and the associated non-wage labor costs, i.e. the company's share of the unpaid contributions to the compulsory insurance schemes, the structure of social insurance is left to a political process of consensus building. Its national social orientation inwards is linked to a declaration of war outwards, in such a way that the reorientation of the welfare state is declared to be the existential struggle of social capitalism against neoliberal, competitive societies, and thus a dispute over the shaping of the future of the world. The design flaw of the German welfare state is the fact that it is largely financed by the labor factor. Berliner Republic, 3/03 page 45. First of all, there is a simple material reason for this. The shortage in the social funds indicates a resounding success of capital in the organization of work. Since company rationalization has made lifelong gainful employment an exception, the income of the social security funds has become a problem. It is therefore not the development of expenditure that is causing the permanent financing problems of the health insurance funds. Since around 1980, the share of health expenditure or statutory health insurance expenditure in Germany's gross national product has remained almost constant. There has never been the much vaunted cost explosion. The increase in contribution rates is rather due to the fact that the financing basis, the income of dependent employees, is stagnating or shrinking relative to the gross domestic product due to high unemployment and the cautious wage policy. The share of wages in national income fell from 74% to 65% between 1975 and 2001, while health insurance contributions rose from 10.5% to 14% in the same period. The redundancy of labor also devalues the owner of the labor force. With the permanent loss of wage labor, he also loses his ability to make claims. Conversely, the granting of support is always more directly linked to a claim on the worker and their labor. The unemployed cannot contribute to the community of solidarity, and this is precisely what they are blamed for. The conclusion from this, a general duty of service could, however, consolidate the community of solidarity among citizens anew today, because, in the long term, one cannot be an individualistic liberal and a social citizen protected by solidarity at the same time. Commune April 3, page 52. There are various suggestions as to what the financing mode of growing state responsibility could look like, such as the following. If the shrinking volume of work, and the income earned from dependent work, is no longer the yardstick for the growing prosperity of our society, how can we measure the level of social services we can afford in Germany? By consumption, for example. It is not as fleeting and light-footed across the border as capital and labor. And it has been taxed far less here than in most EU countries. Berliner Republic, March 03 page 77. And indeed, consumption taxation for social security contributions is on the increase. Since 1998, 1 percentage point of VAT and almost all of the revenue from the 5 stages of the eco-tax has already been included in pension insurance. The increase in tobacco tax that has just been decided is also intended to benefit healthcare expenditure. The devaluation and consequent loss of importance of the factor of labor, whose quality as German workmanship was a core element of the German model, is bringing about far-reaching changes to Germany's self-image. There is much to suggest that the Golden Age was a non-recurring period of exceptional conditions. However, this means that the breeding ground on which the philosophy of social justice could flourish is disappearing. Neue Gesellschaft/Frankfurter Heft, June 2003, page 24. Another SPD newspaper calls for a socio-political Godesberg, Berliner Republic, March 3, page 42, as if it were a matter of exorcising the remnants of socialist ideas of justice from SPD's social policy. The SPD must continue to look after those who have fallen out and are stranded, because this corresponds to the core of its historically grown self-image. But the underclass is certainly no longer a class of the future, an agent of social liberation. In the new, disorganized underclass quarters of the Republic, the SPD only represents the victims, the lost, the discarded, the marginalized, who are no longer even needed for economic exploitation. They are not suitable as motors for future projects and powerful economic reforms. The more the SPD takes on these groups, as the traditionalists postulate, the more defensive, marginalized and caricatural the party itself appears, like the socially conservative Political Enforcement Committee of the Workers' Welfare Association. That may be honorable, but it is not capable of winning a majority. Berliner Republic, March 3, page 56. The previous fairness was that 30 million employees not only co-financed their own health costs, but also those of 40 million other insured persons, family members, pensioners, the unemployed, welfare recipients. On the face of it, it is astonishing that, as the philosophy of social justice fades, public negotiations are being held on a citizens' insurance scheme that would be compulsory for all. Precisely because it would cover everyone and represent a change in the system, it could be the vehicle for further restructuring. Whether or not a citizens' insurance scheme independent of employment status, which according to Schroeder is still immature, comes into being, it will play a role in the reform negotiations in the near future, because it will be seen as a realignment of social justice instead of the social cutbacks for which it actually stands. Regardless of whether the citizens' insurance scheme would be designed as a per capita flat rate regardless of income or would include all income above and beyond wages, it would create a basic insurance scheme that would include everyone and would also bring with it the equality of an equally general reduction in benefits. The current catalog of benefits provided by the health insurance funds would be thinned down to a basic catalog of benefits. Supplementary insurance would then be necessary to guarantee appropriate treatment. The citizens' insurance scheme would be a further departure from the already flawed principle of health care on the basis of a declaration of need towards an entitlement restriction. This principle has already been abolished for a considerable proportion of care since 1995 through the flat rate payment of doctors' fees, and even more so through the flat rate nursing care insurance. Basic medical insurance would entail a further hierarchization of demand not only on the basis of purchasing power, but also on the basis of national esteem. In future, Social Security will no longer be organized according to the principles of equality but of solidarity. Neue Gesellschaft/Frankfurter Heft, June 2003, page 26, and solidarity is linked to answering the question of who is capable of solidarity in the first place. It is about an orientation towards a me for you instead of a we for you solidarity. Commune 403, page 18. Whether through low care rates, drug budgeting, de-individualized treatment plans or general social criteria, everyone knows that medical treatment has long been rationed. However, this takes place in front of a facade of general equal treatment. A healthcare policy that has been aimed at limiting expenditure for at least 25 years has already left its mark. In 1999, 27.4% of those insured with a large substitute health insurance fund stated that they had been denied outpatient treatment in the previous quarter, half of them with explicit reference to budgets. Premature discharges, refusal to admit patients and postponements of operations are also known. In an online survey of 548 doctors conducted by the news service Fachkarst.de in 2002, 68.6% stated that they treated private and statutory health insurance patients differently. 72.8% admitted to prescribing different medication to private patients. Differences are also made when prescribing remedies and aids, 62.8%. In terms of service, 75.8% made differences. Rationing is largely at the discretion of doctors, as far as it is related to the case. In view of its tacit extension, however, doctors are calling for an explicit social consensus on this. In a press release dated June 13, 2003, Georg Dietrich Hoppe, president of the German Medical Association, demanded, "There is no doubt that there is already a secret and often unconscious rationing of health services. This must be made transparent." So far, an open treatment of this topic has been prevented due to reminiscences of National Socialism, which will not change anytime soon. On the contrary, all ambition is placed on being better than the Nazis and, of course, also than the neo-Nazis, who once again took the lead in the seize, clap and recently found effective ideological imitators in the Junge Union, Old People Consume at Our Expense, TSP May 8, 03. Shortly before this, the rationing of health insurance services was demanded. 85-year-olds no longer needed artificial hip joints, TSP March 8, 03. While any thought of euthanasia is regularly rejected at German medical conferences, it is also pointed out that the consensus in this regard has long been crumbling. For example, the vice president of the German Medical Association, Auermann, reported that 70% of the German population and 48% of doctors believe that active euthanasia should be permitted. German Medical Journal, May 22, 03, p. 1235 ff. However, the discussion about euthanasia has long since ceased to refer only to the sick and terminally ill. In 1998, the president of the German Medical Association, Mr. Wilmer, was awarded the title Unword of the Year for his comments on socially acceptable early death. When Professor Joachim Wiemeyer, then advisor to the German Bishops' Conference, and Professor Friedrich Breyer, member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Federal Ministry of Economics, caused outrage in a report on June 2 of this year because they proposed age rationing of health insurance benefits from the age of 75 for vital but expensive medical services such as heart operations or dialysis. Bundestag President Thierse was shocked that there was no outcry from the people in our country, SC 21/22.6.03. It was not enough for him that the German Bishops' Conference distanced itself from its advisor, that the German Medical Association spoke of euthanasia under different auspices, and railed against the economization mania of the healthcare system, or that the Marburger Bund said that this was hard to beat in terms of contempt for humanity. Deutsches Arzteblatt, June 13, 03, p. b. 1364. Breyer defended his position in the SC 21/22.6.03, with the attitude of a taboo breaker, who was only saying what should be seen as a consequence of increased self-responsibility. This is at best self-selection. Every person is ultimately left to make their own decision. Much worse is the kind of selection that is already taking place, according to criteria that nobody questions and nobody can foresee. I think the age limit is much more justifiable in a liberal constitutional state than selection by doctors, which has long been part of everyday life. I find it hypocritical when my vision of the future is described as lacking in solidarity against this background. The sympathy for a system that prescribes the common practice of rationing as a set of rules for doctors is a consequence of the old principle of the German welfare state, which is to grant benefits according to legally standardized entitlement bases and not according to individually determined purposes. A fixed list of permissible treatments absolutely restricts medical decisions to individual rescue attempts. Health treatment is not a social income like unemployment or social assistance, but the granting or non-granting of life options. Furthermore, the level of health care cannot be standardized like the shopping basket. Public health care that is supposed to satisfy demands without a fully comprehensive mentality, JU Chairman Misfelder, TSP March 8, 03, thus comes into a conflict of legitimacy. Neither the state, which is responsible for the distribution of health-related goods, nor the payers and providers, who are responsible for ensuring care, want to be identifiable as responsible. The reforms that have just been passed are increasingly exacerbating the problems of the more burdened insured, thus preparing the ground for a can't-go-on mood and the call for decisions. An excess of safety thinking is seen as an obstacle to progress in the risk society, which fits in with the negotiation of justice as a generational problem. The useless eater is no longer only seen in the social parasite, TSP February 8, 03, but also in the demanding, possibly childless, soon-to-be, senior citizen. The elderly are probably rightly suspected of being less risk-averse and also more expensive, but it is not surprising that health costs rise, especially shortly before death. A study by Gmunder Ersatzgas, similar figures are quoted for statutory health insurance, found that 20% of those insured claimed 90% of health insurance expenditure for themselves. Only 2.5% of members were responsible for almost half of the costs. Deutsches Arzteblatt, September 5, 03, p. b. 1029. High users, in the healthcare system, i.e. precisely those for whom it was made, are now being identified as the troublemakers in the system. How much health can and will society afford? The outrage with which citizens, including young people, have reacted to the proposal to introduce an age limit for medical services is the starting point. Society is prepared to make sacrifices if it is fair. As long as there is no social and ethical debate, any reform will remain piecemeal. SC 18/19.6.03, the one sacrifice to be made is the additional payment, the other is consent to restrictions. In contrast to euthanasia under Nazi fascism, the consent of those affected is expected today. The euthanasia debate is intended to reinforce the insight into the supposed necessity that the risk of unaffordable treatment is part and parcel of solidarity in the risk society. However, in addition to supplementary insurance, the officially recommended individual option for escaping the panic that arises in the face of such prospects is to maintain one's own body through a health-conscious lifestyle. Health policy is a control element for one of the most important sectors of the economy, as it accounts for more than a tenth of the national product and employs a higher proportion of the workforce than the car industry. Manufacturers of medical products export more than half of their production. Large-scale medical facilities are also prime location factors. All of this is a motive for a policy of high purchasing power demand, i.e. not for an interest in reducing medical care. In this respect, raising money with the help of the professional representatives of doctors or pharmacists is also seen as a service to the community. Furthermore, patients, doctors, politicians and industry representatives all agree, health is not a commodity that can be bought cheaply. CEO of the pharmaceutical company Altana, Schweikart, TSP August 7, 03. A good health industry location must also be financially strong. Schweikart rewards efforts in this regard with loyalty. After all, we are not traitors to our country. FAZ July 26, 03. Another economically relevant aspect of social policy is expressed in the creation and standardization of needs. The doctor, as the person authorized to decide on incapacity for work, asserts norms of what is understood by health as normal metabolism. It was only after an understanding of illness as a deviation from the norm became established that a healthcare industry was able to emerge to address this deviation. The curative offers are originally capitalist products. With the introduction of health insurance, the economization of the medical profession also began. In 1899, a committee of the Prussian Medical Association stated, by far the largest proportion of the members of the health and accident insurance funds now receiving medical treatment had hardly ever consulted a doctor in the past without suffering permanent damage to their health as a result. Florian Tenstedt, Sozialgeschichte der Sozialpolitik in Deutschland, 1981, p. 173f. Until the First World War, doctors prevailed in competition on the free medical market by acting as agents of medical progress brought about by the pharmaceutical industry and medical technology. This happened regardless of individual ability, but was due to a high degree of organization, which helped to politicize medical interests by claiming to stand up for the common good and against curing. France used to be home to science-oriented medicine, which was dedicated to researching natural defects, while in Germany, which was catching up, holistic medicine, which was against what could be researched and learned, which focused on the whole person and thus linked illness to individual lifestyles, was predominant. However, if illness is the result of a wrongly led life or a lack of grace, the search for a healthy life is tantamount to the search for the right life. Illness is then the revenge of the higher power of nature on the individual who has lived unhealthily, while, conversely, health-conscious behavior means right living in harmony with nature. Accordingly, there is no area of society for which this criterion of right living could not serve as a guideline. Theologically based morality is thus replaced by health as nature's choice of grace that can be personally influenced. In the 20th century, health as a value played a similar role to morality in the previous century. Biologism, which was exclusively dedicated to remedying natural defects, corresponded to a more proletarian relationship to the body, in which the work performed left its mark on the physical appearance and was also self-consciously displayed. This attitude has been replaced by an alternative, holistic and psychosomatically oriented understanding of health. Here, all manifestations of body and mind, whether pleasure or work, are subject to the criterion of health. Wholeness means nothing other than the total, unrestrained disciplining of one's own body, regardless of whether it is exercised independently or as a result of external pressure. Health is no longer seen as a prerequisite for a good life, but as its purpose, which means nothing other than an obligation to be healthy. The fact that violations of this, such as adventure tours, bungee jumping or tattoos, are also recognized as an expression of experiencing limits and coping with the risks involved only confirms this finding. How real life is taking the place of former social democratic equality efforts is also evident in the new significance of health prevention programs. In May, a Forum for Prevention and Health Promotion, encompassing all players in health policy, was set up in Berlin by the Minister of Health to help further develop prevention from the health policy debate as a task for society as a whole. Minister Schmidt, Deutsches Arzteblatt, June 6, 03, p.b. 1309. According to a ministry representative, the aim is to create a social movement as a motor of prevention, which should focus in particular on social hotspots, which are seen as obstacles on the way to the right life. Those who become ill are those who have too little money to live health consciously. Health education instead of material relief against increasing poverty and unemployment sums up this focus. In view of curative medicine, which comes to an end with chronic illnesses, in view of genetic risk assessments and health education that begins at birth, health is no longer understood as the absence of illness. The scientific branch of medicine is also gaining more and more preventative functions through prognostics. For example, in prenatal diagnostics, the norm of the right to a healthy child has long since prevailed. The knowledge of gene-dependent dispositions for diseases is then set against a risk of non-treatment and a risk of treatment, between which a decision must be made without individual reference. Health propaganda and the debate on norms and ethics merge seamlessly. Instead of participation in medical progress, a critical distance from medical omnipotence and apparatus medicine becomes the accepted guiding principle. The fear that has always been inscribed in medical treatment releases images that range from that of the SS doctor experimenting on people to the popular image of a medical machine that only needs the body for utilization as a pretext for its functioning. In them, the image of the omnipotent Leviathan appears as a horror vision that helps to legitimize the exclusion of medical treatment as a humane act. At the same time, however, uncritical mistrust of the pharmaceutical industry is growing, which, unlike the funeral industry, would have no objection to the realization of the dream of eternal youth. Market saturation is alien to medicine because the supply of medical services is as limitless as the demand for them is insatiable. Because the market does not regulate medical treatment of its own accord, it must be imposed by a consensus on the right way to live and die, a project that socialists in particular can warm to, as Gerlef Gleis makes clear in the Sozialistische Zeitung, SOS 25.401, but anyone who uncritically submits to the prevailing ideal of beauty, the cult of youth and the delusion of self-realization, who has succumbed to the illusions of immortality and an existence free of suffering, nourished by visions of genetic engineering ready for any intervention in genetic material, will hardly succeed in dying serenely. Those who have aspirations and hopes will not die serenely. Just as the public propagates serene dying, gliding over, an ideal of death in which life becomes a preparation for death, the SOS socialist demands that old people should be realistic. They should consent or at least submit instead of resisting the imposition of death. The wrong life, with the cult of youth and the delusion of self-realization, seems to prevent people from dying properly. It is at this point that the rationing of medical care reaches its ultimate consequence, because it does not always have an immediate and direct effect on survival, but on the quality of life in the face of increasing disabilities and impediments. By making life even more miserable for the individual, the willingness to consent to the end is encouraged, as the elderly are declared to be already dying. Death is then merely the conclusion of this process. Even the idea of death as salvation still seems almost humane, as it still conveys the idea of agony in dying as a hardship. But here too, peace and tranquility are promised as a consequence of death. But as long as some kind of esoteric meaning is forced upon the fact and process of dying in such an obscene way, there will be no humane dying. Redemption from life as suffering, for all the blessings of pain therapy, is not death as the victory of suffering, but the abolition of conditions in which such a victory of suffering before death is possible, i.e. revolution. Illnesses not only indicate the failure to meet the demands of health, but also the failure to function without symptoms, and death at the right time also stands for this. The prevailing idea of what is an appropriate death is propagated as a norm, which is no longer decreed, but which each individual should voluntarily enforce on themselves. Self-determination is the key word for the norm of the right death into which the right life passes. For example, the German Society for Humane Dying, Deutsche Gesellschaft für Humanes Sterben e.V., which advocated self-determination in its statement on Human Rights Day on December 10, 2000 as follows: "It is possible that in 50 or 100 years' time, later generations will ask, how could you have allowed the human right to a self-determined own death to be trampled underfoot for so long? Every animal, however, is already granted mercy killing today. Patients should be able to achieve the self-determination that they were denied before death when they are dying, when it comes to terminating treatment. The individual fear of pain, of loss of consciousness and insanity, of loss of dignity, of being at the mercy of what is commonly referred to as apparatus medicine, makes patients sympathize with advanced consent to death. Naturally, this fear is stoked to the best of one's ability in order to impress upon the individual that they should act in a self-determined manner while there is still time. A living will should be filled out while the person is not yet incapable of making a decision, i.e. in a state in which they are still making decisions about their own death based on standardized ideas. In this way, the idea of dignity of the healthy person and their standard of hygiene is already decreed for themselves as the future sick or terminally ill person. Yet the individual should be strengthened in his knowledge that even in the process of dying, dignity cannot be lost. Instead, the prospective patient is promised respect and dignity in hospices that claim to remove the taboo on death, but in reality organize nothing other than an orderly and strictly regulated death. In Switzerland, assisted dying has already become an institution. There, the medical professional organizations initially did not want to take any measures leading to death. However, after lay organizations called exit or suicide assistance became active, more and more doctors agreed to therapeutic killing. A guideline published in June by the Swiss Academy of Medical Sciences obliges all doctors working in hospitals, nursing homes and hospices and recommends that nursing staff and psychologists actively participate in preparations for assisted suicide. The staff of a long-term care institution should not be involved in the preparation and execution of euthanasia out of consideration for the other residents. In the directive, such interventions are no longer even justified on the grounds of patient welfare, but are instead urged on the basis of demographics. The directive also directly addresses the fact that the wish to die could be brought about in the first place by inappropriate care and treatment. CFSZ July 28, 03. Such openness in deriving euthanasia from the state of the care and treatment system is not yet common in Germany and means the explicit rededication of the healthcare system as a death factory. The conditions in nursing homes are often already such that any way out of them must seem right to patients. Some hospices only accept patients into their care facilities if they undertake not to allow any more delaying medical interventions. An escape from the lack of care is then only possible with consent to death. Although this is not yet the case in Germany, the course has been set. The health reform brings to the surface the dual nature of welfare state care. It treats the people subject to it as objects that can either be endured or killed, depending on the situation. To the same extent that the old-style welfare state is disappearing, it is also coming to an end, through the work of an esoteric, social pedagogical lobby that has long preceded state directives in a grassroots democratic manner, thus freeing the state from the onerous task of killing through private initiative. The necessary conclusion that Marcuse drew in 1941 from this analysis of a superficial commitment to the common good, which in fact only bundles the asocial impulses of the measured narcissism, and thus the only possible program to bring German conditions to the level of criticism at all, and thus to work towards an actual interruption of German continuity, he outlines as follows. If the controlled and manipulated people were freed from their atomized individuality and followed their needs, the desires and abilities that lie beyond the reach of rewarded behavior, they would not unite into masses, but would join together in militant groups that would destroy the illusion of the racial community. This did not happen in the FRG, and certainly not in the GDR, nor was it even seriously considered. What the Nazis called racial community was instead just simply relabeled. The illusion has remained the very real thing for Germans. This is why the social question, a term that the status solution to the crisis already carries with it, cannot be asked, even though protest would be urgently needed without evoking the same crisis solution program. What can be affirmed, accepted, or criticized as the dissolution of Fordist working conditions automatically evokes a longing for the original and the secondary Volksgemeinschaft. Consciously or unconsciously, National Socialism is the reference point of democracy. Quote, end. It is exasperating. The Hartz IV person outlined by Siemens is also the one who is outraged by Hartz IV. The formulas of protest, insofar as they go beyond general grumbling at all, are exactly those in which the racket competition within the primary Volksgemeinschaft was fought out. The Germans' constant grumbling about individual, golden pheasants, within the Nazi Party was in fact anything but an indication of non-loyalty, but rather a call for this very party to become even more folksy. To function even more as a vehicle of collective social impulses. Finally, anti-Semitism bundles these impulses and becomes the general denominator of what Adorno calls system-conform idiosyncrasies. As staunchly anti-plutocratic as they are, they seek an arrangement with de facto rule, which consists of the latter in turn unleashing the masses on a merely imagined Jewish world domination. This mechanism is still in force. Anti-plutocratism has the bigwigs in its sights in precisely that Nazi optic, which in reality only urges them to be rewarded with the release storm on the Jewish quarters, the staging of the Mannesmann trial, like the weeks-long Bild campaign. They really deserve that. Speak a clear language. Only the Jewish quarter is no longer there and Israel is out of reach. But at least it becomes, with almost nightmarish certainty, an anti-Hartz valve in journalistic form. Not only the Sacred Heart socialist Blum, former Minister of Labor, gave his reasons for appearing at an attack/DGB demo 2 days later under the headline, Why I Am Fighting Sharon, Rheinischer Merkur, on January 1, 04, nor did Hartz IV on 10.7.04, the day after its final adoption, but the evil Israel, Fr. Uncourt condemns Israel's barrier, Taz, The Hague, the wall must go, SZ, Israel's barrier breaks international law, and Junge Welt, only the USA is helping to build the wall. It is truly despairing. If only it would come to pass that instead of the usual masses, militant groups would unite to destroy the illusion of the racial community, as Marcuse had hoped, people would love to join them. What a wonderful idea it would be to witness a demonstration at which Hartz IV in its German social democratic continuity would be denounced not with but against Verdi, or if a group of young unemployed people were to demand the abolition of the civil service and the end of the generational isolation of the first labor market. But unfortunately there is just as little evidence of this as there is of the UN General Assembly condemning Arab hatred of Jews just once. The fact that in many East German newspapers there is no such conspicuous compensation of Hartz IV by Israel baiting is probably not a sign of a better attitude. It can be assumed that such agitation no longer provides any particular emotional compensation in the East, where rabid, ethnic anti-Zionism has always come as a bonus from the somewhat poorer, but all the more total supervision and supply state, unlike in the superficially westernized FRG. Marx certainly could not have imagined that the German ideology would celebrate its joyous beginnings in much more exoteric garb than that of the social democratic Bolshevik functionaries, that the very narrow-mindedness that was so obviously behind the bourgeois development that had inscribed itself in this ideology, putting the people's spirit, incorporated in the state in place of class consciousness, predestined it to channel anti-bourgeois resentment to this day. To illustrate this, there is no need to refer to forgotten masterminds such as Bauer or Grun, because Gregor Strasser, Mao Zedong, and all the other ideologues of the Third Reich and the Third World had long since followed in their footsteps. The latter became the fountain of youth from which the movement that gave itself the attribute New Left drew in the 1960s. It was to be given the task of working out the folkish culturalist foundation of statism in all its hideousness. Marx had already noted this implication of the latest form of German ideology in the old one and criticized it in a way that is as relevant today as it was 160 years ago. We have seen again in this essay, i.e. Hermann Semig's Communism, Socialism, Humanism, of 1845, what a narrow-minded national outlook underlies the pretended universalism and cosmopolitanism of the Germans. This airy realm of dreams, the realm of the essence of man, the Germans hold up to the other nations with tremendous self-confidence as the completion and purpose of all world history. In every field they regard their reveries as the final judgment on the deeds of the other nations, and because everywhere they are only onlookers and afterthoughts, they believe they are called to sit in judgment on all the world and to let all history reach its final conclusion in Germany. We have already seen several times that this pompous and exuberant national arrogance corresponds to a very petty, miserable, and workmanlike practice. If national bigotry is disgusting everywhere, it is especially disgusting in Germany, because it is held up against the illusion of being above nationality and above all real interests by those nationalities which openly admit their national bigotry and their reliance on real interests. MEW 3, 457F. The thought that exhausts itself and the world, i.e. the absolute subject, is the basis of the dream realms of all German ideologists. This German science, Marx, is indeed a reflection of backwardness, but at the same time it is also a potential attack on reality. This doctrinaire teaching is based on a behavioral pattern of absolute ruthlessness against the objections of reason and self-preservation and a lack of concern for the consequences of one's own actions, the world as the will and imagination of the German ideologue. A state of mind that still forms the basis of every German way and every model Germany, as recently relaunched by Generation 68 in the SPD. At the same time, social democracy has thus distanced itself most clearly in its history from the country whose conditions Marx and Engels had often called for, most recently in his Critique of the Gotha Program, instead of the idiotic Free People's State as a minimum goal, the United States of America. The fact that the aversion to the rootless and superficial North Americans, already preformulated in the same Semig essay in 1845, was also the basic ideological trait of the New Left that has persisted to this day, which in turn was so enthusiastic about the unleashed essay state of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, fits into the picture. The New Left thus proved to be the executor and radicalizer of social democratism in one. The classic SPD mission had come to its logical but also financial end with the quasi-publicization of skilled workers and small salaried employees at the end of the 1960s and beginning of the 1970s. However, this also marked the end of classic emancipation statism, and the contradiction between emancipation and the budget inherent in its concept came to the fore. Until then, this emancipation statism had formed the core of what people had been used to describing as progressive until 1973, the year of the so-called oil crisis, state compensation measures against actual social disadvantages. The subsequent crisis statism increasingly took on its present form, which is becoming more and more clearly recognizable in the age of Hartz IV, the form of an actual generational struggle in which both sides are organized in gangs, some in the GEW, others in the gang. At the beginning of the permanent crisis in the budgets of the People's State, the young bureaucracy of 68 had once again made use of a vastly expanded emancipation budget, very prominently in education and social services, which ensured double-digit annual job growth rates in the public sector. These newly created duodecade universities and social projects became the reception centers for those who were no longer to be accepted in the long term and who thus became mere administrative material for the same bureaucracy of 68. While the type of academic cab driver that emerged from this pseudo-education and pseudo-supervision, in the better case and sub-proletarian temporary workers in the worse, was still an almost picturesque phenomenon that even managed to make ends meet to some extent in the old pre-89 FRG, the situation in the corresponding neighborhoods, be it in Berlin-Neukölln or Halle-Neustadt, became more dramatic with each new generation from 1990 at the latest. Their residents, especially the young ones, have no chance on the cartelized job market and, on top of that, because they come from the socialist school, be it the 68 West or FDJ East brand, they often have hardly the most basic skills. This, admittedly brief, description of the situation is likely to reveal points of attack for anti-German criticism in the coming years. A prominent role will be played here by the phenomenon that the left-wing bureaucracy can still harness the precarious and unemployed for its purposes because they are stupid and German enough to demonstrate for the preservation of the welfare state, in its current state of all things. Where this absurd alliance might become fragile under the impact of the devastating reality, the left-wing bureaucrats and their errand boys in the left-wing circle, who believe themselves to be class-conscious, rely on the pulling power of the more immaterial traits of the German ideology, old European cultural arrogance, anti-liberalism, anti-Americanism and the invocation of archaic community and family economy, incidentally also in practical, social work, in the middle of Berlin's inner city. All the old shit, as Marx so aptly describes the pre-bourgeois state of mind in the Feuerbach chapter of German Ideology. What follows from this? First of all, that one can in good conscience dispense with any hint of loyalty to anything that calls itself left-wing today. Indeed, one must do so if one wants to be able and willing to actually call those who cultivate what is German by name without restraint. At the same time, this defines an essential task, to help break the spell that the elitist promise exerts in Germany, also and especially on its losers. In other words, to agitate for precarious and unemployed people to first of all reflect on their own interests and realize that the state trade unions of the FRG are just as much their enemies as the friendly Social Democrats in Potsdam who want to extract €20 more hearts for their electorate, an electorate that the same Philistines employ in their state-owned employment companies for €1. And to campaign against the fact that civil servant sociology professors are allowed to use social democratic prose to promote the pink labor service in the social sector and thus act as a kind of leader of the unemployed. What we will also have to get used to in principle is the fact that things are likely to be quite prosaic in the near future, because we will no longer have the real movement of conditions at our side. The real movement is rather the one we have to stop. For the time being, therefore, betting on the growth of revolutionary aspirations has given way to hoping for a reasonable election result in the USA. It goes without saying that having to rely on the pragmatic neoconservative Bush instead of long-haired and bearded guerrillas when it comes to overthrowing at least the worst butcher regimes is a serious sacrifice for one's own subcultural revolutionary self-image. If the left, as it presents itself today after 200 years of German ideology, is the enemy, to whom should criticism be addressed? Certainly not to a bourgeois public, which does not exist as such in Germany. Criticism is always directed at the enemy. So the real hostility to the system in Germany must be set against the apparent and presumed hostility of the nationalized left. This is directed against a merely imaginary liberalization and westernization, desirable developments that have had at most a rudimentary effect here in Germany, while what is German, a system of capitalist anti-capitalism, collectivist asociality, racket rule disguised as a welfare state, should be confronted with relentless criticism. For Marx's demand from pre-March times to turn Germans into human beings, at least in the bourgeois sense, has remained unfulfilled. Without the criticism of the then contemporary preachers of socialism, the church fathers of German ideology, which was practiced in the name of this demand, capital could probably never have been written. Only reflection on the world market makes a radical concept of abstract labor possible, with which no one can delude themselves that concrete labor could somehow be preserved in the substance of value and therefore exchanged for one another in a just way. If only the greed for profit were not so great, or there were no finance capital or digitalization, or at least their corporations were nationalized. A critique that develops this radical concept is thus by no means directed against the commitment to higher wages, shorter working hours, better working conditions, health system benefits, etc., i.e. attempts to break the social partnership between trade unions and the state. All the more reason to criticize an ideology that wants to see the prosperity of the people politically generalized, namely as the salvation or restoration of the welfare state, which could triumph over the world market. For it is no coincidence that the achievements of the welfare state as we know it are among the results of the German war of extermination, which, driven by hatred of the Jews, had already almost completely realized the destructive potential of capital. This potential, which has not stopped growing, can in fact only be realized again if the world market that allows it to grow breaks up. Since the First World War, every disaster policy has relied on the breakup of the world market, and this is what the anti-Semitic delusion hopes for. It is therefore worth remembering a minimum standard: only those socio-political initiatives that feel decidedly committed to the West can be trusted. Since the constant nagging of the East Germans, who are firmly linked to the Russians through their cult of victimhood, is avowedly opposed to such a claim. Expressions of sympathy are out of the question. While the ideologues of capital in Austria categorically reject tax cuts that do not benefit their clientele alone and celebrate higher prices on energy as a means of controlling climate protection, the last Keynesians are trying to put out the fire of inflation with gasoline from supposedly consumption-increasing investment programs. However, in capitalist societies, wealth does not come from the printing presses of national banks, but from the production of goods and the exploitation of workers. In the 1970s, prices rose in response to the downward trend in the rate of profit, which pushed Keynesianism to its limits. Indirectly, this was intended to reduce the value of the commodity of labor power in relation to constant capital in order to remedy the investment squeeze companies were experiencing at the time, which always occurs when the mass of profits, which may even be rising, is exceeded by the amount of new investment required to operate profitably according to capitalist standards. Industrial action and wage demands were the reaction in those countries where the working class was strong and organized. The outsourcing of production, the destruction of the working class in Great Britain and the creeping end of the post-war compromise between labor and capital in Austria were the result of these class struggles, which are interpreted on the left as nothing more than a conspiracy by neoliberal ideologues. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall and thus the melting away of capitalist wealth did not come to an end, but it was postponed. Real wages stagnated, the deregulated stock markets were supposed to provide enough money for investment. Periodic crises culminated in the financial crisis of 2007-08. To the applause of left-wing intellectuals with sympathies for technocratic rule, who hoped for social, political and ecological steering effects, the time had come for central banks, whose Keynesian zero-interest rate policy seemingly ensured the flow of money for entrepreneurs' investments. What had already been foreshadowed in 2019 accelerated in the COVID crisis and grew into an economic crisis, the most obvious manifestation of which is inflation. Crisis. By last fall, this term had lost much of the dark allure it had possessed in the first years after the collapse of real existing socialism. The fear that had gripped the limbs of the non-fiction reading class that the sinecures or at least securities guaranteed by the People's State could soon be gone in the West as well, subsided when it became clear that this time it would primarily affect the hopeless young people of the suburbs and the zone. Robert Kurz's crisis eschatology, which had made it into the Spiegel charts, disappeared all the deeper into oblivion the more readers realized that they had mistaken the permanent ailing of the German model for the end of the world, and that the erosion of this model could very well be prolonged, at least as long as flourishing exports will compensate for the weak domestic purchasing power, which is due to the ever-increasing exclusion of entire segments of the population. This is a chronic weakness in purchasing power, which cannot be countered with wage increases precisely because it results primarily from the immense dead costs that lie on net wages, with the inevitable consequence of millions of people being excluded from regular employment. This very specific crisis of the German and also the French model, i.e. the crisis of a status model of crisis prevention, plays just as little a role in the Marxist crisis debates that have now flared up again as it did in the last crisis cycle. The German ideology of all-encompassing, state-mediated regulation by the labor front or collective bargaining parties, keyword, self-administration of pension, health and social insurance schemes, is sacrosanct, especially among those who now want to score political points with the crisis, so that even the fundamental critics do not think of addressing this regulation when they talk about crisis. The old left-wing German disease of becoming principled where the difference matters, and conversely wanting to differentiate where the principle is concerned, is also rampant here. Instead of taking analytical account of the special circumstances, which Marx never tired of pointing out in Capital, we immediately went to extremes, then as now. The melting substance of value or the final blockade of exploitation continue to make us dream of medium to long-term prospects of overcoming them. In order to maintain this illusion, we must not look too closely, and instead of analyzing the permanent crisis and its escalations of the racket state of permanent crisis prevention, we prefer to rant about an ecologically greened crisis of humanity, as a certain Julian Beerworth did for Croesus. A system crisis in this sense could therefore certainly be described as a fundamental crisis. Not only in the field of economics, but far beyond that, social institutions and ideas would be affected by it. The way out of this crisis would then not be a carefully planned form of politics, with which the whole thing could then be organized a little more efficiently and a little more socially. Instead, humanity is faced with the choice between emancipation and barbarism. In this sense, the systemic crisis also harbors the danger of mutating into an even more profound crisis of humanity. The fact that the choice between emancipation and barbarism in the form of the people's state has long since been decided, and that any resulting idea of overcoming the crisis will necessarily be as panicky as it is authoritarian, does not come into focus where the crucial fact is denied that what is sold as emancipation holds even worse barbarism in store. And that borders on the reprehensible, because the desire that the crisis is actualizing is not one for change. Rather, it is the desire for harmony, for clear order and the final abolition of freedom, or rather its still existing surrogates, which are therefore as necessary as the air we breathe. The authoritarian longing for the abolition of crisis, on the other hand, is a fundamentally eliminatory desire. This desire ultimately seeks its fulfillment only within the framework of an apparatus of crisis prevention that is going mad in itself. The permanence of the crisis of the authoritarian state is precisely the opposite of the cyclical crisis of the high bourgeois era. If this cyclical crisis disturbed a liberal individual who believed in the free play of forces and the resulting common good, the permanent crisis has the collective of anti-liberal state worshippers searching for the troublemakers. They are looking for the spirit that always denies and want to render it harmless. This is the basic trait of crisis awareness, which should neither be used nor even demanded or promoted, but rather be the subject of criticism. And not only in Venezuela, where we can clearly see that the crisis of the authoritarian state always leads to the devastation of synagogues, and that the Jews must ultimately, that is, when the conceptual shells such as speculator, grasshopper, imperialist have become transparent, still embody the opponent of the people's state, whether they like it or not. This necessary connection between the actually existing crisis consciousness and anti-Semitism seems to be incomprehensible to the uninfluential left-wing radicals, who under normal circumstances hardly ever bring their hard-earned knowledge to the public, even if the crisis does not deny it completely, but only plays it down. Every tirade against the locusts and every hymn of praise for state intervention always leads the revolutionaries on the siding to expect the miraculous resurrection of the revolutionary proletariat, or at least the appearance of a suitable successor. These left-wing radicals are still hoping for the crisis in the same way that many Germans once hoped for the Führer's miracle weapons, with a mixture of vindictiveness against a world that does not want to be modeled on their own ideas and the credo quia absurdum that an apocalyptic purification could take hold of the masses and sweep them up in their wake. You can sense the tense anticipation and hectic activity when you read how a major demonstration is being prepared under the slogan, "We won't pay for your crisis." According to Jungle World on January 22, 2009, a social struggles group, initiated by the Alliance of Trade Unions, ATTACK, the interventionist left and various other groups, is getting the ball rolling. The big demonstration with the aforementioned moronic motto was supposed to take place on March 28. The intervention window will not be open for much longer, which is why a crisis definition that can be communicated to the media is needed quickly, the organizer said. The somewhat smarter ones among those hoping to get back into the political business with the crisis are coming up with the overaccumulation thesis, while the more honest ones are focusing on the third way and creative capital, i.e. moderate capitalism with fair wages. Of course, those on the overproduction front are smarter and have paid more attention to the capital course. However, this also makes them less realistic than their moderate opponents. The friends of a rigid and inhibited capitalism may produce German ideology of distinction, but the stupidity it expresses has its rightful place in a stupid reality. After all, we are no longer dealing with capitalism, which was once boundless and overstepped every boundary, and which had its historical justification precisely when this boundlessness could have prepared the ground for an association of free people. But where only capital itself still represents its own limit and has remained in this state since around 1870, capital has become the real commonwealth instead of a social relationship, i.e. the de facto social nature. The friends of the right measure have at least affirmatively noted this politically arbitrary and socially stationary character of late capitalism. With this slogan, they reveal that they have a very practical idea of the way in which wages, or rather tariffs, are determined since the increasingly fixed character of capital replaced the law of value, mind you, not its value character, with the primacy of politics and thus gave the crisis a completely different meaning. But it is precisely this that is ignored by those who have stuck their noses into capital, but tend to forget that this work is a critique of political economy. And just as the road to ruin is usually paved with good intentions, so it is with Marx quotes in a Coney Island text on the final crisis, which is used as an example. The authors quickly come to the conclusion that microelectronics is finally the productive force that sets the final limit to capitalism, a theory of crisis appropriate to today's conditions. We read there, has to focus on the melting away of the substance of value as a result of microelectronic rationalization processes. We have Marx as a witness to the resulting collapse. He himself said that, as soon as labor in its immediate form has ceased to be the great source of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be the measure and therefore exchange value, the measure, of use value. The surplus labor of the masses has ceased to be the condition of general wealth. Thus production resting on exchange value collapses. Those who have not heard the last shot should not speak of doomsday, one would like to say with such a short-sighted Marxian recourse. For it is impossible in principle to draw immediate political conclusions from the value form, an undertaking that is almost as nonsensical as trying to read the future from entrails. Furthermore, this crude expectation of crisis ignores significant, special circumstances, as Marx always calls them, such as the fact that the expansion of the value share of constant capital in recent decades has been compensated for by its unimagined wealthification. This is because the now more effective mechatronic production process is also relatively cheaper than the former mechanical one. The fact that an exorbitantly growing transportation system has now ensured that regional and, even more so, global differences in living standards and production costs have been and are being used to reduce the costs of maintaining the collective of the superfluous, which we can all consider ourselves to be without illusion, and will continue to do so, also remains unreflected. In other words, there has also been a cheapening of the maintenance costs of variable capital. Both are powerful factors that counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. But these are not my main objections, because they also say nothing about the most important aspect of the crisis, the epochal change that capitalism underwent during the transition from the bourgeois to the statist phase. This transition describes the transformation of the crisis as an initially cyclical objection to the law of value, as the despotic governor of historical reason, into a permanent state of political irrationality of potentially murderous proportions. You can see this for yourself every day, especially in Eastern Germany, but the crisis theorist thinks he can reassure himself with Marx and quotes from Capital. The capital relationship thus collapses due to internal contradictions. The true barrier to capitalist production is capital itself, is this, that capital and its self-exploitation appear as the starting point and end point, as the motive and purpose of production. However, this point in time, at which capital and its self-exploitation are purpose and motive, alpha and omega, is by no means the moment of the final collapse, but rather the definition that has been valid for late capitalism for almost 140 years. Because at a certain point capital can no longer tolerate the crisis as an objection of reason, can no longer do so economically and at the same time no longer has to politically, at the moment when we enter the era of the interventionist state, which is not without reason the highest aspiration of the labor movement, capital emancipates itself from itself, becomes tautological to the point of organized anti-capitalism, value, which has constituted itself into a real commonwealth at the price of itself, i.e. the function of abstract mediation and equalization beyond individual arbitrariness, tautologically sets as its use value everything that benefits its posthumous self-preservation. Capitalism preserves itself posthumously, i.e. after its logical death, and that means as something other than what it was before, albeit still with money and law. It may not have suspended its contradictions, but it has had an enlightening effect. Capital no longer appears as a fragmentary struggle of individuals, but as a real community, and thus as a comprehensive, seemingly objective principle of regulation, embodied in the institutions of the people's state. Crisis phenomena can now only be sabotage, and occasionally shrinking margins tickle the desire to hunt down the saboteurs, who resemble caricatures of the liberal era of capitalism for a reason. Only a modern-style German welfare state could thus lapse into the idea of a final solution. 2 world wars and a Shoah later, it should be self-evident to recognize this change in the function of crisis. But, as we have seen, it is not. Some have reinterpreted the corresponding insight to mean that the end of liberal capitalism would mean authoritarian harmony. Critical theory rather points out that the crises have lost their character as an objection of reason. In 1873, Marx still hoped for the crisis in the preface to Capital, that the coming founding crisis would, through the all-sidedness of its scene, as well as the intensity of its effect, even instill dialectics in the lucky ones of the new Holy Prussian-German Empire. A vain hope even then. Since then, the crisis has overtaken rulers and the ruled like drought or other natural phenomena overcame the ancients, but with the difference that, unlike those times, they really do occur without any necessity, but also provoke panicky incantations and banishing rituals. The flourishing of esotericism throughout the 20th century is probably due to this kind of self-emasculation. It is the necessary side effect of what is often referred to as de-ideologization. It sets in precisely where capital, as in Marx's previously cited prognosis, has cashed in on any overarching purpose and set itself as the end and goal, or, to put it philosophically, where the particular becomes total, the untrue becomes the whole, or, more simply, the imbecile becomes the unquestionable. The continued existence of capital beyond its logical death deprives labor of any transcending meaning. It is just as superfluous as politically organized capital as a real community, and just as compelling. Port aptly noted, in the modern job creation and crisis management programs, through which the capitalist economy emancipates itself from the law of value, which would destroy it, labor is reduced to its trivial use value. The arbitrariness of the rulers who order it turns it into slave labor. Crisis is no longer the moment at which one could recognize that another, unintended purpose could be inherent in capital, namely the development of generic forces that come into conflict with the limitations of their capital form of existence. Rather, crisis is the permanent state of capital when it has unfolded into a system of seemingly objective self-purposefulness. Its internal, logical contradictions are by no means resolved, but they degenerate, as I said, into a kind of natural process whose attempts at taming take place in an equally naturally rampant, bureaucratic state of nature. It was this state of nature, towards which the crisis prevention state with its sheer boundless bureaucratization inevitably developed, to which Horkheimer's reflections on the authoritarian state were directed. It is therefore not the abolition of the crisis by the state, as some critics reproachfully assumed, that is the subject of critical theory, but rather its perpetuation by the state of rackets. Crisis theory would therefore have to be fundamentally a critique of the state, namely a critique of a very specific state, that of the social mandate, that of balancing interest groups, a critique of the particularly well-meaning state, the state of permanent crisis prevention, because it is the counter-sovereign, as Manfred Dahlmann has described it, or, with the same intention, Gerhard Scheidt as the modern behemoth. Max Horkheimer described this counter-sovereign as the authoritarian state, which regulates the development of the productive forces as far as possible and segregates the owners of labor power, who have sunk from being the providers of the ruling classes to being the objects of the ruling cliques. Horkheimer defines this state, which emerges from the dark alliance of Bismarck and Lassalle, as well as from the continuity from Robespierre to Louis Bonaparte, as follows: the state remains absurd. Admittedly, the shackling of the productive forces is now understood as a condition of domination and exercised with awareness. The fact that it differentiates economically between the classes of the ruled, be it between commoners and skilled workers or the sexes or the races, is part of the catechism of the authoritarian art of governing. In essence, this dubious art consists of transferring what the market once more or less blindly took care of into the political calculations of a state that, far removed from Max Weber's idea of a Prussian-style puritanical and rigid enforcement apparatus, instead pursues the integration of and balancing between interest groups, at least insofar as it depends on their support and whose functionaries and clientele it must therefore provide for. Bismarck himself gave the extremely instructive justification for the introduction of statutory health insurance in 1883, which, however, could only really develop its nature when it became an apparatus of clique care by the state for primarily trade union, but also other association functionaries, especially after the First World War in the course of so-called self-administration. In retrospect, Bismarck said, "My idea was to win over the working classes, or should I say bribe them, to regard the state as a social institution that exists for their sake and wants to provide for their welfare. Those who are excluded from these working classes pay the bill." Today, the segregating nature of crisis prevention in the racket state is more evident than at any time since 1945, through the exclusion of those who did not enter the gross, not net, high-wage machinery in time or by foregoing their youth and agonizing job castings, internships. The absurd contradiction of financing the cash register systems through so-called non-wage labor costs is progressing dynamically and inexorably. The fewer such jobs that can still be financed, the more expensive the remaining ones become. The more expensive they become, the fewer there are as a result, the more expensive the remaining ones become, and so on and so forth. This vicious circle is therefore unstoppable, not because advertising materials are dwindling, but because the current form of posthumous self-preservation of capitalism relies precisely on the cooperation of semi-governmental rackets such as trade unions and employers' associations. These in turn finance themselves and their apparatuses precisely through the system in which state-enforced contributions flow into the self-administration of the health insurance funds. The consequences are clearly visible and affect, at least indirectly, almost everyone. Over the years, the volume of flexible temporary and agency work has increased in regions that are still prospering in terms of exports, and thus the only labor force that is actually still i.e. variable. The number of economically stillborn young people in the regions left behind, young people who never get the chance to free themselves from the alimentation of the state, family, and ethnic rackets, and who either get stuck in the staged second and third labor market and or sink straight into the ghetto and uncle economy, has risen perhaps even more steeply. In some districts of the now deindustrialized Berlin, every second person under the age of 30 is condemned to such a zombie existence. But this is not a topic for crisis theory, even though everyday life is determined by this form of crisis management. All research into youth sociology in recent years has shown that two completely divergent tendencies dominate. There are the bores, i.e. the better-off part of the up-and-coming generation, who are so bland because they are desperately struggling to achieve quasi-public employment according to old German employment contract law, and to this end stumble from one club to the next course and into internships during the vacations. On the other hand, there are the forgotten ones, who are only able to reenact the everyday life of grammar school pupils in TV casting dreams and otherwise simply fall out of the accepted world and literally fall into neglect in the heart of darkness, but even in their gangs still imitate the recipes of those in power, without realizing it. For it is also cliques that set this absurd, highly crisis-ridden system of crisis prevention in motion and that prey on it. Cliques are the genuine organizational form of the bureaucratic state of nature. They correspond roughly to the packs of the first nature and stand in marked contrast to the individual in the emerging phase of capitalism. It is no coincidence that Horkheimer saw the clique as the central sociological term for today's society, a term that essentially corresponds to the racket used earlier. Elsewhere in his later writings, he also explained why: because the system of organized capitalism, which is precisely about no longer subordinating itself to the objective regulation of exchange between individuals in order to no longer have to realize its profit, but rather to be able to organize it, because this system thus reproduces the feudal structures of territorial control, restricted access, violence and customary law on a new scale. Modern associations differ from the traditional camorra in their means, but not in their structures. The economic process brought about the concentration of power in the hands of monopolies, today in a number of rackets in the various industrial, professional and political strata, Horkheimer states dryly. In today's German crisis management, which is organized in a system of funds, primarily in the pension and social security fund, these rackets are hidden behind the inconspicuous word self-administration. For a long time, elected representatives of the insured, mainly trade unionists, have been managing the approximately 200 billion euros in pension contributions each year. As the German pension insurance homepage reveals, they govern their pension insurance provider. It continues. In the meantime, almost a third of the tax money flows into this apparatus, just so that the racket structures, which are legitimized solely by wage contribution financing, do not have to be touched. It is no different with the Federal Employment Agency. 98,000 employees manage a budget volume of 43.7 billion euros. In 2007, the administrative board and administrative committees are primarily staffed by trade unionists and secondarily by representatives of employers' associations. It is therefore quite clear why the catastrophic system of contribution financing is not publicly questioned, and certainly not from the left. But the fact that the critics are so uninterested in how it is sealing itself off from the labor market with tooth and claw is quite remarkable. Of all Western countries, France has the highest youth unemployment and Germany the highest for low-skilled workers. To live under these totally cartelized conditions, but at the same time to completely ignore them and, on top of that, to pretend that we are not on the terrain of political economy, but in the field of pure arithmetic operations without disturbing boundary conditions, is as misguided as it is cowardly. The crisis as we are experiencing it is a crisis of crisis prevention. The rackets that this system has produced should be attacked, and they are of course doing their utmost to conceal and defend their role and are naturally counting on the anti-Semitic effect of the masses, who are being held up to a few locusts. What is particularly exasperating, however, is that the victims of this system do not practice any practical criticism of the state and start with the so-called self-governing pension and social insurance schemes, which are responsible for millions of people thrown onto the human garbage heap. Instead, quite a few of them bleat, "All Jud must die," in German city centers and, if they do, vote for their own slaughters like stupid calves, social democracy and the left party. The losers, on the other hand, who see themselves as Aryan, immediately back those who once again at least hint at the transition from crisis prevention to elimination. In this respect, Austria's young voters have probably left few questions unanswered. First and foremost, this is the crisis that has already lasted 140 years, that those who fear it so much can only imagine and want one alternative, between social democratic crisis prevention or radical fascist crisis elimination. There is no third alternative in Germany. Just like Karl Lauterbach in the coronavirus crisis, Klaus Müller relies on experts in the gas crisis to legitimize his moral teachings. His federal network agency seems to be more interested in dismantling than expanding energy. This is also due to the ideological legacy of the Greens. With chaos on earth you can achieve great order in the land. This maxim of Mao Zedong, which became authoritative during the Chinese Cultural Revolution, seems to be remembered by some Green politicians at the moment. Since its foundation in 1980, the Green Party has been characterized not only by left-wing alternative offshoots of the nationalist nature conservation movement, but also by Maoists who found no place either in the academically dominated New Left or in small socialist parties. In West German K-groups, they had learned revolutionary obedience and contempt for any petty bourgeois attitude. On the other hand, they disliked the bureaucratic sluggishness and reliance on parties as institutions of social change, as found among orthodox socialists and in the DKP. In contrast, the K-groups combined loyalty to the party line and ascetic morality with contemporary skills such as a talent for improvisation, group-compliant initiative and a desire for spontaneous destruction. Gunter Maschke, once a member of the SDS and later a leading figure of the New Right, described the alliance of cadre loyalty and individualism in his 1973 study, Critique de Guerrillero. On the Theory of People's War, published in 1973, with the empathy of the former sympathizer. The best known of the former Green Maoists today is probably Winfried Kretschmann, Minister-President of Baden-Württemberg, whose authoritarian coronavirus course, with which he has even surpassed the Bavarian Protestant Markus Söder over the past 2 years, has shown that he has mastered the socio-psychological re-education of the population. But Reinhard Bütikofer, chairman of the European Green Party, who takes sides against China in the Taiwan conflict and at the same time calls on the European Union to engage in systemic competition with the People's Republic, and Ralph Fuchs, who with his current wife Marie-Héloïse Beck founded the Center for Liberal Modernity, which stands up for the West in the war against Ukraine, were also Maoists in their early days. An examination of the forms that the Maoist character of Green politicians took in their later areas of activity could possibly show that, despite all the contradictions in their later orientation, one motif has persisted: the conviction that political goals cannot be achieved by means of traditional party politics, but rather through the cultural and moral political reorganization of the population. While the responsive members of the ex-Maoist cadre groups later became state-skeptical liberals at best, the tendency towards authoritarian moralizing dominates the green energy policy of the present. In this, Mao's talk of creating order through chaotization is, in a way, belatedly coming into its own. The maxim was aimed at the fact that people must first be deprived of everything they take for granted, that the comforts, cherished habits and harmless everyday routines that are a prerequisite for a pleasant life must be destroyed so that the need for an order that relieves them of responsibility for their lives can grow in the insecure individuals. Today, such authoritarian morals are no longer only applied to education and culture, but also to infrastructure and consumer protection policy. The agency responsible for enforcing this is the Federal Network Agency for Electricity, Gas, Telecommunications, Post and Railway, which was founded in 1998 as the Regulatory Authority for Telecommunications and Post, and has been headed by former Green Party politician Klaus Müller since March 2022. He was born in 1970, which means he is clearly too young to have a Maoist background. This makes it all the more astonishing how much he can hold a candle to the older generation when it comes to authoritarian moralizing. Müller leads a federal authority that has emerged from the state-launched dismantling and privatization of former state-owned companies, the remnants of which are now to be taken back into state control by means of competition control, centralization and networking. However, this is not for the purpose of securing basic infrastructural services for all citizens, but with the aim of morally regulating their everyday behavior. Originating from the Federal Ministry of Telecommunications, the Federal Network Agency is an authority of the Federal Ministry of Economics and Climate Protection and, in addition to regulating telecommunications, has also been responsible for electricity and gas supply since 2005 and for rail infrastructure since 2006. In this respect, its creation is part of the post-reunification history, as a result of which state-operated transport and supply infrastructures were privatized or partially privatized. Deutsche Bahn AG was created in 1994 through the merger of Deutsche Bundesbahn and Deutsche Reichsbahn into a holding company that is wholly owned by the federal government. In 1995, Deutsche Telekom was created through the privatization of the public company Deutsche Bundespost, which has since been joined by other telecommunications providers. Deutsche Post was privatized in 1999 without really breaking up its monopoly. The gas and electricity markets are more liberalized than postal services. Although the Federal Network Agency reports to the Federal Ministry of Economics and Climate Protection, it brings together competencies that were previously divided between the Ministry of Economics, the Ministry of Transport and, in some cases, the Ministry of Justice, Antitrust and Competition Law. By ensuring the competitive and technical control of transport, communication and energy supply networks and guaranteeing non-discriminatory access to them. It combines elements of market liberalism with traditional state tasks in the area of infrastructure policy. In reality, it perpetuates the contradiction between economic liberalism and state interventionism that is characteristic of Germany. By forcing the former monopolists to open up the markets to competitors, it promotes the deregulation of former areas of state economic control. On the other hand, by guaranteeing the continued existence of state regulatory sovereignty over the material infrastructure, which private companies must also use, it ensures, in accordance with the doctrine of the dialectic of chaos and order, that nominally free competition remains subject to state control. The disastrous state of Deutsche Bahn, the almost non-existent customer orientation of the postal service, Germany's lagging behind in digitization, all this is also a consequence of the fact that since the pseudo-liberalization of telecommunications, transport and electricity supply, the areas of responsibility of the market and the state have become hopelessly intertwined instead of being unbundled. There is neither a transparent state regulatory policy nor a truly free market in which what is best for the vast majority of people could prevail according to its own logic. Instead, elements of state control, which is confused with social policy, and elements of state neglect, which is confused with liberalism, coexist. In Germany, morality has always acted as a cement for the contradictions between market and state, which is not seen as the result of free negotiation of conflicting interests, but is imposed by the civil state. It is probably this degradation of morality to a community-building cement that has led Klaus Müller to act almost exclusively as the nation's chief teacher since taking office. He does not comment on the energy crisis, which has been forced by bad decisions, from the perspective of someone who has to mediate between economic constraints and the documented demands of citizens, but as the mouthpiece of gas storage facilities, heaters and shower heads, who speak from him like the virus spoke from Marcus Soter just a year ago, who knew in his gut what Corona would allow or forbid us. From the point of view of the storage levels, I have to say clearly that everyone is called upon to help save gas today. Similar to Karl Lauterbach in the field of health policy, Müller relies on experts instead of his official duty to legitimize his unsolicited moral teachings in the field of supply policy. 1 degree less temperature in the apartment, 2 minutes less in the shower and a critical look at the heating pump at the end of the heating period, and I'm already quite close to the 10% target, he quoted the consumer advocate and energy expert Martin Brandis on Twitter. And in an interview with the Taz newspaper, which journalistically covers up the constitutive contradiction between economic and climate policy no less efficiently than the name of Robert Habeck's ministry, Müller said without blushing, "I believe that the price, with its anti-social harshness, will be the most effective measure to ensure that private households also save gas." The commitment to an anti-social policy as a means of controlling the population through energy policy can hardly be understood in any other way than that, in addition to the upper-class parasites, heated baths and pools, attacked by Habeck, the lower-class parasites are now also to be shown up as irresponsible. The Brandis quote cited by Müller is interesting for another reason. It signals a profound change in the meaning of the concept of consumer protection. Consumer protection as a classic state task, which in Austria, unlike in Germany, is sympathetically still called consumer protection, was originally intended to protect consumers from unlawful manipulation, to enable them to make free purchasing decisions in the limited area of market participation and, conversely, to ensure that competition between providers is as unaffected as possible by state intervention, monopolies and oligopolies. Today, however, the German government seems to understand consumer protection as protecting consumers from themselves. Only the sustainable, climate-friendly, health-conscious citizen who has his ecological footprint as well as global politics in mind every time he turns on the tap is now considered a legitimate consumer. Consumer protection in this sense is moral consumer control and self-protection of the state against the perception of government misconduct. The population will have to be prepared for the fact that the metaphor of the net, which Müller's agency bears in its name, will also be understood by the federal government in terms of realpolitik in the sense of an authoritarian moral concept, not, as has long been the case, as an image for the free movement of goods, opinions and self-interests, which, the more space the state gives them, the more effectively they intertwine, but as a model of a community of voluntary renunciants who expect all the less from their own lives, the less they allow each other. The anticipated idea of a deconstruction of social infrastructure into an archaic, provisional root system is so bleak that hopefully even many of those who invoke it rhetorically do not live by it in their everyday lives. If they do, the sustainable green cultural revolution could very quickly turn out to be a postmodern castle in the air. Federal Transport Minister Volker Wissing, FDP, recently undertook what appears to be his first personal inspection of the railways since taking office. In an interview with ZDF Hoot, he summarized his impressions of the state of Deutsche Bahn as follows: "The infrastructure I found is unsatisfactory in every respect. The rail network needs a general overhaul, and this general overhaul is a matter for the boss. Heavily utilized parts of the rail network should be expanded into a high-performance network, construction measures should be coordinated centrally, and customer friendliness should be improved. I expect that we will be able to set the clock by the railroads again in future," said Wissing in symptomatic illogicality. Shouldn't it be the railroads that keep to the clock rather than the clock keeping to the railroads? The distorted formulation, in which the railroads determine what time it is instead of simply following their own timetable, expresses the ambiguity of the newly discovered customer and citizen orientation in German infrastructure policy. The reason for the revival of public and civic awareness in transport policy after 2 years of almost complete paralysis of public space for the purpose of total virus protection was the €9 ticket for public transport and regional trains introduced at the beginning of June. The punks who are using it to finally get to SYLT cheaply probably know even better than other rail customers that the summer gift to citizens is not an expression of a well-thought-out combination of social and transport policy, but of pure populism. Since the beginning of the corona crisis, the use of local and long-distance transport, which should actually be free to anyone who pays for it without restriction, has been subject to irregular regulations based not on empirical findings but on hypothetical model calculations, some of which, such as the mask requirement, are still in place, and some of which, such as the test requirement, may be reintroduced in the fall. These regulations, which have increasingly become an end in themselves since the epidemiological situation has eased, have become a second infrastructure imposed on citizens by statistical modelers and virologists. The dwindling number of passengers, the loss of staff, and the dismantling of the already dilapidated technical and structural equipment have since left long-distance and local transport largely lying idle. This desolation was followed by the €9 ticket, a usage shock caused by consumer policy calculations, which made what was taken for granted in times of bourgeois normality, increased excursion and travel traffic in summer, higher capacity utilization with low-cost offers, appear to be an infrastructure policy disaster against all reason. By turning the bourgeois normality into a state of emergency through the deconstruction of civility and sociality, the legal state of emergency, which continues to exist legally, is also prolonged in people's everyday perception. Normality is experienced as excessive demands, the return to a reasonably predictable everyday life as an imposition, while the real imposition, the extension of the state of emergency ad infinitum, appears to be the better thing compared to the chaos of everyday life, to which a return should definitely be made in October. The same inversion of normality in chaos can be seen in the lack of staff at airports, but also in cafes, restaurants, and pubs since the start of summer travel. Only because air travel was almost completely stifled by emergency policy regulations during the coronavirus crisis does the gradual return to previous demand appear to be a personnel and infrastructure disaster. And because the catering industry has lost its appeal due to the regulation of testing and vaccination certificates, including the control obligations imposed on staff, who often work under miserable conditions anyway, many cafes in city centers close at 6 p.m. on Sundays. The transformation of the service sector into a kind of global delivery service is taking away all the communicative skills traditionally associated with the service professions. The signs saying, "Please keep contact short," that hang in many stores, for example, are anti-service advertising, and makes any approach to revitalizing public life, which necessarily includes public consumption, appear to be an excessive demand on society. The worn-out infrastructure in local, long-distance and tourist transport, gastronomy and entertainment has been overhauled by the coronavirus test infrastructure for 2 years. The fact that, according to Health Minister Karl Lauterbach, people will have to pay to use this infrastructure, which is being imposed on citizens by the state, from July adds an absurd twist to the reversal of chaos and order. Making coronavirus tests payable is not just another step towards implementing compulsory vaccination in the guise of voluntary vaccination. It is also a further step towards the self-demolition of the bourgeois economy and the instrumental reason on which it is based. The test centers are of significance in terms of labor market policy, not as part of a solidarity-based healthcare system, but as part of a population control system in which people are encouraged to participate not by cost-benefit calculations, but by internalized coercion. The most important purpose they fulfill is to conceal real unemployment, and the fraud that takes place in this area is a consequence of this concealment. Where service professions, whether in the travel industry, gastronomy, or small businesses, are systematically made unprofitable by the ongoing emergency measures, the infrastructure of the test centers creates a new demand induced by state coercion rather than by individual needs, and thus new, albeit precarious, jobs for services that are in many cases useless and undesirable. If the resulting hidden unemployment is not to become visible, the mass testing operation must be maintained, even if it has lost any health policy function. This, not concern for public health, is the driving force behind the current coronavirus policy. The more resources are used to expand this illusory and self-serving infrastructure, the more the civic infrastructure, which is a means to other ends and must prove itself economically, will erode. The post-pandemic model state, taken to its logical conclusion, would also be a non-state, a community that does not invest its public funds in its own maintenance and improvement, but in its own abolition in favor of a higher purpose that is no longer accessible to rationality. Since the beginning of the year, a new everyday spectacle can be observed at the streetcar stops of Leipziger Verkehrsbetrieb, LVB. As long as potential passengers are not visible to the driver at the station or passengers wanting to get off press the stop button, the streetcar speeds past the station. Afterwards, people who have been left standing regularly step out of the waiting shelter to look after the train that they have missed despite being on time. Some wave unsuccessfully to the driver, others resignedly take their seats again or walk off, while passengers who have forgotten to express their wish to stop have to travel one stop too far. If smart people instead of phlegmatic people are gathered at the stop, the arrival of the train is different. Those who want a lift stand at the edge of the platform waving their arms. The train stops, lets passengers get on and off, and drivers and passengers alike are happy at the thought of not just being part of the normal flow of a service, but making their own contribution to the diversity of city life. On their website, the LVB described the introduction of the on-demand stop, which is otherwise more familiar from rural regions, as a contribution to the fight against climate change. In the usual mixture of cronyism and damaged grammar, it says, the on-demand stop, and you too, helps us to save more energy. On the one hand, there is no need to approach the stop and we can avoid opening doors unnecessarily. This is because in winter the temperature in the vehicle is always lowered and in summer we can maintain the low temperature in the vehicle. There is also less wear and tear on the doors as they are opened less often. Never mind that in recent years, for reasons of infection control, although COVID-19 is not transmitted by smear infection, all streetcars automatically opened the doors at all stops so that no one caught corona when pressing the button. Never mind that the doors of public transportation are there to be opened and closed regularly, so their wear and tear must be expected as long as they are not museum pieces. The LVB does not provide any information on how much energy is saved by avoiding unnecessary door opening. Instead, they use a tone of voice as if passengers were small children, stand clearly visible at the stop to board. Don't hide in or behind the passenger shelter or give the driver a hand signal if necessary. If you are traveling with us and want to get off, press the stop request button located on the doors and other places in our vehicles in good time. Because when you press the stop request, the driver receives a signal and knows that you want to get off. Translated into less easy but more understandable language, this means that if the streetcar does not stop at your station, it is your own fault because you are hiding in or behind the passenger shelter. If you want a ride, you have to do something about it. It is not enough to buy a ticket, you have to send a signal to the driver to confirm your willingness to cooperate. If the train has already left by the time it is supposed to arrive, it is not the driver who has left too early, but you who have arrived too late, because, as a matter of principle, our drivers always try to keep to the timetable. Above all, however, the following applies to the LVB. We don't have to be reliable because we are paid by you, but you have to be well disposed towards us because we are kind enough to give you a lift. That's why we don't address you as an adult, but as the jerk we think you are. The audacity with which the LVB is trying to sell citizens the self-dismantling of public infrastructure as energy policy progress is nothing other than moral blackmail. Citizens should therefore react to it as they would to blackmail, either by no longer taking the train or by no longer paying for it. Or, if they are paying, by pressing the stop button again at every station. It is against this background that the anti-age campaigns of recent years, camouflaged as contributions to housing policy, must be seen. For example, the eviction of a retirement home in Berlin run by the Protestant Church, whose residents were informed at the end of 2022 that they would have to move to other accommodation within a year, was not the starting point for a debate on migration policy, but on generational policy. The building was to house refugee accommodation, which is more heavily subsidized by the state than the operation of a retirement home. However, because questioning such a policy could have stirred up resentment against migrants, the measure was discussed in terms of the need for housing for prospective new residents instead of naming its hostility towards the elderly. The debate on the question of whether old people in Germany have too much living space available in relation to the rental price is along the same lines. Instead of promoting the unbureaucratic construction of new apartments, researchers and politicians are thinking about how to make it more palatable for the elderly to move into less attractive, smaller apartments in unfamiliar surroundings. Social Democrat Bernhard Daldrup and Green Party politician Christina Johann Schroeder are selling the idea of encouraging older people who live in homes that are too large for their needs to move into smaller apartments, the rent for which they could then deduct from their taxes, as relocation relief. Stefan Sebastian, an economist at the University of Regensburg, is considering whether old people who live in apartments that are too large for their needs at low rents could be encouraged to move into smaller apartments by increasing their rent. Apart from the fact that the concept of housing need on which such considerations are based is abstractly statistical and follows a notion of distributive justice that ignores quality of life and individual experience, it is insinuated that not only the old are taking living space away from the young, but also the long-established are taking it away from the newcomers. Instead of making the relative comfort in which at least many old people can still live on their pensions and savings under the current conditions of tenancy law the yardstick for housing policy planning, all those who still benefit from the better conditions of the past are seen as inflexible vested interests and narrow-minded habitués who should, of course, be brought to heel not through immediate coercion but through nudging, through economic and moral blackmail. This kind of caring assault on unruly old people is nothing entirely new. Rather, the considerations to force old people out of their homes are in continuity with the defamation of car-driving senior citizens as climate saps, the scandalization of the particular danger that pensioners allegedly pose to road traffic, as well as with the forced confinement of old people in apartments and homes under the guise of welfare during the corona pandemic. If the contradiction between the slogan of wanting to protect the elderly and vulnerable and an epidemic prevention practice that forbade the inmates of retirement homes from going outside, that praised it as charity to put food on the grandparents' doorstep to avoid physical encounters, and that forbade relatives from analogous participation in the last days of their grandmas' and grandpas' lives, is hardly acknowledged to this day, this is due to a form of memory loss that goes hand in hand with practically practiced lack of conscience. Even contemporaries who are critical of measures are often unable to state what they actually did, thought and felt in the years between 2020 and 2023 and how their lives changed during this time. "I've already ticked off next year for myself," was a frequent response from people during the coronavirus period, indicating that they were frustrated but would accept the inevitable without resistance. The loss of memory practiced on their own responsibility, a self-abandonment of the genuinely human ability to synthesize the past with the present, has become second nature to the members of the woke generation. Perhaps, as with every mass sect, it is precisely this self-amnesia and self-apathization that constitutes the awakening of the awakened. In order to feel reborn, you have to get rid of everything that burdens, inhibits, but also characterizes and distinguishes you as irrevocably born and binds you to the only life you have in grief and love, people you knew, places you lived in and on which you have imprinted your own traces just as irrevocably as you were shaped by them, memories that commit you to the past even when you leave it behind. Despite all the falsification it does to the past, the truthfulness of family memory lies in the moment of effectivity, the individual charging of what has become history with fantasies attached to it, without which there would be as little memory as without the facts that ignite the fantasies. Not out of socio-political necessity, but because for the representatives of the woke generation intergenerational justice means the merciless clearing away of everything that still reminds us of such an entanglement of objectivity and subjective experience, the elderly are to be transplanted from their ancestral homes into climate-gender and generation-neutral vegetation communities. Like cars and any property that goes beyond its immediate usefulness, homes are crystallizations of past and present experience, sedimented individual lives. This is precisely why expropriation in all totalitarian states has always been an act of forced separation of people from their own history, from their past, present and future. In National Socialist Germany, the expulsion, persecution and murder of the Jews went hand in hand with the state-launched and covered-up theft of their property and its communalization in the worst sense. In view of the woke generation's self-elevation to the avant-garde against the right, it is worth remembering that National Socialism did not begin with the expulsion of foreigners, but with the stigmatization and persecution of their own, their familiar, the German Jews, a barbarism that was not carried out by ossified old people, but by the youth, whose preferred party was the NSDAP. The Nazis were only old in the retrospective view of the children's and grandchildren's generation. In the present, they were mostly as young as those today who have lost all generational memory. "With us goes the new age," was the maxim based on a verse by Hermann Claudius, which was taken up by the workers' movement in the Weimar Republic, behind which Young Alliance members, life reformers, environmentalists and Nazi pimps alike rallied in the early days of National Socialism and which found its way into the songbooks of the FDJ and the GDR. It was always the young who pledged their allegiance, not to blindly obey the old, but to put an end to their rule. Those who stand up against the right today know, remember, and suspect nothing of all this. The grandparents and great-grandparents they forced into retirement could explain it to them. For several decades, it was highly unusual for German economists to quote Friedrich Engels in a study, not as a dead dog, but as an analyst to be taken seriously. However, the Bonn-based group of authors led by Moritz Schullerich, the young star of economics, FAS, February 12, 2017, who refer to Engels' essay on the housing question in their latest study The New Housing Question, are by no means alone in this. The study, published in June 2019, can be found online at macrohistory.net. In the introduction, the authors quote the following passage from Engels' series of articles published in 1872 in the journal Der Volksstaat, in which he polemicized against an author who wanted to transfer Proudhon's myth of just exchange and the evil interest rate to the real estate market. What is understood today by housing shortage is the peculiar aggravation which the poor housing conditions of the workers have suffered as a result of the sudden rush of population to the big cities, a colossal increase in rents, an even greater crowding of inhabitants into individual houses, for some the impossibility of finding shelter at all. The term housing issue, which has long seemed antiquated, has become commonplace again, at the latest since displacement and sellouts, Left Party, have undeniably reached Berlin, a city in which the local income level now bears no objective relationship to the local rent level, especially for new lettings. A city of notoriously precarious working and living conditions whose only significant and internationally sought-after product is residential real estate, if one disregards the area wide supply for international disinhibition tourism. This real estate boom represents a development for the city that is as novel as it is spectacular in a negative sense, as Berlin was still considered a renter's paradise until after the turn of the millennium, with the western part of the city benefiting from the legacy of practiced social democracy and the eastern part from that of real socialism. In the years following the collapse of the GDR, the state of Berlin owned no fewer than 482,000 rental apartments, almost half of which were sold off to private holdings in the first years of the Red Senate from 2002 under the leadership of Finance Senator Thilo Sarrazin, SPD, and Economic Senator Harold Wolff, Left Party, then still PDS. The fact that it still took a few years before rents began to approach those in Frankfurt or Munich was partly due to the fact that at least the starting level of rents in Berlin was low compared to the rest of Germany, a late effect of the fact that rent control for old buildings, including private ones, dating back to the post-war decades had applied in the western part of the city until 1988. In the eastern part, even more restrictive rent control was in place until October 3, 1990. Berlin is therefore shaping the debate on the new housing question, not only because of its status as the immediate vicinity of the government district and thus the main location of the ideological state apparatuses, if you will, but also and above all because it forces together in sharp contrast the two divergent types of urban development and investment allocation that post-industrialism produces, not only in one city, but even in one city-state. In this respect, Berlin differs from Munich and Frankfurt, and, of course, from London or Paris anyway, whose average income levels are significantly higher on the one hand and whose precariat, i.e. the working class and lower middle class milieus that have slipped into the service sector and or state support, were pushed to the outskirts and surrounding areas much earlier in a process that has been ongoing for several decades. In Berlin, on the other hand, opposites meet in spatial and administrative densification. The typical boomtown of the so-called creative industries meets the typical flyover city with its €1 stores and betting shops. The NGO economy, which needs the local proximity to the administrators of the funding pots like the impoverished nobility once needed to stay at court, meets the Naples economy of money laundering, brand fraud and snack bars, which needs extra-legal clan structures and closed, preferably Islamic, counter-societies because it thrives best in them. Real estate boom meets wage slump, international demand meets local decline, with the result that everyday life in Berlin presents itself as an unpleasant hybrid product of the divergence of cities and regions that is effective throughout the Western world, as the worst of both worlds, so to speak. The fact that the convergence of living conditions between the regions of Germany and Europe, which characterized the first post-war decades, has long been history, and that developments since the 1980s have been moving in the opposite direction, is now hardly denied even in the business section of rather conservative newspapers, just as little as the fact that the economic growth of recent decades has almost exclusively increased existing wealth, while labor income has not benefited in the least. The long-held doctrine of the trickle-down effect, which states that what is given to the rich eventually trickles down to the poor, is now openly proving to be the lie that it has become in the globally producing and consuming capitalism of the new international division of labor. The Bonn study on the new housing question also does not close its eyes to what could be called the class character of the real estate boom and already asks in its subtitle about the winners and losers of the German real estate boom. As the authors of the study rightly point out, the rapid increase in the value of real estate in cities and regions where people are moving to is escalating the already relatively pronounced inequality in the distribution of wealth in the Federal Republic of Germany, which has always been a land of tenants. Nevertheless, both the explanations of the new character of the housing issue and the proposals for remedying it clearly and significantly fall short, as do the proposals of all those who simply call for more publicly subsidized construction activity but do not want to face up to the profound need for intervention and regulation that is inextricably linked to the housing issue today. The authors simply state, the rising rents show that there is a clear shortage of housing beyond speculative exaggerations on the real estate market. This is not due to the low interest rate environment, but to the fact that construction activity has been too low for many years, and they logically complain that the public sector has failed for a decade to take advantage of the favorable financing conditions on the capital markets for higher investment in housing construction and infrastructure. The fact that net public investment remains negative at a time of extremely low or even negative real interest rates is not evidence of sound budgeting, but a potentially costly economic policy oversight. Quote, end. This is not entirely wrong, but it is also far from the truth in both arguments, in the opportunity that lies in low interest rates and in the diagnosis of a physical shortage of housing. There is no doubt that low interest rates make it easier to take out a loan and therefore reduce the amount of equity required by builders. However, this assumption obscures the fact that building is by no means made cheaper by easier borrowing, rather the opposite. If investors flee into the construction business and at the same time tenants flee from rising housing costs into property, building, and land prices will rise rapidly. But even this is only a reinforcing effect of the new real estate boom. Rather, it stems from the crisis of the new international division of labor, which since the late 1970s has drawn its profitability from new and significantly cheaper transport and logistics options. This has made it possible to relocate large parts of industrial production and thus achieve previously unthinkable radical wage savings. The effect of the radical reduction in wage levels in the course of globalization far outweighed the tax burden for social spending in the countries of the corporate headquarters. Even the restriction of purchasing power through falling wages or the switch to wage replacement benefits in Western Europe and North America initially exerted little pressure on average profit rates in the period from the 1980s to after the turn of the millennium, because globalization also brought with it a rapid reduction in the price of essential goods, the sum of which, as is well known, makes up the cost price of the living workforce, which now has to be fed and exploited at least as much. While interest rates shot up at the beginning of this development, particularly in the pioneering countries of the USA and Great Britain, because the new economy without unruly trade unions and dream wages in the second and third worlds promised high profits, in which money capital participated with high lending fees, i.e. interest, the situation is quite different at the end of the era of industrial relocation. This is because low interest rates, especially low-key interest rates permanently frozen by central banks, are an unmistakable indication of poor profit prospects for the capital invested. According to Marx's argument in the third volume of Capital, the interest rate represents a process of independence of money capital from the industrial capital employed. Money capital becomes a sui generis commodity, whose price is interest. The fixing of this price thus determines the level of utilization of money capital. In any case, the average rate of profit is to be regarded as the final determining maximum limit of interest. Marx put it in a nutshell in the third volume of Capital. The low interest rates of the past decade are first and foremost an expression and consequence of the fact that the juicy increases in capital yields that could previously be achieved by relocating the former core industries to the very near European and very far Asian East will no longer be available in the future. For some years now, it has once again become apparent, now on a global scale, that the wage earner is also the consumer of goods, the cost factor is also the buyer. What is taken from one will be missing from the other. The direct cause of the current European low-interest policy, which took shape in 2008 in the wake of the Greek crisis, was the immense national debt ratios of several member states, whose budgets would probably have collapsed without the possibility of interest-free loans. In effect, the national budgets of the Eurozone are being subsidized by cutting the savings of private depositors. This forces them either to make riskier investments or to participate in the real estate boom. The days of guaranteed participation in stable corporate profits are over. Cf. the tenor of newspaper commentaries on the end of Mario Draghi's term of office as head of the ECB, for example in the FAZ, July 3, 2019. The profit squeeze, as it was called in the 1970s and from which the industrial clear-cutting in the West was supposed to lead capital, is now being felt again on an enlarged scale in various forms, be it that the extended workbenches of yesteryear are turning into serious competitors, as in the case of China, be it that the rising wage demands of second and third world proletarians, now cut off from subsistence, are beginning to gnaw away at profits, be it that the free-floating, digitally available global supply of goods is now not only eroding trade margins and circulation markups as it once did for grocers and small industrialists, but now also for corporations with big brand names. Low interest rates and the metropolitan real estate boom are therefore linked. Both are symptoms of a global tendency for investment capital to migrate into the field of property income. Both are consequences of the fact that returns in the real estate business have in principle outstripped those that can be achieved with investments and shares. This in turn means that, as already mentioned, many people want to take advantage of the effects of this boom as investors or try to avoid it by buying residential property with low-interest loans, both of which contribute to the further shortage and rising price of rental apartments in the regions where people are moving to. As this boom is naturally also causing land prices to rise, as well as the demands of construction companies and the cost of building materials, there is little inclination on the part of public budgets, despite low interest rates, to make such high capital investments and at the same time forgo returns in the form of politically necessary social rents that merely cover costs. The common appeals for more public building activity, while everything else should remain as it is, are therefore empty talk. The extent of economic policy regulation that would be necessary for this would exceed even the rent and building regulations of the Federal Republic of Germany in the first post-war decades. You would have to accomplish nothing less than to simply make the real estate market, especially the real estate trade, mad for investment capital. Price fixing and sensitive special taxes on property yields in certain regions and cities would presumably be the means of choice here, a choice that could have enormous consequences, which are only hinted at here. Ultimately, if only such regulatory measures were taken seriously, this would mean that investment capital would be deprived of the decisive profit replacement benefit of recent years, the return that has so far resulted from tapping into wages, salaries, and wage replacement benefits via the real estate market. And the second part of the conclusion of the study on the new housing question, that there is a clear lack of housing, could also be objected to, as it would be more a matter of criticizing and correcting a lack of regulation that has lasted for decades or its consequences. Statistically, there was only too little living space in Germany in the first 2 decades after the Second World War. Today, the calculated per capita living space available, 46.5 square meters in 2017, is higher than in any other year in Germany's post-war history. By way of comparison, 20 years ago, in 1999, when it was still possible to rent an apartment in a large city without a SCHUFA credit report and certificate of good conduct, this figure was significantly lower, at 39 square meters per capita. Such measurable housing stock therefore says little about the extent and frequency of rent excesses and fantastic property prices. Rather, the problem is that the apartments, and to an ever-increasing extent since the 1980s, are located in the wrong places, in the wrong cities and regions, where they are not needed or, better still, no longer needed. The new housing issue is also proving to be a long-term effect of the deindustrialization process. This is because capital has also proven to be unimaginably volatile in the material, manufacturing sector. It can move, even when it comes to seemingly immovable things such as gigantic steelworks or the complex mega-areas of the automotive industry. It can move from Sheffield or Duisburg to Gwangyang or Pohang in South Korea. It can move from Detroit, Turin or Birmingham to New Delhi, Tijuana or Chengdu. It repeats its history of industrial agglomeration and urbanization in other places, turning small artisan towns and farming villages into new cities, which then finally compete with and outcompete the original industrial production locations of the past centuries. What is left behind is that which cannot be moved, the real estate, entire towns whose buildings and inhabitants are no longer profitable. Unlike in the cities, where the focal points of the so-called knowledge and service society are forming, the cities that were once tailored to production, especially in the former industrial regions with their rather small urban character, with the exception of large parts of the high-tech pampas in Baden-Württemberg, are not succeeding, or only to a completely inadequate extent, in converting old factory buildings into chic open-plan offices for software development or advertising. In the former industrial cities, there is therefore a completely different housing shortage, namely not a shortage of housing, but a shortage of housing. The former industrial city of Pirmasens provides a particularly drastic example of such a process of, literally, leaving behind infrastructure and its living inventory. When the city was still one of the main locations of the German clothing industry, it was also the German city with the highest density of millionaires in the early 1970s. Today you can buy a 12-room villa with its own park for less than €300,000. But why should you? Parents, but also the young people themselves, are well aware that the constitutional requirement to bring the respective regional living conditions in the Federal Republic closer together is no longer worth the paper it is printed on with the end of nationwide industrial production, and send their offspring in cohorts into the battle for living space near renowned universities, prospering tech companies, or even, as in the case of Berlin, to the suburbs of the political center in order to pursue a career in the subsidized realm of civil society and the cultural sector. This blatant disproportion between available living space and hope for future opportunities, which is wrongly referred to as rural exodus, because in fact the movement is primarily from flyover cities to boom towns, can no longer be tackled with concrete for new buildings alone. There are also likely to be limits to the desirable capping of rents and even radical restrictions on real estate transactions. According to a study by the German Economic Institute, IW, Berlin's population is expected to rise to a good 4 million by 2035. Population growth will continue to be supplemented by Berlin families with one main earner in particular swarming out into the surrounding area. In the small district town of Eberswalde, for example, which once lived from food production and mechanical engineering and nowadays simply from the fact that it has an intact train station with a connection to Berlin 60 kilometers away, property prices have quadrupled in just under 10 years, Tagesspiegel, December 11, 2019. Regulations that intervene against the disproportionality of living space and earning and living opportunities, as exemplified by Pirmasens on the one hand and Eberswalde on the other, would have to go far beyond all known structural development programs and financial equalization funds. What began by providing deindustrialized provincial towns with universities of applied sciences would have to expand into a veritable revitalization program, as called for by the British economist Sir Paul Collier, for example, which would give the affected regions a real economic function again. What one could perhaps imagine at the seaside or in the low mountain ranges with the help of the establishment of recreation and retirement regions a la Florida, could probably not be achieved for less than a targeted reindustrialization in the case of the Ruhr area. Friedrich Engels' housing question no longer applies to the situation in the metropolitan areas of the post-industrial era, neither in the so-called left-behind cities nor in those that, to stick with the metaphor, are still attached for the time being. Engels is no longer relevant not because he was wrong in 1872 with his analysis of the emerging and growing industrial city, but because today's basic condition of urban development in Western Europe and North America was simply inconceivable at the time: the separation of cities from the industries for whose benefit these very cities were created in the 18th and 19th centuries. In these cities, separated from their industrial origins and thus socially and economically functionless, Engels' observation that the housing shortage of the workers in some of the petty bourgeoisie of our large modern cities is one of the countless minor, secondary evils arising from today's capitalist mode of production, MEW 18:214, no longer applies. Just as there can be no justified hope that a socialist takeover of the production apparatus is imminent, in the near future of which Engels, in 1872, the year after the suppression of the Paris Commune, could place the overcoming of the private appropriation of labor power as the conditio sine qua non of the solution to the housing question. This production has been withdrawn from both those still paid and those receiving wage replacement benefits in the former industrial cities of the West, which is why the nexus between wage labor and urban tenancy has broken down. However, it was this connection that once virtually compelled industrial companies and public budgets to build housing and regulate rents, especially in Germany, because both had a positive impact on export-oriented production, whether through social control in factory housing estates or municipal construction, or through the assimilation of workers to the more effective lifestyle of the middle classes with regulated physical reproduction, an equally regulated daily routine and restrained alcohol consumption. With the relocation of production, however, there was no longer a business case for further investment in the living conditions of the former working population, which was now becoming a burden. Rather, what Horkheimer outlines in Authoritarian State with a quote from the Communist Manifesto applies to post-industrialism as a condition of existence for the dislocated population, that the ruling class must feed the worker instead of being fed by him. This is why the struggle, especially the struggle for the provision of tolerable conditions of reproduction, affordable housing, intact infrastructure, non-violent public space, has become a different one, less one that can be waged with economic pressures such as strikes, but rather a political one about how much consideration the long-since globalized capital is still willing to show to the former proletarian breadwinners at its national bases and by what means they can still force it to do so. The old recipes of left-wing radicalism are also embarrassed by the new housing question, because the ex-worker, who has long since turned into a low-skilled, struggling small-town dweller, Collier, can no longer achieve anything with either self-organization or strikes, but only with pressure to legitimize the state, which should not retreat as in an anarchist-inspired utopia, but must be urgently prevented from retreating. In contrast to historical social democracy, capital and its state no longer have any common development prospects to offer the living workforce, in short, the exchange of renouncing revolution for the dictates of the welfare state, but instead it is only a matter of wringing concessions, or better, forcing them, by threatening the political legitimacy of the sovereign, in much the same way as the original French Yellow Vests forced Macron to make concessions on the minimum wage. If we consider the dimensions of the necessary regulations indicated here, particularly in the housing issue, this would amount to reclaiming the interventionist state, which would have to enforce taxes and prevent capital flight, which would no longer have to invest in civil society, but in the material recivilization of society, in infrastructure, legal security, public education, housing. All in all, a radical departure from the principle of subsidiarity that has been practiced for decades. From which, who is surprised, only those who already have subsidies, inheritances and networks have benefited. This is probably the core of what could be described as antagonistic reformism, a fortunately chosen term from a rather unfortunate context, a reformism that would be more disruptive and more dangerous to the system than any revolutionary theater of at least the past 50 years. It comes from the arsenal of terms that Michael Hart and Antonio Negri lay out in their book Assembly, 2017. In this book, the concept of such reformism must coexist with two other concepts that are diametrically opposed to it: the exodus, that is supposed to create new social relations outside of existing institutions and conventions, as if there weren't enough digital as well as analog self-reflection already, and the hegemony, that is supposed to replace the old welfare state with new, non-sovereign organizations in which social entrepreneurship thrives, as if the transfer of sovereignty to NGOs and social cliques wasn't exactly the problem. But that would probably be the kind of reformism, or so it is feared, for which the vast majority of Germans, unlike their Danish and French neighbors in different ways, are likely to be too jealous of the poorest of their fellow citizens. This is why, in the battle for the distribution of state resources in Germany, only the new middle class, which would prefer to completely shut down the old, white rabble, has had its say so far, for the climate, of course. In its Climate Crisis Plan, the Hamburg chapter of the German Association for the Environment and Nature Conservation recently called for the city to abandon its announced plan to build 10,000 apartments per year so that Hamburg can become climate neutral by 2035. Welt, November 21, 2019. Unfortunately, we have so far waited in vain for angry tenants or apartment seekers to pay an unfriendly visit to the Bund office. German law on coalitions and industrial action is extremely restrictive by Western standards. The hurdles for an employee organization to be recognized as capable of collective bargaining and therefore be able to invoke the right to strike are absurdly high. The right to strike is not a fundamental individual right, but a fundamental right of already established and sufficiently socially powerful associations. Anyone who strikes without their consent is liable for damages. There are also all kinds of peace obligations that must be observed. Strikes may only be called for collectively bargained rights, such as pay or working hours, not for any other claims that employees could make with good reason. None of this is written in law, but is bad case law. The DGB trade unions and the capital side accept all this. The social background for this is the afterlife of the ideology of the company in the national community in Germany after 1945, for which the career of Hans Karl Nipperty is exemplary in labor law. In this country, strikes are regarded as self-serving and harmful to the community, and it is by no means always the treacherous leadership that stabs the rank and file in the back, but often enough the other way round, with the leadership willing to fight trying to entice the rank and file to strike rallies with free snacks and a cultural program, usually with moderate success. The so-called strike pay, which was abolished in France decades ago, perhaps also belongs here. Legal situations such as those described above would hardly be conceivable otherwise. But the point of the rail strike is yet another. What if the law on collective bargaining unity is passed and the GDL nevertheless continues to pursue its intention to represent train attendants and others? Then the BAG will have to decide at some point whether an existing collective agreement, such as that of the DGB Union EVG, stands in the way. Now it could be that this is not as easy as one might think. According to BAG case law, a trade union that is existentially, e.g. financially, dependent on its opponent, i.e. the employer, is not capable of collective bargaining. A collective agreement concluded by such an association is invalid. How does an opponent-controlled trade union behave? There are a number of characteristics by which this can be recognized. Some of them apply to the EVG. The amazing career of Norbert Hansen is not even the only point that comes to mind. And as far as I know, the merger with the GdBA has not exactly reorganized the association, rather the opposite. If the GDL now has reliable material that can be used in court to substantiate this suspicion and some long-standing rumors, things could get even funnier than is generally expected. It can be assumed that neither Deutsche Bahn nor the EVG can have any interest in such a clarification. The hypothetical situation would then be as follows: an organization that only exists by the grace of the employer cuts off employees' access to their fundamental right under Article 9 of the German Basic Law. It would then no longer look like the intrusion of a power-hungry small association into a foreign organizational area, but rather like the resistance of employees against something that used to be called a yellow union. And then the situation would even look different according to bad case law. Not only the EVG and Deutsche Bahn have every reason to fear such a development. The astonishing self-confidence of the GDL and the equally astonishing avalanche of dirt that is being dumped on this association can perhaps be explained a little better against this background. Today, no one needs to be told that the optimistic reliance on the dormant revolutionary desires of the working class is wishful thinking. Even the left-wing preachers of social justice, which only refers to the status pacification of social antagonisms presented in a Payfian tone, prefer to cuddle up to the Central Association of Muslims when in doubt rather than deal with real social misery. Just how marginal the struggle of wage earners to improve their material living conditions is was recently underlined by experts from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, i.e. people who are certainly not suspected of social romanticism. Their evaluation report on the state of the German economy contains the following recommendation: higher wage increases could also stimulate German growth. Incidentally, the criticism of the very German policy of so-called wage restraint by the representatives of capital's interests came in a week in which the German Social Democratic Party made a name for itself by its most prominent representatives instigating a row with the host country's government during a visit to Israel in order to appeal to the worst, i.e. anti-Semitic, instincts of the electorate. Against the prevailing wage policy and against all unremunerated abuses in the service of prescribed personal initiative, it is of course not only necessary today to demand more dirty wages, but also to defend the good old alienated dirty work. Work that at least has a clear beginning and an equally clear end and which is only done for the sake of a wage. It is also important not to be constantly bothered by communication games or supposedly motivation-enhancing reflection exercises, which at worst run around the clock. After all, under the given circumstances, it is only the combination of sufficient money and the pursuit of pleasure, love, art and criticism after work that sometimes enables one to remain resistant to communal appropriation and to thankfully reject the assignment of a place in the chorus of individualistic thank yous and fine talkers of the postmodern hamster wheel. The dirty work understood in this way is always more bearable and less deforming than the ideological forms of earning money in the academic, journalistic or otherwise mind-producing industry, in which the conditioning of the boundlessly committed works particularly smoothly. An environment in which people sometimes end up so sad that, while waiting hopelessly for death, they equate English voters and Turkish fascists out of sheer sentimental outrage, which nowadays, of course, always has to be garnished with pinches of failed self-irony, in order to be redeemed in global group therapy after the equally angry and pointless ranting. Quote, "What do you do when you know that half the people you're waiting to die with are absolute assholes? How can we get along again with the Brexit voters, the Reichsbürger, the identitarians, the chemtrail specialists, the Orban voters, the Putin buddies, the Erdogan fans? How can we get along again so that we can possibly clean up together what idiots have made of the world who are not us, who have separated our garbage and switched off the lights? We are sitting at a therapy table and don't know what to do." Sibylle Berg on Spiegel Online, June 5, 2017. Not having to take a seat at this therapy table of a broken humanity is one of the not-so-small pleasures in a time that otherwise gives little cause for utopian hopes. Just compare the theoretical level of Marxist texts from the 1970s, which circulated in various university groups, with the highly embarrassing stammering produced by anti-racist jokers in contemporary critical whiteness seminars. The obsessive interest in all kinds of new social movements and ultimately in anti-racism was also an attempt to overcome one's own crisis. Of course, voluntarism has not been left behind with the proletariat. Today, revolutionary romanticism is attached to other subjects. The Jüdische Allgemeine, April 21, 2017, recently reminded us what the worst-case scenario is. Among the left, there is a fascination with revolutionary and anti-Zionist Islam because they think they recognize the new proletarian in Muslims, according to the head of the umbrella organization of Jewish organizations in France, Francis Califat. It is all the more astonishing that left-wing snobs today turn up their noses when it comes to those who are left behind or proletarians when you consider that, objectively speaking, their own economic situation provides little cause for ostentatious arrogance. Karl-Heinz Roth attempted to address this contradiction in his contribution The Return of the Proletariat and the Fear of the Left at a Concrete Congress over 20 years ago. As the majority of the left are now either independent workers or live in precarious employment in this new proletariat, Roth hoped that the left would also seek an alliance with people of false consciousness by reflecting on their own living conditions. Flexible and seemingly independent work, which is the lot of more and more people, is increasingly blurring the previously separate areas of work and leisure. After work, you don't give a damn about the company, but instead open your laptop, network, and get on the nerves of those around you by moaning about projects. The central characteristic of this self-exploitation under the banner of the prevailing entrepreneurial ideology is not to experience it as such, but to suppress the wage character of work in the name of emancipation, self-development, and creativity. This makes people react all the more irritably to those who remind them that work is coercion and not fun and self-fulfillment. The will to never do anything trivial and the constant fear of missing out on supposedly important things are both causally linked to the political and economic changes of recent decades. In the era of Fordism, Sunday in nature still formed a compensatory contrast to wage labor. Today, the contrast between work and leisure is outdated. Leisure is no longer just an extension of work, the two spheres have become one. This unification corresponds to the eradication of relaxed, idle and unused time. It was not for nothing that active sports emerged in the 1980s. People no longer just hang out on the beach, play scat or take a siesta, but work up a sweat doing beach, surfing or diving sports. They no longer go for walks in the woods, but walk like crazy against the clock through the countryside or replace classic skiing with increasingly artistic winter sports variants. Nature becomes a mere backdrop. People want to experience how powerful their own bodies are. And those who tick in such a way that every trivial pastime becomes contemptible, because all time is spent in the service of getting better, begrudge the worker the local pub or the lazy petty bourgeois hobby. I have nothing against fitness centers. Some of my best friends have presumably already entered such an institution or even visited it regularly for a while. In my extended, virtual, circle of friends, I hear that some are also currently doing so enthusiastically and with great frequency. But, please don't pretend that weight loss, fitness, general physical health and freshness are only possible by means of a fitness center or, horrible dictu, a guided training program. No, you don't have to hang around among dogged fitness fuzzies who get on your nerves with the fundamentally false, idiotic, downright demagogic assumption that weight loss, fitness, general physical health and freshness are only possible by means of a fitness center or, horrible dictu, a guided training program in order to achieve and maintain weight loss, fitness, general physical health and freshness. I know that. You can also eat less, walk a lot, go for a more challenging hike now and then, cycle around. Yes, it is possible. Yes, it is possible. Yes, it is valid. Let the fitness center fuzzies openly admit what they like about the cordial, the pleasure of exertion, the pleasure of stress, the pleasure of, sometimes aesthetically questionable, muscle building, the pleasure of being fed with and sectarian propagation of the fundamentally false, idiotic, demagogic, extortionist assumption that weight reduction, fitness, general physical health and freshness are only possible by means of a fitness center, a guided training program and a health-wise bullshit, and that everyone who doesn't go to the fitness center tends to harm their health and even deprive themselves of additional years of life. But they should realize that there are other, cheaper, less time-consuming, less strenuous ways to achieve and maintain general physical health and freshness, and that these elementary things are not the point of working out and stressing out in the gym. Does that get into the sealed fitness center ideology skulls? However, anyone who is familiar with the trivialities that red-eared bookworms, fresh from the Adorno seminar and enraptured by their apparent learning success, spout will be inclined to see the dull tranquility of the fishing weekend in a completely different light. The academical solution to the labor problem goes something like this: down with the work, luxury for all. That may sound friendly, but it's not much more than a lame distancing from labor movement Marxism and state-affiliated trade unions. What is disturbing about this is not even so much the pseudo-hedonism of young people or people who are young at heart, who cannot be considered experts on luxury simply because they can tolerate the combination of funfair techno and flat slogans from bands like Egotronic and misinterpret a night of amphetamine-fueled revelry, which is more strenuous than a double shift at Ford, as a special form of enjoyment. The rather flippant treatment of work indicates that you either have no concept of society, or if you do, then a very infantile one, from which you want to be taken care of. What is forgotten is that labor, which transforms nature for human purposes, is not only the condition of luxury, but also, for the first time in history, the possibility of real liberation. The problem is not social labor, but its irrational use in the service of capital accumulation. Are economic relations regulated by legal concepts or, conversely, do legal relations arise from economic ones? Karl Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program. Although dependent on the economic cycle and therefore increasingly heard again during the corona crisis, the discussion about an unconditional basic income, UBI, has been a perennial issue since the introduction of Hartz IV at the latest. Even if we have long been aware of the alliance and mutual stimulation of the late capitalist mode of production and left-wing identity politics, of the shabby left-wing contribution to the creation of the new spirit of capitalism, Boltanski, Chiapello, it must nevertheless come as a surprise that this alliance has not only been setting the tone in cultural and economic policy for years, but has also long been an alliance of UBI advocates made up of apologists and self-declared left-wing critics of neoliberalism in a decidedly socio-political field. It ranges from the founder of the drugstore chain DM, the entrepreneur Götz Werner, to the former chairwoman of the Left Party, Katja Kipping. Both see UBI as just, liberal and emancipatory. In 2005, in direct reaction to Hartz IV, Götz Werner placed a major advertising campaign entitled, A Reason for the Future, the Basic Income, in all national daily newspapers. The advertisement praised the UBI as an instrument that would make everyone free from basic existential worries, and open up the possibility of being able to shape work as a free citizen, as a mutual service in social security, dignity, and according to one's own choice. On Katja Kipping's website you can read, For many years I have been enthusiastic about the idea of an unconditional basic income. The UBI is an income that everyone is entitled to. It should secure livelihoods and enable social participation, represent an individual legal entitlement and be guaranteed without a means test and without any obligation to provide benefits in return. All supporters of a UBI want to fundamentally change the welfare state and advocate the consolidation, abolition or replacement of previous tax-financed social transfers. In doing so, they repeatedly emphasize the reduction in administrative costs, including the associated savings in social budgets. The main accusation is that against the backdrop of digitalization and deindustrialization, broken employment biographies and forced flexibilization, the current German welfare model is anachronistically centered around gainful employment as a measure of need and support. On the one hand, the UBI is not understood as a kind of Hartz IV without sanctions, means testing and integration agreements. On the other hand, all advocates of full employment in society have been identified as opponents and diehards, as there is a consensus that unemployment, i.e., the wage labor that measures it according to conventional social insurance-based standards, can only increase rather than decrease under changed social production conditions, meaning that many more jobs will be lost than new ones created. There is also a consensus among UBI advocates that the much-noticed 2-year Finnish UBI experiment does not provide any information about the success or failure of the UBI. The randomly selected 2,000 unemployed people received their monthly state allowance of €560 for 2 years, 2017 and 2018, regardless of whether or not they were in paid employment during this time. However, the aim was not to subject a social utopia to a practical test, but rather to test under which conditions, instead of unconditionally, the willingness to return to or take up gainful employment for the first time would increase. The idea of the UBI is also not justified if one falls for the propaganda of the Red-Red-Green Berlin Senate, which has declared its recently introduced Solidarity Basic Income for 1,000 Hartz IV recipients for an unlimited period to be a variant of the UBI. Despite voluntary participation, this is also clearly a fraudulent label, as the critic of the UBI, economist and philosopher Birger Pridet, calls the Berlin undertaking, in comparison to the basic idea of abandoning the focus on wage labor, which is consensual among UBI advocates. This is because the condition for granting the Solidarity Basic Income is the acceptance of 100% Senate and therefore tax-financed employment subject to social insurance contributions on the second labor market with the aim of reintegration into the first labor market. Analogous to the existing €1 job criteria that no regular employment relationships may be displaced, the main condition for this is a demonstrable, additional benefit for Berliners, as officially stated by the Senate, a social cost benefit thinking not beyond wage labor, but through it, and thus what the UBI advocates do not want. The Berlin case is different from the solidarity-based citizens' income, which was first proposed in 2006 by the then Thuringian minister President Dieter Althaus with the significant involvement of the prominent UBI activist Thomas Strabhar, ambassador of the initiative Neue Sozialmarktwirtschaft, New Social Market Economy Initiative, which considers itself to be a liberal initiative. At its core, this proposal contains all the points that seem to unite the UBI advocates. It should be paid out to everyone, regardless of whether they are unemployed or not, unable to work or retired, and thus without sanctions, regardless of whether the respective recipient wants to work at all. Neoliberals and Marxists side by side in the fight against the welfare state. That's how far the confusion has gone. The extremes are merging, was the immediate dismissive verdict on the proposal of his party colleague Althaus from former Labour and Social Affairs Minister Norbert Blum, whose fairy tale of Die Renten sind sicher at the time probably made a not inconsiderable contribution to the popularization of the UBI idea across all ideological boundaries. Zeit, April 19, 2007. Nevertheless, Blum was right that both camps are actively cultivating illusions of consensus, suggesting that the same idea finds support across political and social camps, as the former Green social politician and critic of UBI, Daniel Kreutz, put it. Butterwedge, Rinke 2018, 164. However, Katja Kipping's negative reaction to the Althaus proposal made it clear that the UBI community is by no means united, and not just when it comes to the amount of the UBI to be paid out by the state each month. Kipping emphatically emphasizes that, unlike the Althaus idea, the concepts she advocates are embedded in an emancipatory and transformational socio-political concept, while other ideas, however, would not pursue this fundamental approach. Are the differences that great? Götz Werner's advertising campaign from 2005, for example, states, a transparent tax system can support the unconditional basic income. The basis is the gradual reorganization of our tax system in the direction of consumption taxes. The advantages: those who consume less also pay less tax, those who consume more pay higher taxes and more. Citizens no longer have to fill in a tax return. They pay where they consume, where they consume. Quote, end. Werner's UBI model, which enjoys immense popularity among UBI advocates and is therefore by no means a fringe, crazy idea, is not just about abolishing wealth tax. All income taxation, including wage tax, which currently generates by far the largest share of tax revenue, is to be replaced by a consumption tax, which Werner likes to call a consumption tax and which is comparable to today's VAT, except that it is to become the central financing instrument of the public sector. According to Werner, this consumption tax, which would also be levied on all services and make a social transfer such as child benefits superfluous, as the UBI would also be paid to children via their parents on an age-graded basis, would amount to around 50%. An estimate that many consider to be clearly too low. Many, such as the Bundestag's scientific service, see it more realistically at 100%. To justify this high consumption tax, Werner likes to argue that all tax and ancillary wage costs are already included in the current pricing of goods and are therefore passed on to the purchaser. These would then be eliminated and thus make the net price of goods cheaper, on which the blatantly high consumption tax would then be levied. On the other hand, there is little or nothing to be heard from him about the regulations for health insurance and the buildup of pension entitlements under UBI conditions, which is explainable insofar as this blank space is not a trifle, but should be at the center of all considerations. Instead, Werner likes to play arithmetic games of the following kind, which cannot be described as anything other than a cynic's oath of disclosure. With the UBI, says Werner, work on people will finally become affordable. Because I no longer have to pay the nurse €3,000, but only €1,500. His idea of a UBI follows a logic of top-ups and wage dumping, which culminates in the sentence that the FAZ elicited from Werner for a special publication on the topic of new work, the future of work, at the latest when an army of click workers, i.e. people without permanent employment, realize projects due to digitalization, basic financing will be needed for every citizen. As if he were longing for the end of full employment and permanent, collectively agreed employment contracts, as if he had just been waiting for the age of precarious living to finally dawn. Werner even hails digitalization as a kairos of liberation elsewhere. The development of productivity has long since overtaken the development of needs. We have saturated markets and we need fewer and fewer people to produce this surplus of goods. Now is the moment when we can free ourselves from the compulsion to work. Quote, end. Because it obviously can't happen fast enough for him that large parts of the population in this country are becoming superfluous, Werner only logically celebrates deindustrialization by relocating more and more production facilities abroad as a kind of Samaritan act of capital, and not without branding those who don't want to take anything away from a clickworker's life in the middle of Germany as eternal envy-mongers. By outsourcing jobs in the production sector, we give other people income. You only experience this negatively if you see it as being limited to Germany or the state. If something is produced somewhere else, people are better off there. We have to look for other goals in our work. Quote, end. However, Werner is not alone with this two-world theory. The fact that we live in an information and knowledge society and can therefore finally work differently because other people produce for us is seen as great progress, even deep into left-wing circles, and is affirmed as a kind of natural law of global cosmopolitanism. What is really special, however, is the cynical picture of capitalist economics that Werner paints, as if it were a charitable event of generous living and responsible taking. His propaganda falls short of any basic economics course, in which one still learns that capitalism is about brutal market assertion and aggressive profit-making, which the state of capital has to make possible. Economy is based, according to Werner, on a constant exchange process of services rendered for each other, i.e. on a comprehensive, mutual service, and consequently, economics is an organic mutual service. This nonsense, which could be described as romantic pro-capitalism, can only be explained by Werner against the background of his anthroposophical attitude in the tradition of Rudolf Steiner, which he shares with the Swiss Basic Income Initiative, which has already twice unsuccessfully initiated a much-noticed referendum on the introduction of a UBI. Steiner had already formulated his main social law of reciprocity on the basis of his theory of the threefold structure of the social organism, consisting of spiritual, legal, and economic life. The salvation of a group of people working together is all the greater the less the individual claims the proceeds of his achievements for himself, i.e. the more he gives away of these proceeds to his co-workers, and the more his own needs are satisfied not from his achievements but from the achievements of others. This requires not only the unegoistic worker, but also the fact that working for one's fellow human beings and earning a certain income are two completely separate things. Steiner's challenge to human egoism is also central to Werner's UBI concept. According to him, the UBI should serve as the instrument that decisively decouples social wage labor and that for fellow human beings work. For this there is then merely a certain amount of state alimentation, as Werner's example of the nurse shows. The inner anthroposophical criticism of Werner's idea does not only begin where it is accused of being far too little non-egoistic and therefore boils down to unconditional self-realization instead of selflessness. What's more, as the criticism untruthfully states, Werner's idea of a UBI would confuse the social tripartite structure with the state drip. We do not know what Claudia Kipping thinks of Rudolf Steiner. She is full of praise for Götz Werner, at least, because he has done an incredible amount to spread the idea that there is no compulsion to work, that there are other activities that are just as valuable. On the other hand, not a critical word can be heard from her about Werner's worldview and its ideological foundation, whose individualistic misanthropy has nothing to do with the human capacity for individual dedication or giving oneself up for a cause, but aims to transform the individual particular interest into a self-denying internalized pseudo-universal collective interest in the fight against the human ego. It is no coincidence that one is reminded of the real socialist idea of the new man, for whom self-sacrificing, selfless work is the only maxim of life, except that in Werner's utopia, capitalist property and production relations provide the basis for this. What Kipping does not like about Werner's UBI idea is his financing model, which would not result in redistribution from top to bottom, especially as left-wing basic income supporters do not want to replace the existing social security system with the basic income, but rather supplement it. Furthermore, for Kipping, the UBI is not just a democracy lump sum that is intended to provide the basis for politically engaged citizens. For her it is a transformation project without a guarantee that capitalism will be overcome. The main difference to Werner's ideas is that income taxation should not be replaced by a consumption tax, but should be significantly stronger. At the leadership level of the Left Party, the advocates of the UBI around Kipping are in a minority position. The situation is different at the much vaunted base of the party. According to the Bundesarbeitsgemeinschaft Grundeinkommen in UND Bader Partei Die Linke, SAG, a 2016 survey showed that 68% of party members were in favor of a UBI, which the BAG commented on in a brochure it published to explain its concept with the words, "We are therefore on the right track." According to the brochure, the aim of the right path is the restructuring of the existing employment-centered social security system and the transformation of society into a civilization that has overcome capitalist and patriarchal power relations. The assertion that people continue to live under objectively patriarchal conditions under the social production relationship of capital is also a perennial propagandistic favorite of Claudia Kipping's. It reveals what a disturbed relationship to the critique of political economy Kipping and company maintain, because both Marx's depiction of primitive accumulation, and even more so his concept of the doubly free wage labor, are inherent in the fact that the patriarchal idol of the rule of men over women necessarily ends with their social establishment through capitalist rule. This historical caesura is not only expressed in the Communist Manifesto with the famous statement that the bourgeoisie, where it has come to power, has destroyed all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. Elsewhere it says, modern industry has transformed the small workshop of the patriarchal master into the great factory of the industrial capitalist. And as if Marx and Engels were talking about capitalism in the 21st century, they also say, the less manual labor requires skill and strength, i.e., the more modern industry develops, the more men's work will be replaced by that of women. From the latter, it should not be read primarily that Marx and Engels were makers of their time by attributing less dexterity and strength to women, but that capital does not envisage the eternal prison of the reproductive sphere for women, because the division into production and reproduction has already definitively knocked patriarchy off its pedestal. In other words, anyone who talks about the dual socialization of women can no longer logically speak of patriarchal relations. However, the concept developed by the Bag in 2013 appears so profane in the light of the high world historical claim that more than just the faint suspicion creeps over you that it is actually a very constructive realpolitik modernization proposal that fulfills the objective purpose of bringing capitalist society up to the level of its productive power development and its production conditions. In socio-political terms, the Bag concept envisages financing the UBI via a monthly UBI levy of 33.5% added to all primary incomes. As wage tax as well as insurance contributions for health, long-term care, pension and unemployment insurance, which are to be paid equally by employers and employees, are also retained, this results in a gross burden of 50 to 70% on salaries and wages, which are only to be paid according to collective agreements or the statutory minimum wage. Both the existing contribution-financed pension model and the existing financing of unemployment benefits will be retained in principle. The UBI, as well as BAFOG and child benefit, is to replace so-called basic security benefits such as Hartz IV or social assistance, which are subject to contributions, while housing benefit will continue to be paid according to regional needs, and all those who only have the UBI will be covered by statutory health and long-term care insurance free of charge. In addition, publicly subsidized jobs are to be created that can be developed and filled voluntarily by job seekers. IBID. As you can see, there can be no talk of a concept that seeks to overcome the exploitation of value. What remains is the project of transforming not capitalism, but the welfare state into one in which the granting of social benefits is released from any obligations towards it, no longer a social law principle of demanding, nor one of promoting against the will of the individual concerned. This withdrawal of the welfare state not only from coercion, but also from responsibility for the unconditional alimentación of citizens, is the price to be paid for achieving the gradual overcoming of people's dependence on market exploitation, as the Bag concept states. The internal connection between increasing precarization, to which the UBI is supposed to be a social response according to the BGA, the falling demand for labor at a price that allows it to be reproduced, and the associated real danger of being left behind in society for good is either not even seen or is apparently perceived as insignificant. This is all the more surprising given that the BGA is well aware that manual rather than manual labor forms the backbone of the post-industrial society that has long been in the making. The BGA concept states that social production increasingly involves the living and formalized knowledge of people. The BGA only seems to take note of the fact that the immense pressure to be flexible and the compulsion for lifelong learning are inherent in this mode of production, i.e., that the risk of no longer being able to keep up, losing one's ability to exploit the market and thus becoming socially superfluous, is increasingly becoming a problem, to the extent that the BGA believes it can make a socio-political virtue out of this new capitalist need: simply stop living in such a gainful employment. Centered in market exploitation independent way, the UBI makes it possible, after all, and everything will be, if not good, then much better. So the left-wing UBI idea turns out to be what it objectively is under capital conditions, an attempt to provide a socio-political foundation for the final establishment of the clique-worker society, collective bargaining and minimum wage demands or not. When, for example, Claudia Kipping rejects full employment and untruthfully claims that the fatal aspect of the demand for full employment lies in its proximity to the neoliberal full employment policy of demanding and promoting socialismus October 2005, she only proves that the left-wing concept of neoliberalism misses the point. Apparently, people are unable to grasp the fact that people like Götz Werner and all those who celebrate new work and startups have long since set the course for society. In other words, the welfare state's direct demand and support, which Hartz IV still stands for, has long been an obsolete model from the point of view of capital demand, and is increasingly being replaced by decentralized market direct demand and support, which, like new work as a whole, undermines the separation of the spheres of production and reproduction, demands highly mobile work and flexible leisure time, and pursues the total cult of projects, teams, and networks. New work thus offers everything that justifies Nancy Fraser's concept of progressive neoliberalism, and fits much better with the idea of a UBI that promotes flexibility and mobility than with a flexibility and mobility break such as Hartz IV, which is still far too firmly rooted in industrial society. Not only not resisting the lure of the clique worker society, but actively working towards the UBI idea has a long tradition, the post-operaists Antonio Negri and Michael Hart, who have hailed so-called immaterial work, explicitly serve both Claudia Kipping and the bag as cues. Of course, Negri/Hart are also advocates of an unconditional basic income. In their 2002 book Empire, which was celebrated by legions of leftists at the time and was even hailed by Slavoj Zizek as the Communist Manifesto of the 21st century, it is correctly stated that immaterial labor, i.e. non-physical intellectual labor, has driven the postmodernization of the global economy, from the domination of industry to the dominant position of services and information. Instead of criticizing this new form of domination, however, it is understood in the bad tradition of Marxist teleology and avant-garde expectation as the appearance of liberation. Because with it, the dialectic of inside and outside has come to an end, the new forms of labor power are faced with the task of producing the human anew. This task would be accomplished above all by the new and increasing immaterial forms of effective and intellectual labor. This would be accomplished in the community that constituted these forms. It forms the counter-empire, the multitude, which fights within the empire, which no longer allows an outside. This cheap revolutionary romanticism becomes all the more incomprehensible when you realize that Negri/Hart are actually correct in stating that postmodernization or informatization is producing a new way of becoming human. However, this new human being as an ensemble of postmodern conditions, which demands the internalization of all hard and soft skills of immaterial work, is not a problem for them, but a solution. As if Negri/Hart only wanted to prove that for them, too, commodity and thought form a unity, that a multitude is then also presented in a highly consequent way exclusively as a network, in the form in which late capitalist immaterial commodity production mainly takes place in the present. With this in mind, Claudia Kipping's following lines speak plainly. For the development of an entrepreneurship of the common and the establishment of cooperative social networks, accompanying reform steps such as an unconditional basic income are of course needed. Kipping's instrumental relationship to the UBI has little to do with left-wing charity, but much to do with the UBI as a financing model for networking multitude activists in the anti-empire struggle. In her book Wer Flüchtet schon freiwillig from 2015, the narcissistic subject form of late capitalism, the infamous Generation Y, which would be better called Generation Self-Optimization, is identified as the possible resistant collective subject of future liberation. The Fordist work ethic has often already given way to an interest in individual quality of life, Kipping happily states in this context, without apparently wasting a single thought on whether there might be something to Marx's statement that it is not consciousness that determines existence. The idea that the interest in individual quality of life could have arisen not from the minds, but from the post-Fordist conditions of forced insight into the necessity of adapting even the instinctual life to the changing mode of production, and that, with the departure from the Fordist work ethos, the working and living conditions that are little or not at all precarious are also up for grabs, which the self-optimization generation with its penchant for pseudo-individuality no longer even considers worth defending. This idea seems to be of no interest in the 21st century to the chairwoman of a party that is no longer willing to accept the idea of the individual. In the 21st century, this idea no longer seems to occur to the leader of a party that considers itself to be staunchly left-wing. It is not for nothing that she whispers that technological development will drive us to a point where the quantitative increase could turn into a qualitative leap. In all seriousness, she says, 3D printers and internet exchanges are only the harbingers of a possible future in which private work actually contributes to a general prosperity that is not based on authoritarian standardization, but on social diversity. Nevertheless, Kipping seems to have a faint inkling that flat hierarchies and decentralized self-organization are no longer forms of organization that stand exclusively for resistance, freedom and counterculture, that the modern corporate philosophy, which has replaced the outdated Fordist work ethic, has long since made social diversity instead of authoritarian standardization the basis of all contemporary management, when she comes to the conclusion that can only be called crazy, the fact that the social networks of the common today stand within the existing economic framework and often lead a niche existence for the time being does not contradict their emancipatory potential in any way. On the contrary, they remind us of the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Quote, end. Because she doesn't do it underneath, 3D printers and internet exchanges must necessarily be the harbingers of overcoming capitalism. She notices all the less that her revolutionary rhetoric only serves the apotheosis of late capitalism. And so it must also necessarily miss the fact that the UBI is not in reality a literal state advance payment for the time after capitalism, but rather the bill that the welfare state of capital has to pay if it wants to continue to fulfill its objective task as the ideal total capitalist. To ascribe an emancipatory potential to self-exploitative startup cliques in which terms such as end of work, break, and vacation become foreign words when the diverse team relentlessly exerts coercion under threat of exclusion or when the project assignment for the social network Friends demands it, thus confusing the digital revolution with the social revolution. You have to come up with that first. Even if Kipping, see Negri/Hart, cannot apply for a patent on such dangerous nonsense. In order to legitimize the UBI, people like to invoke Hannah Arendt's gloomy prognosis, which she made at the end of the 1950s when, in her words, the spread of automation, still in its early stages, was beginning its triumphal march. What lies ahead of us is the prospect of a working society that has run out of work, i.e. the only activity it still knows how to do. What could be more disastrous? Quote, end. It is in the nature of things that Arendt could only imagine the working man under automated production conditions as a blunted version of a Fordist button pusher a la Chaplin's Modern Times, as can be found today in a number of emerging countries or in countries that are on the way there, but hardly in the countries in which the post-industrial society has long been a reality and for which the UBI is supposed to be made. Even if Arendt's prognosis applied to a different capitalist, let's call it here, modern mode of production, the UBI advocates are right when they refer to Arendt in that in a society that runs out of paid work, an army of superfluous workers is created for whom Marx's concept of an industrial reserve army has not been coined. In this respect, the UBI also has the character of a mercy killing for all those who are forever weeded out of paid work by capital, which also means that it has nothing to do with the happiness without merit defended by Max Horkheimer against envy, but all the more to do with the term gift to a punished recipient found on Wikipedia under the keyword mercy killing. Supporters of a UBI do not want to face up to the fact that this bread of mercy does not mean the end of the administered world, but rather modernizes it in the way that Horkheimer, not without a pinch of irony, described it towards the end of his life as a great functioning society in which the individual can live without material worries, but no longer has any meaning, as a negative utopia. In order to avoid the accusation of being nothing more than voluntary administrators of misery, they use the trick of expanding the concept of work infinitely by constantly claiming that the current society is centered on gainful employment in which other activities are not treated equally. If the UBI advocates had their way, with the introduction of the UBI there would basically be hardly any human activity that does not meet the criterion of work, under which wage labor would then be subsumed as just one of many socially recognized forms of work, and thus the divisions between leisure and work, between public and private that were once enforced by it would also become obsolete as a distinctly Fordist relic from the times of the demand for full employment, Kipping. Only marginally is this about the higher pay and appreciation of the nursing and healthcare professions, which has long since begun but is still a long way off. At the heart of this is a concept of work that no longer recognizes a first, second or third labor market, because somehow everything is to be equated with the labor market, or at least to such an extent that there is hardly anything meaningless and everything, even the most eccentric hobby, is filled with social meaning. Even the last remnants of privacy and intimacy are to be transformed into the equivalent form of the commodity of labor, so that being a mother or father can be declared a quasi-profession just like the social status of husband or partner. In a word, everyone, from birth to death, should be socially recognized containers of labor power and nothing else. With reference to Hannah Arendt's gloomy prognosis, one could say that the prospect of a working society that has run out of work is being met here with a flight forward to the only activity that society has ever understood itself to be and should only understand itself to be in the future. The shibboleth for the desired total working society is care work, which, according to Wikipedia, refers to activities of caring and looking after, the social improvement of which would still be welcome from the feminist point of view of the so-called double socialization of many women. Basically, everything has been said about the almost limitless and arbitrary definition of care work in the sense of UBI activists, such as the busy Ronald Blaschke, who have literally hijacked the once feminist term for their own purposes. You can also read on Wikipedia that even friendly help and self-care can be part of care work, i.e. activities that were previously always assumed not to fall under work. The statements made by Philip Kovs, co-founder of the Berlin-based association Berger Initiative Bedingungsloses Grundeinkommen and co-editor of the Scherkamp anthology on UBI, are representative of this attempt to exorcise civic-mindedness and common sense. He explains his actions as wanting to finally put an end to the eternal alienation from work and the fact that our awareness of work has come to a standstill on the assembly line. It is therefore a matter of making work whole again in our consciousness, and instead of fetishizing it, individualizing it. These thoughts culminate in the announcement of what will happen once the UBI is a reality. The creation of meaning in work will become the central motif. I don't want to be free from work, I want to be free in my work. That is the freedom of the future. Quote, end. One can only mourn the days when criticism of alienation and the work fetish was not accompanied by the threat of wanting to take the creation of meaning and the work fetish to extremes in the name of individuality and freedom, but rather by opposing them with idleness and a right to laziness. As there are probably no UBI advocates who do not consider themselves to be particularly cosmopolitan and, accordingly, none who will allow any doubt that Germany is a country of immigration, the relevant protagonists are faced with a particular problem that cannot go unmentioned. For it is not only the particularly anti-national left-wing UBI faction that is confronted with something that is more than just a flaw in the UBI system. If one realizes that the claimed unconditionality of the basic income is linked to the condition of a functioning nation-state and therefore to the sole entitlement through citizenship or an equivalent legal title, then this literal limit of unconditionality is no trifle. The particularly consequent UBI activist and sociology professor Sascha Lieberman, for example, co-founder of the Basic Income Instead of Full Employment Initiative, has long avoided the adjective unconditional, not because I want to link the basic income entitlement to benefits on the labor market, but because there must always be at least one condition for the basic income entitlement at the national level, end of quote. Lieberman is then also certain that the UBI would represent an enormous incentive for immigration, which would call into question the financing of the entire UBI idea in the long term. Critics of a UBI, such as sociologist Anke Hassel, who is convinced that the UBI is the opposite of what a rapidly growing immigration society needs, and that, in her opinion, there is hardly a more harmful program of social disintegration, have little or nothing to counter its proponents at this point apart from the usual civil society phrases against the right, and one can assume why. Assuming, for the sake of argument, that UBI activists want to continue to hold on to a society that still deserves its name, it should also be secretly clear to them that there is every indication that an immigration society and the UBI are categorically mutually exclusive. But, despite all the objections to the UBI, it could ultimately be said that the coronavirus crisis shows how useful it would be nonetheless. In a crisis like this, where so many people could lose their livelihoods, perhaps we should think about introducing an unconditional basic income, reads a random Facebook post, for example, which could hardly sum up the nature of the UBI any better. After all, it is made for the social crisis, for the perpetuation of the crisis mode as the normal and permanent state of affairs, which its apologists either hail as the brave new world of knowledge, information or networks, and in which the unconditional basic income represents the next stage of social decay. In any case, it should be noted that the logic of capital dictates the crisis itself to states, but not the policy for overcoming it. The state is irrevocably autonomous in its choice of means, and the most dangerous thing is that it can take control of the economy, namely whenever, and wherever, capital accumulation loses its dynamism and the sovereignty it generates is up for debate. In other words, authoritatively secured, capital can cancel itself out on its own basis, without leaving it, as should be added. If it succeeds in eliminating it and substituting it with the nation-state, society is not in crisis, but in catastrophe. Like capital and the state, the logic of capital and the logic of war are the two sides of a unity that is concerned with the distribution of the mass of surplus value produced worldwide. This cake is produced socially, which means that no person, however, and whether at all, they were involved in its production in whatever way, can make reasonably justified claims to a share of it. But precisely this, to have a personal claim to income for the achievement of which one cannot and does not have to demonstrate any performance, outside of legally, i.e. politically justified claims, is the indispensable basic principle of capitalist socialization, but one that cannot be reasonably justified on its basis. As low as the informative value of labor is in the individual data sets of our world total account, and it only increases insignificantly if average values are formed for certain goods or groups of goods or types of goods, it results when the prices for goods that serve as means of production and the labor costs for their use are extracted and compared with the labor time for the goods that have been produced as a whole. Marx is of the opinion that, on average, price and labor value, measured in money, converge. This may be true, but it cannot be proven statistically, and this assumption is not necessary for the validity of the labor value. If you do this with the same goods over several equal periods of time, you can measure the rates at which their productivity has changed and then transform these rates in such a way that you can determine for each individual good the extent to which it has become cheaper, expressed in prices, thanks to the circulation of capital. It will be found that, as a rule, the cost of the means of production has increased and labor time has decreased. However, it must again be emphasized that empirically real quantities, or even a rate for the economy as a whole, cannot be determined here. To do so, it would be necessary to allocate to each individual commodity the exact proportion of means of production that is attributable only to it, and not to others. This is empirically impossible to determine. However, only data relating to shares of the surplus value mass can be determined in this way. If you wanted to measure it as a whole, you would have to, after adjusting the world total, account for all influences that, like the measurement of real growth, affect the measurement of surplus value even more, add up all interest, rental, corporate profits or losses, etc., and, above all, then also add up the surplus value. And, above all, add the money that the state or churches, charitable organizations, etc. divert to citizens in order to secure their livelihood, because whoever raises or donates this money, it has its source in companies' social welfare, payments to civil servants, soldiers, prisoners, etc. The total amount would then represent the surplus value. The total amount would then represent the surplus value generated in the circulation of capital in a given period. We would therefore be faced with the same problem as the monetarists, who want to determine an adjusted money supply for their money supply control. However, we would also have to subtract what we have described as mere expansion based on absolute surplus value production, which, see above, is also empirically impossible. Not even the pure trading profits or those from fraud, robbery, etc. would have to be deducted here, because they would be offset by corresponding losses elsewhere. What would have to be taken into account, however, as difficult as it would be to redeem, are the interest profits paid for by the expansion of the credit volume. Money transformed into capital, or in Marx's words, as value in the original sense, which underlies the production of surplus value, can therefore basically only be described as money that has been successfully invested in the means of production and labor wages. Thanks to its realization in the circulation of money, the surplus value produced therein, expressed in money, is then distributed among the most diverse types of money and income, and appears there as income that has been generated immediately from money, on the one hand, and as income that results neither from money nor from paid, concrete, labor, on the other. The recipients of these two types of so-called unemployed income argue bitterly over their respective share of surplus value. The state organizes the consensus building process and is rewarded with a share of surplus value for carrying out this task. The usual formulation among Marxists of the private appropriation of socially produced wealth or similar ones ignore the fact that it is solely about the distribution of the surplus value, i.e. about politics, and not about the results of commodity production in general. And so it is also overlooked that the distribution of surplus value has nothing to do with the remuneration of labor, because this has long since taken place in commodity production. It follows that there is no economic difference between money owners and welfare recipients. Both are paid, as otherwise only the state, for the protection of private property from violent appropriation, from the surplus value mass. The one receives money from it for his titles, the other for his survival, but this qualitative difference, in the for what, is explicitly not up for debate in economics. It is the state that mediates the relationship between interest and social money and influences the respective amount, because it is the state that, in times other than the present, in which this basic function has gotten out of hand, determines the proportion of productively covered money that is available for interest payments in its tax policy. Political scientists refer to this discussion as the welfare state. In the USA, especially since Obama took office, the question has been whether the state is even entitled to divert social money from the surplus value, and whether the recipients of interest are not responsible for this in person by donating part of their income as they see fit. Who is or should be right here is an idle question. It can only be answered pragmatically on the basis of specific individual cases. But to clearly take sides with the state instead of seeing it as a mere mediator shows that one has not grasped the danger that is always inherent in the expansion of the welfare state. The Republicans are simply right. As far as social status is concerned, however, there is a serious difference between those who live on interest income and those who live on welfare. This status naturally has an influence on self-confidence. There are, however, no reasonable reasons why the economically superfluous enjoy a far lower status than the owner of money. Especially since a self-confident attitude towards the state on the one hand and the recipients of interest on the other is likely to have a decisive influence on the amount of social benefits in his favor. Especially as nowadays this money is only able to fulfill its task in this society of transforming itself into capital to a limited extent. In this society, social money is money that is defined from the outset as the money that the recipients of interest do not receive, for all reasons other than those that are rational but absolutely necessary for the reproduction of capital. This definition cannot be justified rationally, let alone reasonably, and its origins can only be explained historically and psychoanalytically. In short, this is about an existential, socially constituted dimension that politics and economics cannot reach, and which, transformed by social psychology, is expressed as resentment against the parasites. It should be self-evident, but it should nevertheless be made explicit in order to prevent false associations from arising in the first place. A policy that even considers banning interest rates reveals that it is deliberately aiming for a total people's state. How the state deals politically with this money is the result of historically determined power relations and thus follows the logic of war, and without self-confidence, this struggle for the highest possible share of the surplus value mass can hardly be waged successfully. What is even more decisive is that this struggle absolutely presupposes a functioning utilization of value. Without it, it is nothing more than begging for alms, at best. The space that the sovereign must leave to the logic of war would therefore have to be used for a war against work and against the people's state at the same time, especially when it comes to social benefits. This is why the demands for a basic income for the unemployed or a citizen's income go in exactly the wrong direction. On the one hand, they presuppose that capital accumulation functions without a crisis, which is impossible in itself, and thus neither really abolish the compulsion to work nor reduce the superfluous money, and on the other hand they increase the power of the people's state. It decides who gets the citizen's income and how much, and above all, no state will allow itself to be deprived of the right to reduce the citizen's income if this is the only way to ensure that work is done that it considers absolutely necessary. As false as the equation is that more work means more wealth, this fallacy lives on as an ideology in every form of capitalist socialization and would also irrevocably program the conflicts in states with an unemployed basic income from the ground up. Just as he only temporarily suspends the duty to die for him as a soldier. The citizen's income also fuels the illusion that the accumulation of capital is an event that can at least potentially take place peacefully, a process that can be based on rational or reasonable, or even just discursive, reasons. The logic of war cannot be used rationally against the logic of capital itself. A successful struggle against the automatic subject cannot have any other result than the total people's state. There will be no return to the days of the economic miracle and its aftermath, and this would be anything but desirable. The social market economy lifestyle with a home and garden, 2 cars and a decent pension for anyone who makes an effort is merely political propaganda. The tendency to monopolize and thus redistribute income to wealth has been inherent to capital not only since digitalization, just as labor has always been the source of profit. The temporarily successful attempts by employees of IT startups to acquire wealth as immediate shareholders rather than shareholders do nothing to change this. The experience of the Trente Glorieuses is apparently still very much in people's bones, albeit in a different way than they probably imagine. As subjects, they are thrown back on themselves in a similar way to the times of industrialization, but are now far more attached to the belief that they can return to the beautiful post-war era than to the belief that the success of the communist world revolution is still possible. Staub's book, like Cernysek's, is symptomatic of all those authors who wish for a return to the economic miracle of the Trente Glorieuses. It appears to them in an almost phantasmagorical form as the only period in which growth and state social welfare coincided. What followed the destruction of people and values by the Germans and their auxiliary peoples during the Second World War is not understood in precisely this context, but is glorified as the true policy, from which the tendency to redistribute economic prosperity from income to wealth is then inferred, seemingly without need. For Staub, this is demonstrated on a global scale by the epiphenomena of the digital economy, such as the business model of the timely exit from a startup or solo self-employment. In the absence of real, i.e. productivity-enhancing investment opportunities, and the rigidity, inertia and sluggishness of classic production models, he believes that a technological reconfiguration of capitalism is taking place that is aimed at extracting profits through trade monopolies, privatized mercantilism. The winners are not the state, as was supposedly the case with mercantilism in the early modern period, but private risk capital owners. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall is thus moderated by the state in such a way that new technologies are promoted with the bet directed at investors that productivity can be increased again. To the same extent that the law of value asserts itself behind the backs of its subjects, but nevertheless through them, the state measures also take place behind the backs of their subjects, i.e. ideologically, who react to economic developments. Staub constructs a welfare state that is interested in the well-being of every individual. On the one hand, his argument is that the early internet technologies from the ARPANET, which was designed for military purposes, and some key technologies of the GAFAM companies were financed from state funds, which is why the general public should be able to benefit from them instead of finding themselves in the hollowed-out labor market, as is the case now, and not being able to reap some of the huge profits themselves. Staub makes no effort to define the relationship between politics and economics and, with the military and economic benefits of state-provided resources, mixes things that should initially be kept separate. The state ultimately acts according to the logic of war. However, this does not necessarily mean that it cannot also negotiate with other states in the fundamentally anarchic state of the world of states. But it can only do so for as long as the respective situation of potential or actual war allows. In this respect, it is obvious that the sovereign has an interest in being at the cutting edge of military technology. The economic role of the state is somewhat different. This consists of collecting money through taxes in order to distribute it back to citizens and companies. Money must circulate. Although the state of capital can temporarily escape the logic of capital, it cannot do so permanently under penalty of extinction. In this sense, the bourgeois state is only capable of acting within a functioning commodity money circulation, from which it collects value-added tax with every exchange of money for commodities, which it then distributes to the economic subjects. Against this background, it is difficult to understand why the state should have a fundamental interest in a free commodity. Unless you believe that the state is ultimately there for the people and not for capital. Social welfare programs etc. do not contradict this if one takes into account that the state has the function of either preventively maintaining the law of value through its intervention in social reproduction and, above all, in the immediate production relationship, or, in revolutionary situations, reinstating it. It is not the quantity of profit, but the life of profit that is decisive. Prohibiting the digital agents of circulation from being paid for their work would run counter to this. Srnicek also wants to stylize the state as the savior and opposes the tendency of platform companies to transform the open web into a privatized internet, for example by Amazon further expanding its cloud or Microsoft and Facebook joining forces for their own transatlantic fiber optic cable. In contrast, he wants to counter this with political efforts and thus openly calls on the state, because it has the power to control the platforms, it should break up monopolies, slow down or even eliminate exploitative platforms, launch new regulations on data protection and a coordinated approach to tax avoidance. The state should step back into the breach where the economy fails according to the left's understanding of the state. It should set up public platforms that are owned and controlled by the people, and, very importantly, that are not subject to state surveillance. Srnicek, Platform Capitalism, page 112. However, the largest public platform can be found in the People's Republic of China, the social credit system. The aim there is to decide on the creditworthiness and other access to forms of mediation of capital socialization of every economic subject, apart from the state itself, of course, on the basis of an interplay of digital, e.g. e-commerce, and digitalizing, e.g. video surveillance at the garbage can, technologies. Creditworthiness or access to better education, for example, does not depend on an individual's success in the sphere of circulation, i.e. how much surplus value they have been able to realize, but on their behavior prescribed by the Communist Party. With the establishment of a digital Silk Road, the Chinese State Party is taking measures to bind the target countries of its new Silk Road initiative to itself with the help of the expansion of digital infrastructure. For the following facts, see Hongshan, Building a Digital Silk Road. Situating the Internet in China's Belt and Road Initiative. It remains to be seen whether the pandemic has hindered or even helped the project. This includes the construction of data centers and server farms as well as the establishment of proprietary cloud systems and network standards such as 5G TD-LTE. The still private companies, such as the internet group Alibaba, play an important role here, and the integrated payment systems should strengthen the renminbi as a reserve currency in competition with the dollar if it can circulate in more and more countries within these digital ecosystems. In this conglomerate, the state-owned or state-dominated regional investment banks act as competitors to the IMF and the World Bank. Last but not least, the Communist Party's strategy in the field of digitalization is intended to end dependence on American GPS at the military level. In conjunction with the practices of debt bondage in other countries, it is difficult to speak of a strategy to accelerate the circulation of commodities and money, as the concept of circulation is at issue here. Exchange, which undoubtedly still takes place, requires the limited, formal and negative generality of the law among legal equals, which the social credit system counteracts under the threat of the Communist Party's mediated access. See the instructive example of the deep-water port in Hambantota in Sri Lanka, where the insolvency of the debtor state led to the takeover of the infrastructure. There, law does not exist as a phenomenon distinct from the political command of the sovereign. Day after day, the primacy of politics over the economy, the command over exchange thanks to party algorithms, can thus be reinstated, and the hegemony of the USA within the sovereignty of capital, to secure the conditions for the utilization of value in the largest possible geopolitical space, can be contested. Fortunately, the enforcement of the social credit account is not working as seamlessly as the upper party cadres would like. However, this does not mean that the plan will be abandoned. In this context, the argument launched in the circles of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation once again proves to be particularly infamous when Timo Dom writes that the social credit system is only narrowed down by the Western media to the surveillance factor, and that the Chinese brother states' attempt to catch up technologically with the institutional development of a banking and compliance system is not appreciated. Young Chinese are well aware that they are being monitored, but would be much more interested in having the predictable economic development that the state platform would offer them. Considering that they would otherwise have to defy the interests and whims of the local party cadres immediately, a scoring system that can be influenced indirectly through submission seems to be a better alternative. However, it is obvious that the scoring system ultimately depends on the opinion of the Chinese Communist Party. Authors of such lines cannot be called anything other than their accomplices. Quote, the control of the corona pandemic and the organization of the zero-COVID strategy with its mass lockdowns with the help of digital systems has once again impressively demonstrated how important digital technologies have become for everyday governance. Timo Dom, the social credit system in China. In particular, it should be noted that when the article was published, the anti-COVID protests in China at the end of 2022 were already the subject of widespread reporting, apart from the permanently available videos and reports on the harassment of the Chinese population by the state. Incidentally, it should be emphasized here that Philip Staub's book has the merit of specifically examining the Chinese platform companies Alibaba and Tencent in order to explicitly distinguish itself from the friends of political purges. Algorithms are not evil per se. The conditions that people create also translate into algorithms and their data structures and databases. So it makes a difference whether these are based on the foundations of commodity money circulation or whether they are immediately based on authoritarian violence. But only if the maxim, to each according to his needs, were to apply. If hunger were the primary reason for production, thus also formed the basis of the algorithms for mediating production and demand, would it be a technology that nobody would have to dread? Because one thing should also be said at this point, the possibility of a society that organizes its own interests and does not allow them to be organized by politics, which moderates the value principle, continues to exist with the progress of technology, even if there are no signs of it being redeemed. The crisis, which is capital from the ground up, can also be expressed in this way, in order to create a real existing basket of goods with the production capacities available worldwide, wherever they operate, which contains the basic survival needs of all people currently living: food, clothing, housing, health, communication, travel, all based on the highest level of quality and on each individual, not on family, kinship or other community structures. Hardly any additional physical work is required, from a purely theoretical empirical point of view, than is already being done globally, rather the opposite. The problem is the practice of the intellectual work performed in this society. This, and indeed the whole of it, is not about the distribution of money. If managers and other high earners were paid less, no starving person would get more to eat, but about the intellectual effort to change the political organization of the relationship between production and circulation in such a way that the increase in social productivity generated by capital, in this society, benefits every individual in the world equally. This is impossible on the basis of national claims to sovereignty. And this reorganization cannot possibly consist of a tendency, as in all previous proposals, to denounce and destroy the dynamic emanating from capital. Rather, it is precisely this dynamic that should be strengthened thanks to the new organization. All anti-capitalists have one thing in common: they refuse to reflect on how, without capital and without the state, the dynamic of the replacement of labor can also be possible in a non-capitalist society. The left, with its completely false concept of capital, its reference to the state and the nation, which are not to be abolished but transferred from the hands of capitalists to workers or even the people, and to job creation and job security at all costs, in short, with its primacy of the political, plays an absolute pioneering role in abolishing capital not positively but negatively. In the context of this clarification of the basic economic concepts, we too will not talk any further about a positive abolition of capital, because we were only interested in clarifying the basic concepts from which this can be considered. Or to put it another way, we were concerned with finally clearing the economic shit, Marx, off the table so that we could free our minds to deal with the political and other crap, of course only against the background of this clearing, insofar as it is not merely the mediated expression of this economy. The specifics of capitalism, i.e. the secret of its plus-making, revealed by Marx, are told among Marxists something like this: the wage suggests to capitalists, wage laborers and vulgar economists that it is an equivalent for the time in which the worker works. From this it follows either that the source of surplus value is to be sought beyond labor, for example, profit is to be derived from machines or an arbitrary markup, or that labor, if surplus value is to continue to be attributed to it, is purchased by capital below its value. The latter led early socialists to assume that capitalist exploitation was based on unjust wages, especially as Adam Smith had already discovered that wages only cover the working time in which the worker produces the equivalent of his own reproduction costs, while the rest of his working time is unpaid surplus work, the fruits of which are appropriated by capital. Marx's innovation, on the other hand, consists in proving that everything is above board in the contractual relationship between capital and labor, i.e. that exploitation takes place in accordance with bourgeois law and the laws of the conventional exchange of equivalents. The capitalist does not buy the worker, or the labor time, as Marx himself still advocated in his early writings. What the capitalist buys and the worker sells is the labor power, or more precisely, the labor power capital, because and insofar as the expenditure of labor power on it is already part of the use of the commodity lawfully acquired by the capitalist. As with any other commodity, the value of the labor power asset consists in the average time necessary for its production, translated into the food that the worker needs to reproduce himself, and thus the labor power asset, and the capitalist also pays this in the form of wages. In this way, he merely profits from the peculiarity of the special commodity of labor power, whose use value consists in being able to produce more than is necessary for its reproduction. According to Marx, the fact that the capitalist appropriates this surplus is not an injustice against the seller of the commodity of labor power, since by paying the adequate exchange value he is entitled, like any buyer, to consume what he has acquired. Marx, and with him the majority of Marxists, now believed that he had overcome the difficulties of bourgeois economics with its basic categories, and in doing so had established a consistent theory of value that was free of contradictions and at the same time could explain the aporias of previous economic theories. From here, Marx progressed to the presentation of the overall reproduction process of capital with the aim of ultimately deriving all categories of classical economics scientifically from the newly acquired concept of value, albeit with an admittedly central conceptual shift, on the basis of which Robert Kurz, representing many others, then claimed the enormous relevance of Volume 2 and especially Volume 3 of Das Kapital. The movement of value and surplus value should not be traced in the sense of the methodological individualism of Volume 1, for example, according to the pattern that this individual capitalist realizes so much profit with this particular type of commodity at an exploitation rate of so many % in corresponding sales, but rather, from the point of view of totality for a production cycle, the total social value, or total surplus value, which is essentially non-objective, should be assumed, in the mass of which the individual sectors and special capitals only participate proportionally afterwards, so to speak. And it is at this point in the critique of political economy that those who neither see themselves as experts in economics and mathematics nor wish to become such usually drop out, with the consequence that the theoretical field of even the first volume of Das Kapital is willingly left to the scientists of value from the outset. One recalls, for example, the devotion of Alfred Schmidt, and thus one of the wittiest philosophers among Adorno's students, at the 1967 Frankfurt Colloquium on the occasion of 100 Years of Capital, when he ended a contribution to the discussion with the words, "I must, of course, add to these remarks that I am not a professional economist, but proceed from a philosophical exegesis of Marx, and I ask you to give me credit for that," and received the following reply: "You should be forgiven for not being an economist, but if, on the other hand, one were to take some of Marx's definitions and interpretations of the commodity of labor power, which are of course well known and therefore generally regarded as trivial, really seriously, they would result in discrepancies, contradictions and inconsistencies between the theory of value and the theory of surplus value, and thus in the concept of the basic category of value itself, which are not suddenly resolved by the totality perspective of volumes 2 and 3. In other words, the complaint about unjust wages can only be criticized as itself still ideologically biased because it negates the fact that the wage form as such is already a blatant social injustice. On the other hand, anyone who exaggerates the right things in the exchange process between capital and labor and even thinks they can mathematize it has already, now ideologically to the core, adopted the perspective of the state and capital. Rarely has such a limping, in that it is cynical and affirmative of domination, analogy been so readily swallowed as that according to which the special commodity of labor power is not essentially different from all other commodities. If the peculiarity of the commodity of labor power is reduced solely to its use value, its exchange value appears to be as generally and abstractly determinable via the average social time required to produce it, i.e. a quantity that is ultimately rational and mathematical, as with all other commodities. This equation is peculiar, to say the least. It categorically reproduces the historical scandal of applying expended labor power as a measure not only to any produced, material, thing, transformed natural material, but to the ability to expend labor power itself, to the life and life of the worker. This absurdity points to the center of the value process, because without surplus value being realized, no other value component of any commodity is realized in capitalism. Allegedly, nothing takes place in the sale and purchase of the commodity of labor power that would contradict the laws of the conventional exchange of equivalents and the classical law of exchange, which makes buyer and seller equal legal subjects. If one accepts this, however, the seller and his sold commodity would have to be absolutely separable from each other, which on the one hand amounts to the unrealistic division of the worker's body into seller here and labor power assets there, in such a way that the worker could pursue any interests after handing over his labor power assets for money, while the capitalist takes the labor power assets with him and feeds them into interaction with his machines. On the other hand, the production costs of labor power assets would then also have to be able to be determined, by analogy with wheat, for example, on their own, i.e. without any detours. But because this is not possible and one pays tribute to reality, one takes a detour, namely via the reproduction costs of the worker. But this in turn means, in blatant contradiction to the laws of the exchange of equivalents, suddenly putting the reproduction costs of the seller up for discussion, which means declaring expressions of life such as eating, drinking, sleeping, reading, sexuality, etc. to be production processes of a commodity, i.e. making seller and commodity identical after all, and thus damaging the assumed legal subjectivity of the seller, who is no longer the sovereign master of an alienable commodity that exists separately from his corporeality. This paradoxical circular reasoning proves that Marx is wrong with his theory of value and right with his critique of value, which proves that the bourgeois reality of commodity production is essentially aporetic, that it must, also implicitly in legal terms, simultaneously assume the identity and non-identity of the worker, seller, and the labor power asset, commodity, in order to take place in practice. Sometimes people generally complain about the metaphorical violence that is done to the special, distinctive, qualitative, different nature of the different things when they are made interchangeable via the abstraction of labor per se, in the same way that the concrete work that produces them is subsumed under this denominator. And this despite the fact that things are actually the same in this respect, and at least moments of their qualitative difference are taken into account in quantitative proportions. The much more drastic process, on the other hand, which represents a real equalization or repressive comparison in the first place, namely treating a natural human capacity like a made thing in order to put it on a degraded level with other mere things, is all too often lost in the process. Not so with the early Marx, who, for example, states in The Misery of Philosophy, certainly, Ricardo's language is as cynical as anything. To place the production costs of hats and the maintenance costs of human beings in one and the same row is to turn people into hats. But don't shout too much about the cynicism. The cynicism lies in the thing and not in the words which designate the thing. MEW 4, 82F. So this is no longer just about the reification of relations, but about the wage worker becoming an object, a thing, when his own libe, i.e., flesh and blood, as Marx states in Wage, Labor and Capital, are degraded to the container of a commodity, MEW 9, 399. And even the late Marx spends an entire chapter in the first volume of Das Kapital, namely the chapter on the so-called primitive accumulation of capital, on proving how much brute force was necessary on the part of a main and state action, MEW 23, 770, in order to produce this commodity of labor power as such in the first place. The colonialist exploitation that led to the exorbitant accumulation of money capital and the gradual fall of legal barriers that had previously prevented the transformation of money into productive capital was joined by brutal expropriation, expulsion, persecution and discipline that was first compatible with manufacture and then with industry. This turned the previously mostly subsistence farmers into people who owned nothing more than their labor power, the decisive logical and historical prerequisite for the emergence of productive capital. The sovereign, repeatedly trivialized, even by Marx himself, as the superstructure of the economic basis, has not only created historical and logical preconditions by legalizing these expropriations in the past, but also and especially in the present, as the ideal total capitalist, he ensures the perpetual reproduction of the corresponding relations of domination in the legal, social and national state on a daily basis. The reproduction of the wage labor, which, according to Marx, progressed externally from formal to real subsumption under capital, MEW 23, 533, and, it should be added, now takes place internalized in the soul as incessant violence against itself, is thus a change of form, of servitude, MEW 23, 789, a modern variant of slavery, MEW 9, 398, which stages itself as an exchange of equivalents. Freed from the means of production, the wage laborer thus created, unlike the conventional slave, is free to sell his labor power to the highest bidder, but not to sell. He is thus forced to wear his skin to market in competition with all others for the sake of survival. On top of this, capital is forced to make a profit with every production cycle in order to survive as capital in competition, reproduction on an extended ladder. In this way, the enrichment instinct, MEW 23, 168 and 618, which was still individual in previous epochs of rule, becomes an independent principle of society, which even subjugates the new masters as economic character masks, MEW 23, 591, fanatics of the utilization of value, MEW 23, 618. Marx meant this decidedly capitalism-specific instinctuality of value when he characterized capital as an automatic subject, MEW 23, 169, which stands for nothing but a production for the sake of production, MEW 23, 167 ff. That is contrary to reason because it imposes on people a greater denial of instinct than would be necessary given the state of the development of productive forces. All in all, value is, at the latest with the implementation of the capital relation, in the thing, cynicism, violence, aporetic insanity, delusion, waste of life, misfortune, and an indicator that humanity and the individual human being are missing their destiny. Following Joachim Brun, value could be described as a name for the absence of the species reconciled with itself as a free association. Marxism would then be the impossible and unspeakable attempt to enter a positive numerical value into ostensibly neutral, scientific, innocent formulas, thereby participating in the delusion and violence of an inverted society, the business of bourgeois economists, in other words, which should not be pursued more correctly and better by critics of political economy, but should be denounced as such. Negative dialectics summarizes all of this almost en passant in the category of comparability. It is indeed the category that always mediates the national economy and the world market and at the same time drives them into crisis, untrue only because hunger cannot be a sufficient motive for production if it is valid. However, if it were blindly eradicated, as is the case everywhere under the banner of autarky policies, for which the breakup of the world market would, once again, be just right, immediate appropriation, violence, and a mania for destruction would once again assert themselves unchecked in place of the irrationality that is still inherent in the principle of exchange as a promise. And the latter, with its own logic, targets the Jews, especially their sovereignty in Israel. True criticism of the principle of exchange as the identifying principle of thought, on the other hand, wants the ideal of free and just exchange, until today a mere pretext, to be realized, according to Adorno, or as it says in the critique of the Gotha program, to each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. That which is simply unreasonable, which consists in making the inner meaning of time the outer meaning of social synthesis and basing the measurability of the substantially different on it, appears to be accessible to reason from only one point of view, that it is abolished. The conditio sine qua non of this abolition is and remains, however, that it takes place in a sense that is exactly the opposite of immediate appropriation, violence, and the mania for annihilation, in the sense in which capital, therein still lies the point of Marx's critique of political economy, which even outlasts the concept of progress, undermines its own preconditions, obeying the constantly mediated compulsion to make living labor, i.e., private labor, superfluous insofar as it is always self-abasement for self-preservation for the individual. Liberation from the capital relation did not follow any compulsion at all, but on the contrary the judgment that it should not exist. At the end of a long search for emancipation, you are as alone as all the eternally young middle-class subjects who hang out in the same old hostels in the big and giant cities, in whose Spartan communal rooms they insistently exchange the same old gimmicks and tricks that help to further reduce the low budget with which they travel. On the Grand Tour, which today is a staged struggle for survival in the urban jungle, people are always living past each other. The people they meet in the trendy places are just like them, the others are staffage. But one thing is certain, we represent the new, better world. Someone got it off his chest even before Donald Trump's election in Jungle World on May 19, 2016. Quote, "But it's not just the hipsters, suit-wearing expats, and bankers who are part of the new world culture. A housemaid in Kuala Lumpur and a housemaid in Sao Paulo have very similar worries and hardships and speak the same language, English. Those who toil disenfranchised as cheap labor on the high-rise construction sites of global cities are also world citizens, just poor ones. Low-budget expats, construction workers, maids, cab drivers, doctors, teachers, craftsmen, Erasmus students, travel EasyJet setters, bankers, or refugees, they all meet in the cities and form new societies that are no less socially unjust but, like the entire economy, have a new frame of reference. The nation, the state, and traditional values are playing an ever smaller role in this." Quote, end. The world as a hostel, the revolution whose preconditions were kindly fought for by capital, as the freedom to sit in an internet cafe, which represents the borderless space that is as empty and at the same time inhuman as the phrases that are hammered into the laptop there, instead of demonizing the globalization of culture and trying in vain to stop urbanization. From an emancipatory point of view, it is high time to accept this new reality and to fight for left-wing, solidary developments. Within it, the nation should be forgotten. The struggle for cities to be cities for all, but also their constant development and modernization, is the struggle for the future of emancipation. Left-wing, liberal and conservative defenders of the West must learn to let go. Bye-bye, West. Now it's about the world. The world cities no longer claim to be metropolises, i.e. the center of a surrounding region, and refer to the periphery that is lagging behind. Instead, they connect with other potent world cities in which very similar technological, social and cultural conditions prevail. World cities are becoming world powers. The nations are inflating themselves once again before they burst. What is happening right now is their death throes. For of course rootless cosmopolitans, world citizens, people who are supposedly in charge everywhere in the world, at least potentially present everywhere, are the surrogate of every conspiracy theory as well as of primary anti-Semitism. Quote, end. Anyone who finds fault with the destruction of bourgeois communities in the name of a mostly Islamic clique and self-help economy is therefore in line with the enemies of rootlessness, i.e. something that does not exist, an Islamophobic anti-Semite, while in reality the friends of bourgeois uprootedness, cosmopolitans, and world citizens, should be the first to fight a globalism that globalizes tribalism and barbarism. The socialization instance of the new society, celebrated in this way, are armed units that initially only claim a monopoly on violence for their homelands or neighborhoods, but as soon as they act globally, they mean boundless destruction. Formations such as the Islamic State and Boko Haram are the avant-garde of such globalization, which is not only praised in jungle world. The state, which has shrunk to metropolitan areas, follows a similar principle and either leaves the isolated areas deserted as deserts or promotes their transformation into ganglands in which the capital relationship only rules, in a rudimentary way, because predatory economies are not capitalist. There is no longer any promise in the big city, since the fantastic idea once symbolized in New York skyscrapers that it really is possible to live in luxury without treasuring, in privacy and conviviality on the basis of complete anonymity, has been denied by the towers of the New World cities, in which the idea of the urban person is erased in the name of urbanity. At the end of a long journey, the locals, who are unable or unwilling to join in and often live in increasingly poorly supplied backwoods, receive all the scorn of the established, who are often not so established in economic terms and whose dislike of the provincials is merely a rationalization of their own fear of social decline. Under this regime, people will become more equal in a slightly different way than revolutionary theorists once imagined. They are transformed into a numb, fatalistic mass whose subjects do not even know what fate they are at the mercy of and, in case of doubt, beg the murder and moral institutions that hold them captive for even more rigid acts of violence, which they offer themselves as the executors of. How are they supposed to get rid of their bias when those who were once called to do so, those who tried to explain what constraints one should free oneself from and to what end, now only spit with hatred and contempt at the few who try to resist with possibly ineffectual means? Since Donald Trump's election as American president, all inhibitions have fallen and what would still be kept under wraps in the bourgeois nation is breaking out, still only rhetorically, the threat of the withdrawal of life cards from those who are not fit to join and the abandonment of critics who do not want to be, to their deserved fate. The fight against the locals was long enough one of the modern state, which brutally leveled the particularism of entire sections of the population, but in its merciless actions at least created the conditions for a generality that was bad because it was capitalistically constituted, which at least placed the individual who had broken away from old ties under the effective protection of the general law. Today, in the mocking prejudice against the locals, the memory of the subjugation of far-flung agrarian regions to the laws of commodity exchange and the central state returns as an anti-national battle mission against obdurate preservers of the better. The aim is to eradicate the memory of and also the hope for a state in which people in the city and in the countryside related to each other as necessarily limited individuals, in the regulation of public affairs and in the class struggle. The bourgeois nation created the conditions for emancipation, i.e. the reduction of the human world, of relations, to man himself, in order to be able to think it at all. Above all, it was this bourgeois nation that allowed the critic to go about his corrosive business in isolation. In the truly global chance of hatred against the locals, on the other hand, only the evil, totalitarian moment of bourgeois socialization shines through. Yet it is the calls hurled out worldwide against the world in an empathetic sense to submit to the capital relationship without contradiction and not the mostly helpless objections to its senseless execution, which currently ideologically secure the negative offabung of nation and law. Where the seemingly liberated human being can only think of himself as the world in his bloated atrophy, all boundaries disappear. The disintegration of the human species into more and more ethnic, cultural and sexual identities, each of which demands respect and an absolute ban on criticism, indicates that there can no longer be any talk of the truly individual human being, who would be called upon to take back the abstract citizen, and who recognizes and organizes his own forces, as social forces, as Marx had hoped. Rather, the ideologues of decline do not declare war on the abstract citizen, but on abstraction in general and thus on cooperation between the individual and the free, thus rejecting self-organization on the basis of common interests. The constitutional state is not replaced by the modern metropolis polarized as a Moloch by the losers of modernization in the past. Rather, the old resentment is transformed into a celebration of the postmodern megacity, which appears as a self-sufficient organism that dictates to people how alone they can survive in it. The boundless emptiness praised as cosmopolitanism, which begins just beyond the disappearing city limits, corresponds with the fantasies of omnipotence of impotent ideologues who are only able to recognize themselves as the people of the future, right next to the chambermaid in Kuala Lumpur, this victim of their Malaysian master who is at the mercy of no rights at all times, as imagined overcomers, in reality blatant preachers of the eternal laws of capital. Quote, "It is not enough to tell the racists and homophobes how stupid they are, but we must also not make the mistake of turning to them with understanding. Instead, we need to fight for the vision of a global community that emancipates itself together to be one for everyone, and we need to create the social and societal conditions for this. Globalism for all is the slogan of this struggle, and therefore, fuck the locals." Quote, end. No one has ever more shamelessly pandered to the institutions of dwindling state power, the agencies of a culture of acceptance for new societies, and let no one say that the simple-minded Ivo Bozic or the newspaper he writes for is not replaceable. You have to give Jungle World credit for being a veritable avant-garde of globalization, just like Der Spiegel and Die Zeit, Süddeutsche and Taz. Nowhere is the sorting into superior and inferior races more self-evident than in places where any notion of universality, as still guaranteed by law in the bourgeois state, has been abolished, i.e. in the globalized world. In Kuala Lumpur, which Bozic happily accepts into the community of globalists, the safeguarding of social existence is tied to conditions dictated by Islamic racial and religious law. Nowhere is homophobia more of an iron law than in places where the bourgeois nation has abdicated or was never established. There, emancipation is the path from general law back to particular law, which rejects the free, unattached individual as a subject of law and leaves them at the mercy of the violence of ethnicized gangs. With and against Bozic, such conditions must be described as a community, even a world community. For in the counter-civilizational word community, the terrible proximity of partly forced, partly unconcerned voluntary self-abandonment with the simultaneous demand for unconditional respect for one's own self-establishment in the historyless collective state is preserved. Where society only exists in the plural, cosmopolitanism has been liquidated, contrary to what globalization's euphemists are constantly trying to convince us. This is because cosmopolitanism refers to world citizenship, which may also be called world proletarianism, for which the law, the comparison of free individuals and the finiteness of reasonably established territories are the conditions of existence. Emancipation, the word that has been ridden to death, which only means liberation from constraints and does not positively define the better human being, becomes its opposite, a shackling and entanglement in ever more constraints, where its preconditions have disappeared. And these lie historically and currently in the liberation of large, but precisely defined territories set apart from others from the violence of highwaymen, robber barons and tribal associations, and thus in the liberation from pre-bourgeois bias and arbitrariness through the monopolization of all violence under the bourgeois constitutional state. In a new bias, wishing the late bourgeois nation of all things, which is still institutionally committed to this principle in terms of form, the scabies on its neck for the sole reason that it is territorially limited and thus proto-fascist, marks the fatalistic end point of the long path of post-bourgeois history into the self-chosen abyss. Where no startup can hide the fact that the free exchange of goods presupposed by Marx's emancipation is long gone and that the organization of social production by finally liberated subjects is more distant than ever, it remains incomprehensible with what matter-of-factness we give up what guarantees on a daily basis that we can at least lead a better life than the inhabitants of the much-admired giant cities, whose hustle and bustle we watch with fascination from our internet cafes, who vegetate under conditions of immediate and incalculable violence. What is demanded everywhere today and even welcomed as an opportunity for renewal, the withdrawal of the bourgeois state into a multitude of particular societies, whose members are called upon to regulate their own destinies in a completely communitarian way, because neither the real municipality clears away the garbage nor does the public order office send out appointed guards against litterers, means the perversion of capitalist socialization on a civil society basis. The entire contempt of the self-organized and thus immediate neighborhood affects those who do not participate and withdraw from the dull events to determine the next, more far-reaching goals society, as an abstractly functioning and institutionally secured procedure that is only committed to a common sense, is thus transformed into a community that always reserves the necessary access to dissenters. Elsewhere, communitarianism has long since meant the authoritarian formation of society on the basis of pre-capitalist, or rather, post-capitalist, principles and thus the unleashing of particular violence to maintain not only production and distribution, but also unquestionable communal terror. Communistically, even value-critically equipped, this apocalyptic execution without subjects can be talked up as a necessary and welcome path to the Big Bang that will finally set the classless and stateless individuals free, who will then come together beyond everything that divides them to create a reasonable world. But you shouldn't, because anyone could know that such a prognosis has no basis in reality. Those who do not want to go that far come to a similar conclusion because of their own sin against the colonized or decolonized world with its supposedly humiliated races and peoples. Immigration flows are unstoppable. Borders cannot be closed again once they have been opened. We just have to come to terms with the new societies, whose stormtroopers only whip the kippa-wearing Jews for the time being, beat up the trannies on the streets with iron bars and harass or rape unaccompanied Western women in deserted subway shafts, women who are then derisively advised by the state to take a cab at night. What they otherwise only accuse the parasitic baby boomers of doing in malicious envy, the globalists are blithely doing themselves in this way. By unscrupulously doing nothing, decisions are being made that will be to the detriment of future generations. Anyone who is 30 or older today and lives in Germany may grow old in a gated community, but unlike their descendants, they will not be completely at the mercy of the societies that they did not want to fall into their arms when it was still time. Revolutionaries and conservative fatalists agree with Wolfgang Schäuble's dictum, which could just as easily have come from Ivo Bozic: we are always wrong if we don't want to accept the changes that are taking place. We have to live with the changes and try to shape them. We cannot stop the course of history. Everyone has to come to terms with the fact that Islam has become part of our country. WAZ, March 31, 2018. Islamization as a necessary and absolutely acceptable consequence of the course of the world is the point of the statement, because in contemporary Islam, more than anywhere else, what the globalist need desires is taking place: the convergence of transnationalization and retribalization, the dissolution of the boundaries of the nation-state and the boundlessness of authoritarian, if necessary murderous care. Those who do not share the wild desire for doom are nevertheless reluctant to call for consequences, which they, together with as many others as possible, would have to demand from the state in particular. Instead, even those who have no illusions about what the acceptance of parallel societies already means in the Federal Republic of Germany resort to cautious comments that always manage without demands, and in this way make themselves complicit. The looming collapse of the Berlin education system, in which, as the moderator puts it, religious conflicts are increasingly arising, this rampant school jihad, to which not only Jewish children but above all teachers who take their profession seriously are exposed, is the result of the unprecedented brutalization of hundreds of thousands of voluntarily Islamizing members of Turkish immigrant society. The birth statistics in Germany show an enormous increase from this milieu, which since 2015 has been increasingly supplemented by refugee children, in whose minds, in whose souls and in whose instincts parents, relatives, and neighbors are deliberately planting the evil seeds of Islam unhindered by the state and society, if they have to be sown at all. The solution cannot possibly lie in gently encouraging the increasingly unteachable to be considerate and reflect. The instruction would have to be authoritarian, not only threatening sanctions, but also imposing them, up to and including the withdrawal of custody from jihadist-minded parents. It makes no sense to point out in cultivated debates that the Mason-like spread of the headscarf is not just a disgusting role ascription for women and girls. Rather, it should be noted that the headscarf also empowers women and girls to light up German sluts together with their inevitable brothers and cousins. The headscarf should be banned from all educational institutions from kindergarten to university for teachers and students, and from all authorities for those employed there. Undisputedly, to demand this would mean interfering in the sphere of the state with the aim of organizing a majority for the aforementioned repressive measures. But is a critic entitled to do that? Wouldn't that mean casting out the green devil with the brown Beelzebub? Isn't the attempt to counter the doom with state power the entanglement of criticism in an even greater doom? In anti-German circles, it has long been frowned upon to engage in politics, and it is even more frowned upon to interfere in the capitalist economy on a capitalist basis. There is much that is right about this. Politics should be rejected insofar as it means the incapacitating bundling of individual interests, which only serves to maintain the status quo and to break off the tip of any criticism that may have once been laid out in them. For example, providing the anti-Semitic Murat from the Berlin elementary school with a school social worker and suggesting to the parents of the threatened Mir Jam that they should have their daughter educated elsewhere in the name of respect for new societies. With anti-fascist and communist intentions, i.e. as guardians of bad conditions that must be defended at all costs against the global multitude, in which every Irfan has an Evo at his side, the anti-politicians could be countered with cautious optimism. But democracy has not become so established that people really experience it as their own business, know themselves as subjects of political processes. It is perceived as one system among others, as if one had the choice between communism, democracy, fascism, monarchy on a sample map, but not as identical with the people themselves, as an expression of their maturity. Adorno, what does coming to terms with the past mean? Demanding intervention in the capitalist economy becomes a manifestation of barbarism when it means forcibly exorcising its imminent crisis. What seems strange, however, are the curses against all efforts to give the capitalist economy a different framework by decree, i.e. inscribed in laws or collective agreements, one that is more pleasing for wage laborers and possibly even society. If the criticism of politics leads to every, even organized, intervention in social developments that are recognized as disastrous being demonized as a potentially national socialist project, then it is high time to break with an abstract dogmatism that many people themselves once adhered to. The reservations that are so readily formulated in terms of anti-Semitism theory and want to be schooled in Franz Neumann's behemoth or have abusively adopted the term post-fascism from Clemens Nachman in order to provide mendacious absenteeism with theoretical consecration always come back to the same doom. The point is to imply that the intervening and then also post-fascist state would, even if it countered Islamic fascism, amount to the formed Volksgemeinschaft, that is, to a reprise of National Socialism, consequently to a new Holocaust, as whose prospective victims this time Jews and Muslims are perfidiously presented as if the latter were not currently the potentially greatest threat to the former. In such certainties, which have solidified into dogma, criticism of a constitutional state in despair blurs with criticism of the looming threat of an unconstitutional state. The current state of the Federal Republic of Germany only appears in such criticism of post-fascism, to the extent that, being critical of Israel and anti-German, one accepts the ban decreed by public opinion that nothing should be done against Islam out of a sense of responsibility to German history. This reveals a fatalism that is compatible with Bozick's praise of globalization. Anti-German criticism is still strongly influenced by the polemics against the social democratic welfare state and its regulatory mania of the 1970s and early 1980s, which went hand in hand with thousands of hastily created professorships whose holders, increasingly authoritarian in mood, transformed criticism into ideology. Those who later call themselves anti-Germans initially only broke with left-wing reformism after 1968, without joining the dumbed-down K-groups. If they had merely left the ranks of the Marx-trained anti-reformists when they believed that reunification not only meant the resurgence of the German people's state, but also initially identified anti-Semitism as a necessary component of the idea of the people's state in relation to their own left-wing past, they would no longer be talked about. Anti-German criticism without the acid test of Israel and thus the decisive break with all anti-imperialism and all cheap criticism of the state would not even be of interest to archivists today. In its solidarity with Israel, anti-German critique gradually bid farewell to a communist goal whose advocates struggled in despair and bitterness with the fact that neither the final crisis nor the new National Socialism wanted to materialize and, to make matters worse, no one could be won over to the revolutionary project. After September 11th, the necessary and the confessional were erased from anti-German criticism. Since then, it has been left to the readers and listeners of critical interventions to judge for themselves whether the revival of an essentially fascist people's state is being called for or the preservation of the conditions for liberation. Solidarity with Israel is betrayed when the dogmatically expressed criticism of the state, which no longer separates much from furious, dogmatic hostility to the state, merely knows how to grant the Jewish state, the bourgeois capitalist Jewish state, a niche in the otherwise sealed-off system of hostility to the state, a generously granted special role that almost necessarily entails coercion in solidarity with Israel. For a long time, a difficult compromise persisted among critics of solidarity with Israel, which above all assumed that the United States, as the victor of the Second World War under a President Roosevelt who then suffered, and as a decidedly protective power of Israel, was at least acting sensibly in terms of foreign policy. Since Donald Trump, a U.S. president, actually wants to take up Roosevelt's economic policy, we know that the United States is also in the hands of quasi-fascist rascals who want to close a border on top of all the misery. This spring, Israel itself was just barely spared the solidarity-based criticism of anti-Germans, because the government's attempt, supported by the overwhelming majority of the population, to deport African men of predominantly Islamic background who entered the country illegally, has failed for the time being. What we should demand is something completely out of the ordinary: the intervention of anti-German critics in the political events of the country with the anti-fascist and world citizen intention of forcing the bourgeois states, yes, including and even foremost the German state, to confront the globalization threatening Europe in the form of Islam at its borders, and where necessary in alliance with the USA beyond its borders, as well as internally with robust threats and, if necessary, repressive measures. This would at least prevent a repeat of the situation in France, where the pious murder of Jews is covered up by an anti-racist left-wing cartel. However, it would also be necessary to finally take seriously the information provided by the Israeli government and the father of the schoolgirl threatened with death in Berlin Tempelhof. Israeli politicians never tire of emphasizing that what is happening in Germany in a hostile, brutal, and land-grabbing manner is part of everyday life in a country besieged by these perpetrators, and that Europe would be well advised to do something about it for this reason alone. It was important for the Jewish girl's father to say that what was done to his daughter was not only directed at Jews, but increasingly at all white, Western pupils, and teachers. However, the more criticism of the state turns into crude hostility towards the state, and the more any authority is cast under a spell as per se hostile, so-called rule, the more obdurately anti-German theory producers warn against politics, insofar as this is understood to mean more and other than advertising for the Amadeo Antonio Foundation and related agencies of current government policy. For other anti-Germans, who don't give a damn about their solidarity with Israel, barbarism already appears to be a contradiction-free space of personal happiness in which nothing is forced on you and you can finally let go. What once defined the citizen and made the communist critic possible in the first place, the reasonably successful processing of coercion, which is already a prerequisite for individuation in young children and should accompany them throughout their lives in the form of the sublimation of the rawest driving forces, this imposition, without which individuality is not possible, is now constantly subsumed under the nuisances of civilization that urgently need to be abolished. This is the message of the truly anti-authoritarian spokespeople of the post-national multitude, who, with Ivo Bozic, cry out liberatedly, "Bye-bye, West." The categorical imperative after Auschwitz, which is formulated in the negative dialectic, is known to read, Hitler imposed a new categorical imperative on people in their state of bondage, to organize their thoughts and actions in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated, that nothing similar happens. Adorno immediately added to his lines that it would be sacrilege, i.e. disregard for what had happened, to treat this imperative discursively. The defensive Jewish state exists in accordance with this imperative, based on the Zionist idea, which became a necessity through Auschwitz at the latest. Before October 7, the thinking and actions both in the Jewish state and within groups and individuals in solidarity with Israel were obviously not suited to preventing an atrocity aimed at destroying as many Jews as possible because they are Jews. The aim of implying this is not to mend Israel's ways, but to question our own thinking, according to which Israel already has everything under control, and therefore solidarity with this state sometimes seems like a fair-weather event with flags and pictures of beautiful female soldiers. The existentially necessary determination of the enemy, to which the Jew is condemned among states, forces the Jewish state to act in a way that has as its constant prerequisite what Adorno called thinking against itself, in the immediate context of the formulation of the categorical imperative. For Israel, such thinking means that it must always fight against any possible appeasement of the enemy, because any charitable or humanitarian concession to the enemy, no matter how small, is interpreted as weakness in the eyes of the enemy, as is too much consideration for civilians. Golda Meir's sentence, which is more true than ever after October 7, "There will only be peace when the Arabs love their children more than they hate us," does not only mean that there will be no peace for Israel as long as it is in the asocial nature of Israel's enemies to place their collective hatred and their collective longing for destruction above the protection of their own relatives. What is more, Meir's sentence says that there can be no improvement for the situation of the Palestinians as long as they continue to glorify sacrificial death as a means of victory over the Jews, and thus hold down the civilizing impulse according to which the love of life is to be placed higher than the longing for death. This is why the FAZ is wrong, on behalf of many, when it states critically of Hamas, "Anyone who shamelessly abuses his own people as a shield cannot be seen as a legitimate representative of the Palestinian cause." October 14, 2023. The terrible truth is that since the PLO Charter of 1964 at the latest, it has been a central component of the Palestinian cause that every individual must at least see themselves as a shield of collective resistance, and that this is willingly followed. Since then, the few Palestinians who want to renounce the popular resistance have felt this cruelly. They are already considered traitors to the people if they are suspected of harboring doubts about the meaning of the indoctrination of children for their later martyrdom. Because the collective delusion is decisive for the Palestinian cause, one should also understand the slogan, "Child Murderer Israel," from the mouths of the enemies of Israel less as an attempt at denunciation than as an attempt at legitimization to degrade all Jews to indiscriminate specimens, Adorno, in order to deal with them even more mercilessly than with their own children, which is exactly what Hamas did on October 7. Palestinian society is so free to devote itself entirely to its real goal because of the almost complete international alimentation by UNRWA and other ugly institutions of the so-called world community. It is no coincidence that unarmed residents of Gaza also participated in the atrocities of 10/7 with unparalleled gusto and dedication, because it is impossible to separate the civilian population from its rulers where the difference in interests between citizen and state is eliminated. The will to annihilation of the enemies of the Jews supersedes any rationalism of purpose, which for Hamas means that even the suggestion of a residual interest in establishing a halfway functioning state-like rule in the Gaza Strip, as Israel did before October 7, has proved to be a tragic concession. In Israel, which has to face its imminent annihilation on a daily basis, the armament of the Harnas was not underestimated, but the time for a large-scale practical implementation of the will to annihilate was not yet seen as having come. Accordingly, the events of October 7 shattered the promise of protection that Zionism always wants to give and for which it is therefore hated worldwide. Hamas took advantage of the fact that, despite the constant threat, Israel is not a military regime committed solely to total security, as its enemies claim. Despite its defensiveness, Israeli society has always been characterized by a degree of civilization and openness that is not only unparalleled in the region, but can neither be considered desirable nor true in the eyes of anti-Zionists of all stripes. Not least for this reason, it has become an obsession to denounce Israel as an apartheid or colonial state or to accuse it of so-called pinkwashing. After October 7, if you look at what could be called organized solidarity with Israel, you will hardly find anything beyond the state-supporting German-Israeli society and a few Jewish groups in times of urgent need, although this was different just a few years ago. In order to determine whether Israel's solidarity is perhaps just as nationalized as the Antifa has been since the turn of the millennium, keyword uprising of the decent, with its fight against the right, it would be necessary to clarify why it was nevertheless successful, especially in the 2000s, although the activists at that time saw themselves as radical leftists just a few years earlier. The background to this was a gradual process of shedding left-wing certainties, which had already led to a revision of the traditional left-wing definition of National Socialism as essentially anti-communist and directed by capital against the working class in the 1990s. Although this happened under the impression of reunification and Germany's folkish actions in the Yugoslavian War, neither event was decisive in turning away from the exculpatory anti-fascism of the workers' movement. The almost unresisting absorption of the workers' movement into the Nazi Volksgemeinschaft had been denied or glossed over for long enough. The fact that, from December 2, 1990, the Party of Democratic Socialism, PDS, which later became the Left Party, was a party in the all-German Bundestag, which bravely adhered to such insights, aroused not only hopes within the West German left, but also resolute rejection. The realization that extermination antisemitism was the cement and fuel of the Nazi regime, as emphasized by critical theory and vehemently denied by the New Left and its green successors, and thus the assessment of Auschwitz as an end in itself of extermination for the sake of extermination, which defied all rationality, became a prerequisite for solidarity with the Zionist state. The final renunciation of Dimitrov's Comintern definition of fascism as the open, terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, chauvinist, imperialist elements of finance capital, and of the accompanying division of the social production relationship of capital into a grabbing, anti-people part and a creative, pro-people part, cleared the way for a concept of anti-fascism that does justice to its true nature as an attempt to save the bourgeoisie from extinction. The abandonment of left-wing anti-fascist certainties in the 1990s took place under the impression of the implosion of real socialism and the accompanying decline of traditional anti-imperialism, which plunged the left worldwide into a deep identity crisis from which it was never to emerge. The ideological gap left by the end of anti-imperialism, particularly with regard to the legitimization of armed struggle, was filled in the Tricont, which was not yet called the Global South at the time, by Islam, which was already on the rise following the final failure of Arab nationalism in the 1967 Six-Day War and the victorious Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979. In replacing Pan-Arabism, the religion of peace became the ally of anti-racism in the West, which replaced the now untenable anti-imperialism as a left-wing explanation of the world as a carping form of social criticism, Detlef or rather, it completely racialized and particularized it by replacing the last remnants of a critique of political economy with a moral doctrine of absolute purity. The fact that the left-wing love for the PLO, which successfully propagated the lie of an existing independent Palestinian people out of an abysmal hostility towards Jews, has been accompanied by an Islamization and Arabization of the Western left since 1967, is still given too little attention today. As early as 1969, Jean Amery pointed out in his much-cited essay The Respectable Antisemitism that not only had the vocabulary of Arab nationalism been appropriated, but also, the system of norms conveyed by the vocabulary had been adopted, an internalization exemplified by Ulrike Meinhof, who turned from a pro-Zionist into a fervent anti-Zionist after the Six-Day War. While the criticism of left-wing antisemitism, despite all partisanship for Israel, was initially still an attempt to modernize the left, especially after Saddam Hussein fired Scud missiles at Israel during the Second Gulf War in 1991, and lifelong incorrigible anti-imperialists such as the Green Christian Strobeli described this as a logical, almost compelling consequence of Israel's policy. It gradually became apparent that solidarity with Israel and leftism were incompatible. This incompatibility was increasingly reflected in the distinction between anti-national and anti-German, whereby the realization that anti-fascism is not the fight against the bourgeois nation-state, but as a program to save the bourgeois, is always also committed to saving the nation-state, played an important role. Consequently, the positive reference of anti-fascism to civilizational achievements such as the separation of powers and the state's monopoly on the use of force is not compatible with the brutal gang system of a radical left-wing group such as the one around Leipzig's Lena E, or with slogans such as "a cab." Nevertheless, many of those who like to go to demonstrations with the blue and white flag do not want to accept the basically banal statement that solidarity with Israel is not possible without support for the Jewish nation-state with its strictly secured state borders. As left-wing fundamental oppositionists, they have learned, you have to speak out against the state. That the state organization of the individual must lead to a socialization that contributes nothing to the liberation of the individual from constraints in the post-bourgeois era, but can at best ensure a fragile state that prevents total lack of freedom for the time being, is a truth that must be defended at all costs to this day. Under the system-breaking auspices of hostility to the state in non-revolutionary times, however, the critique of the nation becomes an informal alliance with every kind of lumpenproletariat whose sole purpose is robbery. The Leipzig branch of Rote Hilfe has demonstrated the dead end into which one maneuvers oneself if one does not want to let go of one's anti-nationalism even after 10 out of 07. The nationwide radical left-wing legal aid organization Rote Hilfe is notorious for providing financial and propaganda support to anti-Semites. Until the Hamas attack on Israel, one of them was Zaid Abdul Nasser, a Syrian known as the German spokesman for the terror organization Samadown. Because the German authorities would like to deport him due to his activities, Rote Hilfe initiated a solidarity campaign, which was not criticized internally until October 7. Just how well-liked Abdul Nasser is in left-wing circles was demonstrated, among other things, by the fact that he spoke on the international significance of the Palestinian resistance at a communist congress of the Communist Organization Group in Berlin on the very day of the Hamas massacre. One of the side notes of this October day is that the majority of Samadown's comrades set off from the Congress venue in the direction of Sonnenallee in Neukölln to celebrate the murder of the Jews with the Arab locals. Shortly beforehand, a resolution had been passed in exuberance at the Congress, in which the participants not only assured Abdul Nasser of their solidarity. It also proclaimed, "Palestine has risen up. Palestine strikes back. The liberation struggle of the Palestinian people is breaking through. Literally, Gaza has blown up its prison walls." A long-awaited and necessary response to over 100 years of colonialism and 75 years of occupation, expulsion and extermination of the Palestinian nation. Communist-organization.de. Because the Federal Board of Rote Hilfe apparently got cold feet because of the mass murder committed by Hamas, it was suddenly decreed that Samadown violated left-wing basic principles, which is why support for Abdul Nasser would be terminated with immediate effect. Rote-Hilfe.de. Unlike the Berlin local group, which declared that it condemned the misuse of Palestine solidarity to live out anti-Semitism in the face of Samadown's activities, but continued to describe Palestine solidarity as an expression of the internationalist struggle against colonialism, IBID, the Leipzig local group managed to accompany its statement in support of the Federal Executive Board's decision with the slogans, "Free Gaza from Hamas." Israel's right to exist is non-negotiable, only to come up with a Hamas slogan in the next sentence: "No border, no nation, no deportation." NAC.news. It has always been such anti-national madness that turns solidarity with Israel into its exact opposite when it wants to refer positively to the Jewish state in one breath, which cannot exist as a nation without borders. The nation without borders has long existed where the struggle for liberation is waged internationally, among the Friends of the Caliphate in Essen, the Islamic State or Al-Qaeda. During the Al-Aqsa Intifada, which raged from 2000 to 2005, with its numerous murders of Israeli citizens 9/11, no one on the imploding left, regardless of their orientation, was able to avoid the question, "What do you think of Israel?" The segregation within the German left led to a break with the anti-German wing, which became definitive for the then still numerous anti-German groups as a result of the attacks of 9/11 and the support for the reaction of the United States in Afghanistan and Iraq. It was not least the images of jubilant Palestinians who, like their Arab brothers, celebrated en masse the deaths of thousands in the collapse of the Twin Towers in New York. These images forced us to emphasize the inseparable connection between defending the West and solidarity with Israel, as well as the ideological proximity of National Socialism and Islam. By means of numerous public interventions through publications and campaigns, the Friends of Israel succeeded in driving large sections of the left into such a corner that they increasingly felt the need for modernization and thus began to question what was no longer tenable anyway. Anti-imperialist explanations of the world were problematized, at least to the extent that left-wing antisemitism was also named as such and no longer remained socially acceptable undisturbed. This need for modernization reached deep into the ranks of the PDS and the SPD, but also into the most diverse subcultures, both gay and lesbian as well as pop cultural. The success of Israel Solidaritat was characterized by the paradox that it was perceived as a kind of movement and often acted as such, although it had emerged in a break with the movement left and therefore could not be a constructive movement as a substitute for a lost left-wing security, Adorno. Some sought their fortune in the objectification of agitation and relied on convincing the bourgeois middle of society, while others resorted to pithy slogans such as IDF in Ramallah, that's true Antifa, or celebrated Tel Aviv as a place of longing and a vacation paradise for all people in solidarity with Israel, especially the gays among them. The fact that solidarity with Israel was sometimes seen as the true unity of theory and practice, whose advocates Adorno denounced in his last essay before his death as thinking actionists, who were not aware that striving for such unity always had the tendency to turn into the predominance of practice, does not eliminate the need to act as a collective critic. Rather, Adorno has written something into the commonplace of solidarity with Israel that is desperately topical in view of the powerlessness in the face of the worldwide raging anti-Semitic mob. The leap into practice does not cure thought of resignation as long as it is paid for with the secret knowledge that it will not work that way after all. This does not mean that practically nothing at all is possible in terms of solidarity with Israel, but that the desire for practice must not obscure the realization of what the situation is like in practice after October 7th and what the objective limits of intervention are. If one wants to achieve more than satisfying the urgent need for self-assurance among like-minded people, which so many felt in their powerlessness after the Hamas massacre, one would have to examine where and against whom one can act for Israel. In retrospect, it is hardly surprising that organized solidarity with Israel had an almost natural half-life. This movement against the will had to end in internal disputes and ultimately in decline, which were both a symptom and a cause of anti-German decline and promoted a later move away from the term anti-German, which had been degraded to a label. Quite a few of its protagonists have gradually made their way into the institutions and are now professors, anti-Semitism commissioners, or at least part of an educational organization that educates people about the dangers posed by anti-Semitism. However, the fact that their solidarity with Israel has increasingly led less to a critique of the situation and more to constructive academic expert discourse, Springer journalism or NGO consultancy formats has taken the sting out of solidarity with Israel. Against this backdrop, would like to return to the question of whether the German state might not have seized Israel's solidarity in a similar way to the Antifa under the heading Uprising of the Decent, after October 7th. It should be emphasized for the time being that although there is unmistakably a kind of state solidarity with Israel, which was quite gratifying in view of the global anti-Israeli furor and despite its half-heartedness and double standards in the agitated month of October, there can be no question of a hostile takeover as in the fight against the right under Chancellor Schroeder. It will not be possible to prove exactly what influence the solidarity with Israel of the Nazis had on the multipliers and influencers in German politics and society. At the very least, it is very likely that the statements made in the media and politics in October were not free of its influence. Nor will it ever be possible to prove the thesis that Merkel's speech on reasons of state in the Knesset in 2008, as cliched and meaningless as it ultimately was, would not have come about without the activities of the not very organized Israel Solidarity. Just as it is impossible to substantiate the claim that the remarkable anti-BDS resolution of the Bundestag would not have come about years later without the interventions of Israel Solidarity. The starting point for solidarity with Israel at the turn of the millennium was quite different. Not only did it seem inconceivable at the time, in supposed contradiction to today's German state solidarity with Israel, that Claudia Roth, of all people, a personification of the progressive, cultural relativism that has always been directed against Israel and the West, would hold the highest political cultural office in the state. Jürgen Mollemann's FDP and Norbert Blum's CDU were politically and socially well-liked, and it was simply unthinkable that Germany would ever give up its traditionally equidistant role as an honest broker between the Palestinians and Israel in favor of Israel, as happened at least partially after October 7th. The BDS movement was still in its infancy after its initiation at the 2001 UN Anti-Racism Conference in Durban, from which not only the Israeli representatives were expelled, but also the Jewish state was branded as the worst outgrowth of racism, and had not yet brought almost the entire art and cultural scene behind it, as is the case today. Anti-racism had not yet fully succumbed to racial delusion, which is why Israel was not yet generally regarded as the land of the white race and Judaism was not yet regarded as the religion of the white race. The autonomous left-wing scene was not yet completely on the ground and by and large still claimed the streets even in Kreuzberg and Neukölln, and not the Muslim, mainly Arab enemies of the Jews, who were only later welcomed en masse. The Antifa did not yet call itself migrantifa. Intersectionalism, a theory that is very much in vogue at universities today, was still called triple or unity of oppression and led a left-wing niche existence. The fact that apartheid and colonialism prevailed in Israel did not yet fully determine the formation of theory in the humanities at Western universities. Hardly anyone knew what the abbreviation LBTGQ meant, even though Hamas and Hezbollah sympathizer Judith Butler was already considered a pop star among students. The accusation of pinkwashing against Israel was still marginal, and there was no talk of Israel-related anti-Semitism, if only because the majority of people simply denied its existence, as well as that of left-wing and Muslim anti-Semitism, because the accusation of anti-Semitism had to be directed exclusively against people on the far right. However, despite the Walser speech of 1998, those who railed against a cult of guilt, which was understood in the Nazi milieu in particular to mean that Germany had allowed itself to be blackmailed by the world-dominating Zionists because of its Nazi crimes and therefore had to stand by Israel. Fascists such as AfD member Bjorn Rock in particular understand Germany's liberation from the cult of guilt to mean moving away from Israel. In the academic anti-Semitism discourse, the longed-for turn in the politics of remembrance, as Hawke calls it, is seen as a prototypical expression of secondary anti-Semitism, which no longer wants to hear about Auschwitz. It may have shocked some people that the slogan, "Free Palestine from German Guilt," was repeatedly chanted at pro-Palestinian marches after October 7, not only calling for an end to the cult of guilt, but also calling the Nazis a historical fly in the ointment. Only those who have either slept through the developments of recent years or have not taken them seriously can be truly surprised by the fact that supposedly original Nazi nonsense is now being propagated by left-wing students and Muslim migrants who are not Hawke supporters or Golan fans. A veritable culture war has been raging at least since the BDS resolution passed by the Bundestag in 2019, which, among others, the later Minister of State for Culture Claudia Roth, who at least expressed her remorse in this regard after October 7, refused to support and therefore abstained from voting. This is not being waged in the name of progressivism for less guilt, but, if you like, for one on a global scale that embodies, in reverse, what Germany is accused of being hostile to the world because it is provincial with its assumed pro-Israel stance. For this white guilt obsession, the fight against Israel, which is seen as particularly white and therefore particularly guilty, is the culmination of the just struggle of an always innocent global South, the logic of which can be paraphrased as "Free Palestine because of white guilt." In this country, the cultural battle is being fought between professional politicians and those who proudly call themselves artists and cultural workers and fear for their global connectivity to the anti-Zionist or anti-white world spirit, which they consider to be cosmopolitan and progressive. The battle raged fiercely at the last Documenta. It was no coincidence that the slogan, "Free Palestine from German Guilt," appeared on posters for the first time, flanked by the discourse theoretical catechism of Durkheim and Moses or the post-colonial theses of Akil Mbems. According to the Indonesian curator collective Ruanggruppe, which was responsible for the exhibition, the aim was to stop projecting and transferring German guilt and history onto the Palestinian and other anti-colonial struggles. Berliner Zeitung, October 19, 2023. The Ruanggruppe group was only doing what the Documenta organizers had invited them to do, using the blackmailing power of a non-white anti-colonial venue to hammer home to German politics that cosmopolitanism cannot be achieved with Jews, but only against them. As a reward for their contribution to initiating a change in the politics of remembrance, which for Germany hardly differs from the ideas of Bjorn Hawke, the two ideological heads of Ruanggruppe were given a guest professorship at the Hamburg Art Academy. It is almost superfluous to mention that the two happily welcomed the jubilant marches on German streets on the occasion of the Hamas massacre by eagerly liking them on social media. The few and numerically very small public protests that took place against the Documenta exhibition in Kassel, and the even smaller ones against the awarding of professorships in Hamburg, show how desperately needed organized solidarity with Israel would be and how little of it exists. Someone like Samadown spokesman Zaid Abdul Nasser has recognized better than many a friend of Israel where the wind is blowing not so much against Germany but against Israel. His fight against Israel endangers the narrative that the German state has built up regarding its relationship with the occupation, he told the anti-Zionist newspaper Junge Welt shortly before October 7, September 19, 2023. What Abdul Nasser calls narrative actually refers to the longing for a general attack on Adorno's imperative and the thinking associated with it after Auschwitz. This longing unites Samadown not only with Bjorn Höck, but also with the many artistic directors, and directors of German art and cultural institutions who have joined together to form the GG 5.3 Weltoffenheit initiative in protest against the Bundestag's BDS resolution. Their cotton wool-wrapped plea for an end to the German cult of guilt goes like this. A specific challenge for us today is to responsibly identify the peculiarities of the German past to our cooperation partners around the world in order to project a common present and future. This requires an active commitment to the diversity of Jewish positions and an openness to other social positions presented from the non-European world." End of quote. This reveals the truth, albeit in a very disguised manner, that establishing global diversity and common ground involves visionary upfront costs, which include denying Israel's right to exist. After all, the phrase, diversity of Jewish positions and openness to other social visions from the non-European world, means nothing else. The fact that not even a dozen people protested against the Ruhengruppe professors in Hamburg on the day they took office is exemplary of the fact that even among those who showed solidarity with Israel after October, far too few want to understand the connection between hatred of Israel and cosmopolitanism. The fact that not even a dozen people protested against the Ruhengruppe professors in Hamburg on the day they took office is exemplary of the fact that even among those who showed solidarity with Israel after October, far too few want to understand the connection between hatred of Israel and pseudo-cosmopolitanism. This can be illustrated by an example from Hamburg. It was hard to believe one's eyes when, shortly after the Hamas massacre, the billboard of the Rote Flora Autonomous Center read in large letters, "Killing Jews is not a fight for freedom." This sentence was even worth a sensationalist report by the NDR that it was a clear message to its own clientele. If the action by those responsible for the Flora proves that the interventions of solidarity with Israel have not gone unnoticed in autonomous Hamburg, just think of the call to boycott Israel and a declaration of love for Palestinian liberation that was once painted on the facade of Hofenstrasse. The picture is immediately clouded by what happened afterwards. Just a few days after the sympathetic poster campaign, the Rote Flora homepage announced that the plenum had decided to disseminate the call for an alliance against all antisemitism and racism, in which the impossible attempt is made to reconcile solidarity with Israel with the ideology of anti-racism. For example, the appeal states in unison that one shows fullest solidarity with Israel as a shelter for Jews, and at the same time considers any demand for deportations indiscriminately not only racist, but deeply ethnically racist, wrote-flora.de. The objective connection between the lack of deportation of ardent enemies of Jews such as the Samadown activist Abdul Nasser and the resulting coercion of German Jews to think seriously, to an unprecedented extent, about whether it would be better to leave today rather than tomorrow for the only truly defensible safe haven for Jews, is something that the authors of such pamphlets do not want to establish, if only because otherwise their worldview, compulsively declared to be cosmopolitan, would slip completely. Anyone who, even under the impression of the massacre on October 7 and the repugnance that has been experienced on German streets since then, still does not want to talk about the necessary limitation of Islamic immigration should henceforth refrain from declarations of solidarity with Israel. Wanting security for Jews in Germany and at the same time propagating a welcoming culture for the immigration of tens of thousands of followers of the religion of peace are not only incompatible, the fight against anti-Semitism and Islamic mass immigration are categorically mutually exclusive. To quote Karl Lagerfeld, "We cannot kill millions of Jews and bring millions of their worst enemies into the country." Welt, November 13, 2017. In recent years, the propagated culture of welcome has created a situation that makes it almost impossible to criticize Islam beyond social niches in a prominent public place. This taboo that has been erected has by no means only persuaded the newsreader Konstantin Schreiber to refrain from saying a word about Islam in public in order to protect his personal well-being. Against this backdrop, one can only hope that at least some of the supporters of a borderless culture of welcome have been so shocked by the angry, predominantly Arab mob on German streets that they will no longer deny the connection between cosmopolitanism and Muslim anti-Semitism and no longer defame the naming of this connection as racist. Complaining about the lack of organized solidarity with Israel is not a matter of nostalgic retrospection, but of noting that it is more necessary than ever in view of the global march against Israel. As a friend of the State of Israel, it is a bitter necessity not to settle into isolation and self-pity and to want to do more than carry out the necessary mutual self-assurance with the few like-minded people, and to state this is therefore neither presumptuous nor asking too much. If the right friends of Israel are Mrs. Merkel, Mr. Posner, and the circle of supporters of the anti-Al-Quds rallies, then we would like to be the wrong ones. Although it has so far been up to the president of the University of Rostock and the lousy denunciator Posner to call for the protection of the Constitution against false friends of Israel, we really have nothing to do with the German raison d'etat, and we fervently hate bourgeois society in general, when latecomers like Ms. Roth and Ms. Kunist publicly fight over the sinecure of a Bundestag vice president, or Posner's colleague Henrik M. Broder published the portrait of a poorly paid employee of Deutsche Bahn AG in the Welt of October 12, 2013 as keen customer in order to denounce her as a slacker because she had other things to do behind the closed sign at her counter than sell him a ticket. Whatever we say or write in solidarity with Israel does not serve the purpose of making common cause with the middle of this bourgeois society. It was and is about possibly embarrassing them so much that at least some anti-Israel atrocities remain unsaid in the future, and not about gaining influence over them. If we had influence over civil society, we would be part of it and would have to help sell a supposedly pro-Israel raison d'etat like the quietists of Stop the Bomb. The fact that we are so free not to join in is not due to our being thrown into Austro-existentialism or our veneration of Adorno's holy writings. The Bahamas is not a special interest paper for Israel lovers. It can only be consequent in its solidarity with Israel because it takes anti-Semitism in all its manifestations as its subject matter and is therefore not a specialized journal for criticism of anti-Semitism. For one can only be capable of criticizing anti-Semitism if one traces this form of thought back to its real conditions of existence, the state and a society that exchanges goods. Since even as a critic of the state and values it is possible to live quite free of knowledge if one only abstracts properly from anti-Semitism as a laboriously ideologically concealed anti-civilizational rage of the merely repressed and unsublimated instinct, and if one no longer makes any great distinction between the forms of the state and the commodity-exchanging societies with their possibly different common senses. The Bahamas does not play in this league either and is therefore not a specialist journal for theory. Theory becomes necessary when the flood of empirical facts eludes its intellectual sorting with the means of everyday understanding and when empiricism must first be wrested from the ideological jumble in which it seems to be absorbed to the point of indistinguishability. Anyone who pursues theory, even critical theory, should do so in order to understand the world and not for the sake of the gain in distinction that the organizers of dull scientific congresses on critical theory, for which they do not even receive money from the state, supposedly still get. They should do so because they have something else in mind against this society and its state than to publicly pose as a victim in a pseudo-radical way and exploit the fate of others, to whom they will never belong, as only Claudia Roth does. Such attitudes, which are sometimes in solidarity with Israel but mostly bluntly anti-racist, represent the state of mind of an entire society, which is reflected in the equally indignant and routine outcries of its state-abandoned pseudo-critics. This needs to be understood in order to be able to uncompromisingly combat this morality that is as humanizing as it is manhunting for dissenters. Recently, a particularly elaborate pamphlet of the Jacques brand, which could be summed up as "Stop the Bomb, Fight Racism, Stick to Adorno and Never Forget Sartre," was sent out online. It says, "You can spin it any way you like. The Bahamas is simply not interested in the real situation of refugees. And it is not interested because it has never been interested in what the state is, even in its most rational form. In the state, the complementary of capital, the terrorist violence of the primitive accumulation of capital is conserved. It demonstrates itself as a constant threat to inflict violence on people. The anti-German chief publicists in Berlin simply don't want to know anything about this simple and ghastly fact, as they are much more interested in the constant denunciation of the German left in general and the autonomous left in particular than in criticism, whose addressees are only their own audience anyway, as it has always been a characteristic of their journalism to combine social and ideological criticism with an anti-leftist campaign in which, for the sake of the unconditional malice against the left, it is, interestingly, kept unclear what exactly is to be defended about bourgeois society and the bourgeois constitutional state and for what purpose. Quote, end. The members of bourgeois society, as Mr. Kirsch and Mr. Sturm from the beautiful city of Vienna are informed, have devoted themselves in their heroic phase to the exchange of arguments in a completely capitalistic manner. In contrast to the wild pamphlets of the Reformation period, for example, they wanted to get to know the arguments of others and, if necessary, refute them with arguments, for the sake of the better organization of the world, in which all rational people should participate. It was about evaluating what someone writes and not speculating about why they fail to do so on other subjects. A long time ago, it was not about the beautiful soul, but about the coherent text, not about the author's origin, gender, etc., but about the question of whether he was writing with a cosmopolitan purpose or as a person caught up in his own particular world. To talk about the terrorist violence of primitive accumulation, in the context of refugees protesting in a tent camp in Kreuzberg and supported by the district would have resulted in immediate expulsion from the bourgeois debating and smoking club.